view the product must disappear in the face of productivity. Schelling and Hegel of course cause the history of the manifestation of nature to land in existing man, in fact. At the conversion point of the historical beginning, and Hegel even more so than Schelling, who at least still sees in the varied and intricate monograms of objects an undeciphered meaning, one which has not yet properly brightened in the human mind. In Hegel, nature, a bacchanalian god who does not restrain and compose. HIMSELF, is already thoroughly restrained, composed, and cancelled out in existing history, in such a way that no substantial traces remain within it whatever. This totally antiquarian explanation of natural productivity and its products in terms of the past and becomeness is clearly different from the approach to the root of nature intended elsewhere in Schelling and Hegel. And approaching this root has no productive sense itself if it has withered. But in reality it has neither withered nor is human history in its corporeality, background, and above all in its technology, obliged to nature only as one that is past. On the contrary, finally manifested nature lies just the same as finally manifested history in the horizon of the future, and the mediation categories of concrete technology which can well be expected in the future also run towards this horizon alone. The more a technology of alliance in particular were to become possible instead of the superficial one, a technology of alliance mediated with the co-productivity of nature, the more certainly the creative forces of a frozen nature will be released again. Nature is no bygone, but the building site which has not yet been cleared at all, the building material which does not yet adequately exist at all for the human house which does not yet adequately exist at all. The ability of the problematic natural subject to help to create this house is in fact the objective utopian correlate of the humane utopian imagination, a concrete imagination. Therefore it is certain that the human house not only stands in history and on the foundation of human activity, it also stands above all on the foundation of a mediated natural subject, and on the building site of nature. A borderline concept for the latter is not the beginning of human history where nature, which has constantly been present during history, surrounding it, switches into the site of the regnum hominis, but into the proper one, and rises in an unalienated way, as mediated good. 691. Technology without violation. Economic crisis and technological accident. Private property alienates not only the individuality of human beings, but also that of things. Marx, Holy Family. It is still not possible anywhere for the force of fire not to have to be guarded. Steam, ignited gas, electric current, they are outwitted, chained, secured in the way they work. Great slyness is incorporated. Contact with the nucleus of operating forces, as attempted in the Paracelsian approach, appears totally eccentric from the point of view of the present technologist. But it is just as easily apparent from the present state of technology that it is precisely this eccentricity which it lacks in order to be less artificial. This artificiality is more than and something different from the human nest which is called a house, or even moving on wheels, although this too occurs in no living being. All this kind of thing still has a hold, just as our hands have a hold when they are playing the piano instead of gathering food or strangling enemies. Even the organized technological existence does not yet need to be an artificial one, namely not when, and this is most decisive, it occurs in a socially mediated, in a not inhuman society and participates in this mediation. The artificiality meant here is based instead on the predominant abstractness of bourgeois, and above all of late bourgeois existence, an abstractness, unmediatedness with human beings and nature, to which the technology of cunning also belongs, alongside the so progressive unleashing of the forces of production it brought about. And thus bourgeois technology, for all its triumphs, appears both as poorly managed and poorly related. The Industrial Revolution is concretely related neither to human nor to natural material. To it belongs the misery which it inflicted on people, right at the beginning and over again. Leisurely crafts became unremunerative, life in the English factories was hellish, work on the conveyor belt has become cleaner, but not more enjoyable. Hence, from the abstract profit drive, comes the uglification which machines and mechanical work have inflicted on the world. Capitalism plus machine goods brought about the destruction of the old towns, of the naturally beautiful houses and their furniture, of the imaginative silhouette of everything organically constructed. It was replaced around the middle of the last century by an advance architecture. 692. Formation, of additional release and new formation in material. Thus Kant's aesthetic criterion, mutatis mutandis, more or less also holds good for the technological genius, wherever it endeavors to advance beyond the mere technology of cunning, as a future concrete genius. This is not controverted by the fact that Kant regards a subject in nature, natura naturans, as something which can only be added to nature in the mind, like an immanent technology of nature itself, as Kant says. Even the preponderance which the mere Newtonian mechanism of nature possesses in Kant cannot prevent in the critique of judgment the however reflexive or hypothetical interpretation which is able to refer to a natura naturans, indeed natura supernaturans. Certainly, a subject of nature, the not merely secularized ancient Isis, remains problematic as long as no concrete mediation by man, as the youngest son of nature, has succeeded with it. Yet the possibility of this remains open and is mapped out in the object, not just in our ability to interpret it, in an interpreting ability which would not even be possible as a problematic one without the penetrating influence of natural material. To sum up, therefore, leaving aside all speculation, there is the predisposition, the real possibility of a subject of nature, by seizure it is brought into Faust's relation to fire, which only overcomes nature in order to mediate it with the best that is latent within it in our best interests. If fire is only controlled and guarded, then it remains alien. The separate track on which it moves along is then a downright dangerous one, even if its additional force were to be better managed in social terms than it is now. In the society which is currently still continuing there is definitely nothing discernible of the related spirit who has turned his countenance to us precisely in the fire. There is a specific anxiety of the engineer that he has advanced too far, too unsecured, he does not know what forces he is dealing with. And from such non-mediation stems not least the most obvious effect of omitted content, the technological accident. This above all indicates how the content of natural forces, which is still so little mediated with us, cannot be abstracted away without great harm. In fact, in all accidents which happen to human beings, among one another and in their relation to nature, a strangely common factor which is most instructive emerges at the same time. The technological accident is not wholly unrelated to the economic crisis, nor is the economic crisis wholly unrelated to the technological accident. Certainly, the differences between the two are more apparent, and in places even greater than this relationship, and the comparison therefore sounds paradoxical. The technological accident appears as a coincidental crossing of regular motions, as their outward, unforeseen point. 694. Of intersection. The economic crisis, however, develops totally uncoincidentally within the mode of production and exchange of the capitalist economy itself, as one of its steadily hardening contradictions. Nevertheless, both catastrophes have a deep-seated correspondence to one another, for both stem ultimately from a poorly mediated, abstract relationship of human beings to the material substratum of their behavior. There are some safeguards against the technological accident. They are more prudent and also rather more knowledgeable than the helplessness with which the bourgeoisie faces economic crises, and the technological safeguards also increase to some extent with improved testing of materials, sounding, and meteorology. but nature has not therefore become good friends with its caning master, and diminished risk does not save the bourgeois technological relationship to nature from abstractness. Even war technology, although it frankly rationalizes the accident of others, as a highly conscious technology of catastrophes to the disadvantage of the enemy, is abstract, merely canalizing. The atom bomb is of course the imperishable glory of American Christianity. The radiance of its explosion has been compared with the light surrounding Grunewald's Christ on the Eisenheim altar, but the anxiety of the engineer, apart from the political one, remains here more than ever. Even the synthetically manufactured catastrophe does not get any closer to nature, whose stellar blast furnaces it imitates, with extreme cunning. Thus bourgeois technology has chance formation everywhere in its horizon, chance formation from the blind, uncontrolled, unmediated encounter of two merely external necessities. And this chance is not just the reverse of external necessity, it shows in the latter at the same time that man is not only centrally little mediated with natural forces, but that the cause of nature itself is still unmediated with itself. Thus technological catastrophe also implies every time the menacing nothing, as definitive unmediatedness. In all cases of destruction this chaos gives a sample of what it can do. This was already evident above, in the foundation, cf. Volume I, p. 310. Nor does the dialectical usefulness of the nothing conceal the completely anti-historical pre-appearance which the nothing has as downright destruction, as a den of murderers repeatedly opening up in history. The underlying technological unmediatedness is not diminished even by the however astonishing case of a superficial congruence, whereby bourgeois abstract calculation, which has been so powerfully developed as a mathematical physical one, finds a corresponding stretch in nature itself, namely the mechanical one. As the theory practice of modern industry proves, there is a portion of concrete abstractness as it were in physical. 695. Nature. This is also why calculatory thinking will remain in force technologically long after the destruction of its bourgeois basis. But the purely mechanical has its law itself. Only as one above sheer contingencies, it is ahistorical, stereotyped and without content like chaos itself, whose become reification or crust it describes quite clearly by means of mechanistics. Thus even this partial congruence with an unreleased nature, with a nature without a counter-move to the nothing, does not help abstract technology out of its abstractness. Unmediatedness with its material remains largely common to bourgeois economy and bourgeois technology. In the post-bourgeois world, changes will therefore appear in technology along these lines. Certainly bourgeois technology, by virtue of its elective affinity with natural mechanisms, is considerably more sound than the capitalist abstract economic system. Even non-Euclidean acts of boldness are not denied to it, they stand out remarkably, as we have seen. However, crisis and accident are an insurmountable barrier to both abstractnesses. For both are contemplative, both are idealistic, both are characterized by the genuinely idealistic indifference of form to content. Not just in crises either, but also in the technological catastrophe. Everywhere here the price is paid for the lack of mediation of the bourgeois homo faber with the substance of his works, and all the more so with the unfound productivity, with the tendency and latency in the natural matter itself. And only when the subject of history, working man, has understood himself to be the producer of history and has consequently cancelled out fate in history, can he also examine the hearth of production in the natural world. Marx defined historical matter as the relation of human beings to human beings and to nature. Where this relation, as in bourgeois society, is thoroughly and per definitionem calculi abstract, the natural matter which collaborates in this relation still cannot be one of concrete blessing either. Marxism of technology, once it has been well thought out, is no philanthropy for maltreated metals, but rather the end of the naive application of the standpoint of the exploiter and animal tamer to nature. The connection, detected despite all differences, of the bourgeois attitude of human beings towards human beings with that towards nature does not yet remove the technological alienation from nature, but rather its clear conscience. It is no accident that North America, which was born purely out of capitalism and has never experienced anything else, has no relationship to nature at all, not even an aesthetically mediated one. The current of nature as a friend, technology as the delivery and mediation of the creation slumbering in the womb of nature, this belongs to the most concrete aspect of concrete utopia. But even just the beginning of 696. This concretion presupposes interhuman concretizing, i.e. social revolution. Until this occurs there will not even be any steps, let alone a door, to the possible alliance with nature. Chained giant, veiled sphinx, technological freedom. It is thus pointless to expect a certain good from inventing which stands on its own. It is not always better than the society which posits and uses it, even if it contains much more that can be adopted than this society. Jubilation at great technological progress is always futile if the class and the condition of the class for which the miracles are happening are not taken into account too. In the end there was gigantic war technology, and precisely when it functioned in capitalist terms without an accident it was a single enormous accident. Instead of one burning Troy there were thousands. The social crisis of capital turned of its own accord into the greatest of all accidents, into the social one of war. Thus very great retrogression of society can correspond to progress in the control of nature, and even the control of nature then looks that way. As such it is a manifestation of a violent society anyway. The image, iron slave, is taken from those of flesh and blood. And the technological relationship to nature repeats in a different way the bourgeois social one to the misunderstood tendencies and contents in its own operation. In both cases the activity never gets beyond the mere exploitation of opportunities. In both cases there is no communication with the matter of occurrence. Though history and society nevertheless still represent what is made by human beings, but nature further represents what is unmade by man, what is largely unaffected by metabolism with him. The greater the gap is, the less a merely abstract relation is capable of bridging it. Violation and unmediatedness thus remain technologically affiliated in bourgeois society. Every invention is determined and limited by this. Thus it becomes evident again and again that our technology up to now stands in nature like an army of occupation in enemy territory, and it knows nothing of the interior of the country. The fact of the matter is transcendent to it. A striking double aspect of this is provided by two figures. On a thoroughly honest monument, on that of the chemist Bunsen in Heidelberg, a chained giant on his left, the overpowered force of nature. A veiled woman on his right, the Sphinx of nature. But if nature was not veiled, then the giant would not be chained. The chains and veil are therefore allegories here of the same facts. 697. And they are nowhere more certainly correlative to one another than in the society of thorough abstractness. As far as the latter is concerned with respect to the essence of nature, as everybody knows it has become incomparably greater since Bunsen, Helmholtz, Einstein, and Heisenberg. This is the other side of the otherwise so blossoming and bold new physics. The relativization of social connections and of the previous industrial calculation is reflected in the decay of all and every concrete relation to nature whatsoever. On the one hand, subjective idealism thus gains ground, Berkeley in physics, above all in England, where it has never died out. On the other hand, that of nature, even conceivable reality is ostensibly extinguished, not merely visual reality. The unmediatedness with natura naturans makes itself into a methodical point of honor and absolute at all events. These are the reflexes of a disintegrating society, of its crisis and of its own chaotic nature. They appear in the way it divides its physics in half. In the way it isolates it far from every microcosm-macrocosm relationship and especially far from the dialectics of nature, from the physical subject-object relationship. But Neo-Berkeleyism has become the furthest thing of all to efficacy and seed, with interpretations which contain no statement of the philosophy of nature at all but simply a sociological one, so that the agnosticism and also the chaotic world of Jeans and Eddington, of Mach and Russell belong to late capitalist ideology, not to the philosophy of nature. Thus total alienation from the content of nature doubly makes technology into a trick, doubly stresses the relation between eternally veiled nature and eternally chained giant. De-organization, as the transition of technology into regions of nature ever more remote from human beings, has further reinforced the abstractness of technology. And with it, in an ever more precarious way, its homelessness. Apart from the social basis, radiation machines now also lack a physically familiar basis. If, therefore, de-organization itself is to obtain the desired additional forces concretely from the world, then this surplus must not only extend into the graphic but into the non-superficial, consequently again and again, in mediation with the no longer mythical natura naturans. The social-political freedom which takes the societal causes in hand thus continues in a natural political way. After all, this mediation is the technological and natural philosophical counterpart of what Engels calls, in the relation of human beings to human beings, the leap out of the realm of necessity into that of freedom. Engels thoroughly stresses the parallel between merely external social and physical necessity. The socially effective forces operate just like the forces of nature, blindly, violently, destructively, as long as we do not recognize them and do not 698 reckon with them. But once we have recognized them, comprehended their activity, their directions, and their effects, it merely rests with us to subject them more and more to our will and to achieve our aims by means of them. Anti During, Dietz, 1948, p. 346. Equally the blind catastrophe containing necessity in the social and physical area is broken in both cases by mediation with the forces of production. In the former case, by human beings becoming masters of their own socialization, i.e., mediated with themselves as the producing subject of history. In the latter case, by increasing mediation taking place with the previously obscure productive and conditional basis of the laws of nature. And Engels vigorously stresses that both areas, and therefore also both acts of mediation with them and in them, can be separated from one another at best in the imagination, but not in reality, existence in social freedom, and that in harmony with the recognized laws of nature are connected. To avoid the issue in a putschist, i.e. abstract way is no solution in either case. Even in the fiercest counter-move and move to overhaul the become changing the world lives off object-based tendency. Even chemistry, however synthetic, or radiation technology, however boldly extended, is, in so far as it is concrete, allied with a synthetically extending element a posteriori in the world, must and will be so. The synthetically extending element a posteriori is in the dialectical legality of nature itself, beyond its become. With the merely superficially legal grasp which has been developed by bourgeois natural science and its technology, natural necessity is, of course, not yet centrally grasped and mediated. Quod erat demonstrandum. This itself external necessity is still blind and in this respect still ever more classified with the concept of fate of primitive peoples and in myths, namely with the moira of destiny, than with that truly recognized necessity, which is thus brought to freedom, whereby concrete technology can have its concept and its continuing creation in nature. Only when tic and moira, chance, and destiny no longer form the unsurmounted factors of a merely external natural necessity, only in this precise presence in the force of nature would technology have surmounted its catastrophic side and its abstractness. An unparalleled hookup is intended here, a real installation of human beings, as soon as they have been socially mediated with themselves, into nature, as soon as technology has been mediated with nature. Transformation and self-transformation of things into goods, natura naturans and supernaturans instead of natura dominata. This is therefore what the outlines of a better world suggest as far as concrete technology is concerned. Even assuming the earth had a heart of gold, this heart was still by no means found to 699 be such, and will only acquire its kindness when it finally also beats in the works of technology. 38 buildings which depict a better world, architectural utopias. A building must be useful, durable, and beautiful at the same time. Vitruvius. Going through St. Peter's Church the night began the beautiful passage through immortality. He entered the magic church with the awareness that, like the cosmic structure, it expands and withdraws more and more the longer one is in it. At last they stood by the high altar and its 100 lamps, how quiet it was. Above them the celestial vault of the dome, resting on 4 inner towers, around them a vaulted city in which churches stood. They entered the Pantheon. There a holy, simple, free cosmic structure curved around them with its soaring celestial arches, an odium of the music of the spheres, a world within the world. Jean-Paul, Titan. Since architecture is nothing other than a return of sculpture to the inorganic, the geometrical regularity which is only discarded at the higher levels must also still maintain its rights within it. Schelling, Philosophy of Art. Herbs Jerusalem Beata / dicta paces visio / qui construder in celis / vivis ex lapidibus *. Early medieval hymn. Figures of ancient architecture. Glance through the window. We do not have to set our foot down immediately everywhere. How beautiful a sketched staircase looks, drawn in small. A special appeal of plans and elevations has always been noted. Most of it goes into the finished house, and yet the creation on paper, so delicately traced, was different. Sketched interiors seem similarly fresh, occasionally also deceptive, as even real rooms do, provided they are seen through shop windows or are divided off by a barrier. Who would not want to rest in these nobly swelling armchairs, beneath the congenially placed lamp, in the evening room? If only its peace was ours, the whole room speaks of happiness. But this happiness lies in the mere glance from outside. Occupants could only disturb it. So here too the appealing plan lives on, though one which has become corporeal. A striking freshness of design still lives on in the unentered room. This freshness becomes totally alluring in the dream house of the young couple, which they savor in the drawing, engrossed in possible happiness. The model provides something similar, the now totally embodied design on a reduced scale. For the model too, the house as a child, promises a beauty which is not always to be found afterwards, in the real building. There is everywhere a sense of an outset here, seeming more beautiful than much that has grown up afterwards, and its purpose. The design retains the dream of the house. The glance through the window frames it, even the model stands there as if in a telephoto. A protective layer is at work, which is transparent of course, but does not yet allow us to help ourselves or to step inside. That is why everything looks so much better behind glass, coexisting more easily. Dreams on the Pompeian wall. Even with crayon and paint it was possible to build in a thrilling way at any time. That which is painted does not collapse, no house on the wall comes too expensive or is too bold. Pompeian painting is thus the most famous in this vein. It is nothing but a holiday city at home. A perspective view, vegetas run riot, fragilely beautiful. Impossible building shapes are conjured onto the wall. Those that are not to be found on earth, and that could not even stand up. particularly on wall decorations of the second, and then again of the fourth Pompeian style. A villa in Bosco Reale displays side by side a view of painted gardens, oddly foreshortened pillared halls, groups of houses full of nooks and crannies in the background. Perspectives overlap in a cheeky and enchanted way, parts of buildings that lie at the front are placed at the back. And vice versa, charming balustrades, solitary elevated circular little temples mock the static rule. Despite the vulgar colors, the life on the walls is extremely graceful. People 701 could only flow through these houses. The Pompeian playfulness has never been considered in its utopian aspect before, although the latter even appears in details, in a wholly tangible way, namely in the anticipation of later styles. Only the impracticable element was noted, and Vitruvius already reproached this painted architecture on account of it. But precisely this unsound triviality allowed the painter to produce effects which were not yet due at all in a sound way. Thus the profusion of houses crookedly piled up in the decoration of Bosco Reale displays a Gothic aspect. Even more undoubtedly, Baroque motifs appear, here in a sweeping row of pillars, there in broken or rearing gables, there again in bosquets and the like, which the Rococo period was able to copy later, without breaking its style on this account. Ancient architecture was not familiar with this bizarre phenomenon at all, or it touched on it only very late, on the Syrian borders of the empire, in Baalbek or Petra. The circular temple in Baalbek displays the curved entablature in Pompeian drawings, the rock facade of Petra the truncated gable corners, with the turban-shaped rotunda in between. But this kind of thing only sporadically reached Rome, and then long after the destruction of Pompeii, in Hadrianic buildings. And even in the latter there was only an occasional suggestion of what the central country town had so vividly executed on the wall. Only the late Italian and German Baroque produces the split gables and curved portals which Pompeian master whitewashers effortlessly put up. These master craftsmen very often used patterns from scene painting of the time, and this origin explains both the shaky and the bold element. Delicate halls seem as if they have flown in out of colored air, and thus bring dream play with them. Festive decorations and Baroque stage sets with crayon and paint things were later built in a much more boisterous way. Namely where it was a question of forming a great masque, an open illusion. This is the case with the festival, and then on the stage. Both use Pompeian games. To begin with the festival and with the manner of celebrating it, its intention in any case is to forget all everyday routine, it can never be original enough. The festive element is insatiably settled in the broad, playful, or glittering realm of its pleasure. The orgy distinguishes man from animals, more clearly than reason. Man does not stop when he has enough. The most brilliant age for celebrating festivals was at the close of the Middle Ages. And in the Baroque period. At that 702 time the ruling class knew more about ostentatious display than ever before. Enormous wealth, the capital of merchants and princes, flowed together at a few points. Often tasteless but never weary powers of enjoyment and splendor were able to invest themselves in exuberance. The architect joined forces with the maître de plaisir. Crayon and paint, management and allegory furnished the festival with every constructible dream magic it needed. What was painted on the wall in Pompeii, in the way of buildings, and also mythical scenes, here stood on the table or exalted the banqueting hall and the guests, who had become set pieces of the decor, within it. At a ball of the Bishop of Sens around 1400 there was wine made of glass, women disguised as their own rivals, and finally as nudes, which were called Clear Evening. From a banquet given by the Duke of Lille in 1454, which was to announce a crusade against the Turks for the reconquest of Constantinople, the following table decoration has come down to us: a manned and rigged merchant ship, a meadow with trees, rocks, a spring, and the image of Saint Andrew, the castle of Lusignan with Melusine the ferry, a windmill with a shooting match, a wood with mobile wild animals, a church with an organ and singers who, alternating with musicians who sat in a pie, entertained the guests with religious music. As if this remote world was not enough, united on the table, mobile pictures and statues appeared all around the center. Peace, furnishing warlike wishful situations and those of victory. At the climax of the feast Saint Église herself rode in, sitting in a tower, on the back of an elephant led by a Turkish giant. This is a gargantua world of the festival, and also a wealth of barbaric longing for the wondrous and wonderful, for Castel Mervel, drawn from late romances of chivalry and used for show, transformed into a spectacle. For this reason the director of such princely revels had to be an expert at creating more than the land of the Phaeacians. He cast the room together with the guests into a supernaturally monstrous realm. Casanova still records from the Rococo period, from a world which was in other respects no longer expert at fortissimo, gigantic enchantments from the late Middle Ages and the Baroque period. He records them of the spectacular fairy plays of Karl Eugen von Württemberg, a despot who mastered even better than most other petty princes in Germany the alchemy of making gold out of the sweat of his subjects, a fantast who knew how to make his court, despite Versailles, the most brilliant in Europe. These festivals lasted uninterruptedly for 2 weeks. The capacity for enjoyment of a hearty country wedding was combined with the gifts and works of art of chivalrous. 703. Courtesy. The Duke led his guests through a 1,000-foot-long, brightly lit hothouse. He led them through orange and lemon groves, past 30 lakes and fountains. In the castle courtyard stood the table, clouds descended, clouds parted, the summit of Mount Olympus became visible, with its gods, framed by golden pillars, to one side the seats of the 4 elements, and Italian arias rang from Mount Olympus, siren music without any danger. A hidden machine set Venus with 16 gods of love onto the decorated table. The lady yielded, the cavaliers smiled, and at the end of the festival the whole consumable universe was served on the woman's skin, on the man's pleasure. Never were more brilliant festivals celebrated than in the Baroque period, that theatrical age, and its distant echo in the Rococo period. Never were they embodied with such refined extravagance at a time of departing but all the more decorative feudal power. The French Second Empire obtained its already rotten highlights from this source, and even today all splendor from New York ice reviews in Madison Square to the coronation in London loan spectacular fairy plays of the Baroque period in a tortured fashion. But the non-tortured element is lacking, and the pleasure in decoration, however peculiar it was, of the age of Mockert had nothing at all in common with genuine exuberance. The banquets of the former merely chewed over ancient luster again and fraudulently copied it, whereas the Baroque festival had represented with the lavish vividness of its own age ancient themes and themes of its own with further super-elevated reflection. Fancy dress, balls and sleigh parties, pleasure hunts and equestrian contests equally embodied that Baroque style which seeks marvels in architecture, unprecedented amazement in scene painting. But the final festive dream of Baroque society was to be carried off to India, to the court of the great Mogul. Even Greek mythology, which was used for disguise or illusion, lay in the latitude of Delhi. Festive architecture posited tropical colors and contours throughout in order to be at home in it ad libitum. It is only a step from this remoteness to the colorful stage itself at that time, to the world on the boards which is appropriate to a lavish plot, and hence to the posed scene on which the portrayed festivity is framed, and whereby something else was so richly to prosper. Baroque stage sets far surpassed the preparations for a festival in dissipation beyond the familiar and its field of vision. Giuseppe Galli Bibbiena, 1696–1757, was the genius of the operatic scene, of that enchanted all the more by means of optical tricks. Hence the idea of introducing the perspective of the character on. 704. The stage or an imaginary perspective, a perspective from a great lateral distance, instead of the simple perspective of the spectator. Galli Bibbiena removed the visual point lying in the axis of the theater, turned the flats which had previously stood at right angles to the spectator, placed them diagonally with the wishful effect that the perspective, in contrast to the Renaissance stage, pointed completely towards what was oblique, displaced, and full of presentiment. This became the frame of the dramas about high matters of state, above all of the Jesuit opera, which was highly fantastic. A world beneath the magic wand arose in the stage and backstage area. Angels and demons stretched their wings, magicians produced seas of flame and floods through which innocents strode all the more touchingly or all the more victoriously. Elijah ascended into heaven in a fiery chariot, and in the end the practice of hell and the radiance of heaven were constructed as strikingly as if people really were transported to another place. But the architect had to shape the space in which the incredible appeared credible and the spectacular fairy play an attainable condition. The backdrops which have survived, cf. Joseph Gregor's portfolio Monuments of the Theatre, show staircases, banqueting halls, subterranean vaults, magnificent churches in an almost unfathomable wealth of drawing, overlapping and of backgrounds. Classical or Oriental buildings, beloved by the contemporary Baroque novel, were put up in a striking manner, and potentiated again in their legendary splendor. Nero's Golden House, the Palace of the Great Mogul, Sugar Sweet pleasure full of empurpled heaven on earth, and it was reflected in crystalline waters. This was, in the locus minoris resistentiae, theatre, the power of this elegant, not to say ethereal bombast. In its illusory architecture, though, the illusion did not serve to copy historical styles, as in the scene painting of the 19th century, but a style of its own, the Baroque, continued to experiment in a utopian fashion within it. In fact, the Baroque, as mannerism had already done before it, sought its reflection so eagerly itself that real architecture was able to go to school in the theatrical kind and learnt the sorcery of multiplying itself even more daringly. Hence also the final intensification of theatrical architecture, the real that merges into the painted that merges into the real. As in the case of Tiepolo when he doubles as it were. In painting the banqueting hall of the Palazzo Labia in Venice, with fake windows and arcades, with illusory guests at the table, with the banquet of Cleopatra in the wide open wall. This illusion worked very convincingly high overhead, in the painted ceilings of the Baroque, combined with dome and lantern. Wall and ceiling are here supposed to 705. Also proved so easy. The same Giuseppe Galliena who painted his fantastic stage built the Opera House in Bayreuth, the most beautiful Italian theatre in the world. He built the Opera House in Dresden and connected it with the Zwinger *. Another Galli Bibbiena built the Jesuit church in Mannheim, sheer festive performances in stone. The buildings stand there in a sensory-supersensory way, and the beautiful which here celebrates consummation with the sacred does not rest itself, but sweeps and soars. Wishful architecture in the fairytale. But people always manage to describe houses almost more colorfully than to provide them. Fictitious building then appears, of the kind conjured up in the fairytale. Thus there are also Pompeian games with words, they then set off entirely into the wide blue or even turquoise green yonder. The German fairytale, which reveals so much that the heart desires, contains the forbidden room of the dream house at any rate and pictures it namelessly. But complete dream castles and also dream cities are found in the Arabian Nights, where the architectural models for the dream that extends them were more abundant anyway than in the north at that time. And it's better in the dream. The houses are here endowed with a beauty which cannot be found elsewhere, within them are days and nights which do not seem as if they are to be ranked with this life. The fairytale, the tale of Jan Shah, the Arabian Nights, from which this sentence comes, describes the jeweled castle of Takni, far, far away in the hidden world. When Janshah awoke, he saw something glitter in the distance as if it was a flash of lightning, and it filled the firmament with its flashing. But he marveled at what this light could mean, without suspecting that it was the castle for which he was searching. So he climbed down from the mountain and went towards the light that radiated from Takni, the castle of jewels. Now it was still a journey of 2 months away from Karmas, the hill on which he had landed, and the foundations of the castle of Takni were built of red rubies and its walls of yellow gold. And it also had 1,000 towers which were built of precious metals and studded and sprinkled with precious stones from the Sea of Darkness, and that is why it was called the Castle of Jewels, Takni. In addition to this there are inanimate but totally one of the finest Baroque palaces in Germany, built by A.D. Poppelmann between 1711 and 1722. 707. Preserved statues, as in the fairytale of the strange city of brass, situated in the desert between Egypt and Morocco, and filled with corpses and treasures. When the Amir Musa saw this, he stood still and praised Allah, the Supreme Being, honored him and contemplated the beauty of the palace, the weight of its construction and the magnificent perfection of its distribution. Everything judged or announced or even bragged about in this way lies in the wishful line which finally leads to the palace of Aladdin, to the conviction of the beholders that nothing could be built to compare with it in the whole world. And however much half-preserved Greek and Roman cities in the desert which had formed around them contributed to the oriental fairytale of castles and cities, it is still clearly always the architecture of its own epoch which is completed by this kind of literary fata morgana. It is instructive here that the fictional edifices of all ages take a substantial part of their luster from the miniature or ornamental world of existing architecture. For these small forms inherently gave more concentrated expression even to the artistic aspiration of their style. A piece of Persian chaste work ornamentally surpasses the gateway of a mosque, and a monstrance, a tabernacle, a baldachin above the figure on a pillar are even more Gothic than a cathedral. Thus the miniature, which contained as it were the mosque or cathedral seen as remote, small, and sharp on the horizon, provided special material precisely for the formation of literary essence. The influence of the ornamental world is recognizable in the Arabian Nights by the unrestrained use of gold and precious stones, of ivory lattices and stained glass windows. This kind of thing becomes even clearer in the dream buildings of medieval epic poetry, in the secular ones and all the more so in the consecrated ones. Namely, whenever fairytale images of a legendary kind are sprinkled into this epic poetry. The Temple of the Grail in Wolfram's Ticherel appears as one big reliquary, chaste like the latter and yet as huge as a cathedral, sumptuous, indeed esoteric even in its materials. Its walls and roofs are gold and enamel, the windows are crystal and beryl, molten blue glass is poured into the golden roof tiles, emeralds form the keystones, and the boss on the tower is a carbuncle which illuminates the forest paths at night and guides those who have lost their way. The whole description is hyperbolic, and yet it presents proper architecture, that of the castle in the air of Gothic design, driven to its ultimate Gothic conclusion. And once again, of course, a historical contact is not lacking here, as with the castles of jewels and cities of brass in the Oriental fairytale, a contact which for its part gives a magic form to the style of the period. If Arabian dream buildings continued to be influenced 708 by classical ruins, and perhaps also the dilapidated castles from the early Arabian age of chivalry before Mohammed, all the palace utopias of the Middle Ages adopted the imperial castle in Byzantium. Its magnificence became a legend, and sprouted into a miracle among the Franconian nations, since the time of Charlemagne. But even with Byzantium, fictitious architecture, since the time of the Crusades, was governed by Oriental Romanticism. And this was ultimately the case for an important reason, for the same reason which caused the most highly imaginative stage sets to blossom with a touch of Baghdad. For Byzantium seized the imagination of the architectural fairytale so strongly simply because it was so close to the Arabian Nights beauty of the buildings of the Orient in its power and dignity. And even to modern eyes, nothing seems to have risen so directly from the Oriental fairytale, indeed even from the German one, as Moorish architecture. If architecture as a whole was called frozen music, then Moorish architecture interrupts this image. It seems much more like embodied fairytale. Which is why this whole world, down to the catchphrase, appears to be magical down to the Europeans. Thus it is evident that architecture in the fairytale almost continually turns into that fairytale in architecture as which Moorish architecture acts and exists. Above all in the European view of it, in that open sesame wish which conceived all fantastic beauty from Castle Grail to Armida's magic garden in an orientally enchanted light. This sort of thing extends, though with a fortissimo which does not really suit the fairytale and the Alhambra, to the castles of the exotic Baroque novel, all the way back to Ibrahim Bassa, to the Great Mogul. Then again, so much later, the Cronenberg in Arnhem's highly romantic novel The Guardians of the Crown masquerades on European soil as a Moorish-inspired glass structure. The fictitious building nevertheless remains in the line of the architectural style existing at the time, but extends this line in a utopian way, on occasion incorporating legendary architectural images, almost always in the direction of the world of domes, of the pillared courtyard, and of blue-gold ornaments. So too in Hoffmann's fairytale The Golden Pot Lindorst's Azure Room, with the golden palm trees, passes smoothly from the Empire style into the Eastern style. A path which is the closest to the architectural fairytale, particularly in the northern mists. At any rate, almost all buildings are magically colored in the fairytale, whereupon they then look like the Fata Morgana where it is at home. 709. Wishful architecture in painting. So much for fictional houses, but there is now the important new addition of painted ones. They did not serve merely to fill in the background, more frequently and authentically they also sought to be wishful building in their turn. There is a distinct series in which the architectural picture gains a nevertheless strange life of its own, with a special concentrated expression. This goes back a long way, much further than landscape painting. The Pompeian murals belong here again, and painted townscapes already seem late Gothic. Afterwards the architectural distant views in the pre-Baroque of the 15th century begin, the halls and streets in Raphael's School of Athens open out, Dürer and Altdorfer set the tone for architecture depicted for its own sake. Altdorfer's detached Renaissance villa in the Bath of Susanna gazes into the countryside as an individual subject, with highly exaggerated loggias. Architectural pictures became particularly numerous in the north from the middle of the 15th century. From Memling on, they all contain prophetic anticipations of the architectural style to come. Altdorfer, already living in the breakthrough of the Renaissance, a painter and architect as well, gives in his pictures, overdoing the architectural style that had arisen, a permanently strange portrayal of the Italian German Renaissance as it had never been built so far north. Afterwards there follows the half-naturalistic, half-fantastic painting of buildings in Dutch mannerism of the 17th century, with Vredman de Vries and others. Their portrayals, now simply called architectural pictures, with the building as sole subject and people at best as accessories, turn Altdorfer's Renaissance villa almost into a peep show Vegeta, but also into a particularly closed Baroque Gloria. It is as if there were nothing in the world but this painted palace courtyard, this castle yard, this late Gothic imaginary church. C.F. Janssen, The Dutch Architectural Picture, 1910. Particularly interesting here, because of its space-making character also well suited to a philosophical study, is a successful architectural picture by Hendrik Arts, repeated by Peter Neefs and then frequently after that. This hall church painted in treble perspective and correspondingly coordinated spatial style, admittedly anticipates no future architecture, but has a romantic attitude to the late Gothic style, in the middle of the 17th century, in such a way however that the space seems to a church with nave and aisles of the same height. 710. Disappear even more than it did then into angles and depths. Such church paintings are reminiscent of Hegel's post festum description and yet festive description of Cologne Cathedral, its majestic and graceful quality, the slender proportions, their elongated quality, so that it does not so much rise as fly upwards. This is not a question of usefulness here, of enjoyment and pleasure, of satisfied need, but of a broad cloak strolling around in halls which do not care as it were whether people use them, for whatever purpose it may be. This is a high forest, a spiritual, ornate one, Werke 17, p. 553f. Painted architecture as such is of course only a colored shadow cast by the real kind, but it can also produce, in the sense indicated above, variations on a theme which further develop this theme in easily coexisting forms. So easily coexisting, painted architecture may appear terribly unsound in several cases, statically unelaborated and untenable. But the statically habitable is not the purpose of these thoroughly individual structures. Furthermore, even seen purely in terms of painting, a subject which is itself already art cannot lead to such fundamentally increasing revelations as subjects like the nude, the portrait, and the historical scene or landscape. But instead the architectural picture provides in its significant examples precisely clarifications, if not elaborations sui generis in a different material, in painting technique, which can continue in a particularly related way. The very morning charms of the architect's sketch. The architectural picture cannot be confused here with illusionistically intended mural painting, like that of Tiepolo. Its purpose is not the Baroque and late Baroque mixture of painted and real architecture. Its purpose is rather the imagination of an ideal architecture which is certainly not yet to be found on earth, or not in such a pronounced fashion. Jacob Burckhardt was the first to draw attention to the value possessed by architectural pictures for the recognition of the architectural wishful imagination of an age. Likewise, the more distinctly the architectural style of an age changes, the more strongly it ferments in a utopian way in its painted architectures. And equally, the more maturely an architectural style has already developed, the more brilliantly this phenomenon can be doubled in the architectural picture, as if there was a painted entelechery of style. As evidence of this latter process, Paolo Veronese's biblical banquet pictures are unsurpassable, like the most famous of all, Feast in the House of Levi. The painted pillared hall together with the townscape behind it has here translated all the luster of Renaissance society into itself. A Venice of Paolo's time has been doubled and rebuilt of fire and harmony of color. And as far as the wishful line in architectural pictures as a whole is concerned, it does of course follow that of architecture. 711. In the fairytale, namely with regard to the fairy-like quality and even the peculiar exoticism which the architectural picture also lends to the buildings of its own age and of its own country. But the wishful building in the architectural picture precisely as a shaped work of art sui generis is related much more sharply than the wishful building in the fairytale to architecture that can be optically strolled through, referring to it concretely, indeed painting it on the wall. Painting on the wall ultimately means condensing architectural forms, moreover, into types of building which cut across all styles. As for example the house, the pleasure seat, the high tower, the temple. Let us select two of these always also archetypal forms of building here in the architectural picture, tower and temple. The painted Images of these two are all the more vivid as they simultaneously touch on very old, legendary pre-images of architecture. The two examples of this are Bruegel's archetype, the Tower of Babel, and then, in a very different age, beneath a very different sky, the Assisi frescoes from the school of Giotto, which conversely picture a kind of Civitas Dei with the archetype, Solomon's Temple. Bruegel presented the oldest, bitterest of all architectural fantasies in the Tower of Babel. He painted this Promethean structure in two versions, both times, corresponding to the Baroque, with a perceptible echo of a stage aspect. In the Rotterdam picture a kind of Colosseum rises unfinished in 15 stories, between a hill town and the sea. The heights of the building are surrounded by clouds. The Vienna picture, retaining the curve of an amphitheater, with arches, windows, gates, and balconies on the illuminated left hand, almost already developed side, adds a vast rocky landscape as a foundation for the building, and portrays the hubris in other ways too with greater severity. A safe stronghold is our Lucifer *, the rebellious structure itself, Genesis 2, 1-9, as everybody knows, only appeared as a fragment, though as a fragment which represents the work of Prometheus and Icarus in the Bible. The story, which is Yahwistic, has the same author as the Tale of Paradise. It was probably also originally connected with the Tale of the Lost Paradise. But the entrepreneurial ideology of early capitalism and the varied ideology of the manufacturing period now supervened. The building that reaches up to heaven certainly lay close to the heart of the age of Faust, with its receding sense of sin. Following Paracelsus, Baroque Theosophy also restored the connection of the tower building motif with that of the fall, and furthermore a fact which is important for wishful *, a reference to the Luther hymn, Ein Festberg ist unser Gott. 712. Building by no means with clear condemnation. So that, as in Bruegel's picture, there was the opportunity of portraying the safe stronghold of Lucifer not just as a fragment but as an unfortunately thwarted monument of an aspiration to create like God. An aspiration which, as Jacob Boehme teaches at the same time, admittedly has an arrogant outcome, but also a great goal and one which does not even need to remain a fragment. The arrogance itself is condemned by Boehme, but not the drive within it towards light and the heights. When they, the Luciferian spirits, rose in sharp inflammatory revolt, they acted against natural right as God their Father acted. And this was a source against the whole Godhead. For they inflamed the body and gave birth to a highly triumphant son, hard, rough, dark and cold, burning with bitterness, and fiery. So that the inflamed bride now stood like a proud beast and now thought she was above God, there was nothing to equal her. They, the Luciferian spirits, no longer wanted the old order, but they wanted to be higher than the whole Godhead and thought they wanted to have their dominion over the whole Godhead, over every kingdom, aurora, on the origin of sin. But in fire there is the light, or, man reborn becomes Lucifer's heir by mastering the wrath of God, and a miraculous structure of free will emerges from him, who controls the world instead of the outcast Lucifer. The building of the tower is also purified in this way, indeed. Through the soul spirit of Christ in place of Lucifer it turns into the house of the world with heaven as the attained property. The whole of matter was to be a pleasure house for spiritual bodies, and everything was to arise and develop in accordance with the pleasure of their spirit so that they should never ever have displeasure in any figure, but their soul spirit was to be in the midst of all formation, aurora, on the soul spirit. Thus subjective mysticism here attacked and adopted the old rebel motif. Sky blue motif, in the princely absolutism of the Christian man himself, in dialectical ambivalence between Lucifer and Christ, between the house that reaches to heaven and the ascension of Christ. And the building of the tower half symbolized the infernal judge pointing upwards, and half a Jacob's ladder of defiance. This is precisely the case in Bruegel's picture, with the architect as a rival of God, an unmistakable wishful building. The tents of Jacob do not stand on this side though, and the leap from Bruegel's defiant tower to the other architectural archetype cited above, Solomon's temple, operative in the devout Assisi frescoes, seems a large one. Nevertheless, both are united by a spiritual wishful excess or the architecture of black magic on the one hand, and of white magic on the other. The 713 Assisi frescoes from the school of Giotto are likewise excessive, full of paradoxical architecture. They paint Civitas Dei in a heavy or glistening statu nascendi. The one picture, Jesus returned to his parents, in the lower church, shows buildings in which the upward drive is loaded full of wall. Behind elongated figures there rises the tower, castle, and chapel Gothic of a strange Jerusalem, one composed both of pressure and the other world. A kind of Baptistery is formed in a particularly oppressive sublime way, at the same height as the enormous city towers, it towers between them, colossal, against the sky. The other picture, Dream of the Palace, in the upper church, is already pointed by its subject towards a vision which did not want to rank among the architectural habits of this world. The Lord shows St. Francis the treasure house of the champions of religion. It is filled with weapons and shields, illuminated by a light in which the building does not merely lie but which, as the stormy light of the day of judgment, is inherent in it, radiates from it. The wall is menacingly dark, only within it gleam pillars and windows, of unearthly white. In fact, the archetype of Solomon's temple presses to the fore. It was regarded by the Christian world as the canonical archetype per se, as the absolute counterpart to the Tower of Babel. And since its dimensions stated in the Bible also seemed to give a hint to the imagination, the temple was figured out over and over again in Romanesque and Gothic terms, and even in classical terms as well, an architectural prototype from Jerusalem and with a very special vitality. Its new location, or rather, its highest equivalent would of course only be in a heavenly Jerusalem. This urbs vivis ex lapidibus, as an early medieval hymn calls it, was itself never painted, though, as if it stood before one's very eyes. These remotest pinnacles appear almost exclusively on glass windows, as in the late example of Saint Martin in Troyes, a medieval town, introduced into the magic square and the other world, with the light of the Lamb on high. Great pictures denied themselves the portrayal of this supreme Christian architectural archetype. Even that on the Gent altar by Van Eyck shows a heavenly Jerusalem only on the horizon. The imagination of architectural painting here dropped anchor in advance. It left it to the architectural symbol, that is, as is now to be shown, to the forms of utopia within architecture itself, Gothic architecture. In this case, at least to signify an urbs vivis ex lapidibus. 714. The church masons' guilds or architectural utopia in actual construction. Painting and writing can prepare the house, and overplay it too. Only the effort of building, the actual constructive effort, causes us to be inventive in a durable way. Ce. Chu iln est pa form en exist pa asterisk, and not just being but also the utopian substance grows with formation, if it is a shaping one. This is all the more unencumbered as the dream in the case of major actual construction, instead of vanishing in the face of technology, uses it for its advancement. The intention of the old church masons' guilds also becomes important for this, which again means the image of the building which guided them as a perfect image in the work itself. The Gothic church masons' guilds worked, as the Egyptian ones did long before, according to certain secret rules. Of course, as far as the canonical essence in the church masons' guilds is concerned, we must distinguish between their secretiveness and the secrets they actually believed in. Undoubtedly a lot of mere tricks or dodges were also kept concealed. Thus they look strange without being so. Likewise much of this kind of code, and of mere trademark, is to be found in the professional Masonic symbols, and also in the so-called basic figure used by the Masons' guilds. The Masonic symbols were granted to individual journeymen and, alongside any other meaning they may have had, served to sign a work. The basic figure, on the other hand, also called the just basis of stonemasonry, served among other things as a model to resolve in practice to some extent proportions which arose and were incommensurable at that time, such as those which led to the irrational numbers square root 2 or square root 3. These ratios already appeared in the diagonal bisection of a regular triangle or in boring a cube at an angle along its body diagonal. The edge and body diagonal of a cube have the ratio 1 square root 3. But such irrationalities were a sealed book even to the theoretical mathematics of the Middle Ages, which was stagnant anyway. Thus the just basis of stonemasonry, alongside other things which it signified as well, overcame this with a certain professional practicality, which consequently, in a description hedged by clauses, was to remain a trade secret and in this respect by no means contained rules of a canonical architectural perfection. The late Middle Ages even imparted a good deal of practical Masonic mathematics in print, as in the Buchlein von der Vialen Gerechtigkeit, a collection of mechanical formulae. But of course, apart from this kept or betrayed trade secret, the Gothic Masonic guilds explicitly propagated other traditions as well, those of a thoroughly non-mechanical kind. In the case of such buildings, Semper's theory, which was really salutary in its day, is not correct that raw materials, technology, and function are the sole basic determinants of actual construction. This restriction was justified with regard to the senselessly affixed ornamentations of Victorian and other kitsch, but it becomes senseless itself as soon as it is applied wholesale to ancient architecture. At that time a different artistic aspiration was at work from that of so-called functional art, and because it was an artistic aspiration it displayed the most important determinant apart from raw materials, technology, and function, that of the imagination. Here it was that of canonical architectural perfection, with regard to a supposed symbolic model. This model guided precisely the actual construction of the work, not just, like the archetype, its dream and plan ante rem, and it gave the rule to the rules of the master builders themselves. Hence the great architectural artistic aspiration in each case was the same as the symbolic intention in each case, which was traditionally operative in the ideology of the ancient building trade. But this intention sought with set square and compasses depictively to approach the dimensions of a structure of existence in general imagined as exemplary. Unfortunately, the material which has come to light so far is not yet sufficient for us to recognize the goal images of the Masons' guilds. Apart from the general outline, in detail as well. In any case, the subject has been ignored since the invasion of art history by positivism, whereas on the other hand art historians from the Romantic period, like Stieglitz and above all Schnass, who were still in contact with the subject, did not get much beyond establishing and providing a framework for the subject. Romanticism, and particularly mysticizing Freemasonry before it, also supplanted the genuine symbolic intentions of ancient architecture with false ones, from the spirit of their own age and its ideology. As with the Gothic towers pointing heavenwards, which in reality, there and then, were rather symbols of bourgeois pride and of arrogance than of longing for heaven. Nevertheless, the existing genuine symbolic intention in the Masons' guilds is settled neither by the understatement of positivism nor by sentimental additions from the Romantic age. The genuine architectural symbol is itself manifested too unmistakably in the actual constructions of its respective artistic form for that. Equally, there is a never wholly broken recollection in the Masons' guilds of that sacred tradition in which not even a path, let alone a temple, had been laid out without mythical rites and similar standard measures. The Druidical stone pillars and the step tower of Babel, the Egyptian 716 pyramid and the humanly balanced Greek temple, the Roma quadrata and even the Slavonic circular marketplace always obeyed, from the standpoint of their respective symbols in the superstructure, different classifications from those of raw materials, technology, and immediate function. And the Gothic cathedral was no exception to these classifications. Even more unmistakable in the Gothic symbolism of the Masons' guilds is the after-effect of dualistic Gnostic mythology of numbers and figures, which had been kept alive in the Mediterranean countries, particularly in Provence, and spread north from there. Christ-like architecture differs here from the heathen astral kind only in the totally different content of its mythical classification, not in the classification itself. A special image of classification is found in Greek architecture, of course, namely a purely humane one with corporeal human proportions, not with astral or Christian otherworldly ones. This kind of classification arose from a society without a priesthood and makes Greek architecture into that urbane human style among architectures, which then through related replacements or conquests of myth largely became a world of proportions kept humane in the modern age. But around the Greek-built urbanum there runs the credited formula of all the Masons' guilds and their architectural utopia, the attempted imitatio of a cosmic or conversely Christ-like building, the one most perfectly conceived for the purpose of a rapport. The imitatio necessarily preceded the longed-for rapport, and thus it created in its most radical expressions the crystal symmetry of the Egyptian pyramid, or conversely the hieratically ordered vitality of the Gothic cathedral. Beautiful building thus also intended to do more than have an externally pleasing effect. Unfortunately, as was stressed above, nothing is sufficiently clear in detail as yet about the rules which undoubtedly existed at one time. And unfortunately again, only the Freemasons have made an incessant allusion to this something more, a dubious and largely falsified one. Nevertheless, their civilized delusional mummery must be taken into account here, for there definitely must be something discarded from the Masons' guilds in it. As everyone knows, Masonry both uses the emblems of the building trade and above all fantasizes its history throughout the entire history of architecture. It is highly improbable that this bourgeois aristocratic alliance itself, especially with its hocus-pocus, emerged from practical Masonry. But it is even more improbable that the fundamental frivolous use it makes of architectural metaphors was purely its own invention. The Salvation Army did not emerge from the military either, yet without the military its lieutenants and majors would not exist. Even the Hallelujah Girl who 717 is a sergeant presupposes a sergeant somewhere else. And it is reasonable to assume that the deistic Brothers of Tolerance took some of their plagiarized architectural metaphors from the Church Masons' guilds, whereby at least a clouded access, not merely faute de mieux, may open up to the latter. The back connection with the Masons' guilds was perhaps supplied by Rosicrucianism, which may well go back to the late Middle Ages and from which the Freemasons branched off at the beginning of the 18th century. In the Rosicrucian Comenius we find again for the first time a recollection of the cutting of the stone to just proportions. Then in the Freemasons, in the midst of all other mystagogy, so-called ancestors of Masonry are listed. Likewise with conspicuous reference to the Church Masons' guilds which in the 18th century had disappeared from view long ago. These ancestors were supposed to be Moses and the Egyptian priest architects, the Chaldeans and magicians on the Euphrates and Tigris, Hiram, the builder of Solomon's temple, the Roman priest King Numa Pompilius, first Pontifex, and his Collegia Fabrorum. These were joined by Erwin von Steinbach, the builder of Strasbourg Cathedral, and around him the whole Solomonic tradition of the medieval basis of stone masonry. Pious legends were also added, like the Byzantine one that the ground plan of the Hagia Sophia had been conveyed to its builder by the archangel Raziel in a dream. From which therefore, by virtue of the harmony of this church with the divine ground plan of heaven and of earth, the magical significance of its pillar positions and proportions originates and ensues in detail. Moreover, connections with the Order of the Knights Templar are not lacking in Freemasonry either, and with its churches, which were decorated with undoubtedly Gnostic Kabbalistic emblems. But the peak of perfection for the Freemasons was precisely the above-mentioned Solomon's Temple, this highest symbol of all for the Church Masons' guilds. The constitutional book of the first Freemasons calls the Temple the finest work of Masonry on earth. From the beginning up till today, for the reason that Hierom's, the builders, architecture stood under the special protection and guidance of heaven, and the noble and wise counted it an honor to be the assistants of the astute master craftsmen and artisans. Actually, even the hyperbole of the finest work on earth did not grow on the soil of Freemasonry, but is only used decoratively in it. It was at work in real terms throughout the entire history of Christian architecture. The ground plan of Solomon's Temple influenced the first Christian basilicas almost 1,000 years after its destruction, and the medieval church masons' guilds saw it as the sacred model. Freemasonry did not fail to 718. Point out at least one piece of authenticated evidence of this succession, one which is merely mentioned as a bare fact in the history of art. On a doorway with a pointed arch in Wiertburg Cathedral there are namely two pillars decorated with strange plinths and capitals. On its coping stone one bears the inscription Jachin, i.e. he shall establish, the other Boaz, i.e. in him is strength, and these were the names of the two pillars before the entrance to Solomon's Temple, perhaps even stemming from an early mountain cult and hence sun cult. 2 Chronicles 14:2. The Würzburg plinths and capitals correspond to the chains and pomegranates of the original, and also to the biblical statement, and upon the top of the pillars was lily work, so was the work of the pillars finished. 1 Kings 7:22. The magical tradition of this work is so old that even Josephus, Antiq. Judd. I. 2, claimed the pillars were founded by Enoch. The Masons' Guild of Würzburg Cathedral certainly applied the symbolic supports from this Kabbalistic antiquity to its own building, and thus denoted the whole church in fact as a Solomon's Temple in Christ. The pathos with which Freemasonry distinguishes Solomon's edifice points in any case precisely to the Hermetic pathos of the Christian Masons' guilds, and incidentally also of the Islamic imitatio. In its utopian completion the temple was in fact regarded by all architectural styles whose religion or religious astuteness was based on the Bible as the revered image of the perfect plan of their own architecture. Indeed, a collection of solemn architectural dreams which is itself almost perfect would be that of the reconstructions which were bestowed on Solomon's Temple right up to the 19th century. Just as the supposed imitatio of the temple also extends from the Mosque of Omar to the Escorial, which rises as an edifice on the Grill of St. Lawrence as its ground plan, but in accordance with the reconstruction of the temple by two Spanish Jesuits. Of course, for all this the Freemasons, in the kitsch of their theory of the consonance or concordance of every architecture from the time of Adam on, poured a totally absurd uniformity over the entire history of architecture. The Gothic Masons' guilds did not feel inspired in the sense of the Egyptian priest architects or the Chaldeans on the Euphrates and Tigris at all. They were Gnostic Christian dualistic, not cosmic pansophic like Rosicrucianism since the Renaissance. Pow, pow. Hold on to the discord of the cosmos, this prayer from the dualistic. The German translation of the Bible Bloch is quoting from here gives we Rosen, like roses, which the authorized version gives as lily work. This is significant in the context of the Rosicrucianism and Freemasonry Bloch is discussing here. 719. Gnosis precisely characterizes the Exodus ideology in which Christian architecture, culminating in the Gothic, arose. But in fact, if Freemasonry is mentioned here all the same, this occurs despite its silly occult historical misrepresentation for the sake of its recollection, not improbable in places, of ancient architectural metaphors. What matters is the revelation of actual architectural symbols there and then, the understanding of ancient architecture from the standpoint of goal images of its actual construction, which were undoubtedly effective. And however unimportant the invention of a pedigree by the Freemasons may be as such, what still remains important is the fact that it could not have occurred either if tradition had not continued to maintain, both stubbornly and significantly, the contact of the Masons' guilds with a certain spatial mythology, but also spatial utopia. There is an ancient consecration of the house, and one intended objectively, one in which the traditional precision, indeed pedantry in laying out a magical point of contact cannot be denied. The cheapened allegory of Freemasonry and the way in which it was possible probably only isolated the element in sacred architecture which helped to form and overformed at all times, mathesis of a magic space, the pattern of the tabernacle, Exodus 25:9. As a very old superstructure, very slowly revolutionizing itself, standardly supplying various foundations, though with changing goal relations of the standard structures like the Pantheon, the Babylonian Step Pyramid, the Hagia Sophia, the Cheops Pyramid, and Strasbourg Cathedral by no means arose outside the ideology of a strict world of faith and hope, one determining the work itself in an imitative fashion. In the case of the Babylonian Step Pyramid, the astral mythical character has long been established. In the case of the Gothic cathedral, its architectural utopia must first be gauged from the logo's mythical character. But everywhere, in the entire sacred Masons' Guild, the artistic aspiration is an aspiration to correspond, an actually constructed congruence with the utopianized space imagined as most perfect in each case. And it can be said that as a stone dance movement in keeping with the dimensions of this space, or as a sheer-built dancing mask of this kind, sacred architecture was ultimately born. Indeed, even the Greek edifice was ultimately born as such an imitatio, despite its never transcendent sacred character. And hence despite its body sculpture sustained in all temple proportions, whose divina proportio, as the Renaissance said later, stands out in such a nobly animated way from Egyptian crystal, in such a quietly harmonious way from Gothic vitality. There is imitatio even in this well-balanced level-headedness, this moderate coastal shipping, which does not exaggerate to death, around the natural 720 bodily dimension, precisely that specific imitatio which instead of the crystal of the pyramid, instead of the later forest profusion of the cathedral, resorts to the perfect bodily figure as its architectural symbol. As one in whose youthful and also abstract humanum the Egyptian final clarity and the Gothic final profusion are still or already united in a certain corrective. But the architectural utopia of completion was no less involved in the building here, however much more subdued it may appear than that of the Egyptian and afterwards of the Gothic architectural symbol. And although, as will be shown, only Egypt realized the possibility of total geometrization, only Gothic the possibility of total vitalization as an architectural experiment. So that most other architectures of the world then contain within them the Egyptian geometrical element and the Gothic vitalistic element again and again as wishful alternatives, as guiding images of the final architectural expression. In different percentages, and also with a perpetual struggle, with one abstractly settled only in Greece itself, and then perhaps also in the early Renaissance. This is the sense in which we can speak of geometric or vitalistic ornamentation even in the art of the Stone Age, and thus, with powerful anachronism, of that which later reached its full composition in Egyptian or in Gothic terms. And why Romanesque architecture, violate Roman mediation, can also still Egyptianize, i.e. geometrize, just as the Baroque incorporates functioned Gothic. Likewise, Egypt and Gothic remain the only radical architectural symbols, and at the same time those of the radical difference in the content of their intended architectural perfection. Therefore the rules of the Gothic and long before that of the Egyptian stonemasons guilds there and then certainly already contain an element of that utopia of completion which prospectively fulfills the symbolic intentions on both sides. Equally, however, both symbols are by no means free-floating or objectless, but they denote, like all genuine symbols, real possibilities in the world, answering counterparts from its aesthetic latency. The Egyptian architectural symbol is, as will now be seen in more detail, that of the crystal of death, the Gothic that of the tree of life or, expressed in terms of medieval ideology, of Corpus Christi. This is the breadth of variation of sculptural architectural utopias, especially of those whose particular sap also rises and falls in the religious superstructures of their society. In the architectural will of Memphis stood there and then the utopia of an aspiration to become and a being like stone, of a transformation into crystal. In the architectural will of Amiens and Reims, of Strasbourg, Cologne, and Regensburg sprouted there and then the utopia of an aspiration to become and a being like resurrection, of a transformation into the tree of the 721 higher life. Greek antiquity is the beautiful general human stroke of luck and the happiness of a nowhere outsized balance between level-headed life and level-headed geometry. Thus it alone has a humane reference, though abstractly humane, and like beautiful but not exactly boisterous youthfulness is a standard anti-ram. But only Egypt and Gothic are consistently composed right through, over rigidity on the one hand, over profusion on the other. Thus, as far as extreme architecture is concerned, the imitatio cited above of a cosmic or conversely Christ-like space culminates and alternates here, as the space conceived as most perfect in each case, for the purpose of an architectural rapport. Egypt or the crystal of death utopia, Gothic or the tree of life utopia. It is impossible to build to last with living matter. The wall of leaves, the roof of blossoming branches, how soon they are yellow, the winter destroys them. Life is too frail for building, whereas what is dead lives here, because it lasts. The wall, although it cracks itself, must at least surpass the brief human lifespan. The obligation to resort to dead matter or that which has become dead holds for every building, even for the wooden one, even for that which, despite the use of stone, is still organically blossoming. But it is one thing to have to resort to non-living matter, and another to avoid every semblance of life in the work itself as well. This happened in its most extreme form in Egypt, on this large scale of rigidity. In so far as organic motifs still occur, like lotus and papyrus in the capital, and the snake in the sun sign, they are reduced to the severest outline, unblossoming, as if pressed. This severity corresponds to the absolutely despotic social system, with dignity and ceremonial through and through. Which is why almost only portrayals of folk scenes remain alive in Egyptian art. But the position of rest in high sculpture was achieved as situationlessly as possible, as stereometrically as possible. The statues of kings and aristocrats strive, despite all the resemblance which was employed on the features for magical reasons, to promote the personal survival of the person portrayed. Towards Bloch unity, they are one with the stone. They are drawn into regular bodies, every movement is reduced to a standstill, to a stance, often even spellbound into a squatting cube. Motionlessness is their glory. The Greek statue recalls and denotes a living body, the Egyptian one represents a dead body which is waiting to be 722. Inspirited by magic power into its death, into a living death. The completion of such sculpture must lie at the point where no organic body whatsoever disturbs it any more, but where it is totally hidden, that is, as Hegel says, in the crystal in which a dead man dwells, i.e. in the pyramid. But Egyptian art culminates in the latter, which was an expression of the unification of the kingdom, of the central cult of the king, not just as ceremonial art but related to this as the art of rigidity and death pour. Se. No possible recollection and reproduction of organic motifs whatsoever clings to its smooth-jointed, empty walls, to its crystal form. But at the same time something new is added with this form which far surpasses the mere will towards rigidity and severity. The pyramids, presenting their triangle to the beholder on all sides, are almost obtrusively significant structures. Their immediate practical purpose, the burial chamber with unassuming entrances, could also have been fulfilled, in keeping with the megalithic graves of the Stone Age, for example, in the form of banked-up mounds of earth or even in cubic form. Instead of which the conspicuous triangle emerged, existing in such purity only here, and since, in the Middle Kingdom, it descends in size right down to miniature pyramids, it can scarcely have been chosen in order to place a particularly high roof over the dead pharaoh. Along with the square, the small scale, and triangular spirit level, small stone pyramids were put into the grave of the dead man in the New Kingdom, and they are supposed, as a pyramid text says, to help the dead man to see the sun when it rises and when it sets. It is absolutely certain that the pyramids were supposed to be cosmically depictive as edifices too, just like the sacred buildings of all astral religions, from the Celtic stone circles, the cromlechs, to the Babylonian step towers. The Babylonian step tower also sought to be a depiction of heaven, of the mountain of heaven, as it rises in its 7 planetary levels. Such stepped pyramids also existed in Egypt. Indeed, pyramid building in general first began with the 6-fold Tower of Saqqara. But from the 4th dynasty on, the triangle triumphs, in the Cheops pyramid almost reaching the height of Strasbourg Cathedral, the 4-fold profiled triangle over the square, the mountain of heaven in a regularized shape. A still not yet extinguished, though still not yet clarified light dawned with the measurements which the English astronomer Piazzi Smith took at the Cheops pyramid. According to these, it was certainly the purpose of the Great Pyramid to reveal in its proportions those of the then known universe and to be in conformity with them. Door angles, axial directions, and vertical lines seemed uniformly aligned with the positions of the stars. The height of the pyramid stands in a harmonious 723 ratio to the assumed circumference of the earth, and the inclination of the walls corresponds to the angle of Alpha Draconis, the pole star at that time, and so on. Cf. Smith, on the reputed metrological system of the Great Pyramid, 1864, and our inheritance in the Great Pyramid, 1880, p. 380 SQU. Many things have since been corrected in the measurements made by Smith. His astronomical connections have been totally rejected by Egyptologists like Ludwig Borchardt, and by historians like Edward Meyer, and consequently enormously exaggerated by dilettantes. Cf. Nottling, The Cosmic Numbers of the Cheops Pyramid, 1921, and with an anthroposophical point of view Bindel, The Egyptian Pyramids, 1932. But despite the provisional official verdict, despite the dilettante occult substitute, the pyramid retains its cosmomorphic direction and depictiveness. It stands silently and as a crystal remote from life in the astral myth which, even though in so many different forms, governed the hierarchies of the whole ancient Orient. For all his customary Hellenistic romanticism of Egypt, Plutarch was still drawing on existing and well understood traditions when he says, De Isiet Osiri, cap 56. Thus the Egyptians conceived the nature of the universe in the image of the most beautiful triangle. The pyramid condensed heaven to a central point, an apex, from which inorganic repose radiates equilaterally down to the ground. The Temple of Karnak displays the same ordered repose on its starry ceiling, its downward leading walls and pillars, and its floor, whose plant decoration represents the flooded land of the Nile. The pillars, whose dimensions and quantities are accorded not just technological construction but supposed symbolic significance, the temple walls whose paintings and reliefs represent the impressions of heaven on earth, have become as it were the exoteric, empirically constructed sides of the pyramid, whereby even the outside of the wall stands at an angle. And this is not just because the embankments on the Nile furnished the model for this slope. There are many sloping embankments and escarpments on the earth, but only a few pyramids, but because here, as on the Euphrates, the wall preserved the angle of the pyramids. The fanatical geometrization of all Egyptian art expresses its architectural utopia, the crystal of death as foreseen perfection, cosmomorphically reproduced. It is very different where stone is negated, and the hard edge is broken. The life which conceives and changes itself in Christian terms seeks no rigidity, but just the opposite, it seeks to be eternal. Thus Gothic decoration became precisely the most excited and lavish of all, neither a straight nor a curved line is preserved in it. Blossoming in the 13th century, with 724. A great wealth of details, which stems from the incipient liberation from the feudal order, and with a direct upward surge of all structural members into the air, which stems from the liberation of the wealthy cities from the clerical order. The Gothic style is an urbane mystical structure and thus different from the Romanesque style, this thoroughly feudal stronghold of God, in a highly gleaming, highly dynamic way. Since the organic movement continues transcendently, it foams and triumphs all the more, with Christ-like unrest. Plants, the bodies of animals, even monsters, are effortlessly accommodated in Gothic decoration, not pressed, not stylized as reliefs. The outside and inside of the Gothic cathedral could therefore be compared ad nauseam to a forest. Branches are indeed found to be incorporated with total elective affinity into the organic stone structure, and the building ends at the top with a finial. The pillars shoot upwards, their capitals are simply nodal formations in this movement. The ceiling is one single collision of these unfinished verticalities. The wall is pierced with the immensely high, legend-narrating blood-gold windows. Devout orgiastic light shines in from another day than that of nature. Longing for the inward and for the above, which is like the inward, becomes the measure of all things architectural. This Gothic soaring tendency organizes all architectural proportions. Now the craving picture panels have space within it, network and interlacement of the incredible art of stonemasonry proliferates in crockets and capitals, intersperses the glowing windows with tracery and rows. A vaulting arises, not a vault, and a vast dynamic pathos. Thrusting upwards in all parts, in the nave, and also into the depths of the chancel. Sin and repentance, gleaming devilish beauty and the realm of the gentle, the curved. The calm soul meet in these vast figured cathedrals on the very closest terms, make them into the petrified trend of the perfect, the undergone Christian. Adventure, Geist der Utopie, 1923, p. 33f. It is a blend of excitement, as experienced by no previous art, and an excessive ornamentation which does not calm the excitement but does justice to it. This therefore is the contrast to the gently organic regularity of the Greeks, to the measured growth of the Ionic column and the harmony between it and the weight of the architrave, but above all it is the decisive contrast to the strictly inorganic crystal utopia of Egypt. In Egypt ornamentation, especially the blossoming, organic kind, is an anomaly. In Gothic it is the architectural symbolism of buoyancy and jubilation itself. The few inorganic symmetries of the Gothic style are no match for this organically transcendent profusion, the diminutive subdivisions of the same pointed arches and pinnacles, the frequently divided, subsumed, even geometrized element. 725. Which is found on the outside. If the cap of the Tower of Strasbourg Cathedral forms a triangle, an acute angled triangle, then it forms it by no means in a geometrically pure way, but carved out, perforated, with spirals on the sides, and the finial stands on top of it. This triangle is therefore, as such a blossoming one, at war with the pyramid and even as a triangle an anti-crystal. Thus Gothic displays a totally different imitatio to the cosmomorphic, and ultimately always astral mythical one. It displays, with a dynamism which under other symbols, with a mandate to intoxicate, was only attained again by the Baroque, the extreme antithesis to the Egyptian granite repose. It displays radically organic order. And this in turn determined almost all details of the church building symbolically in the direction of resurrection and of life, in such a way that the very plant ornamentation has a mystical reference to a wondrous garden of the Mother of God, in the spirit of the transcendent botany which developed in the late Middle Ages. Of course, just as the building contains geometrical regularities of an inorganic kind, triangles, circles, it also displays some cosmological references. The wheel window corresponded to the zodiac, in other versions to the astrological wheel of Fortuna, and the chandelier to the planetary spheres stacked on top of one another. But the chandelier with its lights stacked on top of one another in the shape of a ring corresponded much more genuinely to an imitatio of the rose of heaven, and in the arrangement of the pillars, windows, of the whole space set in motion, every reproduction of world statics came to an end. Everywhere proportions and configurations triumph in the end which are paradoxical to those of the world. The ground plan corresponds to the body of Christ, stretched out on the cross, with the altar as his head. The finial symbolizes the mystical larynx which gives birth to the Son as the Word by uttering him. The glass windows correspond to the precious stones in the walls of the heavenly Jerusalem. Cf. Joseph Sauer, The Symbolism of the Church Building, 1924. However large the amount of symbolically unrelated or symbolically exchanged parts of the building may have become during the long period of actual construction and the frequent change of plan, the supreme canon remained a magical Christ-likeness, in typo et in figura ecclesiae et corporis domini, according to Augustine's Gothically fulfilled demand. The proportions of the Gothic cathedral are the disproportions of the Christological order to the cosmic one. This is the truth there and then in the just basis of stonemasonry. An exodus from Egypt in architecture is really intended here, an imitation of the resurrection from the grave, with the stone rolled away, Mark 16:4. So if Egypt was the crystal of death as foreseen perfection, Gothic is assigned in utopian terms just as decisively to resurrection and to life. Its architectural symbol is thus necessarily the expulsion of death, anti-death, is the tree of life as foreseen perfection, reproduced in a Christ-like way. If Egyptian art contains within it the aspiration to become like stone, then Gothic art simply contains the aspiration to become like the tree of life, like the vine of Christ. And both styles of architecture as unique styles radically came to an end in this imitatio of theirs. Historically, all styles which developed in addition to these contain variations of these two orders, that of severity and that of profusion, but only in Egypt and Gothic were they radically processed out and related so powerfully and divergently to their religious basis of stonemasonry. These are the decisive characters of the architectural forms pyramid and cathedral themselves. They both remain as the attempted construction of the depictiveness of a perfect space, on the one hand of silent death with crystal, on the other of the organic excelsior with tree of life and community. Further and individual examples of guiding space in ancient architecture. So old is the problem of what building should ultimately adhere to. For building not only satisfies the need for somewhere to live and so on, it certainly does not seek to be merely pleasing in other respects either. Neither in the zealous nor in the handicraft sense of this word, in the all too gluttonous sense. How closely architecture is connected with the respective social conditions, with the power that is to be displayed, with influence and how immanently building as such is not merely a particularly superstructural, but a pictorial, and hence objective art. As such, however, it adheres, like all pictorial art, to the visible world, absorbs it, reshapes it in an experimental substantial way. But where are the visible, i.e. naturalistic forms which a builder could find to use as a model in the same way as a painter or sculptor? There are a great many gaps here. Of course, the architect only finds details to use as a model, scarcely however the peculiar whole in which they are used, the house. Of course, even for its layout architecture may learn something from an egg, a honeycomb, a nest. Organic examples have been used from time immemorial for ornamentation: acanthus, lotus, shell, the pillar is a trunk, the dome may be modeled on the cave, the interior of the cathedral on the forest. The architrave rests on top as a slab of rock, the Lion Gate in Mycenae still 727. Shows this origin. In general, the distribution of force and weight, the basic business of statics, is of course subject to naturalistic laws. The builder has always been half an engineer. Indeed, into no art, apart from music, do so many mathematical and physical relationships enter from outside, even into its foundations, not just into its details, and in no art have they been so greatly respected, for the sake of statics and of harmony. Certainly, therefore, all this is true, and yet the house itself, this complete and unified element of his work, had to be invented or discovered by the architect in accordance with guiding images which do not lie in what is immediately given in the outside world, at least not in its fixed immediacy. Music, which of course likewise possesses very marked mathematical physical foundations, but far less immediate models of the world than architecture, once imagined in this situation a harmony of the spheres. And it did so, instructively enough, not without an ancient Oriental influence, that is, from the same cosmic standpoint which, as we have seen, also ordered Babylonian and Egyptian architecture from the point of view of a cosmic scale. The astronomical harmonic theory admittedly hindered rather than promoted the development of music, in contrast to the faith in a cosmic scale in architecture. This faith in a scale brought this art, as one that was objective from the start, the whole heathen half of its realm. It gave it, as an objective art, but one which could not be found in the immediately given outside world, and which removed the very homelessness of man, a cosmic house, a foothold, and a specific image of perfection. And if Egypt is the most radical approximation to it, then astral geometrical and inorganic crystal elements have certainly continued to influence architecture long beyond that time. Their influence here is on both a small and a large scale, in the noble desire and search for pure forms as well as in the clarified order which is only partially described by the term classical. As far as the most beautiful individual forms are concerned, they are of course always introduced from the life from which they may be taken, but also then preferably geometrized. Thus the egg itself, although it is certainly a detail, provides a static model, which can be traced down to the modern streamline. Thus in classical times the wavy and even serpentine line was geometrized as the most perfectly beautiful. The serpentine line, by its waving and winding at the same time different ways, leads the eye in a pleasing manner along the continuity of its variety. As the painter and aesthetician Hogarth had decreed in his famous Analysis of Beauty, 1753, and in which Lessing's theory of art followed him. Thus in the epigonic classicism of the 19th century the golden section was characterized by particularly clear 728. With the zodiac and the 7 planets, with the influence of the position of the stars on the earth. And 100 years after Vitruvius there occurred in Roman architecture both a renewed contact with the cosmometric legacy of Etruria and an overdue importation of the Helios myth, when a builder from Damascus erected the Pantheon in Rome, this dome cave and celestial dome at one and the same time. This is why, as nowhere else in a classical edifice, the visible canonical house of the world believed in by the pagans is discernible in this late example. For the very curve which appeared in the Pantheon is not the comfortable or predictable one which had already given form to the Greek treasure houses, the Roman storerooms, and even the installations of wells and fountains. Instead it is magically designed, and this gives it special antiquity. Thus the spheros of the Pantheon appeared long before in the ancient temples of the Penates, in the circular altar, in the circular form, and even in the domed roof of the Temple of Vesta. Equally the egg shape of the Roman circus, and even the curve of the Colosseum were not without connections with natural myths. After all, large-scale Roman architecture as a whole, far more than Greek, preserved contact with ancient guiding forms of a chthonic Uranian kind, in short with a canonical building of the earth and cosmos. Without this consideration of social mediations, and hence in this case of the respective religious ideology, and particularly utopia, the basic architectural styles cannot be understood any more than they can without a thorough knowledge of their social foundations. Even the Golden House of Nero, this model for so many later wondrous palaces, had according to the description of Suetonius a ceiling perforated as if with stars and an ebony circle in the middle of it which constantly rotated, day and night, like the universe. Connections also run from the Colosseum to the heavy cylinder of the castle of St. Angelo. Connections which were only understood and sought again under Hadrian. So the Pantheon had to reflect the universe all the more, with its dome and starry rosettes, with 7 planetary niches and the eye of the sun looking in from above. Dio Cassius openly called the building a simile of heaven. The Stoic astrological cosmos, though no longer the highly stereometric one of the Egyptian pyramids and temples, is its architectural object. It is still full of undisturbed, paganly perfect heaven, thus, without the protest which occurred soon afterwards of the myth of the Logos against the astral myth, of Christ against the cosmocrators, f. 6, 12. And the world dome of the Pantheon is only apparently repeated in that of the mosque. For like the Christianity that arose, Islam, which is based on the Bible, also believed that the essence 730 of this world passes away, it has a day of judgment as well, another order at bottom. The Pantheon is therefore not, as Spengler's interpretation would have it, the first mosque on European soil, but the last pure astral structure. The Mosque of Omar in Jerusalem, the Hagia Sophia, the Palace Chapel of Charlemagne in Aachen give the central structure and the dome a very different meaning. They follow no world circle, but rather a harboring in the inward ultramundane God. The same harboring which the constant circular form of the apse also retained later, when the dome vanished in the Christian world, an apse which encloses with Christ against the world. World perfection, on the other hand, was the architectural correlate which astral mythic architecture used as its model, a model employed in all its so powerfully varied forms. As no longer so world-like, as Christ-like in intention, the severity of Byzantium is the first ultimately to detach itself from the severity of Egypt. Because from now on a house of the other side is intended, the building emulates it. This building is no longer pagan, it has established itself at the exit to this existing world. And the much acclaimed entrance to the same world, with which the Bible begins, was only apparently contrasted with this emphatic house of exit. The Bible praises its God precisely as a world maker and above all as one who is very satisfied with his work as it is. This image of the world builder is not originally from the Bible, however, it is itself still pagan, that is to say, it grew on a different soil from the Judeo-Christian one. It is not even found everywhere in the pagan legends of the creation. Neither the Greek nor the Norse nor the Babylonian mythology of the gods portrays the supreme being as a world sculptor. The latter is namely chiefly Egyptian and stems from Memphis, from the artistic center of Egyptian religion. The sculptors' workshops, which were regarded as sacred, were there. The supreme god of Egypt, Ptah, presided over them as a tutelary god there, and his priesthood ruled there as the most powerful in the Old Kingdom. The prototype of the world creator, who was very different from the god of Exodus, Yahweh, is in fact the sculptor god of Memphis, Ptah. Such an artist god as world sculptor is only found in Egypt, cf. Anta as demiurge, breasted, history of Egypt, and only from the Ptah concept in Yahweh did emulation of the world architect and apparent emulation of his cosmic work also arise in a biblical Christian intention. The priestly code of the 5th century, which constitutes the first chapter of the biblical Genesis, retained on this point the story of the creation from the Yahwists of the 8th century, just as the latter retained the cosmogony from Memphis. 731. Babylon, which usually exerted so much influence on biblical myth, definitely only introduced God as an organizer into the Bible, though admittedly as one who now reinforced the Creator to in Yahweh more than ever. The Babylonian imperial god Marduk joined the world founder to as a founder of an order, the excellent cosmic regent joined the excellent cosmic founder, already completing everything flawlessly from the very entrance and beginning of the world, with the separation of the waters of heaven and earth, with the development of the earth. Only now was the entrance of the world, precisely its alleged perfection, which did not seem to need any house on the other side, nor any exodus from that which exists, also posited in the Bible. Only now in the biblical story of the creation did the mud of the Nile, modeled by Ptah, become the waters of the deep. Stars were posited which govern the seasons, separating and ordering determinants of a ruling regional kind entered the work of Ptah, the sequence of the days of the creation. In short, the familiar biblical work of creation arose, with the world architect from Egypt, the organizer from Babylon, a work whose legendary excellence admittedly introduced a semblance of cosmomorphy even into non-pagan architecture. But this excellence is only mentioned once in the Bible, Genesis 1:31, and the work of art of the world itself, that completed by the supreme God, stems precisely from the opposite land in the Bible, from Egypt Babylon. For even Yahweh as God of the Exodus from Egypt stands as an alien measure to the existing world, his Canaan is not the cosmos. All the more hostile, not to say rebellious, is the attitude of the God of Isaiah to the finished cosmos, above all to that with which the Jews are favored on earth, who promises a new heaven and a new earth so that the previous ones, i.e. those of Genesis, are no longer remembered, Isaiah 65:17. And only to this house of the other side, the Canaan which the Exodus was supposed to have in front of it, was non-pagan architecture, as anti-Egypt par excellence, assigned. Even the ancient and hence cosmotheological architectural images in Amos, in the book of Job, and in some of the Psalms are no match for this Exodus conception. They are already surpassed there and then by another hope, another ground plan. Though Amos 9:6 says, "It is he that buildeth his stories in the heaven, and hath founded his troop in the earth." The 104th Psalm praises heaven as a carpet, the earth as a paneled floor, and Job 38:4-6 presents Yahweh as drawing a guideline for the founding of the earth, plants the feet of the earth into foundations, lays a cornerstone for it. The layout of the tabernacle is likewise handed down with a certain analogy to world perfection. The Holy of Holies corresponded to heaven. 732. The outer sanctuary to the earth, the courtyard to the ocean, the seven-armed candlestick to the seven lights of heaven. Even Solomon's temple in the continual numerical details of its proportions and parts recalls the sacred geometry which is familiar from the step temple and pyramid and which still recurs in the astral mythic starry remnants of the heavenly Jerusalem. But all this means as little as the zodiac in the Gothic wheel window or the apparent similarity of the Byzantine dome to that of heaven. The alien element is still subjugated, the palace of Ta is converted into the church of the Exodus. Even the Gnostic emanation of light, which streams into the later, Gothic architectural symbol, is crucially different from the reflection of the universe, and hence from the pantheon in any form. Since it comes in Christian gnosis from the second eon, from the eon of a future world. Thus on the whole this much is certain, the architectural dream of a better world has as its riverbed and mouth, as far as the history of religion is concerned, sun worship in Egyptian terms, Exodus in biblical prophetic terms precisely out of the Egypt of the former world. This cannot be expressed more clearly within this ideology than it was in Maimonides, in a passage on architecture full of historically imminent, and hence relevant ideology of the matter. Maimonides comments on the legend that Abraham chose the western side for his sanctuary on Mount Moriah, and he concludes as follows: the reason for this is that the faith which prevailed in the world at that time was sun worship, that the sun was venerated as a god and therefore all people undoubtedly turned towards the east. That is why Abraham on Mount Moriah, namely at the place where his sanctuary was, turned towards the west, so that he turned his back on the sun. Führer der Unsklusigen 3, Mener, 1924, p. 275. This is a correction made by anti-Egypt, anti-Babylon of the East point in which, even for Columbus, the world was created and the earthly paradise was supposed to lie. But above all in which astral myth was founded, i.e. the myth which ultimately regarded the guiding space of architecture as cosmic geometrical. Whereas within the biblical Christian architectural ideology, chiefly in its architectural symbolism, that direction of the world had to be rejected where the external sun rises, but that direction increasingly chosen where it dies and sets together with the existing world order. From Augustine throughout the Middle Ages and above all in the Gothic period, church architecture is therefore celebrated as a depiction of that other architecture which sought to bear the inscription not of centered order but federative freedom, here conceived as freedom of the children of God. The Gothic style lay radically 733. In this direction, this attempt at a new world structure carved out of rock and stone like a human community. Its architectural image of hope was the water of life, the tree of life, of which the final chapter of the book of Revelation spoke to medieval people. This was then to be the new heaven, but also the new earth, in the anticipating anteroom as which the cathedral was conceived. With the huge moving vertical line of the tower and the pillars, with the painted light from window panes. In the interior, through which a very different world, a Christian world was to emerge for medieval believers. So much, ultimately, for the aspiration to become like stone. Or conversely like the tree of life in the radical fully composed aspect of ancient architecture. The problem is simply how the guiding spaces crystal or tree can still have to function, after the deduction of their religious ideology, as well as after an architecture totally nullified by late capitalism. They always represent alternatives which now almost without religious ideology were abstractly appeased in Greek classicism. But the point is to overcome them in concrete unity. In a clarity which does not destroy the profusion, in a crystal order which does not exclude the freedom of living ornamentation but makes it its content. 2. Building on hollow space. New houses and real clarity. Surgical tongs for delivering babies must be smooth, but sugar tongs certainly must not. Ernst Bloch, Spirit of Utopia, 1918. These days houses in many places look as if they are ready to leave. Although they are unadorned or for this very reason, they express departure. On the inside they are bright and bare like sick rooms, on the outside they seem like boxes on movable rods, but also like ships. They have a flat deck, portholes, a gangway, a deck rail. They have a white and southern glow, as ships they have a mind to disappear. In fact, the sensitivity of Western architecture goes so far that it sensed Hitler's war quite a long time in advance, in a roundabout way, and prepared for it. But even the ship form, which was purely decorative, does not appear real enough to. 734. The motif of escape of most people today in the capitalist world of war. For some time houses have been projected in it without windows, artificially lit and ventilated. Steel through and through, the sum total is an armor-plated house. In general there is an increase, whereas modern architecture when it first arose was fundamentally orientated towards the outdoors, towards sunlight and public life. There is an increase in the need to live in sealed security, at least in housing space. The essential feature with which the new architecture began was openness. It broke the dark stone caves, it opened up fields of vision through light glass walls, but this will towards an adjustment with the outside world was undoubtedly premature. The de-internalization turned into hollowness. The southern pleasure in the outside world did not, at the present sight of the capitalist outside world, turn into happiness. For nothing good happens here in the street, in the sun. The open door, the tremendously opened windows are threatening in the age of growing fascism. The house prefers to become a fortress again, if not a catacomb. The broad window full of nothing but outside world needs an outdoors full of attractive strangers, not full of Nazis. The glass door right down to the floor really requires sunshine to peer and break in, not the Gestapo. Also hardly unconnected with the trenches of the First World War, but above all with the admittedly futile Maginot lines of the Second, was the development of the plan for an underground city as one of security. Thus instead of the skyscraper, projected earth scrapers beckon, shining badgers sets, a rescuing cellar city. Up in the light, though, the less real but decorative escape plan of a flying city appeared, utopianized in Stuttgart, also in Paris. The houses rise in spherical shape on a mast, or they hang as veritable balloons on wire cables. In the latter case the floating buildings seem particularly detached and keen to depart. But even these playful forms merely show that houses as caves on the one hand, on stilts on the other, must be dreamed again. But what if a leap into brightness is nevertheless to be demonstrated on such a basis? Which was in fact attempted in terms of structural engineering, but now with the affirmed uncomfortable desire for nothing but windows and equally stripped clear houses and appliances. Of course, this kind of thing claimed to be a purging of the mustiness of the previous century and its unspeakable decoration. But the longer it went on, the clearer it became that it also remained at the stage of this mere omission. And within the late bourgeois vacuum had to remain there. The longer it went on, the more clearly the motto emerges as an inscription over. 735. The Bauhaus and that which is connected with it. Hurrah, we've run out of ideas. Where a lifestyle is as degenerate as the late bourgeois one, a mere architectural reform can only manage to be no longer disguisedly but deliberately soulless. This is the effect as soon as no third element between plush and steel chair, between post offices in Renaissance style and egg boxes, seizes the imagination anymore. The effect is all the more chilling when it has nothing quiet cornered about it but only the kitsch of light. However clean, namely vacuum clean it may indisputably have intended to be when it started out. Adolf Loos in Europe and Frank Lloyd Wright in America drew the first lines in negation of the epigonic tumor. Wright admittedly also with hatred of the city, one which was partly anarchistic and partly healthy. Dividing up the murderous super-cities into hometowns, into a broadacre city with 10 times as much space for everybody as they are used to having. Conversely, though Le Corbusier praised a high-rise urban housing machine, he epitomizes together with Gropius and also lesser creators of the new objectivity * that part of the art of engineering which claims to be so progressive and which so rapidly stagnates, so rapidly ends up on the scrap heap. That is why for over a generation this phenomenon of steel furniture, concrete cubes, and flat roofs has stood there ahistorically, ultra-modern and boring, ostensibly bold and really trivial, full of hatred towards the alleged flourish of every ornamentation, and yet more schematically entrenched than any stylistic copy in the nasty 19th century ever was. Until it then ended even in France in the proposition of such an eminent architect in concrete as Perret, ornamentation always conceals a structural defect. A would-be classicism, which is almost romantic, is evident here, partly due to the geometrical forms, partly due to the idea that the citizen's first duty is to keep quiet, and partly due to abstract humanity. Le Corbusier's programme La Ville Radieuse everywhere seeks a kind of Greek Paris, les elements urbanistiques constitutifs de la ville, he illustrates by means of the Acropolis a kind of universally human spirit. Le Marbre de Temples porte la voix humaine, but Greece has here become an abstraction as never before, just like the être humain, which is not further differentiated, and to which the structural elements are supposed to refer in a purely functional way. Even the town planning Neue Sachlichkeit, the artistic movement around 1925, which, in contrast to Expressionism, sought to represent objective reality. The urbanistic constitutive elements of the city. The marble of the temples carries the human voice. 736. Of these stalwart functionalists is private, abstract. Because of sheer être humain, the real people in these houses and towns become standardized termites, or, within a housing machine, foreign bodies, still all too organic ones. So remote is all this from real people, from home, contentment, homeland. This is and must be the result as long as an architecture does not concern itself with the ground which is not level. As long as the purity consists of omissions and unimaginativeness, the serenity consists of a head in the sand policy, if not of deception, and the silver sun, which seeks to sparkle everywhere here, is a chromium-plated misery. Everywhere here there is architecture as surface, as an eternally functional one, whereby even in its greatest transparency it reveals no content, no budding and no ornament forming blossoming of a content. Though this abstractness combines excellently with glass, and could be curiously fashioned in it, a vacuum cut in air and light, neo-cosmically out of the void. Thus Bruno taught, a disciple of Scheer-Bart, sketched a house of heaven, cf. The City Crown, 1919. The ground plan consists of 7 triangles, the walls, the ceiling, the floor are made of glass, the lighting makes the house into a colorful star. Precisely in emulation of the Pancosmist Paul Scheer-Bart, who had first universalized glass architecture, the whole earth was ultimately to be converted into crystal. And as an example of the new transparency taught quoted the lines from Claudel's The Tidings Brought to Mary, into the waves of divine light the builder raises with calculated wisdom / the stone skeleton like a filter / and gives the whole edifice the water of a pearl. Numerology along with the most modern materials also found a place in Taut's programs, with the astral element ultimately above colorfulness. Thus the adventure of an Egypt composed of the void arose here, arose in vain. Alongside it again raged a Gothic composed of the void, with rays and pencils of rays without content shooting up like unbridled rockets. Pure functional form and exuberance without any contact are thus dualistic but also complement one another, so that the mechanical style chills and relieves, but the imagination becomes all the more homeless and decays more than ever. Whereas in ancient architecture, the very 3 principles cited by Vitruvius, the Utilitas and the Firmitas, which were never lacking, permeated themselves with the Venustas or imagination and thus ornamented the structure throughout, in detail and as a whole. But in disintegration functional form and imagination no longer combine either, not even when the latter, as in the work of many expressionist painters as painters, not architects, was a monstrous and often significant one. Contact with more than the surrounding Bourgeois void or semi-void was 737. Of course certainly sought, it was mostly called one with the laws of the universe, half in terms of engineering technology, half without any proper rhyme or reason, but however interesting the results in painting and also sculpture may have been, a taut and sheer Barth approach in architecture remained fruitless. Precisely because the latter, far more than the other pictorial arts, is and remains a social creation, it cannot blossom at all in the hollow space of late capitalism. Only the beginnings of another society will make genuine architecture possible again, one both constructively and ornamentally permeated on the basis of its own artistic aspiration. The abstract engineering style never becomes qualitative on any account, despite the catchphrases which its literati pin on it, despite the bogus freshness of modernity with which polished death is administered like the gleam of morning. The technology of today, itself still so very abstract, does not lead us out of the hollow space even as an aesthetically cultivated technology, as an artistic substitute. On the contrary, this hollow space permeates the so-called art of engineering, just as the latter necessarily increases it through its own emptiness. The only significant thing about it is the trend towards departure in these contemporary phenomena of their own accord, the house as ship in fact. Of course, further factors of sudden change are preparing themselves here too, to the same extent as the blossoming new relations to man and nature in a new society are mature and clear enough also to find expression in architectural ground plans and ornaments. Full of heritage, without historicism, especially. As now goes without saying, without the infamous stylistic copies, the gnarled romanticism of the Grunderzeit. In contrast to the extreme box and kitsch, what counts is simply the purification of all surviving sources, the cultivation and riverbed preparation of all rising sources into sculptural abundance. This is preceded by the radical differentiation of architecture from the machine. And even the relatively most interesting aspect of today or yesterday, the utopia of the glass structure, needs forms worthy of transparency. It needs formations which retain man as a question and crystal as an answer still to be mediated, still to be erected. The builder will then perhaps give his work the water of a pearl, but finally also a lost, less transparent cipher, sculptural abundance in nous ornamentation. 738. Town plans, ideal towns, and real clarity again, permeation of crystal with profusion. Combined with others, houses no longer look as if they are ready to leave. The good builder needs groups, squares, a town, and it should no longer need to disappear. It should be planned for the long term. This is a hope of tomorrow, and where the morning is already breaking, of today, but it is as old as architecture itself, remains inscribed in it and self-evident. Town planning is therefore by no means confined to modern times, in fact although it frequently occurs in the latter, even before the last century, it is also oddly thwarted in them. For bourgeois society is of course a calculating one for the sake of profit, but on account of its anarchic economy also a disordered one of economic chance. That is why precisely the industrial towns and the residential areas of the last century, which we owe to the magnanimity of building speculation, are thoughtlessness and planlessness per se. The only uniform thing about them is their dreariness, the stone gorge, the bleak line of streets into the void, the kitsch of their own miserable style or stolen flashy style. The remaining layout, however, is anarchic like the profiteering which underlies it. Whereas precisely the so-called evolved towns of the pre-capitalist period, owing to their more regulated mode of production, by no means arose at random. Clear town plans have come down to us from antiquity, even from the time before Alexander, the rapid founder of towns from the Nile to the Himalayas. Deliberate provision here characterized architects from the start, even amazingly close to social construction. Aristotle thus mentions an architect Hippodamos, in memorable duplication of architectural and political planning, Hippodamos, the son of Euryphon, from Miletus, who invented the division, diaresis, of towns and cut through the Piraeus, was at the same time the first man who, without being a practical statesman, undertook to say something about the best political constitution, Politics 2, Chapter 8. So old therefore is contact between architectural and political planning in general. The said Hippodamos had likewise planned a diaresis on political foundations into purposes of worship, public benefit, and private property, and had almost socially underpinned his building plan. Furthermore, the extravagance of planning was not lacking, which had always been a part of megalomania and which reckoned with its frenzy of building, but in fact it was a mania with a plan and method. Alexander and his master builder Dinocrates dreamed of carving out the entire foothills of 739 Athos into a colossus which could be colonized. In its left hand the mountain statue was to carry a town, in its right a bowl which collects all the rivers of the mountains and pours them into the sea as a classical Niagara. This is an urban fantasy which cannot be matched even in deliberation, not just in extravagance, by any constructive Baroque fantasy of a neo-feudal kind. Town plans, although of a half-geomantic, then astrological order, existed when Augustus caused Rome to be transformed from brick into marble, and when Constantine reconstructed Byzantium into a royal capital. And not least the Middle Ages, claimed by Romanticism and its rehash to be so particularly instinctive, is rich in town planning sui generis. With precise forethought the early medieval settlement was centered on the castle. Colonial towns in southern France and eastern Germany even show a regularly repeated planning. Though it remains true, for all the individualistic contingency which then exploded in the architectural anarchy of the 19th century, that only capitalist calculation, this other side of the commercial society, caused efficient urban utopias to emerge in particularly large numbers. This is in pathetic constructive contrast to the same economic anarchy to which this calculation, as an abstract law above chance, itself belongs. Above all before the French Revolution, when the mass of individual small and middle managers was not yet emancipated, when the manufacturing period posited a general bureaucracy which regulated everything, the anticipated layout was successful, the chessboard, the ring, in short a literal urban mathematics of planning and new foundation. However wildly the cartouche may have bulged out on the individual building, however boldly the group of buildings was orientated towards a winding vegeta, like the ground plan of individual Baroque buildings, the group layout planned by this urban mathematics was also strictly symmetrical. The Garden of Versailles and Descartes reigned here, not Galli Bibbiena. Only the Rococo removed the symmetry. The chessboard layout of a Baroque new foundation like Mannheim, of which Goethe, who otherwise despised the Baroque, could say in Hermann and Dorothea that it was a cheerful and friendly building, stands in an almost non-contemporaneous, almost classical contrast to the organically excessive style of Baroque architecture. This is the same tension as that in the refined discussions of Baroque society itself. What it found most interesting of all were human passions, and only one thing could compete with this, the interest in mathematics. Thus even siege engineers and builders of palaces and churches went together. Many of the most eminent Baroque architects, Hildebrandt, Balthasar Neumann, Welsch, Eosander, came from the field. 740. All contact with the Gothic townscape, with the angularity and deep cozy profusion of old German towns. The attachment no longer provided by capitalist society was to be replaced or even newly modeled by urban geometry. The latter now became the utopia of all modern bourgeois urban construction, as may immediately become apparent even individually from some of its most significant examples. They contain as a whole the contrast to the economy of chance, and in such a way that they increase along with its anarchy, but they also increasingly contain the apologetic endorsement of its alienation and soullessness. They contain in the most felicitous cases, i.e. in the bare program outside the uncovering realization, the problem of an urban crystal behind which concrete order, the order for what, is of course repressed. Or still concealed. So what was definitely sought was to give disorderly life the framework of a clearer life. The earliest design of this kind arose in 1505, it stems from Frajoconduit, the dream city is round, in the middle lies a circular space with domed buildings, from which the streets radiate. In 1593 Scamozzi, the builder of the procurator's offices in St. Mark's Square, projected a regular urban polygon with corresponding gates, equal halves, and quarters. Palma Nuova near Udine was afterwards laid out in this way. With Vasari il Giovane, 1598, the città ideal becomes a combination of rectangular and radial layout. The main square with directional building lies in the middle. 8 radial streets open out from it, with gateways as their goals, and further streets are arranged in a rectangular network. Piranesi, 1720 to 1778, who has been valued for far too long merely as an etcher of Roman ruins, used early classicism to furnish an ideal city, not just in its layout but also in the features of its houses and ornamental figures, with that symmetry which was increasingly lacking in bourgeois society. Soviet Russian architecture even incorporated certain elements and municipal architectural utopias of Piranesi, penseur dans le domaine de l'architecture *. The Soviet architect Sidorov called him, particularly arched halls and the layout of squares, the construction of towers and proportions of height. Probably the oddest designer of future settlements ever to occur in the history of utopian architecture is the French revolutionary architect Ledoux, a man who has only been fully appreciated today. C.F. Kaufmann, From Ledoux to Le Corbusier, 1933. He does not make classicism as imposing as the Empire style did, but he makes it all the more varied. Ledoux, 1736 to 1806, designed the ideal town of Chaz, and with regard from the thinker in the domain of architecture. 742. First to a commune organized according to occupations. Thus the formation of buildings is dispersed into smaller groups and concentrated at the same time. The modern pavilion system appears. Instead of the formation of a city center and an endless periphery, Ledoux plans green spaces everywhere with work centers and within them an eloquent architecture expressing its use. The ideal town contains various types of building corresponding to the occupation of the inhabitant, house of the woodcutter, field watchman, merchant, and so on. It even contains a house of passions, a kind of temple of sexual emancipation, a house to the glory of women, and a house of harmony. But with the geometry and stereometry of these houses a limit is in fact set to the relative dispersal again. Above this dispersal stands the characteristic utopia of order of all modern town plans. The geometrical allegory which Ledoux bestows on his buildings points to this kind of utopia of order, in geometrical terms leading the way, in Egyptian terms leading astray. Thus despite the pavilion system a military geometry reminiscent of Campanella city prevails, and even astrological allusions are not lacking. The woodcutter lives beneath a pyramidal roof, the field watchman in a spherical house depicting the earth, and the ville Nisante as a whole is surrounded by an ellipse corresponding to the orbits of the planets. The pathos of attachment thereby also ultimately surfaces in Ledoux' ideal town. And surprisingly, anticipatorily in the midst of the French Revolution, Ledoux called the builder the rival of God. This is a splendid self-confidence in human creation. But the world which he seeks to form in such a Promethean way fits snugly into the order of a cosmos which is seen as complete, moreover as geometrically complete. Just as Piranesi combined classical motifs with his ideal urban geometry, Ledoux did the same with Masonic Egyptianizing motifs. Their content is admittedly utopian collectivism, but even here it is located in the body of a crystalline, all too crystalline urban utopia. The chiming with the cosmos which arched over the humane architectural purpose and its expression even in Todd, and in Le Corbusier, this secularized astral myth, which was touched upon not only in platitudes but also in the idolatry of a superficial framework, accordingly demonstrates its effectiveness in the urban utopias of the entire modern era. Its effectiveness on mathematical grounds in capitalist calculation, and on sentimental grounds in the feeling of contrast to the growing economic and cultural anarchy. Hence the attraction to crystal as the most obvious contrasting severity, and hence, alongside estimating and calculation, the power of geometry which at least seems to be divested of the rampant human muddle. Most recently though, this 743 has been joined by a particularly defamiliarized motif, in itself the only original and also significantly effective motif in utopian terms of the art of engineering as architecture, or rather of the art of engineering which is responsible for the demise of architecture as a real art and from which it must arise again on the threshold of a more concrete society. What is meant here is the new connection of the old utopia of crystallization with the desire to de-organize. This kind of thing is precisely connected with the abstract technology itself with which the new architecture is so closely involved, and also gives to the crystalline urban utopia de-organization sui generis, one familiar from bordering technological fields. Thus, corresponding to the machine which no longer resembles human beings, there are the house without an aura, the townscape of affirmed lifelessness and remoteness from man, of pencils of rays as such or other imitations of projective geometry. Functionalist architecture reflects and doubles the ice-cold automatic world of the commercial society anyway, of its alienation, of its human beings subject to the division of labor, of its abstract technology. In fact, just as technology may possibly penetrate into the non-Euclidean realm, so architectural space, in so far as it promotes abstract compositions, particularly in glass structures, displays the unmistakable ambition to portray an imaginary space in the empirical one. Expressionism experimented with the problem of producing spatial figures by means of rotating or oscillating bodies, which figures no longer have anything in common with perspective visual space anyhow. An abstract architecture which aspires to be supercubic, as it were, occasionally seeks similarly remote ordered patterns, which do not appear organically or even mesocosmically anymore. Of course, the space of these solids of revolution remains just as Euclidean as every other, and there is a long way to go in architecture, even in terms of symbolic suggestion, as regards so-called an Euclidean pangeometry, cf. Panofsky, Vorträge der Bibliothek Warburg, 1927, p. 330. All that remains important is that the crystalline element predominates in all town plans since the Renaissance, including those of the otherwise so organically magnificent Baroque, seeks cosmic contacts, but also seeks some bold examples of extra-organic remoteness, although, as in technology, still without any material contact, despite all chiming with the cosmos. At those points of course where Expressionism did not merely cast, as it so often did, excesses of pure subjectivity into the empty air, it also experimented with the problem of an object-based expression, which was at the same time profoundly appropriate to the human subject, in highly abstracted forms of work, in an ego crystal forest. 744. More completely and more legitimately, i.e. linked with a still rising bourgeois society, mannerism in the Baroque and against it, Correggio, Tintoretto, El Greco, but also even Michelangelo, not only placed the highest subjectivity of mood and expressive value alongside the harshest boldness of statuary modeling, but drove it into the latter. And today there arises, as has long been ripe for discussion, the vast architectural problem of a Gothic in crystal, as if the entire crystal character in spatial art, instead of ultimately leading merely into an Egyptian clarity of death, were malgré lui a particularly sharply crystallizing humanum. The result, or rather, the problem of the result therefore remains this: how can human profusion in clarity be rebuilt? How can the order of an architectural crystal be permeated with the true tree of life? With humane ornamentation? A synthesis between the architectural utopias of Egypt on the one hand and Gothic on the other is impossible. It would be a silly epigonic fantasy, yet there is an original third element, which has never appeared before, beyond rigidity and exuberance, both in the social structure and in architecture. After all, the strength of Marxism lies precisely in the fact that it posits order to the end that room should be made for human profusion. The contents alternatively arising in all earlier abstract social utopias, subjective freedom, more, or constructed order, campanella, are in Marxism not synthesized, but rather productively mediated and thus cancelled and raised into a third element, the constructed realm of freedom itself. Even with respect to the ordered patterns of nature, Marxism is far removed from subjectless undialectical depictiveness, and hence from any chiming with the cosmos. The concrete tendency is instead a humanization of nature. Thus the spatial art of a classless society will hardly remain abstract crystalline, as a contrast to economic anarchy, which will have disappeared anyway. Even in the old town plans, in Piranesi, in Ledoux, a spatial premonition occasionally appears, a totally new though classically encapsulated one, which leaves the abstract or deserted crystal form far behind it. Non-formalistic glass sculpture and glass architecture likewise occasionally extends, as noted above, into unfamiliar architectural form, spatial form. This presses forward within it, strange curves and stereometries press forward within it, in an ostensibly cosmic but in reality human expression. A human form of anticipation begins here in the midst of crystal, perhaps by means of it, but right through it. It begins with extroversion to the cosmos, but bending it back into the lineament of a homeland. Architecture as a whole is and remains an attempt to produce a human homeland, from the sedate residential purpose to the manifestation of a more beautiful world in 745. Proportion and ornamentation. According to Hegel's true and not merely idealistic definition, architecture sees it as its task to work inorganic nature into such a shape that it becomes allied to the mind as an artistically valid outside world. The mind, in other words, the human subject, which is itself still in search of that which can be called allied to it, this phenomenon always develops in various societies different angles, arches, domes, towers of an earth concentrated towards man. The architectural utopia is thus the beginning and the end of a geographical utopia itself, of all this searching for precious stones in the drews of the earth, of the dreams of an earthly paradise. Great architecture sought to stand as a whole like a constructed Arcadia and more. And if it brought something lamentable, tragic mysteries with it, as in the Gothic period, then this was only in order to contribute it to the difficult harmony. The wealth was enormous, drawn from a few basic elements. The alternative was enormous between a pillared hall in Carnac and Sainte-Chapelle in Paris, between our image of homeland in stone on the one hand, in strut frames and an influx of light on the other. But a protective sphere, a homeland built in advance, this is what the outlines of a better world suggest as far as its actual construction in architecture is concerned. The aesthetic form emerges here, as an encompassing one, so that all other pictorial forms have room and classification within it, the paintings on the wall, the sculpture in the niche. The encompassing element furnishes a homeland or touches on it. All great buildings were sui generis built into the utopia, the anticipation of a space adequate to man. and the thus erected humanum, transposed to strictly significant spatial form, is as a task both migration from the organic and humane into crystal, and above all permeation of the crystalline with the buoyancy developed within it, humanum and profusion. When the conditions for the order of freedom are no longer partial, the path finally becomes open again towards the unity of physical construction and organic ornamentation, towards the gift of ornamentation. It becomes open in reality for the first time, without Egypt on the one hand, Gothic on the other, i.e. that which is thus described as crystal or tree of life, having to be alternated over and over again, mixed or envied in isolation. The crystal is the framework, indeed the horizon of repose, but the ornamentation of the human tree of life is the only real content of this encompassing repose and clarity. The better world, which the grand architectural style expresses and depicts in an anticipatory fashion, thus consists very unmythically, as the real task vivis ex lapidibus, of the stones of life. 746. 39 El Dorado and Eden, the geographical utopias. The way the earth is now. The earth need not remain. To spur it again. Search, till you know. Brecht. It seems so natural to man to cross the limits of space with his imagination, to sense a something beyond the horizon where the sea meets the sky, that even in the age when the earth was still regarded as a flat disk or one which was only slightly concave on the surface, people could be led to believe that beyond the cordon formed by the Homeric ocean there was another dwelling for mankind, another ecumene, just like the Lokaloka of Indian myth, a ring of mountains which is supposed to lie beyond the seventh sea. A.V. Humboldt. For the Lord thy God bringeth thee into a good land, a land of brooks of water, of fountains and depths that spring out of valleys and hills. A land of wheat, and barley, and vines, and fig trees, and pomegranates. A land of oil, olive, and honey. Deuteronomy 8, 7f. The first lights. It is easy to wish we were far away from a bad place. But the road out of it is less obvious, it must first be laid. The level terrain which stretches away on all sides is just as difficult for the right path as the mountainous terrain which blocks it off externally. That is why we lose our way, one of the bitterest situations and a strange one at that. It lies in the extension of wanting which lacks or as yet lacks ability, of the bud which never properly bursts into bloom. The man who has lost his way stands between the permanent wish and the impermanent or elusive path. But the danger in which the traveler is placed by losing his way, the danger of death, is also the toll he pays for the new. It is paid wherever anything new is sparked out of the darkness, the march there is decidedly away from the comfort of our bed. Security becomes all the more negligible, the more the familiar span of sensory perception decreases. But how significant the first light is then, how reassuring beyond all previous measure. The desert, 747, has not swallowed us up. Things we have never seen before, which on the wrong path had frightened us, become downright enjoyable on the right path, the one made right. The instinctive desires for loot and for marvels here astonishingly often merged or went hand in hand. The earth in the distance becomes Indian, it rises fantastically beyond the habitual world. The sail releases us from the mainland, and makes the high seas navigable. Things are not only to be invented but also discovered. An extremely substantial dream now sends men out to this end. Inventing and discovering. Characteristic of geographical hope. If things are not only to be invented but also discovered, what is the leap between the two? It consists in the fact that the one changes things and intervenes in them, whereas the other merely seems to find them and to show them. The ship that arrives on a completely foreign shore definitely has not formed it. Consequently it seems as if the series of actual plans for construction, medical, social, and technological, is interrupted here. In geographical terms, the inventor is only found as a liar, at most. In the amiable figure of Munchausen, but not as the maker of something that has never been before. Perhaps in the long run Munchausen came to believe he had seen the countries he sets foot in, by repeating the stories over and over again. They themselves did not see him. They are not improved by the dreams which are attached to them, they do not contain the questionable character, but also one worth questioning, of the abstract fairytale of an ideal state. Discovering, on the other hand, does not seem to contain any dream at all any more, unless it is one which is immediately corrected by the so-called facts. But the discoverer adopts a purely contemplative attitude. Invention is the act whereby something new is made, glass, porcelain, gunpowder. Discovery is the act whereby something new is found, America, Uranus. Which is only new for the subject arriving on the scene. Of course the inventor mostly presupposes the discoverer, but he does not remain contemplative like the latter, whom we also call an explorer. This is also why the word explorer has equally been applied to those who cross Africa or travel to the North Pole and to theorists, natural scientists, even Goethe scholars, who are responsible or seem to be responsible for taking things as they are. So discovering also seems to be. The German word Forscher employed by Bloch in these instances can mean both explorer and researcher. 748. Methodically synonymous with uncovering, with removing the cover, and beneath this cover there then lie the findings for the mapping out of an allegedly fixed being. A strenuous counter-example to the inventor or homo faber has finally even been supplied by phenomenology à la Skeeler, and in fact because of the purely accepting element in this phenomenology in favor of the explorer or discoverer, as the epitome of the homo contemplativus. Here the difference between inventor and discoverer is frankly stated to be one between modern and medieval disposition. Further still, an attempt is made to explain it by a process as remote from inventing or discovering as that of election. When the modern homo faber elects a member of parliament or president, it is only the votes of the majority that make them so. They are created, electing is here producing. Whereas when the German king was elected by a majority of freemen, and then of the electors, he was not created, at least according to the fiction and also the ideology, but he is merely found out and revealed as an already existing secret king. Electing is here discovering. And this is also the way, mutatis mutandis, the phenomenologist as discoverer wants to keep things. Essential objects are viewed singly and thus presented to the mind. The only active element here is the selection, which emphasizes parts, sides, factors of overall objective reality for attention or not, as the case may be. This is a strange epistemology, an utterly reactionary one, directed against changing the world, but one which underlines the difference between invention and discovery, or finding, through its hatred of all acts of intervention and new formation. The discoverer therefore appears inactive all along the line, he seems as contemplative as he does conservative, in contrast to the inventor. And there is also undoubtedly a sharpness of contrast in the average bourgeois consciousness as soon as it thinks about the disposition of an Edison, say, or about the disposition of a traveler to the North Pole. Despite the fact that, as mentioned above, the inventor mostly presupposes the discoverer, indeed that an inventing which is ignorant of existing circumstances and laws before it overturns them will remain fruitless, or at best will only reach its goal by chance, and then not the one intended. Despite the instructive ambivalence which is already present in linguistic usage, when it recognizes not only a geographical discoverer, that is, a discoverer of something that has long existed, but also a discoverer of artificial indigo or of salvarsan *, also despite that existence which, as it belongs to a world capable of change and by no means static, very often arsenical compound for the treatment of syphilis. 749. prevents its discoverer from remaining a passive world eye. Nevertheless, a difference between invention and discovery, indeed between the Homo faber as ultimate world destroyer and the Homo contemplativus as ultimate world revealer, was transformed into an absolute rift. Thus, to return to the most typical manifestation of the discoverer, geographical utopia certainly seems at first sight as if it was not homogeneous with the medical, social, and technological utopias. But this is an illusion, because discovering definitely wants and is able to change things. Even the obsession with profit, the curiosity about unknown distant lands drive us off into the realm of the unfamiliar. Even on a gentle jumi, a gleam appears and lures us on, a gleam which certainly did not lie on the familiar road or is merely for inspection. All previous values in life are changed by discovery, at least for the traveler, and then for the group or the country which sends him out. The earliest changes towards a better life occurred, even for the consumers, not only through the inventions at home but through their exchange over incredibly long distances, and therefore through routes discovered for world trade. The shells of a type of snail which is only found on the Mediterranean turn up in rock tombs of around 8000 BC near Nordlingen. Cowrie shells from the Indian Ocean in graves of around 1000 BC on the Baltic coast of Germany. The Hallstatt culture, which flourished in the Salzkammergut between 1500 and 500 BC, obtained both northern amber and African ivory in exchange for salt and combined both on pieces of jewelry. The earliest discoverer was probably the trader, and therefore not a contemplative type. Phoenician merchants ventured out the furthest. All discovery contains as its first, if not its only stimulus, the elimination of intermediate trade which makes everything dearer, and therefore finding a direct route for oneself, as well as finding totally new commodities. When Columbus sailed for India, he even had a real Eden in mind. It is not surprising, from this point of view, that discoveries brought dreams with them, just as strongly as changes. Though the goal appears as something which already actually exists, and its content, gold, silver, tin, amber, ivory, and so on, even the fabulous things it expects, the all-surpassing marvel of distant lands, only has to be fetched. But does not health, the medical goal content, also seem to be a buried existing possession which merely has to be restored? Does not the happy island stand fixed on the horizon even in social utopias, by no means only as a fiction but, at least in older utopias, as an existing remote land of happiness which can even be discovered at home at any moment, as soon as the obstacles are cleared away? Did not even 750 technological dreams have their chambers of the edifice of nature in whose existence they believed and which were only waiting to be entered? Did not such an intense experimental system as alchemy have an existing and merely hidden golden essence in mind, which only had to be conducted out of its prison of lead? In all these instances a kind of waiting existence is intended, and it defines the type of the older utopia, as noted above, without it thereby ceasing to be a utopia. Even the more modern utopia, for all its rejection of what is essentially already real and thus pre-ordered, does not operate in a vacuum but wholly in a space full of the real possible. Concrete technological utopia in particular is, as noted above, not parthenogenetic but seeks to deliver nature of creations which lie as possibilities in her womb. Thus, discovery, even in its geographical form, is nowhere directly opposed to invention. A familiar utopian structure runs through them both. In fact, just as an already fixed an ontological positing of perfection is hardly consistent with utopian consciousness, such a positing is mythological, not utopian. A discovering factor must just as certainly be at work in every utopia if it does not want to be a chimera in another, abstract fashion, a factor which is mediated with the objectively discoverable and not merely the producible. The element that is thus discoverable is, in concrete utopia, admittedly not a buried existence or a remote existence in the sense that even without the man who arrives on the scene it is actually already reality and fully complete. But rather the discoverable element in every concrete utopia concerns a future existence, one of the legitimate tendency, one of the latent goal content in objective real possibility. And the geographical utopias were eminently those of the New Road. The new commodities and goods, especially of such an extreme dream content as the finding and unlocking of an Eden. In this respect every other utopian intention is even indebted to that of the geographical discoveries. For each of them has at the center of its positive hopes the topos, land of gold, land of happiness. It allows each of them to be called an embarkation for Cythera, an expedition to Utopia, an experiment of the New World. Wholly geographically, wholly with the will of Columbus. Ship. Even if discovering does outweigh inventing and developing in the geographical utopias, or at any rate outweighs them far more than in the social and technological, and also architectural utopias, and therefore in those voyages of discovery where man first leads a country out of a real possible condition into an actual one. But then, if the geographical utopias have a more modest appearance, that of discovering what already exists, it is precisely this which, instead of being modest, has a quite specially daring reason. It is 751. The same one which unites medical utopias, in this respect, with geographical ones, i.e. health as a merely buried possession in the former with El Dorado Eden as a merely hidden remote one in the latter. It turns out in the end that the alleged existence of these two goal contents even indicates quite extremely utopian intentions in both fields. Simply to want to find lost health, simply to want to reach hidden countries, these only seem a modest utopian ambition. For precisely behind this modesty, behind that of the obstacles or distances which are merely cleared away, a basic utopia is at work which is much too fantastic to manifest itself as openly as the social or technological utopias. It is namely as follows. The basis of the medical wishful dream contains the abolition of death, the basis of the geographical one contains nothing less, namely the finding of magical central goods like the golden fleece, indeed the finding of the earthly paradise itself. It was still supposed to exist somewhere, gold and blessings poured from it onto the countries around it, and thus the basic material purpose of the voyage of discovery was very often, immediately, and quite tonishingly inflated to the highest degree. Substructure and superstructure are also so indistinguishably cross-connected here that it is impossible to know where El Dorado ends and Eden begins or vice versa. Columbus at any rate firmly believed that the islands he had discovered were those of the Hesperides and that Eden lay hidden beyond the country around the mouth of the Orinoco. And this surpassing basic goal, once it was believed to have been attained, gave such totally different values to the world that it was fundamentally wrenched out of its old status. Columbus even speaks of the new heaven and the new earth which had been attained by him. Expedition was secession, an exodus out of the old into the new, not just an extension of the mother country or the stationary supplement of an unknown to the known. Apart from economic motives and inherent in them, of which more will be said later, there was a fantastic superstructure of paradise on earth here, which for its part activated people and was anything but contemplative. Otherwise it would have been impossible for the discoverer, and particularly Columbus, to have been virtually substituted as a witness and emblem for ars inveniendi. In alchemical works of the 17th century, Columbus is the master who sailed out beyond the Pillars of Hercules to the golden gardens of the Hesperides. He stands for the alchemical journey, for the magus who seeks paradise in the curse of the earth. Even in the 18th century, Golden America appears under this aspect on alchemical title pages, as much invention as discovery, and even wholly outside these fantastic delusions or fantasies, the Pillars of Hercules, with 752 The plus ultra provided Bacon with a metaphor. They even formed the frontispiece of his book Novum Organum as the pillars which were sailed beyond. Likewise, discovering is itself actively utopian. It not only lifts its object out of our ignorance but where necessary also out of the twilight of its own unmediatedness and unexposure. The specifically geographical discoverer is contemplative only in so far as he gives up action at the final point, as soon as he thinks he has found it. In the accomplishment of geographical utopias, action is replaced by a phenomenon which has previously been lacking in all the others, namely arrival. When Columbus thought he had set foot in India, on the very side where it seemed to him to he closest to the earthly paradise, the utopian active intention veered round accordingly. It seemed on the threshold of fulfillment. This does not prevent the most powerful image of distant lands hovering in the mind at the beginning of the journey as well as during it, an image which reached into activity more forcefully than any other. Wherever a journey to the earthly paradise provided the most expectantly stimulating illusion and idea, with Marco Polo and especially with Columbus, discovery is a centrally utopian venture. That is also why the ages of discovery, from Alexander to Columbus, made such a homogeneous contribution to the social utopias. It goes far beyond the fable of investiture. All in all then, the business of human hopes possesses its own horizon in the horizon of the great voyages of discovery. The earth has indeed become fairly familiar, but the El Dorado which Jason and Columbus had in mind is yet to be found. Fairy tales again, the Golden Fleece and the Grail. It is not surprising that here too the fiery owl is much on the wing. Lunatics talk of a land at the other end of the world and wish themselves fabulously into it. Very old images like this often circulate in the same delusion. They then always seem as if they came from foreign parts. The surroundings of the lunatic are then not only moved by superstition but carried away over a long distance. Flowing water is crazily moved by a hand which did not grow here. There is the northern storm hopper, the dog of the south with its motionless head. But a really healthy old Bavarian folk superstition makes even the echo unfamiliar and magical. It was regarded as a special, and as it were particularly clever type of rock which catches the sound and imitates it. This rock and related things are now at work far down in the ravines, strikingly reminiscent of the marvels of the old. 753. Sailors' yarns. These two show horror and temptation together. Above all they show knowledge of treasures which are only to be found in distant lands. These fairy tales include the bird rock, polyphemus, and dragon-like serpents, krakens as big as an island, countless land and sea marvels. But they also include the Valley of Diamonds, which are picked up by Sinbad the Sailor. There is a wonderful forest on Wak-Wak, the most easterly magic island, where supernatural girls adorned with all charms grow out of big flowers. The earth here always has its summer only in distant lands. The best fruits are cooked up there. The nautical yarn paves the fantastic way to them and is itself the most fantastic of all fairy tales. An enormous fairground booth, with nothing but the South Seas inside. Nowhere has the fairy tale mingled so easily with credited reports as in travel sketches and images of distant lands. Geography is the region where absolutely everything was regarded as possible. Thus there is not merely a connection transcending time and space between Sinbad, Odysseus, and Herzog Ernst, the man who allegedly traveled through Asia. There is also one between Odysseus and the world fairy tales to be found in great geographers like Pliny and Pomponius Mela, in encyclopedists like Isidore of Seville or Beauvais. A fake like Sir John Mandeville's fictitious journey round the world, around 1355, strengthened its claims to credibility not least by a number of well-established fabulous stories, especially about India and China, which the knight claims to have seen and experienced for himself. Since the world has few blank areas to show any more The geographical fairytale is left with the underground realm, the treasure cave, or the realm completely above ground, outer space. The familiar realm moves in that direction. Thus Jules Verne dreamed as a boy that the island of Tidot near Nantes, on which his parents' house stood, had been washed away by the waves and that he could sail on it far out across all the oceans of the world, with sails between the trees. In the coal portages of Kurt Laswitz, which followed those of Jules Verne, the foreign parts so sorely missed even come floating along in interplanetary guise. As in the Columbus story about the other side, on 2 planets, Martians land at the North Pole, cancel gravitation at will. As in the astrophysical report, Stardew, the plant from Neptune's moon. The discovery of the Indochinese Spice Islands also once had a plant in mind, although a considerably more profitable one, which did not grow in one's own country. Indeed, all geographical dreams of distant lands circled around the treasure which is lacking in the familiar world. As noted above, people believed they would find strange, useful things. 754. Even at home. But only because their own country was still eerie itself. It had a lot of blank areas. There, ravines or mountains, and deserted houses were not only haunted by the dead and other visitors from beyond the grave, but the wishing purses and wishing dice, the breeding pennies and lucky shillings were also to be found there. One of the most charming fairy tales by Musaz, The Treasure Hunter, is devoted to the mandrake which is said to open all locks. It grows in the most inaccessible spots deep in the forest. But the conjuring books were wishing purses and mandrakes in lit Eris, they too were hidden somewhere in forgotten vaults or, which amounts to the same thing here, brought over from Oriental monasteries, from a long way off. The preface to one of the most famous of these books, the Liber Secretus, from the 13th century, reads as if it brought a piece of Oriental Faust into one's own home. This is the book by which one can see God in this life. This is the book by which one can see hell and purgatory without death. This is the book by which every creature can be subjected except the 9 orders of angels. This is the book by which all science can be learned. C.F. Thorndike, A History of Magic and Experimental Science, 1928, 2, p. 285. The so-called God-given writings are of a similar order, as a fiction which set thousands of seekers in motion and legitimate several hallucinating lucky finders in the eyes of their believers. As was finally the case with the founder of the Mormon sect, the discoverer of hermetically written gold plates from Canaan in a hill near New York. Late antiquity already provided the symbols for proven delusory colonial produce. A document falls from the sky or is washed up on the coast as flotsam and jetsam, or is found in the coffin of a distinguished figure, that of Cleopatra or Cyrus for instance. Typical in such documents is the warning not to give them to the ignorant and uninitiated, but also typical is the belief that the heavenly powers which sent the book from a fantastic distance lead the worthiest person to find it. And the hiding place at home thus becomes the same, in its chthonic subterranean form, as exotic remoteness and distance are in Uranian form. But of course, despite wishing purses and falling or immured God-given writings, the 2 most glittering wishful possessions which now appear, the Golden Fleece and the Grail, were conceived solely in terms of exoticism. They occur solely as these distant treasures in fairytale and legend, as the most famous of all, and a part of their fame is precisely the long and difficult journey to find them, the call to go in search of this paragon of all marvelous things. In fact, since the voyage of the Argonauts, a very old fable, the belief becomes typical that the best thing 755 of this kind is not only a very long way away, but its exotic wishful dream treasure itself awaits discoverers who have come from a long way off. The Golden Fleece hangs in Colchis, a remote spot on Greek soil. The Christian Grail is even hidden in such a removed somewhere that the only person who will find it is the one whom they Grail itself leads to its hiding place. The fleece and the grail are accordingly high symbols of the sun, no longer chthonic subterranean ones. The fleece is admittedly guarded by a creature from the underworld, the dragon, yet it hangs visibly beneath the sky, on an oak tree. The grail is admittedly always veiled and surrounded by the heaviest taboos, yet it floats freely in the air itself like the stars, an El Dorado as a chalice and foaming inside, a fragment of light par excellence. In contrast to wishing, purses and mandrakes, underground treasure hunting and immured marvels, the purely astral origin of the myth of the fleece and the grail also points to this Uranian expanse. After all, the fleece was originally the brilliant glow which surrounds the hero and which grants him victory. The grail especially, in its astral mythical origin, long before its Christian interpretation, is the source and magic cauldron of daylight itself, the sun in other words. But it must be peeled and extracted from the clouds. Indra in Indian myth and Thor in Germanic myth were the heroes who conquered the cauldron of the sun with their lance of thunder. Only later did it become the Christian symbol of the bowl in which Joseph of Arimathea caught the Saviour's blood, that other hot drink from the other sun. And it is no longer conquering gods, not even, as with the fleece, the warlike Jason, but the quiet Sunday's child Perceval who is on his way to the utopia of the chalice of the Grail. To the same one, incidentally, which also appears in Hoffmann's fairytale about the golden pot. And there too the realm to which the magic cauldron belongs and which it pours out lies far away in Atlantis. Thus, ultimately, all treasures which send people off on their travels are horizontally distant ones and do not lie vertically beneath their feet in the ground at home. They were admittedly thought to exist, yet at the same time they were regarded as so remote that they were also mythologically accorded the virginity of something as yet unseized, and hence of something which does not yet exist in all its glory. This is so both in fairytale and legend as well as in the intention of the ostensibly so very different voyages of discovery. These two are treasure hunting, as we know, but they have the characteristic of a horizontal treasure hunting, and the characteristic which is already seen in the myths which preceded them, precisely that of being an extraordinary blend of El Dorado and Eden. 756. Of substructure in the superstructure as it were, of superstructure in the substructure. People dug for the treasure itself now in a westerly, now in an easterly direction. Until the spherical shape of the earth was discovered and made it a matter of indifference which direction they steered in, but, whether they were lured by the golden apples of the Hesperides to the west or, as was mostly the case, by the marvels of India to the east, the strange unity of gold and fleece, gold and grail, gold and paradise always remained operative. Both the legendary dream journeys and those that were actually carried out used it as a navigational guide, in the hope of loot and marvels all at once. Island of the Phaeacians, the bad Atlantic, location of the earthly paradise. It is noticeable that fear is particularly closely related to happiness here. The Greeks placed almost all their fabled carefree regions next to equally terrible ones. Monsters lurk in front of fragrant groves, there are dangerous waters around the island of the Phaeacians and that of the blessed. Particularly around the latter, beyond the Pillars of Hercules there lies the notorious Mare Coagulaturn, the curdled sea. The crafty Phoenicians made powerful use of the terror of the Atlantic, so that foreign traders were deterred from traveling to the English tin mines. They themselves are known not to have cared about the curdled sea, nor even about claims concerning a perpetual calm, yet the legend of the unnavigable Western Ocean persisted for hundreds and thousands of years. It joined the other unusually gloomy sea legends of Greece, those of the Sirens, the coiling Echidna, the howling Scylla, and surpassed these sea monsters, which were localized in any case, in vagueness and invisibility. The crafty Phoenicians only exploited this horror of the West anyway, it was not a new invention. Mere business lies from Tyre would not have remained plausible for so long. Instead, Punic cunning resorted to a very old astral archetype and superimposed itself on it. Death dwells in the west, where the sun goes down. The underworld is there, as is the heathen Golgotha, and the sun god meets his end there. Babylonian myth speaks of the west as the nocturnal sea prison of the sun. And according to a Syrian version of the Hercules legend, Hercules died at the very spot where he had erected his 2 pillars. This kind of thing in fact lived on even in the case of myths that were extinct, assumed a scientific disguise if necessary, and fortified itself with actual 757 observations, with greatly exaggerated ones. There were fields of seaweed west of the Azores. In fact, Columbus noticed them, but for Plato, Aristotle and Theophrastus the entire Atlantic became a sea of mud, governed by perpetual night. There was also the fear of a giant whirlpool, which was said to have its gullet somewhere out in the ocean and which seemed to cause the ebb and flow of the tides that the Greeks and Romans found so uncanny. The legend of the Sea of Mud and Darkness was so tenacious that it even deterred the Arabs and their commercial capital, in an almost incomprehensible fashion, from sailing the Atlantic. The Greeks and Romans were no great seafarers, but the Arabs certainly were. The terrors of the sea did not usually deter them, they served instead, as the tale of Sinbad shows, to add spice to their courage, success, and recollections. Yet the same Arabs who get to know the Indian Ocean, and the marginal seas of the Pacific on voyages by no means confined to the coast, and who even got as far as the Philippines, did not even venture out onto the Atlantic Ocean as far as the Azores, Madeira, the Canary Islands, which were all discovered or rediscovered in the end by the Portuguese. Despite possessing its Spanish and Moroccan coastline, the great Arab geographer Idrisi drew up a world map on silver around 1150. The Niger is known to him and the island of Borneo, but on the West African coast his knowledge does not extend beyond South Morocco for reasons stated above. And Idrisi does not dispel the Greek fables, for instance, but he adds new ones. The waters of the Atlantic give off a noxious stench, they contain a vast number of invisible reefs and also demonic islands. It was said of one of them, Satanaxoi by name, that a giant fist reached out of the depths of the ocean every day and dragged down the ships. For Idrisi this is part of a geography of hell, right beside the Isles of the Blessed, which were likewise said to lie in the Western Sea, and in spite of them, not least, the Arabs warned of the plus ultra in the west through a very curious fable of their own, through the old fable of the statue. A mysterious statue is said to stand on an island of the Atlantic, with its right arm raised in warning, and written on the base are the words, "Beyond me there are no more countries to be explored." Ibn Khordadbeh, geographer and general postmaster of the Caliphate in Baghdad, first tells of this inscription, in the 9th century. Idrisi canonized the fable. According to him there are even 6 of these statues, and they all point a warning finger at the desolate expanse beyond them. The fable itself may stem from the embellished, and in this case carved pillars of Hercules, which Pindar mentions, in the 3rd Nemean Ode, where they already bear the inscription, non plus ultra. This strange 758 frontier sculpture, very much against tradition, was also even transferred to the Indian Ocean. Cf. the bronze horseman in the tale of the magnetic mountain in the Arabian Nights, though admittedly it only marks the eastern geographical boundary of the world, without any taboo behind it. Thus the main station of the bronze horseman is and remains in the Atlantic, only there was the outstretched arm interpreted as a warning, not as a challenge or signpost, for example. And although the gardens of the Hesperides also lie in the same sea of darkness according to Idrisi, that did not make the darkness any more interesting or dialectical. And the fable of the dangerous Atlantic Ocean persisted up to the time of Columbus, it was one of the strongest objections to the Western Sea route to the wonderland of India. For it seemed unthinkable that such disfavor was placed before those marvels. The Greeks also failed to make any connection between the taboo of deterrence and the Isles of the Blessed, as dialectically elementary as this is, and as often not to say, as essentially as it was established precisely in Topics of Paradise. Scheria, Homer's Island of the Phaeacians, lies untouched in the same sea where Scylla howls. Nobody reflected that the same pillars of Hercules on which the non plus ultra stands were called the Pillars of Saturn in the most ancient days of Greece, and were thus named after the god of the Golden Age. Hence the horror of the West was not illuminated by the earthly paradises within it, and the taboo of the statue did not tempt any Arab to break it. It was in vain that the Black Death ship of the Phaeacians and the radiance of Scheria both lay in the same place. Truly a fight streamed out, like sunshine or moonlight through the high dwelling of the illustrious ruler, Alcinous, OD. 7, 84f. It was in vain that even the astral myth of the dying sun, from which the horror of the West ultimately stemmed, contained its own Hesperidean light apart from the darkness. Gilgamesh, Hercules hasten with the sun beyond its setting, in order to gain immortality at the point where the sun rises afresh. But such a connection between the Sea of Mud and the island of the Hesperides only became fruitful in the Christian world. For only the Christian geographical legend and utopia believed it, knew why the earthly paradise is kept unenterable, and the fact that it was unenterable was stressed geographically. A function now appears: Eden lies behind a cordon of terrors. The cordon full of terrors lies around Eden. The horror of the Atlantic was therefore interpreted differently by Church Fathers than it was by Arabs. It was connected with the cherub's sword. And he did in fact prevent anyone from entering Eden, but not from approaching it. Clemens of Alexandria, Stromata v., was the first to link 759. Darkness and masses of seaweed with the forbidden entrance to the earthly paradise, thought to be on the south side of the earth. Most of the other Church Fathers adopted this. Only then was a dialectical relationship introduced into the sea of darkness, and above all an attraction which broke the barrier and the statue. Much else combined to produce the dream of the rich lost land. Of the land beneath a happy latitude, and to which legend and hope are mutually directed. It is not just a question of fetching a golden fleece from it with the remainder being left behind as immaterial, as a barbarous shore. The goal is rather a complete happy island or a land of happiness in absoluto, without any unwanted remainder. In one of these utopian accounts the usually so distant land of wine or land of milk and honey has even materialized astonishingly close at hand, in the account of Canaan. The promised land is here represented as thoroughly defined and present in geographical terms. It waits beyond the desert in assured, if unexplored splendor. And it seems, after the scouts had brought the grape back with them, like a second earthly paradise after the first one that was lost. In fact, for the children of Israel in those days it was the first one itself, for the detailed myth of the Garden of Eden, at the beginning of history, only reached them at all in Canaan itself, from Babylonian sources. Thus Canaan tangibly appears on the earth, not yet as the Garden of Eden, but as the spot where one is closer to heaven than usual. And a connection was also developed there which was added to the realm of happiness, the connection of Eden, the geographical wishful realm of happiness, with the wishful age in which it is attained. This was the messianic connection. Only at the end of history does Canaan appear complete, with Mount Zion in the middle. Time itself is the possible ship to paradise regained. Of course, happiness was already there in the beginning. For the Greeks in the form of the Golden Age, in the Bible as the original sinless state in Eden. But both are lost, and therefore are only approaching again from the future, above all in the very spirit of messianism which is not to be found among the Greeks, and is only an episode with the Romans, as in the prophecy of the divine child in Virgil, but in the Bible is endowed with total power over time. And this biblical wishful age flows out into the wishful dream of an absolute kind. At the end of time the earthly paradise is open again. It appears again and can be entered because the New Jerusalem descends to earth, Revelation 21:2, yet only at the end of time. Meanwhile, of course, the first paradise, the actual Garden of Eden, has remained totally intact on earth, and although entry is forbidden. 760. The search for its location, and the sojourn in its external surroundings are Christian and permitted. This belief that the earthly paradise still exists somewhere, that its vicinity and neighborhood can be entered without breaking the divine commandment, was always active in the medieval expeditions. And Genesis itself was regarded as the guide, since it names rivers which do not circle in paradise for instance but issue from it into parts of the rest of the earth which are actually named. These are the Pison, the Gihon, which flows around Ethiopia, the Hidkel, which flows outside Assyria, and then the Euphrates, Genesis 2:11-14 for the legendary Utopian geography of the Middle Ages. All these waters still had to bring the blessings of paradise with them somewhere and spread them over fallen creation. In other ways, too, Eden was seen as the archetype of a magic garden, which inexorably spreads a fragrance and radiance across its boundaries. The Alexander of the French and German romances of Alexander the Great stood before the wall of this garden in India, smelt its fragrant scents, glimpsed its radiance through fleeting openings, and strove in vain to conquer Eden. The effect of these romances, beginning with the imaginary biography of Alexander by Pseudo-Callisthenes around 200 AD, can never be overestimated. Alexander, India, paradise, these three huge concepts firmly shored each other up. And the medieval encyclopedias, the Speculum Naturale Doctrinal, Historiale of Vincent de Beauvais, the Imago Mundi of Pierre d'Ailly, which decisively influenced Columbus, all these books kept the conviction alive that there was still an enclave of unfallen nature on earth. The Church had left the question of determining the location of this enclave open, and had likewise given a free rein to reveries or speculations about its content. The only thing that was generally agreed was that the earthly paradise lay in the east, in accordance with Genesis 2:8. And the Lord God planted a garden eastward in Eden. Even the first sentence of the Bible, in the beginning, Bereshith, God created the heaven and the earth, was used as evidence of the eastern location of paradise. For the word Bereshith was taken to be able to mean not merely in the beginning but also in the Orient. Speculation was divided as to whether this east was to be sought in the northern or southern hemisphere. All that was certain in both cases was a connection with Canaan, with Jerusalem as the fixing point. And this point of connection given in the Bible even dislodged the classical tradition, according to which the Isles of the Blessed lay in the Atlantic instead. Rather, the Western tradition, together with the dialectical fear of the Atlantic, was blended with an Eastern Jerusalem, particularly after the discovery of the spherical shape of the 761 Earth, and thus subsumed under the Eastern Utopia. The famous Mappa Mundi in Hereford Cathedral, drawn up at the end of the 13th century, shows the earthly paradise on the meridian of Jerusalem. Dante, who assumed the spherical shape of the earth, even transferred it to the antipodes of Jerusalem, to the South Seas. This fitted in well with classical speculations about a large counter-earth in the south. Aristotle had taught it, Meteorology 2:5, the Roman geographer Pomponius Mela spoke of an alter orbis beyond the ocean which separates north and south, and Cicero, Somnium Sapiens, cap 6, likewise counts two habitable zones, singuli, of which the still unknown southern one must conceal innumerable marvels. For Aristotle, as for Edrisi, the southern part of the earth was admittedly uninhabited, although it consisted of dry land, whereas Albertus Magnus, exactly like Cicero, posits a thoroughly populated large southern continent. Dante himself, however, who in the Divine Comedy with its captivating Arcadian description of the earthly paradise had kept alive the longing for it like no other poet before him, over and above every romance of Alexander, Dante assumed, despite the antipodes of Jerusalem, a terra inhabitabilis below the equator, the mondo senza gente. And because he transferred the earthly paradise to the top of the Monte Purgatorio, the exact latitude and longitude, near the antipodes of Jerusalem, had also become worthless for those expeditions which merely endeavored to reach the environs of the nobilissimi loci totius terrae. For in Dante there is no land in the southern hemisphere apart from Mount Purgatory, only water. The land has hidden at the bottom of the sea for fear of Lucifer, who fell from heaven here, INF 34, L 122F. Then the Divine Comedy, the details of which, according to the intention of the poet, aspired to truth as well as to beauty, teaches that even the surroundings of the earthly paradise have become taboo. They are only accessible to the dead, not to the living. In fact, as the unique Odysseus episode shows, INF 26, L 136FF, only to those who are not destined for hell or even for heaven, but precisely for purgatory. The mountain is out of bounds for the rest of the dead. And the earthly paradise itself, Purg 28, on the top of Mount Purgatory, is for Dante, who almost invariably follows Thomas Aquinas, no place of residence even for the souls of the departed. It is merely a place for passing through. In Thomas Aquinas, the earthly paradise belongs to the status viatoris, not to the status recipientis pro meritus, and is therefore not somewhere to stay. It does not rank among the receptacula salutis. Yet it is nevertheless described in Dante on the analogy of the island of the blessed, an eternal morning in the southern forest, and situated on the 762 earth, as the subtropicurn of earthly bliss. Thus it was that the power of poetry still populated the terra inhabitabilis of its theory in the most humane way. How often must Columbus, before he set out on his voyages to El Dorado Eden, have connected the lines from Dante about this morning radiance with his own Imago Mundi. And Dante's theoretical restriction of the earthly paradise to the top of a mountain inaccessible to all living beings did not dispel the general belief in a continental location of the earthly paradise, nor the hope that living beings could reach its vicinity. On this point, however, the legend of Alexander had a more powerful influence, and it did not point to a post-mortal island but to a populous continent in the southern sea. It pointed to India, it pointed to the overland route, and later to the sea route to the earthly paradise in Asia. That is why there was no major river in Asia which had not been connected with one of the biblical streams of paradise, such as the Ganges, such as, in Marco Polo, the Oxus. The overland route and the sea route to the earthly paradise were thus chiefly orientated towards India, to the tropically mysterious land, full of marvels of another existence compared with the European Near Eastern world. The ancient world and then the Church Fathers placed their fortunate isles essentially in the Atlantic. The Middle Ages essentially added these two to India or allowed India, the geographical utopian space par excellence, to extend as far as them. And in the end the voyage west itself, owing to the spherical shape of the earth, was not inconsistent with the southeasterly location, ex orient lux. In the Christian Middle Ages the earthly paradise was explained by means of India, through all the oceans of seaweed. Voyage of Saint Brendan, the Kingdom of Prester John. American, Asiatic paradise. It remained there even when the ship steered a westward course, as was natural in the case of Irish and Norman seafarers. No Eastern Ocean lay on their doorstep. Moreover, the Isle of the Blessed continued to have an effect, the Holy Atlantic and not yet Indian one. Yet for medieval legend it is still viewed in an Indian fight, the Greek one alone was not mysterious enough. The contradiction between the Greek tradition, which located the land of the blessed in the west, and the biblical one, which sought it in the east, admittedly did not break out yet in these early days, despite all the fluctuations, but the still so Atlantic Isle of the Blessed already had. 763. An equally oriental look about it? One of the liveliest medieval legends of the sea steers exclusively towards this island, the voyage of Saint Brendan. The voyager himself, Saint Brendan, is historically documented. He was abbot of an Irish monastery and lived in the 6th century. It was the age of sea hermits, that is, of monks who fled to lonely islands, as the Egyptian monks fled into the desert, to lead a life of contemplation there. The Faroes and Shetland Islands were discovered in this way, and some real experiences may underlie Brendan's legendary voyage too. But the utopian longing for the golden somewhere of an enclave of happiness which escaped the fall features far more lavishly in it and its legend. The legend of the Navigatio Saint Brendani dates in the existing version from the 11th century, but it is much older. On that occasion it was revised from a sermon of the 9th century, was recorded in many more versions, was translated into almost all European languages, and kept the awareness of an island of paradise alive for centuries. C.F. Babcock, Legendary Islands of the Atlantic, 192, 2, p. 34 ff. The content resembles an epic religious adventure. Brendan hears the voice of an angel in the night. God has given you what you are looking for, even the promised land. He mans a boat, sails westwards from Ireland for 15 days, finds a palace with sumptuous food and invisible hosts, sails on for 7 months in an unspecified direction, and finds an island with countless herds of sheep. When the crew attempt to roast a sheep on the fire, the island sinks. It was the back of an enormous whale, and the fire had interrupted its rest. After a host of fresh adventures, full of poisonous fish and fire-breathing sea serpents, fiendish birds, and even entrances to hell, Brendan reaches an old island hermit far out in the Atlantic who knows the way to the promised isle. Here a predecessor of Brendan's also turns up, Miruoch, who had made the voyage to the promised land a long time before. He concealed himself so thoroughly that he can live in the first home of Adam and Eve, i.e. in the earthly paradise, despite the curse. A further sign of the approaching paradise is the Insula of Arum, the wine island of Bacchus, on which the sailors spend 40 days, to load their ship with grapes in. The end. Brendan reaches the island that was promised to him. Saints live there who have been expecting him. He wakes a mysterious giant in the cave of sleep. The earthly paradise, behind the dark sea of the Atlantic, has been opened up. After 7 years Brendan and his crew of monks return via the Orcades, bringing their account of the promised land of saints, this vine-growing India in the west or right through the west. So much for the most famous sea yarn of the Christian Middle Ages, and one which was completely believed, in 764. 1852, p. 410, that this constant changing of the location of such an untraceable island was connected with the progress in navigation produced by trade in the Mediterranean. At the same time, though, there was also the taboo surrounding the lost paradise, and which only makes it possible for the saint to enter it in St. Brendan's legend itself. St. Brendan's Isle thus became not merely a cartographically wandering island but one which was inherently interminable, and which is only glimpsed in the distance all the time. This belief was partly supported by an observation on the Canary Islands. From time to time people there imagined they saw a mountainous country on the horizon towards the southwest without its ever having been reached. As Humboldt indicates, Vieira, the historian of the Canary Islands, imparted lengthy details about all the attempts which had been made from 1487 to 1759 to land on the imaginary island. The mirage was also seen at various points. Further to the north, even on the Azores. Columbus knew the reports about it, almost 40 years before his voyage, as he indicates in his diary for 1492. From the moment it was first observed, the phenomenon was interpreted as St. Brendan's Isle. The fact that it was unattainable did not destroy the belief in it but rather seemed to confirm it. And, in a more detailed way, there is a counterpart to this in China. As proof that the vanishing Isle of the Blessed, this land of happiness or land of the Grail, reserved solely for him who is worthy of it, represents if not a roving fable then an archetype distributed over time and space. The Chinese geography moralize knows of fortunate isles in the Gulf of Pechi. Seen from a distance, they resemble clouds. When they are approached, the ship is driven away by the wind. If they are reached all the same, they sink into the sea. But the sailors, not called upon to make a landing, are sickly when they come back. The supposed island of St. Brendan was not regarded as profoundly as this by the 15th century, but the distant image remained characteristic of it, as did the fairy tale of a magic land appearing over the horizon again and again. The fairy tale persisted, while people's eyes had long been wandering towards the east, the decidedly biblical side of the earthly paradise. Towards the actual direction of the east too, not merely as with St. Brendan in terms of the oriental tone and magical content, towards Asia, from which the three wise men came. And where that represented by St. Brendan's Island was not supposed to be a lonely isle but according to the equally persistent legend a complete world state full of well-being. St. Brendan's promised land thus saw its luster transferred to the Asian continent, to the huge kingdom now to be considered, which was unattainable in a very 766 different way, the Saturn and Christ kingdom of the so-called Prester John. In any case it was not important for either merchants or knights to retire to a lonely island. They were in search of riches and broad profitable land, neither of which lay in Nibelheim but on the way to the Holy Sepulchre and beyond. But Franconian power was dangerously threatened there a few decades after the capture of Jerusalem. A second crusade had failed, and a third was uneasily and uncertainly being prepared. This atmosphere saw the arrival of three mysterious letters around 1165, they allegedly came from Asia, from a powerful Christian ruler. He modestly called himself Presbyter John, but praised in an arrogant and bragging tone the power and marvels of his state, the greatest on the earth. According to the letters, his kingdom extended eastwards to the rising of the sun, westwards to the Tower of Babel. A tremendous ally thus seemed to arise against the Saracens, the gift from heaven of a second front in the east. The letters were addressed to Pope Alexander III, to Emperor Frederick Barbarossa, and to the Byzantine Emperor Manuel. The two emperors seem to have mistrusted the message, the Pope rather less so, because he answered it, even if it was rather late. He sent his personal physician Philip, who had a good knowledge of the Orient, as a special envoy to Prester John, the Lord of India, the Lord of a kingdom which, as the message said, enclosed the earthly paradise. A legation was sent off to a phantom. The text of the papal reply has survived. Dated Venice, the September 27, 1177, 12 years after receiving the Indian message. From which delay it is clear that the Pope's initially slight faith in the priest-king had grown along with the Saracen threat itself. For the people, Prester John was a certainty long before this. His letter was widely circulated in various copies, it was translated into French, German, and even Hebrew, and Europe bowed before the new hope of Asia. The papal reply was addressed, Carissimo in Christo Filio Illustri. Et magnifico Inderum Regi, Sacerdotum Sanctissimo *, though Philip, the bearer, was not even able to report that the marvelous kingdom was nowhere to be found, for he never returned to Rome. The expedition was lost without trace. Hence the letter of the alleged priest-king was kept thoroughly topical, as far as its contents were concerned. It speculated not only with the military interest of a third crusade, as noted above, but also with the fables and wishful images of the East that were going round, and thus with the actual geographical utopia of the Middle Ages. If the legend of Saint Brendan had clung to the Isle of the Blessed, in a western direction, the new message clung to the legend of Alexander, and to the orthodox Eastern orientation of the earthly paradise, which had prevailed in the High Middle Ages. The forged letter contained nothing that was not already familiar from classical, Oriental, and medieval images of India, but it combined them in a complete and seductive way. India, this was a very broad concept in the Middle Ages. It extended, as it already did in Pliny, as far as the Gulf of Tonkin, and even embraced East Africa with Abyssinia for a time. Marco Polo also calls a Persian prince king of India. But India also proved its worth all the more as a highly mysterious concept, as the home of untold geographical marvels. The banal seemed to have been removed from nature itself there, and every escape will from the clock of nature. The impossible, of a grotesque and utopian kind, seemed to be the real there. As in the medieval tapestries when they portray magic forests with the unicorn. There were thought to be mountains beyond the Indus, and they were also transferred there. Their stones were emeralds, and their dust was musk. Trees bore green birds as their fruit, human heads which cried and laughed grew on others. In the 12th century a manuscript was circulating, attributed to Saint Jerome, about precious stones, their healing properties and other marvelous qualities, and this book characteristically begins with the description of a voyage to India, through the Red Sea, whose perilousness here replaces the terrors of the Atlantic, to the fantastic realm a whole year's journey away. To the home of the carbuncle, of the gold mountains guarded by griffins, of the great man-eating ant which digs for gold at night. Of the trees which grow in the sea, and of copper rain. C.F. Thorndike, A History of Magic and Experimental Science, 2, 1929, p. 238 ff. The main source of fables of India was again and again, as mentioned above, the translations and revisions which the classical romance of Alexander by Pseudo-Callisthenes underwent in the Middle Ages. And its details by no means referred to Buddha and asceticism, as in the renaissance of interest in India in the 19th century, but on the contrary to the monstrosities and ecstasies of the quantum of world and gods in which Hindu legend abounds. All this had joined the legend of Alexander, an absolutely exorbitant one at that time, outside the habitual groove of the world. The letter of the priest-king himself found supposed support in the Nativitas et Victoria Alexandri Magnae of Presbyter Leo, around 950, above all in an alleged letter from Alexander to Aristotle, cf. Klein Text Zum Alexander Roman, edited by Pfister, 1910, p. 21 ff. Where the miraculous way of life of Rama everywhere becomes the everyday life of the Macedonian. Leo recorded Alexander's journey through the air, his journey to the depths of the sea, and traditions were handed down of the prophetic trees of India, a tree of the moon. 768. That spoke Greek, another of the sun that spoke an Indian language. Such fantasies were grouped around the king's oriental campaign. Many of them are also echoed in the letter of the priest-king, are repeated, a complete dream arsenal of geographical fairy tales and exceptions to everyday life. People are named in it who conjure up, saddle, and bridle aerial dragons, and ride off on them into the distance. The praises are sung of marvelous stones which heat up or cool down as required, and illuminate all objects within a radius of 5 miles at night, stones which convert unconsecrated water into milk or wine, stones which gather fish around them, tame wild animals, kindle enormous conflagrations, extinguish enormous conflagrations. But Prester John's letter, the text of the copy addressed to Emperor Manuel, is the one that survives, adds totally incomprehensible marvelous beings of its own, heightening the nonsense and the temptation. I, Presbyter John, the Lord of Lords, surpass all others walking beneath the heavens in virtue, wealth, and power. 72 kings pay tribute to us, our magnificence holds sway in the three Indias, and our lands extend as far as the further India, where the body of the holy apostle Thomas lies. Our land is the home and dwelling place of elephants, dromedaries, camels. Of the Metacolon Arum, Camatemnus, Tincerad, of panthers, forest asses, white and red lions, of white bears, white marials, cicadas, silent griffins, of tigers, lamias, hyenas, wild horses, wild asses, wild oxen, and wild men, of horned and one-eyed men, of men with eyes at the front and back of their heads, of centaurs, fauns, satyrs, pygmies, as well as giants 40 cubits high, cyclops and women of a similar nature, and of the bird called the phoenix, Opert, der Priester König Johannes in Geschichte und Sage, 1864, p. 36 ff. Thus the entire stock of marvels in medieval bestiaries and books of precious stones has been located. In the kingdom of Prester John in India, even the white bears of the high north, which people had only heard about in Europe in the 11th century. The white elephant, on the other hand, which is actually found in India, is missing. Equally boastful and unreal is the description of the imperial palace. Its foundations and walls are made of precious stones, and the best, purest gold serves as cement. Its sky or roof consists of the clearest sapphires, mixed here and there with gems of dazzling topaz. 30,000 people dine at the emperor's table every day. The table is made of emeralds, supported by 4 pillars of amethyst. Outside the palace there is a door of crystal framed with gold. This portal lies towards the east, is 130 cubits high and opens and closes by itself whenever our excellency repairs to the palace. In the profusion of these 769 3 letters, the news of the Moslem defeat filtered through to the west. The historian Otto von Freising heard of it from a Syrian bishop in 1145, and even in this first account the Nestorian Turkish prince was turned into a descendant of the 3 wise men, into Saint George who defeated Islam. This was joined by hazy ideas about Mongolian theocracy, passed on by traveling merchants. Thus the military geographical utopia of Prester John finally developed at the same time that its prototype, the radiant expected one, was already dead. This is the now transparent external cause of this legend itself, the purposive factual cause, which produced the conspicuous mystification of the letters, admittedly appears considerably more obscure. Their author is completely unknown, the social mission behind the forgery, assuming there was one at all, can hardly be guessed at with plausible reasons. A French historian, de Laurentière, The Discovery of Africa in the Middle Ages, 1929, admittedly declares that the letter is a forgery perpetrated by Bishop Christian of Mainz between 1165 and 1177, in which the legend of Alexander the Great was used. But all the evidence for this hypothesis is lacking. Almost as little is known about the purpose of the mystification, despite a very interesting interpretation by Olschke in terms of a political utopia. Der Brief des Presbyters Johannes, Historiezeitschrift, Volume 144, 1931, p. 1. According to this, the garb of geographical fable was only padding, exciting and accessible. It was only a stimulus and a recommendation. There was a political purpose behind it. The tormented Europe of Frederick Barbarossa was to be presented with an ideal portrait of the opposite kind, a picture of the secure and peaceful life of numerous nations under a theocratic government, which provides and maintains both material and moral welfare. Hence the profusion of humane touches besides the swaggering ones, the abolition of private property, the realm without discord and war, the tolerance towards the numerous non-Christians within the realm under a Christian priest, with the characteristic omission of the Muslims. Hence the simple title of presbyter for the head of such a vast state, in connection with attacks against the idolization of the Byzantine emperorship. In its exotic atmosphere, Prester John's letter would therefore be a similar ruse to Montesquieu's Persian letters, for example, which were admittedly addressed by fictitious Persians from the west to the east. But the substance of its ideas could possibly come from the direction of Bernard of Clairvaux and the reformed order of his Cistercians. A good many things support this interpretation. It would give point and relief to an otherwise incomprehensible aplomb. Though it is not clear what kind of a utopian value tolerance. 771. Vasco da Gama set sail for it, rounded the Cape of Good Hope, and discovered on his voyage not the presbyter of course, but the real East Indies. At the same time, though the legend of Prester John faded, too many failures had occurred. Above all, the feudal theological make-up of the thing became alien to the incipient bourgeoisie. Ridicule and disbelief increased, as in Don Quixote, where the land of Prester John, which neither Ptolemy described nor Marco Polo set eyes on, is classed and equated with the nonsense in the tales of chivalry. Also the western direction, which had never wholly been forgotten since Saint Brendan anyway, increasingly appealed to reason and not just fantasy since the blocking of the eastern route by the Turks. A synthesis recommended itself, facilitated by the spherical shape of the earth, between the Hesperidean direction and the eastern paradise. Columbus thus united the western dream handed down by classical tradition with the eastern dream. From the time of the Crusades, the Atlantic alone now leads to the rising of the sun again, to the place where India really ought to begin, and which Columbus still thoroughly believed to be the remaining piece of paradise on earth. Columbus at the Orinoco Delta. Dome of the earth. Many a coast has also been discovered by chance, often without any consequences. A crew which landed or rather was stranded after being driven off course rarely found its way back. Even when the Greenlander Ericsson reached the American coast around Wu, without intending to, this remained episodic. This coast was discovered 11 times before Columbus, once even from Eastern Asia, but because this was all just a matter of chance, nothing came of it. There had to be a mandate and plan behind the voyage. The new land had to be a goal. Of course, the goal was not always as far away or even as extravagant as that of Columbus, the boldest traveler and dreamer in one. The Phoenicians exclusively sought markets, not marvels, and Pythia sailed round Britain as an explorer, not as a fairy-tale hero. The Carthaginian Hanno, who sailed round the west coast of Africa about 525 BC as far as Senegal, and even as far as the Gulf of Guinea to the so-called mountain of the gods in what is today the Carnaruans, wrote his extant report as an army officer, not as a mystic. Magellan only had El Paso in mind, the passage through America into the Pacific Ocean. The whole continent from north to south was probed at that time to find it. And despite his fierce doggedness, despite the risk. 773. Of the first circumnavigation of the world which he accomplished, Magellan was also more of an adventurer than a dreamer. He did not need to overshoot his goal in order to hit it. And anyway, if the Turks had not obstructed the overland routes to India, if the Spanish feudal and luxury economy had not needed gold in order to improve its constant balance of trade deficit, above all with the Orient, if the impoverished hidalgos, who later so quickly turned into the white gods of murder, had not desired to see in Eden primarily the El Dorado which would make them rich overnight, then the whole search for paradise would not have had a single ship at its disposal, and Columbus would not only have been regarded by his opponents as Jean de la Lune, but he would have remained so historically. All of this is true, and yet, it did not dispel an obsession even in the case of Magellan, which stems even more strongly from the romance of chivalry than from the much later entrepreneurial initiative first developed by the Dutch and English. This obsession made the reaction to scepticism really fanatical, to the shipowners first of all, and then not just in the case of Columbus, but in that of Magellan as well, to the captains of the escort ships and their own crew. As surely as even a homo religiosus like Columbus would never have been able to find a ship to set sail for his Eden without an economic mission behind him, this mission could never have been fulfilled without the traveler's mystical obsession with his goal. In fact, both El Dorado in Eden and Eden in El Dorado uniquely coincided here, as neither before nor since. And Columbus, being the utopian religious dreamer that he was, supplied the courage for Columbus the admiral. The wind which drove his caravels through the terrors of the Atlantic into what he believed was Eden did not merely blow towards utopias, they sucked it towards them. The premonitions in antiquity of another continent would have remained literary fantasy as they had previously done for so long without a new economic motive, but also without Eden as a stimulus. Columbus praised Seneca's illusion that one day the girdle of the ocean would break and Thule would no longer be the outermost part of the earth, and Plutarch's suggestion that the moon, if it was a mirror of the earth, still indicated an undiscovered continent in its dark patches. But even these reports, strengthened in their authority by the Renaissance, would not have enabled the horror of the Atlantic to be overcome, nor encouraged the voyage into the dreaded void. The belief in the earthly paradise, and this alone, finally spurred on the man of action to risk the western voyage with full awareness and planning, and finally fulfilled Seneca's prophecy. And the material interest, that of feudal colonization, did not clash with the 774 underlying idea here. The latter, stretching from Seneca to Dante, rather provided the interest with boldness of imagination. But the fact must also be taken into account that the Renaissance in which Columbus lived was not only the age which rediscovered antiquity but also, like every turning point in society, a new culmination of chiliasm. The latter was even a far more genuine fulfillment of the Renaissance than the rebirth of antiquity. Advent is the political religious light surrounding the so varied excitement from Rienzo to Petrarch, from Munzer to Grunewald, even Dürer, and is the maritime aura surrounding Columbus. The horizon of the earth was immeasurably broadened by the voyages of discovery, but it was also supposed to be raised closer to heaven, with the approach to the eastern or solar point of creation, to be discovered closer to it. As is obvious, the admiral thus exhibited very forcibly what the positivist Mach later called, post festum, the proliferation of imaginative life. Only he took it much further. Columbus believed more firmly than anyone in the earthly paradise, at the physically and metaphysically highest point of the earth. This was the coast of his Atlantic. This alone supplied the strength to break the spell of the notorious Western Ocean. Columbus did find masses of seaweed, but not the darkness, nor was there any warning statue. Birds played a curious role, however. The admiral changed his initial westerly course towards the southwest because a flock of parrots flew in that direction in order, as he assumed, to sleep in the bushes on a nearby piece of land. Never, said Humboldt, has a flight of birds had more momentous consequences. 4. On the previous course, the latitude of the Canary Islands, the admiral would have reached Florida. Instead of the bewildering network of islands, he would immediately have touched the broad breast of the continent, and the north would have been colonized by Spaniards. As we know, right up to his death Columbus believed that he had reached India. He attempted to communicate with the natives in a thoroughly oriental fashion through an Arabian interpreter he had brought with him, and just 3 years before his death he wrote that from Cuba, a stretch of mainland where India begins, it was possible to get to Spain without touching any oceans. And yet with this Mistake of his: the man doubled the works of creation, with a mistake which is precisely connected with the belief in the earthly paradise. For Columbus the New World was the oldest of all. This lay well preserved in the interior of Eastern Asia, and on approaching it the spring of the first creation had to dawn again, without any of the mess which the rest of the world has been in since the fall. Hence nobody was more expectant. 775. Than Columbus of finding signs and marvels. He hallucinated the song of nightingales in the forests of Haiti, as transfigured as our forebears must have heard it, and as it will only return for the blessed one day. He sensed the air of paradise in the vicinity of the mouth of the Orinoco, and paradise itself beyond the Orinoco delta. All this in the midst of the most exact observation, with masterly orientation by means of the astrolabe, establishing an equatorial current and also curious connections between the degree of longitude and the climate. But the famous letter from Haiti of October 1498 to the Spanish monarchs contains the following passage about the Orinoco. CFC Jane, Selected Documents, illustrating the four voyages of Columbus, 2, 1933, p7f. I say that if this river does not come from paradise, then it comes from a distant, hitherto unknown land in the south. But I am much more convinced that the earthly paradise lies there, and I cite the proofs and authorities which I have stated above. These proofs referred to the fact that Columbus believed he had reached the original point in the east where the first sunrise occurred after the creation. But at the same time this point marked the peak of the earth, the apex terrae, related to a mystical concept, the apex mentis, at which, in the opinion of the scholastics, the unfallen part of the human soul comes into contact with God on high. Columbus did indeed write to the Spanish monarchs of the globe coming to a peak at the point he had reached in the east, and that it was consequently closer to heaven, for this elevation consists only in that most excellent part of the earth, from which the first ray of light emerged at the moment of creation, namely from the first point in the east. The earthly paradise lies there from which the great rivers flow down, no mountains with sheer and rugged slopes, but an elevation on the globe, el calmo o pesan de la para, towards which even at a great distance the surface of the oceans gradually rises. Humboldt comments on this, Kritisk Untersuchungen Gen 2, 1852, p. 44, note it is possible that Columbus wanted to allude to a systematic idea of the Arabian geographers, to a passage in Abul Fetha where he says that the land of Lanka, Ceylon, where the dome of the earth or Erin is to be found, is situated at the equator, midway between the western and eastern boundary of the earth. But apart from the analogy of the mystical summit of the earth with the mystical apex mentis, the actual Olympus image of paradise is also far older. It has its origin, for Columbus a legitimate one, in the Bible itself. The Garden of Eden had been sought by the Yahwist in the upper reaches of the two rivers Euphrates and Hydkel, Tigris, that is on the mountain heights which form the northern boundary of Mesopotamia. Cf. Gunkel, Skofung Chaos, 1895, p. 112. We know from the legend of the flood and its Mount Ararat that these mountains were considered to be the highest in the world. Recollections of it appear in Isaiah 14:14, and in Ezekiel 28:13 ff. The garden of God is one with the mount of the congregation, with the holy mountain of God. In Dante 2, paradise appears as the mountain of God high above the earthly realm, and it is not just the Bible which bears witness to it but the mountain cult in all the Uranian religions of the earth, above all and highest of all itself in Babylon, with the very ancient image of the mountain of the gods. Arabian geography brought the image of the mountain of the gods, this holy, phantasmagoric towering structure resembling an Alp of the gods, back to earth again, to a dome of the earth, holy in the style of Moorish architecture, but Columbus restored its biblical radiance, the splendor of Eden. Thus this dome of the earth became for Columbus the Indicio del Paraiso Terrenal, and hence he transferred it from the Ceylon of Arabian geography to the Orinoco Delta, supposedly in the neighborhood of Ceylon, or rather beyond it, to the unenterable realm he had reached, where the earth as Eden merges into the azure vault of the sky. The Admiral's letter to Ferdinand and Isabella thus closes quite openly with a theological allusion to the countries which I have recently discovered and which I am convinced in my heart are the earthly paradise, and que tengo asentado en el anima que ala es el paraíso terrenal. Indeed, the Admiral astonishingly goes even further, as for example in a letter to Dona Juana de la Torre, likewise from the third voyage. The exaggeration in this letter becomes apocalyptic. The letter is the product of a moment in which dejection and exaltation are strangely mixed. I have served with a service which has never been heard of or seen before. Of the new heaven and the new earth which our Lord created, as St. John writes in the book of Revelation, after he had spoken of it through the mouth of Isaiah, he made me the herald and showed me how to proceed. Moreover, with this outrageous trump card or triumph Columbus overcompensated for the increasing hostility shown to him in court circles, which was growing ever more dangerous. For the opponents of Columbus felt their original skepticism confirmed when nothing came of the great voyage to India and China but the discovery of a few islands and an unknown race of savages. That sort of thing did not cover the costs of the voyage. So this is presumably another reason for the colossal exaggeration of the new heaven and the new earth, which is theologically untenable too. For these marvels appear, precisely according to the revelation of St. John, not 777. At the peak of a discovery, but above the abyss of the end of the world. A primary and constant accompanying factor in Columbus is, however, the belief in an Eden that can be found, and that ultimately has been found. It now lay in a Christian realm. And from the riches which it would inevitably bring in the future, from the gold-bearing river of Pison which emerges into the surroundings of paradise, a final crusade was to be equipped if the Admiral had his way, and the earthly Jerusalem conquered. After which Eden and Canaan, the tree of life and Mount Zion would have all been situated together on the summit of Christianity. The fact that Eden then later only turned out to be the Antilles, that no white gods but criminals like Cortez and Pizarro then penetrated into the continent beyond, that the earthly paradise as a whole is not a fact but a problem of hope and a latency, this does not rob the intention pursued by Columbus of its strength and dignity. Southland and the Utopia of Thule. A simpler dream of navigation appears in a more corporeal form, the southern one. Like migratory birds, coming from the colder countries, it is directed towards the sun. The east too was always simultaneously conceived in terms of the most favorable latitude, as much midday sun, much summer. And the further south it was, the more unexpectedly Italian, Arabian luster seemed to increase. The climatic torment of the tropics was well known of course, but it did not have a deterrent effect. Because it was mitigated by distance or the brief astonished visit. It was not known, however, that the cold increases again in the southern hemisphere too. But this remained undiscovered at least until Magellan had penetrated south into the vicinity of the stormily icy Cape Horn. Nevertheless, the inclination towards increasing warmth and light, which is so deeply ingrained in human nature, persisted, that inclination towards a profane Eden so to speak, requiring no faith. And not even the driving magical additive was wholly lacking, the seat of the source of life in general was presumed to lie in the south, which knows the early spring earlier and from which the summer approaches. The direction in which an officer of Columbus himself, Ponce de Leon, sought this mythical source of life is instructive in this respect. Namely not at the eastern point of an earthly paradise, but in the tropics as such, right where he was. And a red Indian legend was enough for him to expect the waters of eternal youth in Florida. As 778. Closely as this spring is linked by tradition with the vicinity of Eden, and hence, since the legend of Alexander, with India, it is just as surely the tropical element, and not the consecrated one of that India, that led to hopes of finding the water of life in that particular spot. The reputation which this water enjoyed, so very different as it was from holy water, was also therefore corporeally profane, appropriate to the longing for the south. It flowed through the gallant conceptions of the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, wholly in the halcyon sense of southern hope. It ran through the jardins de plaisance of medieval graphic art and literature. It is even revealed in Titian's related allegory, very unjustly called Heavenly and Earthly Love, where not an angel but Cupid stirs the tropical water, ingrediens de loco voluptatis, as the Church said of this vigorous, non-Christian baptism. So this mythical element also streamed into the Terra Australis, far below the equator, at the antipodes of cold. The semi-official medieval doctrine of the Terra Inhabitabilis, south of the equator, admittedly stood in the way of the Terra Australis itself. But since Albertus Magnus had already attacked the authority of Aristotle and Edrisi so forcefully on this point, since he denied that the southern half of the earth was wholly covered with water, at the same time he theoretically made space for the fantasy of the southern continent. And Marco Polo finally went along with it in practice, when he thought he would be able to locate the Terra Australis. Java, Sumatra, the lush Sunda Islands were assumed to lie off the coast of the continent. The Indian Ocean was presented as an inland sea, with its richest coast in the south. Perhaps Malayan and Chinese legends also contributed to this location. Recollections of the prehistorical Gondwanalanda Sodom and Gomorrah of the tropics which, destroyed by fire, sank in the area of the Indian Ocean. At any rate, the ancient archetype now assumed specific shape through this location beyond the richest islands in the world. People saw the feet of the giant and guessed the rest. The disappointment, though, long after Marco Polo, was great, but the dream of the Terra Australis had also strongly faded in the meantime. Australia, on which Dutchmen first set foot in 1606, and the extent of which was fairly well established by Cook in 1770, turned out to be the most modest of continents, a complex of deserts. The water of life and the climax of a sun kingdom from the other side vanished. Gondwanaland sank once again. Yet a separate geographical utopia once stood in this image of the south, one with the radical Cimbric and Teutonic migration as it were. And ultimately Southland is the hot tertiary period, a utopian reminder of the migratory bird and even the dinosaur in man in contrast to the winter. 779. Land. The southerly direction, and what was expected in pursuing it, is thus charged with a profusion of life which was not afraid of becoming monstrous. That is why imaginary utopian voyages to the Southland never lost this innate orgiastic character. Foynes, the Australian land experienced, of 1676, portrays the inhabitants of the southern continent as hermaphrodites. Redif de la Bretonnet's Australia discovered by a flying man has the intention of superimposing an orgiastic rococo onto a tropical Sodom, with unknown sins located in the unknown. The utopia of the southern continent itself, luxuriant as it is empirically the most unfounded, but it retained the archetype of animal paradise. On the other hand, the opposite inclination towards the north seems almost corporeally incomprehensible. Whereas the south wind tempts and promises us, the cold and darkness are menacing, our first reaction is to flee from them. The route to the north therefore seems almost paradoxical. There is no Cimbric and Teutonic migration on it. For the same reason that the icy mountains of the Alps, this piece of Greenland between the Danube and the Po, were the last to be visited, or even loved. And yet human civilization migrated more and more up from the south towards the north. Its course goes from the Nile and Euphrates to Athens and Rome, to France, Germany, England, and Russia. Civilization not only moves from east to west, but far more regularly from south to north, and the struggle with the harsh climate had the same hardening effect as that with the Ice Age in primeval days. There is no temptation to invade this region as in the Cimbric and Teutonic migration, but it happens, a creative expansion, one which has still not come to an end. Its next act should be the rise of Siberia. And above all, despite the darkness and cold, the north does not lack a peculiar attraction. Economically, this was based on the interest in raw materials, tin, furs, amber and more, but it also persisted for reasons of many a contrasting ideology outside the business sphere. Distinct signs of this are already evident in Tacitus. He gives the first sentimental picture of the North. For his Germania not only idealizes a primitive people, it also shows a small counterpart of that freezing yearning for the sun. It shows consternation in the face of the huge, chilly forests, and the harsh sky. But a veritable Thule is evoked much later on in German literature, in the Sturm und Drang revolt against the unnaturalness of a neo-feudally Romanizing system of rules. Instead of the sculpture of the south, the wild Apollo sought storm clouds, flying moonlight, and brooding overcast expanses. This satisfied the enthusiasm for northern regions which was aroused by Ossian, and it is characteristic that a forgery 780, which was itself sentimental, could trigger it off. Not the poet Macpherson, but the mask of the old skald Ossian, another Prestigion as it were, acted on northern Europe at that time, acted like a message. And not just like one out of northern literature by any means, but like one out of the world of Fingal's Cave and the Hebrides themselves, into which the fictitious poet led the way. It was a world of soft and at the same time enormous heroes, a nature consisting solely of reeds, rocks, moors, lakes and winds, an elegiac ally remembered and waning one, yet surrounded by that sunset glow, those storms and passing clouds which can only occur on the northern heaths, close to the sea, which bring the message, Thule. Herder experienced the Ossian utopia in a way which was canonical for his age, namely from on board ship and from the perspective of the sea, from a coastal perspective, floating between the abyss and the sky, daily surrounded by the same endless elements. And just taking note now and then of a new distant coast, a new cloud, an ideal region of the world now with the songs and deeds of the ancient skalds in my hand. My soul completely filled with them, in the places where they occurred, now at a distance passing the coasts where Fingal's deeds occurred and Ossian's songs chanted melancholy, beneath these very currents of air, in the world of silence. Extract from correspondence about Ossian, 1773. The essence sought after in this way reaches down into the Gothic novel, where it has been preserved in its most popular form. It reaches up, as Spengler discovered in the truest sentence he ever wrote, into the deep midnights over whose approach Faust keeps vigil at his desk, and into which the colors of Rembrandt and the strains of Beethoven fade away. But the essence itself reaches beyond these cultural spheres in a way that is still thoroughly object-based, precisely into the cloudy world of the north by whose light it is illuminated, into the utopian realm of this world as a paradise without a zephyr. Thus there was and is a real geographical utopia even here. It does not merely dwell on a globus intellectualis, it clings to real fixed points of the northern oceans, to Fingal's Cave, the Hebrides, Iceland, and from there it constructs Nibelheim. To roam over the heath, with the stormy wind whistling in your ears bearing the ghosts of your fathers in steaming mists in the dim light of the moon, this affinity from Werther's sufferings, the attraction of the north thus equally ranks alongside that of the south, in fact it surpasses it by virtue of its overcast character. The more so as this very overcast element or northern magic never lacked a strange added ingredient, one from a very different direction, namely from that of the East again, from the utopia of India and the Orient. It is certainly not the opulence, but 781. The great fairytale tone, the element of mystery lacking in the purely southern utopia, that allows a real point of utopian contact between the Orient and the territory of Ocean. The real connections, ancient trading, Oriental and Northern ornaments, Christianity in the Edda, these are not so important in the present case, although they obviously also have an effect on the actual utopia of Thule. More important is the fact that the objective atmospheric elements from which every daydream develops were able to migrate from the Oriental locality with such elective affinity into the Northern one. This accounts for the unmistakable correspondence between the world of veils and the world of mists, between the biblical and the highly wintry Christmas landscape, between the apocalypse and the frontier-like cryptic manner in which the Edda presents its twilight of the gods. Mount Olympus cannot be imagined at all beyond the Mediterranean world, but smoking Mount Sinai accords well with the north, as does the cloud and the pillar of fire. Hence Macpherson also takes his language in equal measure from the Psalms, Milton's biblical tone and the extant Gaelic songs. And thus from the frontier situation that is called mystery this veiled element in the Orient is added to the overcast atmosphere in the north, Ultima Thule accords in a very particular way with the final frontier, with the end of the world. The overcast atmosphere of Thule thereby simultaneously discloses itself in its frontier sense. Itself, it is, as Herder says, an outlet of the world into sublimity. The corporeally so incomprehensible inclination towards the north thus becomes clear. The attractions of the south and of the north affect different sides of human nature, its midsummer day in the case of the former, its Christmas in that of the latter. To the south a profusion of life utopianizes itself geographically, which certainly knows death but emphasizes neither it nor the countermove against it. To the north a magic of death utopianizes itself geographically, which contains within it a complete destruction of the world, but also seeks to overcome it, with a paradoxical homeland. Thule is the geographically dialectical utopia of a world which is ending and perishing, but with the constantly interwoven contrasting images of the stormy night and the castle. Thule in the Northern Ocean is the mysticism of bad weather, with the open fire in its midst. With Herder and Ocean there stirred the harp, the gloomy one shrouded in the grey of dawn where the sun rises resounding from waves whose heads are blue. Thus this kind of geographical utopia also remained in the high north, it was not made groundless by what was discovered to exist. 782. Better abodes on other stars. Herodotus. There is also the lure of another sea apart from the horizontal one, namely the vertical one above us. Airspace was admittedly inaccessible for long enough, but then it is transparent, it does not hide its beyond. It particularly does not hide it at night. Countless tiny sparkling coasts then emerge. And an age-old wish aims at sailing these coasts and landing on them. Up till now this wish has undoubtedly been even more extravagant than that of Columbus was, although it is less mythical. At any rate it touches on the ancient archetype according to which the stars are the seat of better characters. What draws people up to this above does not even necessarily presuppose inhabitants, of course, in the secularized form it has assumed. The lure of outer space is satisfied in one respect with the fact that man is able to imagine himself as a visitor on these distant heavenly bodies, and that he will find, if not something more perfect, then at least something extremely peculiar up there. The imaginary traveler does not even need to be carried away for this, apart from taking his body and his sense organs up there with him intact into such totally changed circumstances. All the rest, in so far as it does not refer to inhabitants or even to their perfection, but simply to extreme peculiarity, is not even hypothetical, but it is true. This is where the most outlandish foreign parts really begin. The sky on the moon becomes black, the stars shine fiercely in the daytime, the sun beats down in a dazzling bombardment, unmitigated by any veil of air. A wall of blackest shadow stands immediately next to the light there, all in a silent wilderness. The vast globe of the earth rises above the rings of craters, with large cities as points of light. On the smaller asteroids our body would weigh almost nothing at all, and one jump would be enough to take us into outer space. On large dense heavenly bodies, however, our body would lie chained by gravity, it would be like granite. Then the day on pale Saturn, with the countless bodies that make up the ring above us, then the view from one of the moons of Jupiter towards the planet, which half or entirely fills the sky. There is all this and much more that is still inconceivable, virgin territory at an inaccessible, imaginary distance. And the most outrageous things of all occur on the myriads of fixed stars themselves, on these explosive blossoms and lights of cosmic development. The peculiar is thus one part of the astronomical lure, it continues the obsession with the curious which the Baroque period had for alien zones. In this, the sky is a sheer physical wonderland or terra. 783. Secreta outside the earth, precisely because it is a terra inhabitabilis. But of course the other part of the lure, the part in which the sky still has a lasting effect as the seat of transfigured characters, posits habitability instead of mere peculiarity, and in fact adds the meaning, Mars, you have a better time of it. This inhabited and also better element was at first sought on the moon, as it was by Kepler. Kepler regarded the craters seen through the telescope, which had just been invented, as huge cities with circular ramparts. Then, when the airless and waterless satellite was found to admit none of the forms of life at least, Mars was chosen as we know, and its canals surpassed the city ramparts, even in their assumed technological perfection. The similarity, which so quickly became popular and was indeed relative, of conditions of life on Mars with those on Earth certainly encouraged the assumption that the planet was a terra habitabilis. Added to this there is the older solidification of the surface of Mars, in comparison with the Earth, in keeping with the smaller size of the planet. Accordingly its possible civilization could very well have a start of several million years over the Earth, provided that length of time is roughly equal by and large to length of development. The majority of these Martian fantasies are correspondingly more ones of civilization than cultural and even messianic ones. Thus they did not so much take the place of India as that of America in the planetary heavens. The neighboring Earth of Mars reflects in the images of the analogous imaginative powers which are brought to bear on it virtually the position and also the status of the utopias of America prevailing on the Earth at the time. That is why the numerous legendary geographies of Mars are also much more easily accompanied by an element of triviality than the older ones concerning heavenly Earths. And among these older ones, after Kepler's imaginary and utopian migration, that of Kant stands out. In particular, from his pre-critical period, as it goes without saying. In the speculative appendix to his Natural History and Theory of the Heavens, Kant also wanted to open up far more remote planets for an advanced world. According to him, the truly blissful regions are not to be found, like Mars and Earth, at a medium distance from the Sun, but only at the furthest remove of the outer planets. Jupiter and Saturn are singled out in this way, the decreasing density of matter in both, and the remoteness of the Sun, seemed to the philosopher to be the foundations of a purer world, so to speak. An idolatry of the north is unmistakable here, with Jupiter and Saturn in place of Tacitus Germania as it were. Even a variation on the utopia of Thule is discernible to some extent, not in the direction of Ocean, not at all, but in the direction of an Arctically. 784. Superarctically transposed Stoic philosophy. A genuinely Kantian aversion to softness and zephyrs, to sensual glow, the subtropical, and the undutiful thus migrates to its planetary super Königsberg. And Kant ventures the analogy, that the perfection of the spirit world, as well as the material one, grows and advances in the planets. From Mercury all the way to Saturn, or perhaps even beyond it, if there are other planets, in a proper succession, according to the proportion of their distances from the Sun, Werke, Hartenstein, p. 338. The pre-critical Kant here imagined a totally extravagant counterpart to Newton's formula of the decrease in gravity as the distance is squared. That is, with the decrease in gravitational attraction the attraction of purity is supposed to grow, in accordance with the imagined contrast between gravity and spiritual light. These then are some of the ways in which an orbis habitabilis populated the magic of the starry sky technologically or also in moral wish fulfillment. The depths of the heavens were thereby induced to modify an element of the earthly paradise, though admittedly one which was an illuminated earth again. And again, one which had been raised to its master level as it were. Kant himself later expressed this reference back to man and earth very convincingly and yet without loss of genuine height, in his Dreams of a Spirit Seer. When we talk of the heavens as the abode of the blessed, then the common notion likes to place it high overhead in the immensity of space. But we do not consider the fact that our earth, viewed from these regions, also appears as one of the stars in the sky, and that the inhabitants of other worlds could point to us with just as good reason and say, "Look up there, that is the abode of eternal joys and a heavenly residence which is prepared to receive us one day." For you see, a strange delusion always causes the high flight taken by hope to be linked with the concept of rising, without considering the fact that, however high we have risen, we still have to sink again in order likewise to gain a firm foothold in another world. Werke, Hartenstein, 2, p. 340. Behind all of this lies the belief, by no means sinking itself, that the earth itself can contain within it the better existence on other stars, if there is one or will be one. So that the sidereal, in a utopian sense, does admittedly have its lure or a symbol up above, but must be sought and can be pursued here below, among human beings. In the secrecy of the firmament of the earth, as Paracelsus says, with a paradoxical combination or cross-combination of firmament with earth. If there are inhabitants on other stars, then technologically at least they possess no considerably greater perfection. For no so-called Martian giant has landed on Earth as yet. The world which the Earth might gain through 785 contact with other hypothetically inhabited planets has been purely left up to human beings and their rocket propulsion. The distant sparkling points of light did indeed first make human beings look up at the sky. The star-studded heavens supply the prototype of peace, sublimity, and serenity, yet on the earth this image is also a task. And a goal. Hic rotus, hic salta, here is the dome, rise here. The Copernican connection, batters central earth. But what if the dome were only to stand very much apart? If it is so hidden away in a corner that its self-importance is all in vain? Columbus still regarded the earth as the center of the world. A generation later it was dethroned from it by Copernicus. Whereby man too, and not just his scene of action, moved out of the center of the world. It becomes immaterial, almost absurd by cosmic standards, how highly the grain of sand sublimates and exalts itself. The dome grows on a planet which is distinguished by nothing in astronomical terms, and this revolves around a fixed star of no more than medium size. But at first this debasement did not yet have the total dimension that it acquired later on and which it has recently relinquished again. The preface to Copernicus' work, which he admittedly did not write himself, had recommended the heliocentric system only to promote an improved method of carrying out astronomical calculations. It was enough for the proposed hypotheses SI. Calculum observationibus congruenter exhibient *. This reservation was made at the time in order to soften the clash with the Bible. It is misinterpreted today, but as a Statement of conscientious physics. It remains highly remarkable long before Einstein and especially Mach. For the astronomical advantage of the heliocentric theory over the geocentric one is in fact its arithmetical simplicity. It made no less than 11 motions in the Ptolemaic system superfluous. Kepler supplied the enchantingly clear rules of orbit, and Newton provided a foundation for the whole thing by formulating the laws of gravity. The system merely presupposed a stationary space in which absolute motion and absolute translational velocity really occur, and are clearly determinable and measurable. Though it is now precisely this premise which has been dropped, for in no way can the motion of a body be proved against an empty stationary space or even against a stationary ether filling. If the calculations prove to be in agreement with the observations. 786. That space. In other words, according to the elementary principle of relativity, when two observers are moving at uniform but different speeds, each of the two can claim, with exactly the same justification, that relative to the empty space he is at rest, and there is no method of measurement in physics to settle the matter in favor of one or the other. Applied to the solar system, the choice of the body conceived to be at rest and that conceived to be in motion is likewise open as regards the kinetic relation. Things only change here in the respective, specific causal relation. This purely physical realization must thus on no account be confused with absolutely false epistemological conclusions of a very different origin, namely with physical idealism and fictionalism, but this is exactly why it cannot be rejected as fictionalist in its purely physical detection either. Because therefore with the discarding of an empty stationary space no motion occurs against it, but merely a relative motion of bodies against one another, and its detection is dependent on the choice of the body assumed to be at rest, providing the complexity of the calculations involved does not make this appear impractical. The earth could still be assumed to be fixed, and the sun to be in motion. There is of course all the less reason for this as precisely the causal explanation from the mass of the sun allows an explanation of gravitational motion, and consequently points to the sun as the physical center. Thus it stands in the right physical spot from a methodological point of view as well. The theory of Copernicus still remains most depictively valid even when the relativity of motion permits no absolute detection of motion and rest at all. But now to something else which has nothing at all to do with physics, namely concerning the problem of the situation of the earth as the arena of human history. Is astronomy simply all there is and the total matter itself? Since the earth as a satellite and the sun as a stationary point of reference are after all determined relative to one another, is there no other point of reference absolute as before? Such that man's earth would still remain in the middle of things or central, in a different context to the astronomical one and in view of the role which the earth plays not just in celestial mechanics alone. Indeed it is significant that another such point of reference has never ceased to exist, despite the clockwork mechanism reinterpreted by Copernicus. Nor does it by any means lie outside science, it only lies outside the old mechanics which has been made total and which is in any case untenable as this totality. Consequently, another system of reference to that of the mechanically total one of human importance, has by no means removed our planet from the middle of things, in this relation. In other words, since the relativity 787 of motion stands beyond doubt, a humane and an older Christian system of reference, while it admittedly does not have the right to interfere with astronomical calculations and their heliocentric simplification, does however have its own methodological right to hold this earth fast for the context of humane importance and to rearrange the world around the events that occur and can occur on the earth. This and this alone remains here as the humane element from the Ptolemaic strain in the Bible and also in Augustine, with the Civitas Dei which fights its utopian way through and out into the open on the earth, not on the sun. The biblical order claims to be free of relativity, since it is not dealing with mechanical problems of motion, but with problems of status. And it needs no empty stationary space or stationary ether to determine them, but solely the invariant of a utopian humanum. Thus the earth is here the center in the sense of the central meaning around which the world revolves. The earth is then by no means predominantly regarded as the provinces. On the contrary, for the patriots of humane civilization it becomes at the same time the capital of the universe. It is only becoming this capital for them, of course, it is only ripening into it. Nobody in recent times has given such a sanctimonious expression, but one which is not merely limited to that, as we shall see, to this kind of central earth as Franz Bader. Bader's geocentric hope means the earth tinged with Christ, a tinging which begins in man and progresses from here to his arena and the rest of nature. The world is accordingly not a pantheistic statue of God, or even the absurdity of an infinite statue. But the earth is rather a modest cave in which the God was born. His work Foundation of Ethics through Physics, 1813, namely through a transformed physics, formulates this as follows: for really man ought to be the open point in creation in an even higher sense than the sun is, and if he therefore becomes such a point again, if the higher life freely and unrestrainedly dawns in him again, then it is easy to understand how every lower nature which steps into the sphere of illumination and influence of this reopened sunny being will also immediately disclose its own previously sealed life, and how man, like that Orpheus in the fable, will therefore spread harmony and blessings around him even in the lower forms of nature, and at least in his individual sphere will anticipate, as it were, that natural state, as natural transformation, whose general establishment is apodictically demanded by ethics in the idea of the highest good, Werke v. p. 32f. This is the basic tone. The problem of a humanized relation to nature, even if distorted with a tendency 788 towards mysticism, is unmistakable. And from this point of view the disparagement of the earth only seems correct if measured numerically and according to size, but by no means if measured according to weight, in the sense of humane importance. Thus, the earth stands a degree further outside or deeper than the rest of the heavenly bodies, and therefore beneath these, and yet this earth holds the most exquisite things in creation hidden and buried within it, which is why it is aptly compared with the mustard seed in the Gospel, which, although it is the smallest among the seeds, will still spread its growth across the entire sky. The earth is in the material order of things what man is in the higher order of things, and just as man is unique in the universe, there is only one earth. Both, man and earth, are the secret workshop, place of learning and of reorganization of the central beings and their sensibility. The uniqueness of the earth and its destiny in the system of the world is most closely associated, and not merely from the temporal point of view, with the uniqueness of man and his destiny. Thus the modern non-conceptual idea of the heavens as a countless, uniform, and hence superfluous repetition of the same solar systems and so on also falls back into the nothingness from which it arose. Werke 9, p. 282, 14, p. 44, 3, p. 317. The Stoics once explained their division of the philosophical sciences into three parts as follows: logic was the fence, physics the garden, and ethics the fruit. For the Christian Bader, this fruit is apocalyptic, and thus the garden is not physics as such, but the earth on which paradise already existed once, as a sign of what it can be. Thus, even if this age is merely the winter of eternity, man is still able, like a judicious gardener, to produce even in the midst of this icy winter at least a few individual blossoms of eternity, even if they are only fleeting and quickly close again, hereby modeling that paradisial state of nature outside himself, if he already modeled it more permanently within himself. Werke 2, p. 121. The Isle of St. Brendan and the paradise of Columbus lay wholly or predominantly in another world beyond known space, but not in another world beyond time as it has developed so far. Bader added to the old dreams the truly biblical one of a plus ultra of time. Bader was of course absolutely tied down to mythology himself, indeed overflowing with it. His earth of light in the center of things is also always one that has been restored, one that used to be good. But the Novum Eden is not absent from the work of the expectant geosopher, as the result of a process. His earth alchemy, apart from being expert in appealing to the original state of things, was expert in fermentation, and silver gleams of a future metal, and also in a vigorous feeling of freedom, precisely of the sort that was 789. Known not to exist in the mythical paradise. The following statement corresponds to this. It is a basic prejudice of human beings to believe that what they call a future world is a thing created and completed for man, which exists without him like a ready-built house which man only needs to enter, whereas instead that world is a building of which he is himself the architect, and which only arises through him. Werke 7, p. 18. The earth of the center is therefore not only to be found at the locations of Athens, Jerusalem, and Mount Zion. Instead, the center stands in a world which is only just becoming, although in a world laid out and obtainable on the earth. The reference point of importance, the thoroughly non-astronomical one, is thus joined by the most violently utopian one of a bliss that is home. In its secularized form it is called heaven on earth, apocalyptically it was called earth, with nothing but Jerusalem, in heaven. In both hopes the world actually revolves around the earth. Even if it revolves around one which is still becoming, around a place of pregnancy and birth of more and different light. Likewise, in numbers and size this Bethlehem is one of the smallest among the towns of Judea, but in weight of value it surpasses the universe. All the millions of light years are shorter than Goethe's life, and the space they traverse is empty, but the earth is the utopian essence of the universe. The period of human history on it is just as much the full golden period as the space fashioned by the earth is the golden space of the universe, i.e. the one amassed on its substance. Hic Rhodus, hic Salta, here is the dome, rise here. Thus this portrays at this end not merely love and commitment to the utopicum of an earthly paradise, but an awareness of the substance of the earthly arena, an awareness which by no means sees itself devalued by the astronomical, merely astronomical infinity on all sides. Apart from its size the universe is certainly full of meanings and ciphers, full of far more tenable ones than the figures of the zodiac were, for example, which were imagined by ancient astronomy. But if these ciphers, those of inorganic nature as a whole, have a meaning, then it refers, qua meaning, just as certainly to the affairs and semantic contents of the inhabited earth. In the silent reticence of the world extra terram this meaning is not expressible at all, it remains frozen renunciation unvoiced within it. A utopian central earth, however, may contain and concentrate it. With a St. Mark's Square which now looks even more essential than the entire inflation of merely astronomical infinity. With an acropolis for which it's thoroughly rebuilt. Space suffices to form within it a pre-appearance of the most humane space. 790. Geographical line of extension in sobriety. The fund of the earth, mediated with work. It looks as if almost all distant coasts have been discovered. Few habitable lands are still unentered, and the blue flower asterisk has not been found. Thus nothing, or almost nothing, has survived of the geographical dream in its old form. Nevertheless, the earth has not been fully learnt nor, in spatio-temporal terms, fully experienced. It is so only in its given breadth, not in the given task of its depth direction, its discoverable line of extension. This line runs through the mediation, through the interaction between man and earth, through this still absolutely unclosed transaction. It runs through economic geography, through the political, technological, and cultural kind, yet precisely through the earth space and earth object itself, it runs through economics, politics, and technology, not just as purely social processes. But the earth itself also plays a part in the metabolic exchange between man and nature, in an interaction with an equally powerful and changeable share of nature. Climate and existing raw materials objectively determine the particular human world that arose. And this human world never lay on the moon, never purely in the mind. It lay on the earth, which supplied the physical possibilities for human work and was itself changed by this work for this very reason, into an agrarian, and finally into an urban and industrial landscape. Thus, apart from a few vast deserts, high mountains, primeval forests, and for the time being also the Antarctic, almost all areas of the Earth's surface came within the radius of human action, were changed by the state of society, and according to the state of society, have a fresh say in it. In short, they have become Earth in a line of extension which is just as varied as it is unfinished. Most splendidly, Soviet society gave its natural sciences and technology the task of rebuilding nature. Here the business of clearing, which began with the first farmers, culminates in a way which was previously inconceivable. Plants, rivers, and the climate find themselves changed. Even the tundra is transformed into cornfields. The Soviet Union is hereby helping enormously to shape the features of the cultivated land of which the earth is capable, and in which it has been expanding since it was first cultivated. In inhabited regions, geography without and before man does not exist anymore, but this is precisely why this very geography continues to be historically comprehensive as both an arena and a framework. Just as the mechanical the unattained romantic ideal in Novelist novel Heinrich von Ofterdingen. 791. World, the world of work transformers to serve human advantage, represents a kind of unnatural physics, so in almost the same way the metabolic interchange between man and earth creates a kind of supernaturalized geography. With the difference that technology far more easily passes into the realm of cunning and overpowering, can be far more contactlessly and abstractly calculated than the authentic landscape product of human work. This can of course also look artificial enough, in a technological context, but earth-nature collaborates even in the industrial landscape more visibly, and possibly more inhibitively than electrical nature in the dynamo. The earth still remains the arena and framework even for such an extensive rebuilding, and a powerful and visible part of the material content as well. So this is precisely why there is a concrete utopia of the future condition of the earth, compared with ancient geography, in every geography of improvement, a utopia which has its frontier ideal in the dreams of the earthly paradise, an ideal not devalued by fantasy and mythology. This utopian fund fives without mythical wrapping in the totern, itself always only a latent one, of political cultural geography, after physical geography has been traversed and is adequately known. There are still lots of children in Gaia, and she changes with them. Just as the language of geographical nature is not yet an extinct one, and the face of the earth is not yet a Hippocratic one which can only be accepted as the past. With and through the changes made by human beings, the Pleistocene and Holocene epoch, and the Quaternary period of our planet can still be followed by the Quaternary period, with a better attained fund of what the earth, no geological antiquarium, still potentially contains. The earth as a whole, in its latency, is the unfinished setting of a scene in a play which has by no means been written as yet in our previous history. If the changes are bad, of course, then the land affected by them merely looks violated. This is particularly apparent in the hideous streets and suburbs which are a legacy of the 19th century. They stand out as scabs and sores on the landscape, or rather, the latter is totally destroyed. And health, clean air, light, the casual green of the trees along with it. It is almost odd to find all this still in the open countryside. The capitalist age built the endless streets, the profit houses, all the spooks so fleetingly conjured up that it is astonishing to find they are still there in the morning. Unless it is as the facade of hell, fading, shriveling up, not built on the good earth, and belonging to it. If the earth itself is included, as a so-called green belt or in the dispersals of the garden city, then this pastoral looks as if even the trees were fakes. The artificial desert which interrupts the landscape as the urban form of the 19th century is stronger than the nature. 792. Added in a calculated way, which here serves only as a compensation. The emptiness and reification, the abstractness and cadaverousness are stronger. But this is not to say that the opposite, the good, the non-abstract change, can boast of appearing as if it were merely embedded in existing nature. As if it were indigenous, in the so nearly provincial, so easily reactionary sense of the word. As if rebuilding of the planet Earth did not remain the utopian watchword, instead of such hesitant indigenousness. We must push off from it instead, we must definitely take to the ships, not just with the ancient energy of the voyages of discovery, but also with the intention towards the geographical fine of extension, towards the ultraviolet area of the spectrum. The geographical fine of extension thoroughly emerges from artificiality, as much as it does from indigenousness. For its goal remains the world mediated with man and inclined towards his goals. An image secularized respectively from the pagan, then Christian notions of the earthly paradise is the ideal landscape. But this always appeared as a nature both changed and corrected, and delivered into a friendliness of its own. Thus it always towered into the social, technological, and architectural utopias, even when the forces of production were sufficiently developed not to need any dream fields with 1,000-fold fruit. Thus the ideal landscape, not as fields but as earthly garden, surrounded the diverse pleasures and dreams of a life beyond work, from the Arcadia of antiquity to the gentle or illustrious pastoral of the Baroque. And although in many places only subjective fantasy may have had a hand in this kind of super-earth, it remains conspicuous that it was precisely the most meticulous realism, that of Homer, which furnished and was able to furnish the most radiant model of an ideal landscape, in the description of the island of Calypso. From which it follows from this angle too, in contrast to abstractness outside nature and to false indigenousness, in all improvements of a concretely possible kind there is a realism sui generis at work, and this has its source in none other than geographically objective material, that is objectively utopian, objectively latent. The fund of object-based possibility which is here called the earth assures that the geographical line of extension can be the road to a wholly new country, although located in the world. The intention towards such an ideal landscape, hence the real geographical utopia, is admittedly a most extreme one, as noted above, yet the consequence of a non-utopia in this area seems no less extreme and dreadful either. 4. If the line of extension towards the humanizable earth is taken away completely, then every human installation into the world ultimately remains futile. An abstract, idealistic isolation of human works on and in the earth. 793. A nihilistic lack of contact then follow inescapably from the absence of the geographically objective line of extension. As high as this line ultimately presumes to aspire to borderline ideals, like the earthly paradise of Columbus, its negation leads just as terribly into total isolation of human goals on earth, in the world, and beyond this it leads into the void. Above all in the second half of the 19th century, a boundless centrifugal sense of the universe, without the weightiness of earth in it, predominantly generated a sense of forlornness. The human devaluation called capitalism was thus ideologically strengthened by the quantitative devaluation of the human arena in general, which is simply termed the ocean of the world. This is seen most clearly in Schopenhauer, concerning the alleged paltriness of the little earth, in infinite space countless shining spheres, around each of which about a dozen smaller illuminated ones revolve, which, though hot inside, are covered with a cold, congealed crust, on which a layer of mold has produced living and discerning beings. This is the empirical truth, reality, the world, Werke, Griesbach, 2, p. 9. The optimism of Copernican infinity in Giordano Bruno and in Spinoza still had room for man, precisely in his eroico furor in the one case, and in his amor dei, civ. Naturae, intellectualis in the other. The nihilism of the declining bourgeoisie, however, by making life on earth into a dead end, causes the humane geographical dimension to be completely devalued in the astronomical one, without containing any point of reference of its own. And this therefore remains, through the mistrust of the humanum in the world, the extreme consequence of the chosen geographical dead end. In contrast to the consequence of the chosen line of extension, which, if it allows a glimpse into distant earthly shores, intends reception and homeland there. That there is thus on this earth simultaneously the space for a new one, and that not only time but also space contains its utopia within it. This is what the outlines of a better world suggest as far as a geographical El Dorado Eden is concerned. The bodies and houses, electric power stations and St. Mark's churches ultimately also belong to earthly matter and its organization. They are embraced by the whole of the earth, and penetrate with their own utopia into the geographical one. Above all, the architectural spatial utopia is as such also one of the earth. And the wishful landscapes, which art reveals, if not through buildings then through the windows of painting or literature, even as wishful landscapes are nevertheless still simply landscapes. El Dorado Eden therefore comprehensively embraces the other outlined utopias. Even the broadly transcendent element, the house of the other side, still had a place in the horizon of the earth. Indeed, even where the 794 belief prevailed that the earth, in conjunction with the rest of inorganic nature, occupies a place in which it does not belong, this very place remains, even after the rejection and removal of the false ways it was filled, as the spatial possibility of a new heaven and a new earth. The intention towards the earthly paradise thus focused on a golden space which could still be expected in the outflowing world, at the delta of the world. 40 wishful landscape portrayed in painting, opera, literature. Painting is surfacing in another place. Franz Marc. The writers whom we call eternally or absolutely good and who inspire us possess a common and highly significant hallmark: they take a certain path and also call upon you to follow them, and you feel, not with your intellect, but with your whole being, that they have a goal. The best among them are realistic and show life as it is, but since every line is permeated with the awareness of the goal, as if with sap, apart from life as it is you also feel life as it has to be, and this captivates you. Anton Chekhov. Beauty is life as in all reality it ought to be, until it has to be. Chernyshevsky. Videtur poda sane residential ipsas non uta alii arts, quasi histrio, narrare, sed velut alter deus candere *. Julius Caesar Scaliger. The moved hand. It leads nowhere at all, merely to feel in a beautiful way. This remains inside, has no way out of itself, is not communicated. But equally the inner voice is presupposed. Wherever there is artistic form, a self must be behind the paint that is applied, a hand which applies it. A feeling passes through the moved hand, adapts itself to what is painted. Just as on the other hand creative talent only proves itself to be such through the fact. Poetry is clearly seen as a special thing, not like other arts, such as history, narration, but as if another God created it. 795. That it is disposed towards forms from the start, and finds nothing at all within itself which does not insist on its fully shaped place. Thus the craft is not added to the creative inner voice as something different, even alien, but is the inner voice that girds and prepares itself. If, on the way between the self that is capable of something and the craft of which it is capable, something gets lost, then it was not worth much. The inner voice, as soon as it has something to say, always speaks outward. Expression. Then they both speak of one another. A picture is therefore also heard, not merely seen, it narrates what we see in it. And first of all, in a friendly way, what is colorful as such has a cheerful effect. Flower and carpet. The hand begins delicately and neatly here, sets out. What the pencil draws must be clear, what the brush fills in, colorful. Light must be able to shine through, what is fine particularly teaches and betrays ability. Painting is therefore best learnt with flower and glass. Every good picture has a glimmer of flower painting in it. And, allied to this, it has a carpet in it, this flowerbed full of balanced colors. Only beyond this pure, mastered fineness and through it do things emerge in painted form. They are now reborn and formed out of color. Flower and carpet emerge as things, first of all as still life. In this the tablecloth becomes transparent to itself, as does the plate, the fruit, the meat. Such things can never do enough, through the continuing build-up of color, to be like linen, to be porcelain, juicy. No silk we have touched is as smooth and shining as that which is skillfully painted, no steel more masculine, more glittering than that which has passed through blue. Likewise, an otherwise often diffuse element, as in the carpet, is held close together by a continuous harmony of color. Nothing disturbs and is disturbed, everything acts there and then, is allied and affiliated to itself, because born of color as a whole. The latter is the original dough here, and it reduces that created by it in each case, no matter how different it is in real life, to a common denominator of color. The nuances of aprons and cups are based on the same underlying white, the lobster and the rose on red. The still life is trained by the flower, becomes a bouquet which presents itself. It goes without saying that it itself, like everything in it, is of small dimensions. 796. Still life composed of human beings. It may be a feature of nearness in general that it is narrow and gives that impression. A small surface contracts, makes a pleasantly comprehensible circle. It paints an existence which can easily become musty in real life, but is strangely warm when presented as a painting. Tame comfort plays a part here, which is usefully content, but also pleasure in the secure circle and within it. This is above all the case where the circle is gained by our own efforts and life within it is not cramped but secured and enclosed, and thus exhibits peaceful warmth. As in the Dutch interior picture, everything becomes a parlor here, even the street, a stove is always burning, even outside in the spring. Vermeer, Metsu, Peter de Hooch portrayed such cozy living, a home sweet home still without any mustiness. The wife reads a letter or confers with the cook, the mother peels apples or watches over her child in a courtyard. The old lady walks down the street along a high wall, overlooked by gabled roofs on the other side, nothing else happens, sunbeams pour through the small silent scene. And in the actual interior the silence becomes entirely that expressed by cooing doves in an old enclosed courtyard. It is structured by light falling in at various angles. A mug of beer, Amsterdam, shows the obliquely lit chamber in which a woman, with infinite calm, is pouring out her beer. To the right the view leads through the open door into the living room flooded with light and through its window frame out into the open air. The light falling in at three different angles opens the narrowness and homeliness without enlarging it. The room is primary in all pictures compared with the figures, but it encloses them, is only there for its nearness. The objects of bourgeois comfort calmly reveal themselves, the brass lampshade on the wall, the red tiles, the brown armchair. Everywhere there is an orderly way of life per se, a tidiness of the house and a cheerfulness of mind. Even the vanishing lines are delimiting, even. The view through the windows does not extend beyond 100 or 200 meters in Hooch. A junk shop of happiness appears, and it has the effect here of a treasure chamber. Nothing but domestic everyday life is painted in the Dutch genre picture, but for all its nearness it is also presented in just the same way as a sailor may see it from a distance when he thinks of home, as the small, sharp painting which bears homesickness within it. Corresponding to this on the other hand is the fact that there are very often maps of the world hanging on the wall in these pictures, with the ocean looking in, which 797. Of course first dispenses all this domestic comfort by virtue of Dutch world trade. Peter de Hooch also painted fashionable rooms in which ladies dance, dine, and play music with cavaliers. The color in the arches and pillared fireplaces becomes less warm in these, it is bluish and gray, the red of the costumes is hard. But even in the court pictures there is still Lilliput, an elfin manner which protects and is itself protected. Illness, wildness, loudness, disruptiveness can neither be seen in the charming format nor does it seem as if care itself could ever visit it. Rooms and windows looking out onto the street are painted as if there were no disruption in the world. The grandfather clock strikes nothing but the evening hour, nothing is more than man can cope with, nothing is in a hurry. Embarkation for Cythera. So placid is this nearness, but it is a feature of distance to be restlessly cloaked. To bind the searching glance to itself, to attract people precisely in so far as it is veiled. The feeling is then erotic longing, when painted this longing is departure, romantic journey. Thus every portrayal of erotic distance already expresses seduction. A fundamental picture of this kind is Watteau's Embarquement pour Cythera. Even its title is clearly utopian. Young men and ladies are waiting for the bark which will bring them to the island of love. The way of passing the time in those days was the reason why Watteau's picture, that of an excellent but not exactly first-rate painter, is able to give such a sensually striking delineation of wishful landscape. Even through precious erotic diminution the Rococo period gives instead a concentrating, at least isolating impression. Watteau painted his picture 3 times. The first version is based on a mere stage impression, the pastoral play Trois Cousines, which lingered in the memory right down to Offenbach's La Péricole. The arrangement of the figures is still wooden in the first version, the feeling still conventional, the time of day still uncertain, the air not yet charged with expectation. On the face of it, the theme of the second and third version also seems conventional, in other words it stems from the era of the secrets of the dear garden and boudoir, one treated and coined thousands of times. In this respect its basis is merely the lecherousness of the court life of those days and an interchangeable entertainment which was often more like eroticized boredom. But how extraordinarily the picture has put things right in the meantime. How clearly an archetype of the romantic journey. 798. Lead, in which they lie. But Cythera makes it seem as if there were nothing in the world apart from the shining and the outline of woman. Perspective and large horizon in Van Eyck, Leonardo, Rembrandt. That distance which leaves the view open is not hiding anything, but is representationally richer. Even where the painted prospect is hazy, nothing is circumscribed but a measure is given precisely for expanse. As soon as this world began to become infinite instead of the next world, the wishful landscape of open distance appeared in the picture. It gazes blue-green through windows and arches, through opened grottos. The expansive view from the mountain begins. What was previously only fit for the cathedral, to be depth of the third dimension, now becomes pictorial space, the world as nave. Depth can now also be brought into the picture plane, by the latter appearing as a section through the cone of vision. Thus it is as if the observer is looking through a window, the picture plane itself is like an open window. The point where the perspective lines meet lies at infinity. The lines running in the middle part continue even beyond the horizon. Something new surrounds the figures, a centrifugal space. This expanse, wishful expanse, thus becomes clear even as early as the end of the Middle Ages, in the Paris Madonna of Jan van Eyck. The perspective serves a first vegeta, framed by architecture. The landscape itself appears as a window space of the house. And for the first time the rule of the vanishing point is consciously observed in Van Eyck's picture. The translation of objects seen in depth onto a flat surface begins. Between the Madonna and the figure of her donator *, the prospect extends through 3 arches of a splendidly decorated hall, and thus a distant land crammed with treasures opens up, interrupted and enclosed by pillars. In masterly detail, with all the spatial utopian emotions engaged of which the loosening of an as it were horizontal abyss is capable. A city becomes visible, gables and towers, a cathedral, a broad square with steps, a crowded bridge, a river furrowed by tiny boats, in the middle of which, on an island which is smaller than a child's fingernail, rises a palace surrounded by trees with numerous little bell towers. Beyond all this a world of green hills runs towards the horizon, on which snowy mountains dimly glow, and last of all there lies the non-frontier of a sky fading away in the clouds. It is a perfect dreamland, although in the line of extension of multi-layered reality. This is not Bruges or Maastricht or Lyon, or whatever other cityscapes of the time people have come up with. On the contrary, the perspective displays a Gothic ideal city without walls, in the apse of infinity. Soon there was also room for the vegeta of nature, in Piero della Francesca, with the new value of the horizon in the Renaissance. But Leonardo da Vinci provided the full, open original for the dream value of perspective. Distance with mysterious color creates in Leonardo a space in which sculpture ends, only fight is divided, into almost unknown objects. The Virgin of the Rocks displays cavernous darkness, gothically jagged edges and ridges, but the grotto breaks up, and the eye wanders without transition into a secluded river valley. The figures in his Saint Anne, the Virgin, and the infant Christ with a lamb are strictly arranged into a pyramid, but the landscape behind them turns into a wildly broken mountain massif. It is half haze, half solid, an interminable other world of clearly laid out objects. This distant character completely penetrates the portrait of the Mona Lisa herself. Through the dream of the background, corporeality is admittedly gained for the figure in the foreground, yet at the same time also lost again. For Mona Lisa herself repeats the form of the landscape in the rippling of her gown, the dream heaviness of the background in her eyelids, the congealed, uncanny, paradoxically opaque ether in her smile. The landscape is here as important as the figure, is a related, if not the same hieroglyph. In the spirit of Leonardo's philosophically expressed conception of the world, every part has a tendency to be united with its whole again in order to escape imperfection. And it is necessary to know that this very wish is precisely the quintessence, companion of nature, and man is the model of the whole world. The distant landscape is likewise called Mona Lisa and is her a fantastically jagged mountain labyrinth in the softest light, with lakes, pale fields, and rivers between it. Mona Lisa gazes from there. And she also gazes towards this distance, towards its outspread or entire mystery, in a greenish blue, smoky light. But where everything is smoky from the start, how is it possible to look into the distance? This is achieved by the dark ground, out of which the picture is painted, itself defamiliarizing things, and by the light in which they stand itself coming, and being reflected, as if from sheer background. Thus Rembrandt, the most powerful painter of distant gleam which is mirrored in nearness, even leaves Saskia half in darkness, and the man with the golden helmet wears its metal as light only gathering, indeed, leading down into the dark. The brilliant patches in Rembrandt 801 are, purely in terms of painting technique, never applied in a shiny and as it were flat way, they are a relief to whose grainy elevations the bright color simply adheres. While the depressions, the given substance of nearness as it were, remain filled with the darkness of the priming coat or with brown varnish. From the given element of night on the one hand, from the merely reflecting element of light on the other, stems the true rarity and preciousness of this light, its captivating brilliant gleam. Superimposed on night. Corresponding to this was the complicated technique of dark grounding and overpainting which Rembrandt followed throughout his entire work. Its first triumph, which already contains all this, is significantly in a picture of the Passion, in the Munich entombment of Christ. People and even things stand in solitude in the expanse of dark space, the colors come solely from a mysterious reflection of inner light in the world and behind the world, from a paradox of final light. Thus it stems neither from the sun nor from an artificial source of light, nor is the existing world, together with any supernatural world which is believed to exist, at all capable of dispensing this not earthly, not unearthly fight. The previous distance, the cosmically open perspective is obliterated by dark space, it creates a ring-shaped assembly of the figures, itself almost undifferentiated. Only in secular pictures of groups and landscapes, like the Night Watch and the river landscape with ruins in castle, is the ground crisscrossed with lances, a castle, and clouds, and scaffolding with straight lines stretches out in the Night Watch. Whereas the portraits and the pictures with a Christian subject essentially show the undifferentiated darkness outside, the acosmic loneliness inside. Indeed, the late Rembrandt, who no longer painted landscapes, frames his work completely with the powerfully concealing, somberly sheltered dark tone which here means universe and infinity. Nevertheless, even the darkness of this background is streaked with golden brown. The group of figures stands in a sfumato perspective of both black and gold, the light works into the darkness, chromatizes even here, penetrates from a strangely existing nowhere. Thus Rembrandt's paradoxical light is not to be found anywhere in the world, but nor has it emanated, despite its continuous reflection, from any ancient metaphysics of heavenly light. It is perspective light of hope, deeply let down into nearness and desolation, answered. The open cosmic perspective is obliterated by dark space, but the light which both contrasts with it and mysteriously breaks through from loneliness and blackness paints the truth of hope or of the brilliance which is not there at all, in the dark groundings of the existing world. This volatile in shining, only mediated by reflections. 802. Constitutes the exotic nature of Rembrandt's illumination, the echo of a fairy-tale distance in which the objects receptive to it or belonging to it are pictured very near. This alone is the source of the glimmering element, but also the love of the flashing in silk, pearls, jewels, and the golden helmet. This alone is the source of the necessary Arabianization in the pictures of Saskia and of Jews. The distance of light speaks most audibly through the fairyland of the Orient. A transcendental Baghdad glows in the night. And this alone is ultimately the source, in the depths, of light not as an element of the world nor of the supernatural world but as a mystical expression of being of the figures accompanying it. This is most quietly the case in the Munich picture of the Resurrection, with Christ right down at the bottom edge, palely shining, and also escaped from and superior to the mythological heavenly light which breaks down behind the descending angel, an ex-orient lux which itself is only beginning to rise and is reflected from this corpse in extreme remoteness. All Rembrandt's pictures, even the secular ones, are composed from out of the background, and his colors of night, incense, myrrh, gold paint the perspective, hollow space with sparks. Still life, Cythera and broad perspective in literature, Heinz, Roman de la Rose, Jean Paul. A picture tells us of what we see in it as simultaneity. And a poem perceives and can let us see what it tells in its succession. Above all, if it allows itself to be guided by a desired type of picture, by the still life, but then by departure, by the big wide world. The literary species of stilllife, which is of course now seen totally nostalgically, is the idyll. Even the tiniest thing is honored in it and becomes good, for where there is no affluence all things must serve for the best. As in the work of Andersen, tongs, kettle, and candle are alive, the room itself is a little fairytale, all the gadgets live in it. The idyll runs a modest kitchen, cultivates carefree conversations, contains pleasant fortunes throughout. Of course, like the painted still life of human beings, it can also bring with it that tame comfort which, extremely useful for our masters, cuts its coat according to its cloth. Also it is no accident that the idyllic comes from the old pastoral and bucolic poem, in which a sated stratum glossed over the restricted life led by those who had not chosen it for themselves. A life which even with the much vaunted sour milk and bread they did not lead that satiated, that neatly 803, and beribboned by any means. And yet the later, bourgeois idyll also gave room for thoroughly good things which only found themselves so desirable in this Biedermeier-like circle. A homely element in fact, as if one had returned there from far away, a domestic peace, a country garden, with gently breathing coolness. The humming of the bee surrounds the withdrawn life in the day, the humming of the tea kettle at night. This is so in Voss's Louise, and in moderation, despite the bad luck. Appropriate here, in Goldsmith's Vicar of Wakefield. Distant lands occur here only as tea, the storms outside thunder in the chimney and specially contribute to the at home, the wicked are reduced to eccentrics and thus add the spice to comfort. But in contrast to the idyll in the space beyond its confinement, the literary species of erotic exodus, of Cythera appears sweeping away. The South presented itself above all for this, the sound of the lute, wine, friends and their girls, the purple night, columns lit by torchlight. In the 18th century the South was perceived against this background not by Winckelmann and his followers, but rather by Wieland and his successors. Even Romanticism, in the work of E.T.A. Hoffmann, did not change much in this. Italy is here above all the melodious and erotic land, the longed for land of free and liberated love, not of Apollonian marble. As in a document of the late Sturmuendi Drang, which is still very strangely indebted to the Rococo period. In Heinz's Arding Hello and the Fortunate Isles, 1787, an archaeologically formed and also half-pornographically utopian formation attempted or inflamed in it is a wishful dream of the versacrum, as follows: it went deeper and deeper into life, and the feast became more sacred, eyes glistened with tears of joy. The greatest Bacchanalian storm roared through the hall like thundering cataracts of Senegal and the Rhine, where one no longer knows anything about oneself and grandly and omnipotently returns into eternal glory. Everlasting spring, beauty and fertility of sea and land and health of water and air. Not the first lascivious antiquity, but probably the first Dionysian one is described in the Cythera novel. So that Wieland himself, in whose work the graces were never without a satyr but nor was the latter ever without the graces, rejected Heinz's novel as priapism of the soul. In the end Arding Hello founds an ideal state of lust on the islands Paros and Naxos, in which nothing but this lust remains, nothing but this goddess penetrates into the various grottos and temples. Arcadia, since Theocritus the ancient bucolically longed for essence of escape, is thus turned wholly without happiness in confinement into the erotic magic islands on which the hot nights surrounded sheer bucolic existence. That is why 804. Heinz Cythera could also live off so much earlier pastoral poems, which had blossomed again anyway in Italy, in the Renaissance, and above all off Tasso's Aminta, the first and at the same time most perfect example, with fauns, nymphs, and satyrs, with an enchanted grove and the shot from Cupid's bow, with a cool temple of Diana and the choral song of the shepherds about the Golden Age, as that of free love. In the ancient pastoral and bucolic poetry, however sentimental it was, at least in that of the Renaissance, this was also the durable, enduring wishful essence, the Golden Age with classical features, which contain Oriental ones as well. In such a Renaissance the original of the fictional Cythera is located, just as the Renaissance drew its magic gardens in turn from Saracen Gothic recollections, as those in which the bucolic for its part borders on the tropical, on the intemperate zone. The unveiled distance of Cythera contains such intemperate nature in the most intimate form, as love, and only in the garden of love blossoms, in this wishful landscape of the Orient, that to which almost every bucolicon has tended since the Crusades and from which it returns adorned. Thus it is no accident that even that source book of Cythera, to whose space the arting hello-like element may also belong, developed in the context of Saracen love culture and its chivalric legacy, namely the Gothic Roman de la Rose. For this source book, more precious than all, rococo and full of paradoxically scholastic naturalism, only fully reveals itself as the history of the manifestation of the land of love. Moreover, this was joined by allegory. In its medieval vividness, concepts become persons, and therefore in their combination a drama. That which appears frosty today was at the time full of resonant cross-references through the sensory world of multiplicity, full of life. The embarkation for Cythera was also extended now, had its dangers and problems, and thus became the Ars Amundi, with quodlibets from all the then existing sciences. The Roman de la Rose, begun by Guillaume de Loris, completed by Jean de Meung, from the late 13th century, sings the praises of this path to pleasurable nature in over 20,000 lines. The poet himself comes to the garden of love, lady. Idleness opens the gate for him, his heart is wounded by amour, Bellicule invites him to the roses. But now an intrigue develops, a wall is erected around the roses. Danger and his companions guard the gates, with a lament by the lover Guillaume de Loris closes his wistful book. But now, in the sequel, Genius, the chaplain of nature, advises an advance with a whole army of love. This call of his mixes Jupiter and God the Father, Venus and the Holy Virgin, Jesus mysticism and the most cheerful pornographic materialism. Nature prescribes the laws of human behavior, but this is something which does. 805. Not lie founded outside ourself in the other world and in church norms, but in man and this world of his. Genius preaches against virginity and sodomy, threatens with hell all those who do not heed the dictates of nature and of love, promises the faithful life without end in an efficient Mohammedan Zion, irradiated by Jesus and the loveliest women. Encouraged by the words of genius and protected by Venus, the platoon of love invades the garden, on towards the hidden virgin, who is more perfect than the statue of Pygmalion. Jealousy, shame, fear, and other allegories of emotion put countless obstacles in the way, but courteousness, frankness, kindness, and above all Bellicule again, the son of courtesy, liberate the rose of love from its fortress, and entrust it to the lover. Cistele Roman de la Rose/OU. L'art d'amours est tot enclose *. The vaginal allegory of the rose forms the ground of utopian pleasure in the Gothic Cythera. Digressions on the duty of man to propagate himself are scattered throughout, together with rich satire, astronomy, nominalist philosophy of nature, geographical fairy tales, theories about money and the circulation of money, about classical heroes, about the origin of subservience, about communist utopias. Chascune pour chascun commune /et chascun commune pour chascune. The social unrest of the 14th century casts its light ahead of it, especially in that part of the poem which Jean de Meung already wrote for the rising bourgeoisie. With ruthless questioning, and turning to nature, a Rousseau of the Middle Ages speaks out in the midst of the feudal Ars Amundi, advocates the original state of things. through the metaphors of free love. So far did Cythera extend in a work of literature, so frivolously and subversively, so learnedly and with such cryptic elegance. Cupid at the end of the world. There is distance everywhere here, but a distance still tenderly veiled for us. When it appears for itself, it becomes very great foreignness, now dawning in itself. Its form is then fictional perspective, in the south, and all the more so in the north. The oceanic feeling is part of it, as one of boundless expanse and as a yes within it flowing through everything. When mists fall, the expanse appears as an oceanic landscape, as that which in its intensified form has been called the utopia of Thule. And yet, which is again by no means merely northern, as noted above, but strongly fragrant, full of veils, half-open doors, oriental smoke. Jean-Paul, outside his idyll of permanent, now subterranean, now far-reaching wishful perspectives and changing panoramas, though he sees even Italy in a smoky light, even the azure sky and especially the curiosities, unfamiliarities, and sublimities of the world which are enormously allegoriized by him, displays in almost all his landscapes the double gleam of night and east, here again mediated by the Bible. His distance is the most unrestricted of all those that are familiar, even when it goes into the abyss, whispers on in it, in endless beginnings, a tower full of blind gates and blind windows stood in the middle, and the lonely clock in it spoke to itself and sought, with its iron rod carried to and fro, to split apart the wave of time which ran together again and again. It struck 11:45, and deep in the forest an echo murmured as if in sleep. Then the description of an object which does not murmur of Hades but really roars it out, of the landscape of Vesuvius. The morning was breaking, and in the midst of its dark winter we set out on the journey to the fiery gorge and smoky gate. As if in a steaming city that has been burnt down, I passed close to caves upon caves, close to mountains upon mountains, and on the trembling ground towards an eternally working gunpowder factory with its magazine. Finally I found the throat of this land of fire. A large glowing valley of steam, again with a mountain, a landscape of craters, a workshop of the day of judgment full of shattered fragments of the world, of frozen, burst rivers of hell, an enormous mountain of the debris of time but inexhaustible, immortal as an evil spirit, and giving birth to 12 months of thunder for itself beneath the cold pure sky. All of a sudden the broad steam rises more darkly red, the thunderclaps merge more wildly, the heavy cloud of hell smokes more fiercely. Suddenly morning air blows in and drags the blazing curtain down the mountain. Night horrors, ruins, Tartarus are the wishful lands of negative infinity, as Lethe of estrangement. But the deeper Pluto is, the higher Phoebus Apollo is too, the son of the infinite Fingal's cave of the world. In Jean-Paul's Titan the hero has such a distant view into Apollo's day. The Alps stood linked together like fraternal giants of the prehistoric world far in the past and held out high to the sun the glittering shields of the icebergs. The giants wore blue belts of the forests, and at their feet lay hills and vineyards, and between the vaults of vines the morning winds played with cascades as with watery taffeta ribbons, and on the ribbons the overcrowded surface of the lake hung down from the mountains, and it was bordered by a foliage of chestnut woods. Albano turned round slowly in a circle and looked up into the air, down into the depths, into the sun, into the blossoms. And on all the heights alarm fires of powerful nature were burning, and their reflection in all the depths a creative earthquake beat like a heart beneath the earth and drove forth mountains and oceans. Titan 807. First cycle. The Italy in Titan was for Jean-Paul not a visual idea or even a confirmed present as for Goethe, and even for Heinz it remained in distant magic beyond. It lay continuingly significant successfulness. The intransitory is only a metaphor *, and in Germany, love, moon, and spring give the hero of Titan an always gerated look, i.e. driven into premonition and hope, as when the gardens of a prince exalt to a terra australis. But look down, fiery man, with your fresh heart full of youth, on to the marvelous, immense magic Lilar. A dawning second world, as soft tones paint it to us, an open morning dream stretches out before you with high triumphal gates, with whispering mazes, with fortunate isles. The bright snow of the sunken moon lies solely on the groves and triumphal arches and on the silver dust of the spring waters, and the night welling from all waters and valleys floats above the Elysian fields of the celestial realm of shadows, in which the unknown figures appear to earthly memory like local Otaheite shores, pastoral lands, Daphnean groves, and islands of poplars. Titan, 23rd cycle. This form of distant landscape obeys human beings and reflects them in an enthusiasm of the strangest of all being beside oneself, namely one composed of identity. A utopian reception occurs, through the ciphers of great nature. The sphinx of strangeness is cleared up, becomes tolerable and sublime, in mythical but manlike images. Morning and evening red become the color of a perspective which seeks to extend far beyond the circular line of the horizon. Nocturnal voices promise to guess the answer to the vast riddle of the world, and in the far distance mountain peaks are uncovered by flying mists on which man can look far into the longed-for other world. This is a rimless cosmos, and thus it is assigned both to chaos and to an infinity filled over and over again, and which is endless precisely because of this fullness. The wishful landscape of perspective in aesthetics. Status of the matter of art according to its dimension of depth and hope. The word points differently from the start when it aims very far. It is taught, has a premonition which has nowhere yet become solid and enterable. Literary expression has been running along perspective lines for 400 years, and it is wrong to understand this phenomenon, which has difficulty in limiting itself, merely as romantic. It is even more wrong to want to eliminate this wishful movement, and that which is and remains tendentious, from art, in a classical and later very epigonic fashion. So that the will in art goes to bed and this art has everywhere reached its goal. Whereby art would therefore contain no authentic wishful landscapes and would also not have to be classified respectively according to these, its most vehement objects. The essential feature of the bourgeois classical aesthetics which has arisen in this way is not hope, and will aroused by it, but contemplation, and enjoyment satisfying through it. The beautiful here demolishes the subject matter in an illusionary way through the form, and moreover, through the form which is indifferent to the subject matter, even to a tendency of the matter. The pure aesthetics of contemplation begins in Kant with the concept of the disinterested pleasure in the mere mental image of the object, no matter whether the latter materially exists or not. It becomes metaphysical in Schopenhauer when disinterested pleasure blossoms as an incipient release of man from the will to life. Being then remains terrible of course, but seeing is blissful, especially in the pure world eye of art. In Schopenhauer, this art immediately opens up bliss in appearance, which is precisely why art has everywhere reached its goal here. Thus classical aesthetics, and Schopenhauer's pure world eye definitely belongs to it, even in the itself satisfied reception of music, restricts relations with the beautiful to pure contemplation and the beautiful itself to its purified forms. It restricts the object of the beautiful to a region which is wholly purged of the interests of present and of future existence. Art is always a sedative here, not an appeal, not even a comforting song. For this too presupposes the restlessness of the will. The world is always justified as an aesthetic phenomenon here, and evenly so, at the level of idealistic and therefore so beautifully rounded perfection of form. The damage of mere desire for contemplation is so extensive that even the garland of the beautiful in Hegel's aesthetics, however much it is a content-laden, historically woven and varied one, contrary to formalism, hangs in the ether of contemplative appeasement. Indeed, a certain kind of formalism and therefore abstract appearance, with uninterrupted, and thus chiefly antiquarian unity of thinking, is a danger wherever even the aesthetically grasped reality, together with its riches, is definitively interpreted with a few categories which almost always remain the same, reduced to a diffused schema. Such a conceptual tapestry of mere uniform contemplation, applied to everything, is a danger even for much attempted Marxist aesthetics, even where this thinks of itself as quite realistic, on the basis of an always enclosed semi-concept of reality. Even in Lukács an abstract appearance of idealistic rounding still occasionally operates, a fully constructedness. 809. Which is, however, alien precisely to dialectical materialism. As the doctrine of an unfinished world and the real, i.e. processively open wealth of reality precisely in view of its totality. Which is therefore why art which is material in terms of content together with its theory certainly cannot avoid being an art which is non-wrapped, a perspective art, one of real instead of merely alleged process. And therefore why art which is material in terms of content together with its theory certainly cannot avoid being an unclosed one, but a portrayal of the tendency and latency of its objects occurring in the manner of the pre-appearance driven to an end, cf. Volume 1, p. 210 ff. Because of this pre-appearance art is also definitely not a whole, but everywhere only a perspective onto it, a perspective worked out in the portrayed objects themselves onto the immanent perfection of these objects. Hence Lessing's statement by the painter in Emilia Galati, a utopian and telechetic statement, art must paint as plastic nature if there is one conceived the picture, without the waste which the reluctant matter inevitably makes, without the ruin with which time fights against it. Art is fundamentally defined as real pre-appearance, as an immanent perfect one in contrast to religious material. This pre-appearance becomes attainable precisely through the fact that art drives its subject matter to an end, in plots, situations and characters, and brings it to a stated resolution in suffering, happiness and meaning. The statement thus attained is admittedly less than the subject so to speak on one point, namely from the angle of its immediate tangibility, but it is at the same time always more than this subject, namely from the angle of its immanent executability, of its concentrated intrinsic execution. This kind of thing is precisely the opposite of an idealistic correction, though also the opposite of a mere reproduction, one approaching after a fashion the so-called fullness of perfection of the real. Just as if the world, which it is a question of changing in all other cultural functions, were an unattainable masterpiece for art alone. Instead it is only the predisposition to this, the objective real possibility for this, such that a strikingly painted forest, a strikingly dramatized historical action certainly surpass their subject in substantiality, and indeed are only striking as works of art by being able and having to surpass the subject in attainable pre-appearance. Pre-appearance itself is this attainable element by virtue of the fact that the job of driving to an end occurs in the dialectically so ramified and open space, in which every object can be aesthetically portrayed. Aesthetically, i.e. in a more immanently successful, more materially genuine, more essential way than in the immediately natural or also immediately historical occurrence of this object. Thus the watchword of the aesthetically 810 attempted pre-appearance runs, how could the world be perfected without this world, as in Christian religious pre-appearance, being exploded and apocalyptically disappearing? So art drives world figures, world landscapes, without them being destroyed, to their entelechetic limit, only the aesthetic illusion detaches itself from life. Whereas the aesthetic pre-appearance is precisely one because it stands itself in the horizon of the real. But this means contents, meant in a utopian real way, not those of an illusionistic abstract appearance in which perfected game-playing is consumed. This classifies, as goes without saying, the pre-appearance according to the measure and status of its utopian significant subjects, and not least it creates, instead of the artistic enjoyment which penetrates nothing, a relation to cognition, in the highest form to the matter of comprehended hope. Indeed, This relation is so conspicuous and inevitable that finally even classical aesthetics could not avoid it and began to express it anyway in objective idealistic terms. As when Schiller, in the Callias letters, defines beauty as freedom in appearance. This kind of thing brings an objective sense into abstract appearance, even if freedom within it could only be the same as that which had elapsed into game. And in Kant, if not the beautiful then definitely the sublime goes beyond the formalism in which the aesthetic, as a mere as if of contemplation, is usually held. Even the sublime remains this as if of course. Without a desire for its existence allegedly arising, without the aesthetic in general being conceived as possible definiteness of being. Nevertheless, the critique of judgment says not so completely without desire and interest. The sublime is that which even just to be able to conceive it proves a capacity of the mind which surpasses every yardstick of the senses, and, concerning the object, the sublime is therefore nature in that one of its manifestations whose contemplation brings with it the idea of its infinity. Werke, Hartenstein, v. p. 258, 262. And infinity is here none other than that which brings with it the premonition of our future freedom. Whereby in fact the sublimities are assigned after all to the desiring capacity again, and thus break through the formalism of pure abstract appearance. What the old aesthetics called sublimity is in fact particularly suited to breaking through disinterested pleasure. If anything was capable of making the classical harmonizing concept of beauty anxious and thoughtful about itself, it was the category of sublimity on which the beautiful directly borders for the Greeks as well, and especially in the great art determined by religion. For an undeniable element of the sublime is terror, which dialectically switches into elevation. And this terror assigned the will to itself on the subject side just as matter-of-factly as it did the 811 material depth on the object side. Thus Goethe can say that shuddering is the best part of mankind. Thus there is in sublimity both an objectivity which inspires this drama and in fact the same objectivity which inspires the highest confidence, namely the premonition of our future freedom, our freedom destined for no trifles nor comprised of them. All this therefore breaks through even in classical aesthetics, as soon as it touches on the category of sublimity or, against the grain, is touched upon by it, the disinterested aspect and the surface of pleasure. In fact even at the level of a much more urbane consternation than that in which shuddering is the best part of mankind the abstract appearance became untenable. There was always an interference of the subject. Thus Goethe himself pointedly distinguished among the objects which produce a poetic effect none of closed abstract appearance, but those which are representative or symbolic, in so far as they converge on a material depth common to them, just as the latter, with its unity and universality, signifies itself in the poetic objects, and lays claim to itself. Here the most alien element to interest-free harmonism is clearly postulated, the objective perspective in the significative direction of the object itself. It is demanded even where sublimity does not first interrupt the formal tapestry of indifferently produced pleasure, where emotion does not first reach into the depths to feel the vastness, where the nearer tendency interweavings latency substances of an age are portrayed through and in its people, situations, and themes in a perspective and telekinetic way. Precisely because Goethe totally objectively demands, in art and science as well as in deeds and actions everything depends on the objects being purely conceived and treated in accordance with their nature, precisely because of this genuine insistence on reality, namely on an entelechetically full one, we find the following further remark in the author of Faust. Concerning more than the already manifest fullness of the real, probability is the condition of art, but within the realm of probability the highest ideal must be supplied, which does not otherwise appear. Essay on the Relief of Figalia. And the background of perspective, the gold ground of art is and remains in accordance with the category of pre-appearance a real possible wishful landscape. This lies, however different its qualities and hierarchies, in the windows of art. It extends to that still immanent art which is lit by a world which is not yet there and stands in pre-appearance as a Faust heaven, i.e. as an attained identity of the object with the content of human buoyancy. But even within the broad span of the series, realism in art is no descriptive or explanatory stock-taking, but it holds up, in an activating way, a mirror of immanent anticipation. It is tendential utopian realism. 812. All this prevents the beautiful from being calmly received and enjoyed. Wanting is already presupposed in the reception, so that the latter can be one concerning man. Entertaining people and feeding a fire, both can and must be related. The moved will could be removed least of all from shaping itself, from the production of the beautiful. Thus even from the standpoint of the pathos of creation, that inscribed in the bourgeois world from the beginning, the differently bourgeois, i.e. the formal pleasure of contemplation was frustrated. Art appeared from this angle particularly as active reworking, one which definitely expanded and essentially increased the world. Thus, as we have seen, the French revolutionary architect Ledoux even called the builder a rival of God. And long before that the humanist Scaliger took the word poetry in the both literal and Promethean sense of pi omicron iota epsilon nu, the poet is factor, indeed alter deus. So that Scaliger himself defined the poet as someone who does not retell what already exists like an actor, but creates and founds like another god, videtur poeta sane residential ipsas non uta alii arts, quasi histrito, narrare, sed vi lud. Alter deus candera. This Prometheus metaphor of the artist ran from 1561 on, the Faust period in which Scaliger's Poetics appeared, through Bacon and Shaftesbury, to Klopstock, to the Sturmuendi Drang, to Herder and the young Goethe, a classification based on will throughout. A classification based on genius, in which the courage for the creator spiritus appears, but no sedative of a pure, receptive contemplative world as in the later classical definition. Thus freedom in appearance, even from the production side, does not become illusion but object-based essentiation of what is portrayed in the sense of deep human closeness, to which art in its way leads and brings the world. In its way, in the stated way of aesthetic pre-appearance, whereby essential material which has not yet emerged but is treated without any illusion as having emerged and existing is carried such an important step towards being born and existing. So even from this standpoint no formalism exists for which its autarchical perfection of form is the sole perfection. The landscape of hope, even in the terrifying vision, is rather the aesthetic omega. Hegel called this, in objective, idealistic fashion, infinity in the finite. Here it is called, in utopian realistic fashion, human identity in the other, in the driving alteritas. This is the same as the goal definition. By virtue of the symbol, in contrast to the allegory which as identity relation in the other, expressed by what is other, is a path definition. Art in its path is thus just as thoroughly allegorical as, with regard to the goal governing the path, with regard to unity and universality, which is ultimately only one in so far as it is humane, it remains indebted. 813. To the symbolic. And, as art, it both immanently reflects if necessary the distance from what is right and, with other objects immanently driven to an end, in a pre-appearance that has become positively possible, risks a paradiso. Only since marks for the attainable part, this is no longer a risk which absolutely must remain in pre-appearance. For the attainable part, this means, together with the building side whose activity belongs to the beautiful which is not merely contemplated. Painters of the residual Sunday, Seurat, Cezanne, Gauguin. Giotto's Land of Legend. Back now to pictures again, and first to those which simply travel into a better world. Namely into an outdoors as escape from daily toil, in Sunday pleasure. Thus, Teniers placed his poor dice players and card players beneath the linden tree, broad-mouthed, with their happiness in a beer mug. Peter Brueghel painted his land of Cocken exactly as the poor folk always dreamed it to be. As an eternal Sunday, which is one because there is no sign of any treadmill, and nothing beyond what can be drunk, eaten, boiled, or roasted is to be found. A peasant, a knight, and a scholar in the foreground, the first two full and asleep, the scholar still with open mouth and eyes, expecting a roast pigeon or the piglet which stands at the back and already carries the carving knife with it. What a long way from here, what a leap in manners, attitude and spirit from these pictures of louts to another wishful scene of Epicurean happiness, to Manet's Déjeuner sur l'herbe. And yet what is painted and relaxing as a day of enjoyment, a day of aesthetic pleasure, is related to this in the most different tone, even in the bourgeois one, even in the aristocratic one. Manet's wishful scene already had its model in Djurgen's concert in the open air, as a pastoral of naked women, men enjoying music, and secluded nature. Manet repeats the scene, though without music, and certainly without Venetian gold tone. Yet here too the garden of Epicurus gathers and assembles. Soft light, as only Impressionism could create it, flows through the trees, surrounds the two couples, the naked woman and the one undressing to bathe, the dark male figures. What is portrayed is an extraordinarily French, extraordinarily lingering situation, full of innocence, supreme ease, unobtrusive enjoyment of life, and carefree seriousness. On the whole, through the fair scenes to the bourgeois tranquillities in the wood, on the promenade or even in an imagined vale of Tempe there 814 runs that category which can be described as that of Sunday pictures. Its subject is an immediate other world beyond hardship. Though this subject can no longer easily be painted in the 19th century. Manet's Déjeuner sur l'herbe forms an exception precisely with regard to its naivete and presence. Its unstale Sunday would already hardly be possible any more with petit bourgeois subjects, characteristically it cannot do without artists and their models. The real bourgeois Sunday, even as a painted one, thus looks less desirable or even less varied. The negative foil to Manet's Déjeuner sur l'herbe, in other words, the merriness that has become powerless, is given in Seurat's promenade piece, Un dimanche à la grande jatte. This picture is a single mosaic of boredom, a masterpiece of the longingly unsuccessful and distanced element in the dolce far niente. The picture portrays a bourgeois Sunday morning on an island of the Seine in the vicinity of Paris, and in fact, it now portrays this solely in a scornful way. Figures rest in the foreground with vacant faces, the group of the others forms for the most part wooden verticals, like puppets from the toy box, intensively preoccupied with strolling stiffly about. Then there is the pale river, with sailing boats, a rowing regatta, pleasure steamers, a background which despite its fun rather seems to belong to Hades than to the sun. There is sheer hapless idleness in the picture, in its light matte and watery space, in the expressionless water of the Sunday Seine, as the object of an equally expressionless brooding. There is the land of Cocken here too, but such that with the working world every world, indeed every object seems to fade into watery tepidness. The result is bottomless boredom, a petit bourgeois and infernal utopia of distance from the Sabbath in the Sabbath itself. Sunday proves to be merely a tormented demand, no longer a brief gift from the promised land. Such a bourgeois Sunday afternoon is the landscape of painted suicide which does not become one only because it even lacks resolution towards itself. In short, this kind of dolce far niente is, in so far as it still has any consciousness at all, the consciousness of total non-Sunday in the residual utopia of Sunday. The bourgeois Sunday picture of the 19th century could nowhere recover from the negative foil portrayed in this way, with almost the sole exception of Manet's Déjeuner sur l'herbe. This echo of the Renaissance preserved as an aristocratic Bohemia. After all, the negative foil was present for a long time in society and in its dopo lavoro objects before it was painted belatedly and therefore in such a radically characteristic way. The historical pictures of past abundance and festivity, these Sunday evening operas introduced. Onto 815. Canvas, merely confirmed, by the fact that they were so worthless and mendacious as paintings, the wistful Hades of the arrived feast day. And on the other hand it was confirmed by the merciless art with which aspiring, rigorous painting in the manner of Marie sought to present, or rather to conjure up the other world beyond hardship. In Greek pictures full of noble gestures, solitary grace, with post-orange groves, with supposed statuary figures plucking and offering golden fruits, with precious buildings of repose and yet, as is obvious, with theatricality here too. This disappeared only when really genuine painting did not merely cultivate, in a naive fashion, the greatest technical rigor, but above all when it simplified its objects, i.e. restricted them to those in which even in the bourgeois world a positive image of Sundayness was still possible. This occurs above all in Cézanne, with resignation and restriction to a rustic little world and to a greatness of nature seen in equally simple monumental terms. Only in this way did a tranquility of Sunday which remained highly laconic become both materially concrete and monumental. This even, if not predominantly, in the portrayal of plucked fruits, and further in the reserved landscape paintings and their dorically maintained Elysium. The Epicurus of a déjeuner. Sir Elherb is at an end, the gardens of the Hesperides which have become academic are not observed, instead there appears in the picture the most substantial corpus of repose that is known in the 19th and especially in the 20th century. Cézanne transforms even his still lives into places in which things are rigorous and sedentary, in which happy ripeness has settled. What has been plucked in these pictures, the apples, lemons, oranges, are not fruits any more, although they are painted as such with extreme care and precision. They are witnesses to a heavy contentment, brought from Hesperian landscapes onto the tablecloth of the feast day. Here, everything is still life and nothing, for Cézanne condensed whole worlds of repose into these small creations, statuary ones in which harvest has occurred, in which an Elysian Ceres puts her hands in her lap. Cézanne's heroic figures and landscapes are also just as reassured, just as ordered in the restriction to mere detail, thoroughly architectonic. Nudes lie built in stone or rise like pillars into the air, stand between the trees, in Byzantine rows, or built into a background of foliage, lay undines, as into a niche. The masterpiece Grandes Beigneuses bends the trunks which frame the picture right and left into Gothic arches, leaning on them rise standing nudes, they turn into reclining ones towards the middle and the ground. A Sunday space par excellence fills the arch itself: beach, meadow, water, village landscape, high clouds, things and people. 816. Thus become building stones of different form and different weight, destined to produce and to support a picture building. Each thing finds its place, is inscribed in it with firm strokes, with those of its shape. Even pure landscape paintings like Elestaki build up what is theirs in a balance which had not been achieved since Giotto. Reddish-brown tiled roofs, green treetops, a crimson-blue gulf, yellowish-purple hills, and a turquoise-blue sky together yield more than unity of surface. The colors also model out the geological structure beneath the flesh, as a sure ataraxy of the landscape. The repose of a settled nature appears, but of course precisely with restricted or sharply clipped objects and on the whole distant in every respect from the conflicts of the large city. An agrarian world uncontemporaneous with developed capitalism and its objects arises, a provincial landscape with profoundly viewed extensions into cheerfulness and order. Thus Cézanne's equilibrium, his repose reminiscent of Giotto, precisely this in fact, is also certainly a reserved Sunday of the world, a utopia which can only still be molded in base and the most sparing formal rigor. Thus if Sunday is intended in breadth and for every day as it were, with a portrayal which does not model out its objects as if it was digging for treasure, then given Europe had to be abandoned. Then all that presented itself was that world which is so much more inferior and more effect-use painter like Gauguin sought and found as it were, far from Europe, fleeing from it, in a very remote and primitive other world beyond hardship, happiness and color on Tahiti. This kind of thing now comes into the late Sunday picture, a long-lost piece of Southland. This dream had first appeared when Tahiti with its seemingly paradisial innocence was discovered in 1606, and it had found new nourishment in the Europe of Rousseau through Cook and the fine, eloquent accounts of George Forster. The Sunday feeling already sought tropical accessories at that time, and precisely these, through Forster's charming description of Otaheite, says Alexander von Humboldt in his Aspects of Nature, foreseeing Gauguin, particularly in Northern Europe a general, I could say yearning interest had been aroused for the islands of the Pacific. Even the differently located or novelistic feelings which have been circulating here since Rousseau, Saint-Pierre's Paul et Virginie, the novel of palms and innocence, or the Indian hut, even this kind of Robinsonade, with no return, is paid out by Gauguin in late illustration. As such the Tahiti still particularly uncontemporaneous with capitalism is now painted, and the subjects seem indiscriminately paradisial as it were, a pair of children among flowers, a young rider and girls who await him, a Maori house between palms, effortless fruit picking. 817. Everything lies in fiery brown repose, a south, admittedly still seen in Parisian brunettes, but they have shed the native eve, melancholy is dissolved or transformed into silence and distant vacancy. Nature for us, this most fundamental background of the land of Khaken, is indicated by a paradisial region, and so less fundamentally put in the picture. The Sunday on Tahiti is bought with primitiveness, and this primitiveness is rewarded with carefreeness, at least in Gauguin's pictures. But, terra australis in Europe and without primitives, this workday as Sunday has not yet been painted anywhere. For it would be the classless society. Dostoevsky's despair caused a recollection of Claude Lorraine's picture Acis and Galatea to appear at various times in his novels, which is always described by his heroes as the Golden Age. Cf. Lukács, Der Russische Realismus in der Weltliteratur, 1952, p. 147. Modern bourgeois painting, full of sentimental distance, could not yield much more than such Arcadian mythical Sundays in an attained Cythera itself. Painted Eden in the modern age must always equip itself with the sentimental resignation of a mere Arcadia, that is, with a Sunday to flee to, which for this very reason also only has a dualistic relation, not one of assimilation and relaxation, to the workday. The Middle Ages too, even in its happiest and relatively most harmonious period, transferred the peace of what has come good, as we know, beyond every world. Only there did the olive leaf and the peace of the Sabbath grow. So too in the picture when it projects this other world onto an observable here, the happiness of the Nunc stands. Remained however little it was dependent for medieval consciousness on restriction, and especially on artificial primitives in the land of legend. At that time of course the feeling of having faithful support there was all the more certain. The religious picture believes in its wishful place in existing sacred events, only erring man excludes himself from it. The picture becomes an exhortation to order, to the same order which the depicted sacred material paints for wavering life. The world of perspective is ultimately alien to this, not merely for technical reasons. Canonical medieval painting is not familiar with an espressivo any more than its predominant two-dimensional style is familiar with perspectives. And both for related reasons. For both are a matter of the subject and of its distance, not of the religiously possessed object and its absolute there. Distance and projection are mere tensions in what has long been decided, and come good through Christian fulfillment. No external nature makes itself available for this, of course, but rather that woven by legend, sacred history. Most completely in Giotto. Not least because Giotto, standing at the end of the 818 Middle Ages, summarizes the latter for this very reason, in its hierarchy and its reference to legends, with a painted finale. So more than ever here everything finds its believed support and place, every movement is allocated to it and built into it. Even angels in flight, precisely these stick and rest, there are no longer any crowds and accidents in the picture, its objects have taken their seats. The naturalistic appears only at the edge of this order, in contrast for example to the nature mysticism of the other order, the Tao order, in Chinese landscape painting. The naturalistic is an instrument or, as a mountain outline, an ornament which serves to frame the figures. Paduan frescoes Joachim's Dream, Flight into Egypt. Even the external architecture is simply a coordinate system to the internal one of the pictorial structure, the loggias and terraces, the thrones and halls are a spiritually erected sphere of activity. Florentine frescoes Annunciation to Zachariah, the Assumption of Saint John. Thus there appears in Giotto's ideal space not merely extreme repose, but a painted existence of an absolutely certain kind, mystical gravity. Especially Giotto's maturest work, the apparition of Saint Francis to the chapter et al.'s, Florence, S. Croce, gives such repose, with a continuous horizontal, a dividing vertical line, and gives such gravity, with the weight of the self-communion of the seated monks, with the unshakable position of the saint in the middle. According to Thomas Aquinas, angels are not contained in space like a body, but they themselves contain their space, and they enclose it instead of being enclosed by it. Comparable to this, in Giotto, every sacred event itself posits the place where it is located, and the division of the surface of the picture is strictly orientated to the weightiness of the event occurring within it. A third element after repose and gravity therefore follows from this. The construction of the picture occurs from the standpoints of the value-based hierarchy portrayed. The figures are distributed in the space with precise consideration of their weightiness. Corresponding to this is the fact that even their degree of reality is graded according to their spiritual value. That is to say, the higher an event in the spiritual hierarchy, the more really, which here means, more really in conceptual terms, it is painted. This even though we know that Giotto's age also perceived him in naturalistic terms. Ghiberti praised him for having abandoned the style of the Greeks and for having introduced naturalness and gracefulness. The beginnings of bourgeois emancipation were thus perceived in Giotto, and with them picturesque detail, clearly descriptive narrative, and individual characterization. Thus even Boccaccio's Decameron asserted that nature produced nothing which Giotto was not able to imitate. But in fact these 819 examples of naturalism are only such when compared with the Byzantines and also with Cimabue. They are none within the Gothic diversity of being and the hierarchy of being beneath which the diverse, by being built in, is all the more triumphantly bowed. In this respect Giotto totally conforms to the Thomist world picture, the equation of valuations with levels of being, of the degree of reality with the hierarchical status. This strangely optimistic theory fills the whole conceptual realism of the High Middle Ages. It is also the sole premise of the ontological proof of the existence of God. God is therefore by far the most real being because he is the most universal and most complete. Thus even Giotto's art succumbs to the ontological hierarchical conviction. He paints robes, rocks and the like flat, almost two-dimensional, but the reality increases towards the center of the composition, which center does not necessarily coincide with the middle of the picture. Giotto thus supplements the spatial hierarchy of his objects most vividly with hierarchy of being, only this conveys to repose and gravity that particular dignity of value which stems from believed being. More, even the superficiality to which the naturalistic, and also architecture is usually subordinated in Giotto, with regard to the unum necessarium, land of legend, can in this way, by underlining an event of value, ultimately become central. The mountain outline which serves as an ornament in the flight into Egypt, as a background to the traveling figures, also repeats their outlines and signs itself like them into eternity. But all this occurs solely in the land of legend for which sacred history has succeeded, and instead of perspective in the Renaissance sense it exclusively contains hierarchy of successfulness and composition steering towards it. Thus in this painting a utopia of Christianity is formed as existing, in fact as already by far the most real, corresponding to the enormous optimism of the proportionality of being and value. This optimism has shattered, the specific utopia of Giotto's world has thoroughly turned into a mere mythology of a utopian kind. Its builtness also immediately shattered with the end of the medieval feudal theocracy. It even broke in internal religious terms. Grunewald's world of Christ, the Baptist not cathedral one presence. The Bible legend solely as explosive and the center, resurrection in the Eisenheim altar, solely as that of the most glaring paradox. But even in his day Giotto's land of legend lay on that narrow ridge of equilibrium which was stretched out more in heaven than on earth and which the modern age lost as much as abandoned. The perspective of mere premonition, a precise but dawning one, which appears in the background of the Mona Lisa and even in the absorbing distant center of the Baroque, expresses more appropriately the 820 existing wishful state, and also the lasting incurableness, though not the governing wishful content, which is not one of distance, most importantly, nor one of endlessly moved motion, but one of repose. That is why even in this wishful landscape, final landscape which has become truly monumental, despite its skipped distance, its mythological hypostasis, there appears a measure of all that which can be truly painted. There appears the painted gold ground of every movement, piece. Even the flight into Egypt exhibits it, and especially the apparition of Saint Francis to the chapter et al.'s, with the homogeneity of a successfulness which has also fully composed the heterogeneous. This kind of presence, this reposefulness and spatiality, this gravity and monumentality, with every object in its value place, remains an iron corrective to every later order. The repose painted thus is certainly only a corrective, it is no concrete attainedness, let alone guarantee of the being of its content. A fixed ontology is also by no means contained in this corrective as in Thomas Aquinas and so many philosophers of closedness and enclosedness. What is attested in Giotto is therefore solely the ultimate primacy of rest over motion, of space over time, of spatial utopia over endless temporal utopia, of the form of arrival over perspective. Legend and its land here wants to make the situation into situationlessness and composes each of its events, with the strictest gradation, into a hierarchy of the ultimate, in which everything portrayed seems to be ordered in correspondences which are both promised and have occurred long ago. Land of legend in literature, as celestial rose in Dante's Paradiso, as transcendental high mountains in the Faustian heaven. The features of the ultimate were rigorously painted, but only hesitantly expressed. Their language faltered among nothing but psalms and songs of praise or did not venture into the vast Sunday. No definition from the objective real world could be applied to the absolute one without caution and mere signifying. Only where the highest visionary power with regard to the invisible existed could a celestial land of legend also be provided with words, but with approximated ones. Dante and Goethe thus concluded their works solely with indirect images of heaven, the one in contemplation of a given faith, the other in the faith of a transparent contemplation. However, even the medievally secure Dante avoids the directness which great contemporary painting displayed towards heaven. Giotto's visible. 821. Order of visible objects becomes in the final cantos of the Divine Comedy a highly symbolic sketch of unnarrable contents. The paradise of the saints in Giotto's last judgment is festively clear, the thrones of the patriarchs stand austerely, an arena of angels' heads and gleaming gold rises solidly behind the thrones. Whereas Dante's geography introduces figures and solidities from the objective real world into the paradiso only with metaphorical language, and finally symbols from a very distant utopia of space. Consequently, the Divine Comedy also transforms its architecture of the seven heavens from the sphere of fixed stars downwards into the wishful mysteries of a space of both inward and ultramundane depth. Even the external figure of light does not correspond to it, at least not that which appears in the sun and in the mere starfire of the heaven of fixed stars, only striving towards the empyrean. For the sun, in Dante equated with the cardinal virtue of wisdom, is indeed the place where the theologians reside who have become immersed in the infinite light of God. Nevertheless, the circle of the sun is by no means the empyrean, in fact, a particular difficulty for the interpretation of Dante's hierarchy of heaven. The circles of Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn are placed above it as circles of courage, justice and temperance. This means that in Dante's space there is a utopia which in its highest manifestation may correspond to the sphere of the sun, but instead of this reveals itself in a special symbolic form which is by no means astronomical anymore. As such there appears in the empyrean, above the final drive of the world ring towards pure light, the rose of heaven. Light is there above, through which is clearly rendered the Creator visible to that creation whose peace, alone in seeing him, is engendered, and extending in a circular formation to such a girth that its circumference would seem too large a girdle for the sun's illumination. The whole of its appearance, fashioned by a beam, reflects from the peak of the primum mobile from where its vigor and potential stream. And as the hillside seems to put on a display in the water mirror, admiring its image when its greenery and flowers are in full array. 822. So I saw, floating above the light, stage by stage, mirroring themselves in more than 1,000 tiers, all those of us returned to that high vantage. Thus in the form of a white unblemished rose the sacred host was then revealed to me, the very bride that Christ with his own blood chose. Paradiso, Canto 30, 31. The souls of the crusaders form a crucifix, the angels the great flower of light. Everything is the form and yet everything the symbol of a venerabile that is a rose and then again is not. The utopia of space has become spacelessness in the empyrean, nearness and distance can here neither give nor take more, presso e lontano, li, ne. Ponne leva, par 30, L 121, asterisk there thus remains even in the rose only the perfect circular form of fulfillment. This is not the rose of love from a secular literature at all. Any more, not even the rose of Mary, although Dante, at the level of the heaven of fixed stars, calls the Mother of God this, par 23, L 73f the most perfect figure. Remains outside space. Shortly before Dante, Pietro da Mora, Cardinal of Capua, published a treatise de Rosa. In this the most perfect flower from time immemorial figured 3 times, for the chorus martyrum, for the Virgo virginum, and for the mediator deiet hominum. While Dante's symbolism of the rose also exactly concurs with this trinity, cf. Olszki, Sacra Doctrina e Theologia Mystica, 1934, p. 20 squ, it certainly does not do so with regard to the wishful landscape, spatial figure of the rose itself. This stands in the hyperspace of the empyrean solely for the circle of everywhere. And within it, as the now no longer separating but solely connecting wishful dream, the flower of paradise can be grasped with a single glance, par 30, L 118, indeed it is graphicness itself. In the highest part of paradise, cognition is necessarily superseded by vision. the courage to describe the indescribable, which is not even indescribable, therefore even progressed to the image of a swarm of bees, as which the angels present themselves, as which they settle in the calyx of the rose of heaven and fly up to God, Par 31, L7ff. Then again ancient architectural images are chosen, the leaves of the rose appear as tiers, de banco in banco, of a vast amphitheater. The rose is able to be all this because it is chosen as a spatial symbol of a perfection which can no longer be near and far, over there, neither add nor take away. 823. Compared with any space at all other than that which the circling around the central core describes, and which thus has as its simile all-roundness that is purely forming itself. Otherwise a whiff of the things of this world penetrated its way across here only in passing, a pleasant whiff. They themselves are essentially abandoned, in Dante's eyes. The earth lies ridiculously small below him, Par 22, L152, only its deeds reach up. This changes in Goethe, where the rift between here and yonder comes to an end. Even for the land of legend, by virtue of contemplation which has become secular, Faust enters the infinite by striding into the finite on all sides, although again in a mountaineering way. The heaven in Goethe's Faust remains totally drawn from earthly perception and holds fast to it, though again always symbolically, indeed. Everything transitory is only a metaphor, with particularly pronounced symbolism, reflected almost more than in Dante. Only, the scene of the Faustian heaven, which is so figurative, is and remains of this world, is that of the high mountain, of the alpine massif full of ravines in the blue. Dante of course, on the peak of Mount Purgatory, also had an earthly landscape as an almost celestial one. Up there lay the earthly paradise, and there was spring breeze, birdsong, hidden in the leaves. Ambrosial forest with lethe and as rivers of blessing, Purg 28, L1ff. To the deadly forest of sin at the beginning of hell, INF. I, L2ff, a forest of God is opposed here, in the morning. The pine grove near Ravenna served, in Dante's memory, as a model. However, the thus animated and illustrated earthly paradise is in Dante totally different from the heavenly one. It is a mere place of transit, for souls which are ready for admission to the heavenly paradise. Eden only belongs to heaven, in so far as it is the lowest situated space to which the veiled Beatrice can still descend to greet Dante. Consequently, the use of images from nature here by no means signifies the same as in Goethe. In Dante they only adorn and describe a natural place, though a transfigured one. They do not become transparent without a rift for the place of glory. Its region was in Dante arose without separating space. In Goethe however even the highest region is and remains further intensifying space, is the transcendental high mountains, and in fact those which were only conquered, almost revealed in Goethe's age. Alpine nature surrounds the blessed boys, who float through the firs like little morning clouds, greets the angels misting around rocky heights, contains the pure radiance above the peaks. A mountain cathedral, rising out of ecstatic precipices into the ether, that is Goethe's vision of heaven, and precisely as an incessant range of high mountains, with 824 constantly new spheres up above. Even this active infinite system, a Protestant striving one tensed into constantly new premonitions as well, thus upholds, in contrast to Dante, the earthly connection, the geography of upward striving and of ever new peaks. The framework remains that of the high mountains, not of the circle. The final Faustian landscape remains transcendent, not transcendental, both in the lasting ability to become of its figures and in the continually ramifying upward. The ages and societies part here, the feudal one in Dante, the capitalist Protestant one in Goethe. Dante completed a well-conducted arriving journey, Goethe's Faust gropes further for his goal even in heaven. In Dante the figures are finished, the status termini has replaced the status viae, a definitive position, except in the Purgatorio, and even this has its precise measure. Dante's figures are definitely the past in the shape of eternity, and the landscape of this immortality is so constituted. Whereas the immortal element in Faust is conceived in the chrysalis condition, that is, expecting sheer future in the form of eternity. Instead of spiritual hyperspace, with every soul in the place of its revealed finished quality, a new space of influence opens up, instead of a completed utopia of space the utopia of time as well, still lasting within that space. And to the temporal utopia of the Faustian heaven there corresponds in fact the infinity of the striving endeavor, with immortal premonition at its core. At the highest point of Dante's Paradiso however, at the goal to which all wishes turn, longing ends, l'ardor del desiderio in me finii, par 33, L 48, visio beatifica dei and the primacy of the vita contemplativa over the vita activa absorb the will into themselves. Indeed the longing of the Dante subjects is not only destroyed by divine contemplation and through the rose of heaven, the longing, as one which has likewise become eternal, is without a future and has reached the end, even ends in hell. Even the worst situation becomes through its eternity situationless, like the existence of the gods, and therefore blessed in the formal sense. Hence Hegel's very bold formulation, but valid for Dante, even his damned in hell still have the salvation of eternity. Io eterno duro stands over the gates of hell, they are what they are, without remorse and desire, do not speak of their torments, these do not concern us and them as it were, for they last forever, but they only remember their opinions and deeds. Firmlyself consistent in the same interests, without lamentation and longing, Hegel, Werke x3, p. 107. But the repose which even applies to hell in Dante does not even apply to heaven in Goethe's. I put an end to the ardour of my craving. 825. Faust, let alone to the chrysalis condition. Not even the eternity of happiness is here one of repose. Even arrival still remains process here, with rising fall gain, even salvation does not cease here to contain a Tantalus sui generis, a kind of Tantalus of happiness. Even heaven yields no ready goal content, there remains instead an infinitely striving distance from it, and there also remains of course that not scrupulous but rich premonition which passes over again and again to untested horizons. The scrupulous distance is Protestant, as noted above, as resolutely as the faith in attainability and contemplatable goal form has remained arch-Catholic. The Protestant Faustian heaven corresponds, despite its Catholic clothing, to Lessing's proposition that truth is only for God alone, the striving for truth is for man. And related to this is Kant's doctrine of the eternally only approximative movement towards the ideal. Whereas Dante's heaven, this total exposition of arrival, corresponds with equally great fidelity to the ultimate faith in Sabbath and rest of classic medieval philosophy, represented above all by Dante's master Thomas Aquinas. In Thomas there is no endless approach to the ideal at all, but human creatures are thoroughly capable of attaining by means of grace that divini bonitatis similitudo for which they are destined. So, whereas in the Protestant Faustian heaven the goal perpetually moves and therefore distances itself so much that it almost ceases to be one, in Dante's Catholic heaven it stands so firmly and eternally in central repose as if in its own essence it was no goal at all, i.e. in correlation to a path, but an absolute self-composure and perfection of being in and for itself. But although in Dante Thomas repose is thus reified and ontologically hypostasized, as in Faust Lessing Kant the infinitely striving distance from it, a primacy of Dante's Paradiso over the Faustian heaven still emerges on the one hand, where this infinite striving is concerned. It is the utopian primacy of rest. As the schema of fulfillment, over motion, as the schema of unfulfilled striving for something. Whereby Dante's land of legend, like that of Giotto, stands as a corrective to every intention perspective which does not destroy itself in bad infinity of approaching any more than in infinite variability. The infinity which appears as scrupulosity if not as ultimate non-wanting of arrival and successfulness is a caricature of the historical utopian conscience and by no means this conscience itself. This is precisely why the rose as Dante's symbol of rest has a utopian primacy over the infinitely ramifying symbols of elevation in the Faustian high mountains. For utopia is accordingly not one of itself, but one of its no longer utopian content as one that is attained. On the other hand, of course, the primacy of circular rest over Faustian motion. 826. Changes the moment attention is no longer paid to the scrupulous infinity of elevation to ever higher spheres but simply to the element of premonition within it, i.e. of utopian certainty that no previously supposed or even hypostasized final symbol buys up sorrow, fulfills hope, or adequates the subject with the substance. The thus preserved motion is then not a reified one, not one of a running amok made absolute in eternal distance, but it proves for all its faith in the finally attainable goal, indeed. Precisely because of this faith, the consciousness of the still lasting unachievedness of the goal and of its substance. So in this respect the Faustian high mountains, with ever higher and as it were more authentic peaks, contain a darker blue of utopian conscience. The Faustian heaven contains from this standpoint the conscience of an arrival content whose day has not yet come, whose medieval mere day of legend together with the transcendental empyrean have disappeared. And that is precisely why, in the non-transcendent transcendence of premonition, even Dante's realm of rest shines only as the corrective to a perfection, but at no point of the content that has remained aesthetic as the former image fulfillment of what can be signified with the category of heaven. The element which is not indifferent in literature either, nor can be shunted off into artistic enjoyment, affirms itself in this way. Even such a high wishful landscape of the all as Dante's rose of heaven, even this revelation of an all, has long become insufficient with regard to its absolute or final essence. Each revelation of great religious art had its truth, in so far and as soon as it possessed it, solely as a substitution for the still outstanding, still consistently utopian real content of what was meant in general and can continue to operate solely in this way. For the seriousness of atheism, against which no reality of the other world and God whatsoever can hold out any more, except as a hypostasis which has become shallow or even simply as a historicizing art industry, art-religion industry, this seriousness is the basic condition for every centrally comprehended utopia. It is also the basic condition for the possible inheritance of the still relevant, and in utopian terms, not mythical ontological ones, still valid contents of former religious art and of religion itself. For it is solely the experimenting utopian form, and nowhere now the maintained real form of the absolute, whereby roses of heaven, described gods, the empyrean and other intentional contents represented as perfect remain in the memory of hope. Atheism as a whole both created the intentional contents of the final utopia from the already existing reality and sharpened the intention towards these contents without mythology and part payment. But heavenly rest, of course, interpreted as a corrective, indicates to the utopia of motion, and precisely 827. To that which is conscientious, what it has in it itself as its most radical intention, the end of intention, the infinity of content, not of the path. The will of utopia is on the right path only when it does not allow the elevation to higher spheres to be blocked by temporary cases of fulfillment, yet believes just as rigorously in an end, time stop, arrival. When it believes in nothing more than the objectively founded possibility of this arrival, but therefore also in the power to hasten it and not to renounce it for the sake of the path. Precisely the final form of the highest moment, which Faust increasingly sought and of course continues to make eventful in heaven, as something still insufficient. Precisely this final form has no higher sphere above it any longer, indeed no sphere at all any more alongside others. Dante's land of legend gives the densely successful rose, Faust's land gives mountains above mountains in the outspread blue. In the former the mystery is the existing solution, in the latter the solution is the still remaining mystery. Splendor, Elysium in opera and oratorio. Sound hovers, it is not clear where it is located. Equally it is not very plain what it expresses, completely different words have been set to the same tune. Yet a sound can also express better than any color or words that transition where we no longer know whether it is a lament or a consolation. Music on the whole does not stick at it, certainly not in a major key, but not in a minor key either. It has a totally lonely but long drawn out, undying light in the pain it states, and for seriousness it has a song which covers even the hardest step of the grave asterisk as one towards hope. The fact that music exists at all, as a path or way out prefigured nowhere else, shines through, and already surpasses the materials to which it turns. To which it turns in a searching, hovering fashion though, so that the solution is not yet binding. Except for a few great musical statements. The path of music is longer than that of painting, and even that of poetry. Thus it is by no means as objective as other arts, although referring far more intensively to objects which do not lie in the horizon of sensations and ideas but of emotions. But at the same time, since all emotions are pressing for a solution, this means that, of all the arts, music is most geared to this end, by virtue of the consoling character of its hovering above, most powerfully capable of giving a appearance of outflow. Though also in a most carefree way, at least in the form of music, which is not so rigorous, i.e. where cadenza and finale press towards radiance anyway, towards the visibility of radiance, in the opera. As such, like the oratorio, the opera is only a form in which the instrument of the human voice can join in and, without causing a traffic obstruction, is heard to advantage. But over and above this the opera posits visible action. Its singing instruments have risen above the orchestra, and are people in a scene. And in addition, since the Baroque period in which it first blossomed on a wide scale, the opera has served the festival, imposing display and elevated existence. It is intent, even more decidedly than the finale of a symphony, on happiness, on triumph, even though possibly on a silent, exhaling triumph. Even the cool experiments in the manner of classical antiquity with which the opera began in Florence, indeed by means of which it was invented, showed a surprising desire for the bright ending and its land, despite the elegiac material they chose. Paris. Eurydice, 1600, ended cheerfully, and a little later Monteverdi's Orfeo admittedly restores Eurydice's sad return to the underworld, but Apollo places the couple among the stars. More than ever the splendid Baroque opera needs the per aspera ad astra in its music, nothing better filled the festive sets, nothing allowed more lavish ceremonies, more evident splendor of the happy end. The orchestra as yet possessed no crescendo, but precisely the jerky changes in the intensity of tone allowed the formation of terraces of sound, and above all an abrupt contrast. Together with the individual, the dramatic solo now arose and the vertical line of the chord, with the cadenza effect of victory which it alone made possible. The dominant and tonic effect was supported by harmonic innovations like the Neapolitan sixth, one of the most powerful means of expression in Baroque opera, precisely with regard to appearing triumph. A quiet Arcadia was still undoubtedly more natural to the Renaissance opera when it began in Florence, and it followed pastoral plays at least as much as it did antiquity. But the Baroque opera made an apotheosis out of it. The Baroque operas themselves are forgotten, and like the novel, the tragedy, and even the poetry of this period have not yet attained the modern esteem which arose for Baroque buildings and also Baroque sculpture. This selectivity concerning the different values of individual kinds of art in the same period is strange and unprecedented. Yet, constant espressivo, and constant mostoso obviously has limits in the after-ripening, it enforces fractions and rations in which it can be absorbed. Even masterpieces like Scarlatti's Theodora, like Purcell's Dido and Aeneas, and even Handel's Julius Caesar have not yet become really reproducible as full-scale creations, in their grand tone and background. 829. Joseph Fuchs, the author of the famous Gradus ad Parnassum, had composed a festival opera in 1723 for the king's coronation in Prague, which was performed by 100 singers and a 200-strong orchestra. Not a sound of such colossi, or even of such assiduous lavishness comes across to us any more. But the structural technique of the opera form itself hardly ever forgot this Baroque radiance in the bad and good sense. After all, even from the cradle opera was directed towards the Elysian, and then towards the splendid. The magnificent style of the Scarlatti aria, sustained initial notes with large intervals which are followed by a lively movement. This style was of course mocked in Mozart's Così fan tutte, Fiordaligi's aria, but it has an influence down to Weber and beyond. Not in the opera buffa, but rather in the opera seria. Even Mozart serves up the grand scene from the Baroque, the theatrical one that transcends all everyday life, with the radiance of terror and apotheosis. Hence the storm at sea in Idomeneo, and the burning of the Capitol in Titus. Neither are adequate Mozart operas of course, and the Elysium of this genius lies, instead of in apotheoses, in the garden music of Figaro, but even the magic flute, with the final stage direction, the whole theatre is transformed into a sun, ends in the tone of triumph, land of triumph, to which the Baroque opera was committed. Monteverdi's Apollo, after all the darknesses of operatic fate, places the couple again and again among the stars. The opera is optimistic, and the significant exceptions to this are none or merely prove the rule. All the more so in the 19th century, when the bourgeoisie was striving for imposing radiance and adopted the instrument of the opera for this purpose, when Spontini and Meyerbeer, and especially Wagner, started Baroque festivals, high dramas with a borrowed aurora or one of their own. At the same time the banality of the grand scene came to the fore here, in so far as Victoria is trumpeted within it in a too contrived way, and the dangerous mixture of risk and convention in the victorious operatic finale. A danger which can incidentally also arise in a so much higher style, precisely in the symphonic finale. Nothing is more urgent in operatic composition than to be ready before dramatic climaxes and low points with an idea which is worthy of the great moment and especially of the blissful moment, but nothing in the 19th century was more threatened by the routine of the theatrical effect either. Theatrical effect, said Wagner, the master of resounding silence, but even more so of the Colossus, is effect without cause. This phenomenon or non-phenomenon therefore advanced above all into the great outbursts, great conclusions of acts and closing vegetas of the opera. Theatrical effect was still most suitable where incidental. 830. Music of the left hand, music as accompaniment to the spectacle was permissible anyway, in ballet, and above all in the being beside oneself of the bacchanal, that can be combined with ballet. The Garden of Love made into music here still contained a legacy of festiveness in which the set is a large part of the attractive and lecherous business itself. The embarkation for Cythera, the fine hesitant one, is far off, unless it rings isolated backwards and forwards, in Offenbach's introductory music to the Barcarolle, in his Luxuriousives and in his latest concerto of Orpheus, but the gardens of love and magic islands of the Baroque certainly appear, both coarsened and magicized, in the great bacchanals throughout, especially in that of the Paris Tannhauser. Here is a masterpiece of desire and of nothing else in the world, an abyss of satyriasis, demonized down from strains of Tristan, and far off in the abyss, from the shore which it does not have, the song of the nymphs wafts across, the brothel. Radiance of a higher order, with the rose of hell. Yet more dubiously in fact than in the bacchanal the salute of beach and radiance could be at hand where climaxes of operatic action, where above all conclusions of acts and the landscape of the finale are also to be made present. The various consecrations of swords, prayer scenes, and trumping conclusions in Meyerbeer and therefore also in Wagner here became a cliché. A cliché in statu nascendi in the case of Siegmund's lovesickness and Siegfried's sword song, the entry of the gods into Valhalla and all the other transportable fortissimi of something allegedly right or wonderlandish which now seems to break through and yet remains merely rhetoric, effect without cause, a braggart tone. Verdi, although likewise belonging to the age of Meyerbeer, kept himself freer from the cliché of such climaxes precisely by delivering it in the minor parts and confining it to them, so to speak. Thus, to give a single example, the triumphal march in Aida sparkles, being kept as superficial as it should be, but the moment afterwards when Amneris crowns the victor with laurels does not sparkle musically, and the love scene between Othello and Desdemona when the Pleiades touch the ocean, when space grows small and the world grows deep, differs in this low point of its own. Characteristically from the contrived climax of the conclusion of another act between Siegmund and Sieglind, when the Volsung's blood glows in flood. The Wagner of Tristan certainly does not need to be directed into the piano mood and the wholly extraordinary, he is a teacher of the piano mood and of the aurora to night beyond. Compare, but the convention of the climax, from Rienzi to the ring of the Nibelungen and beyond, is the satanic angel who beats this wicked great genius with his fists. The 831. Satanic angel is the imposing radiance of the Baroque in the midst of the bourgeoisie, in its German alliance with stale, refurbished, romanticized feudalism. Thus the stated danger of false pre-appearance of radiant outflowing radiance became in Wagner just as clear as genuine pre-appearance certainly also emerges again and again in the operatic wishful landscape, by virtue of music and by virtue of a work of genius in music. And it is not for example as if the spectacle as such, with fortissimo, which is so powerfully familiar from the Baroque, were incompetent from the start at the climax, and possibly even at the low point. The incompetent aspect of it remains essentially only the cliché, which is always so easily combined with emptiness in what is pompously wonderful. The fact that the pompously wonderful as well, even that which is particularly heightened, can be effect with cause, a powerfully fulfilled tonic even in opera, as soon as the contrived zest is absent, this is shown in the last act of the Meistersinger by the chorus of the Awake, this unexpectedly mighty reddening dawn, after every intensification of day already seemed to have come. And even the fine, more mysterious reddening dawn becomes free wherever a climax, a pause without the cliché of pretending to be a climax, shows its landscape, as even in the drum beats surrounding Senta's first encounter with the Dutchman. As in the quintet of the Meistersinger, even as in the violin strains of the Good Friday Meadow. This is the legitimate thing about significant opera in general, the fact that, out of the tonic radiance native to it as also out of tragedy and especially out of happiness, it can cause a solution to arise in the action which the spoken word lacks in this expansive oceanic element. With what grand arched jubilation the bliss-making melody ends and also does not end in the final bars of the Götterdam Merung, the opposite land to the bombastic entry into Valhalla which is here also musically purified. There is high time in the opera, resoundingly represented wishful land which it well befits if by virtue of the still hovering sound, as in the most powerful of all operas, in Fidelio, it rises above a nameless ocean with nameless joy. All this presupposes a taut sound of course, which surprisingly slackens The raging then dies down in such a way that it flows out into the entering song of rest. But this outflow is still itself filled with the preceding unrest, and thus the song which reproduces it is characteristically hot. And the danger here always remains a sensational entry of the tonic, in a further sense than the fundamental harmonic one. But there is still an often smaller, always cool melodic region where a kind of silvery released element itself emerges from the action in opera. As an Arcadian melody, without previous 832 overheating, as an anteroom to the wishful landscape where one forgets the wishing one has had. A seemingly modest and certainly striking example of this is provided by the roundelay strains in Gluck's Orpheus. Above all the Elysium scene, what a clear sky covers this place. Gluck gave more than the melodious sensuality of the Neapolitan school here, and also more than the dramatic contrast to the agitations and unhappinesses of his infernal chorus. On the contrary, there is overdramatic lento here, transparently simple at the same time. Elysium emerges, beyond vanquished death, in Orpheus' glance at the clear sky and its softer light, in the transfigured major key of the roundelay, and then chorus, to the strains of which Orpheus greets Eurydice. This is the model of seraphic rest in the opera, but especially in the oratorio, to which Gluck's Orpheus half belongs. There is nothing majestic about it, only peace, peace, as the Koran says. The classical manifestation of what can be called a rival style in music may not of course flourish in theatrical forms and hence forms of action at all, in so far as they also extend into the oratorio. It is rather wholly applied to Tranquillitas Animi, and its musician, Palestrina, is the master of such transfiguration. Its pure rainbow sound already lives in the secular madrigals of Palestrina's youth. It triumphs in the sudden simplicity of his masses, as soon as the dogmatic keyword sounds. The rhythm is reduced to a minimum of movement, chromatics are avoided. As the expression of individually broken feelings and feelings of distance. Melody and polyphony are totally cleared up. The four-part movement here has an absolutely assertive effect, and shows ruling simplicity. Homophony, often reveling in pure triads, does not interrupt but crowns a masterly counterpoint obtained from the Dutch. Palestrina seeks an echo of that which Saint Cecilia hears, of whom the legend says that she had already heard the choirs of angels on earth. Such auditio beatifica corresponds to Thomas Aquinas and Dante's ideal of a visio beatifica Dei. It corresponds even more precisely to Augustine's ideal of music as a preludium vitae aeterni. The Palestrina style was thus the only one to indicate in practical terms what had remained theory in the musical ideal of the whole Middle Ages, a learned, though devout theory of paradise. Palestrina's art is really applied to the wishful image of the singing of angels. His music was in fact heard as the echo of heavenly strains. Since Augustine, music had been theoretically celebrated as this echo, he himself had ascribed to the hymn singing of the Church a share in his own conversion. He himself had first reinterpreted the ancient harmony of the spheres, this astral mythic psaltery, as the singing of angels, as a paradise sound in no longer planetary but human-like form. 833. This singing of angels will incorporate and surround those redeemed by the Lord, and so all earthly music which takes its inspiration from this above is for Augustine an open gate of heaven, precisely a preludium vitae aeterni, utia corporis ad incorporea transimus asterisk, de musica 6, 2. Augustine was thus the one source of the Elysium dream in the medieval view of music. But the other was Dionysios Areopagita. He already made music wholly into the language of angels itself, i.e. here, into a hierarchically graded message. Music was now for the first time to deal totally with the connections of the heavenly and human harmony. It descends from paradise to the musica mundana, the cosmic harmony, then to the musica humana, the harmony of body and soul, and returns to paradise. All this was still astral mythic throughout. Of course, an astronomical theory of music, rebaptized in Christian terms, and its influence on real music was slight throughout the whole of the Middle Ages. Now, in Palestrina an intention towards a musica coelestis won through in practice, so that Pius IV here ventured a superlative which, wholly in the spirit of Augustine, sought, and was able to find the preludium vitae aeterni only in a musician, not in painting or literature. Here a John in the earthly Jerusalem gives us a sensation of that song, heard by John the Apostle in the heavenly Jerusalem, prophetically enraptured. The choirs of angels of course are a hypostasized mythology, like the rose of heaven. And musica coelestis belongs solely in the great human history of hope and its postulated spaces, not in the existing heaven which had so largely been invented as deaf. Thus no music since Palestrina has dared to reproduce this musica coelestis as a possession. Precisely as music, all examples of Sanctus and Gloria were expected to be appeals or conjurations and not pretended reflections, not even in the most timid pianissimo. Beethoven certainly has seraphic elements as the final word, but always as incomprehensible elapsion or as a promise of the Benedictus which has come to the hope. There is of course music of arrival in Beethoven throughout, its most significantly fulfilled form sounds where Leonora removes Florestan's chains, with a presentiment of the highest moment. But the arrival and its land never spread to angelic spheres. He must dwell above the stars. The misterioso of this chorus from the Ninth Symphony is stirred and surrounded by the empirical doubt of a mere Kantian postulate of God. It does not land in transcendental perfection which has been and can be sung to an end. Music therefore shares to a particularly strong degree the destruction of the heavenly prelude to the eternal life, so that we may cross from the corporeal to the incorporeal. 834. Certainty of being, yet in such a way that, through non-renunciation as at the same time through the stated ambiguous hovering above which nevertheless aims with wishful emotion, wishful solution, through its tendency object in other words, music was able to give the strongest pre-appearance of what has come good. Of a humanly possible Elysium for which there is as yet no concretion, but in which there is no mythology either. The utopian distance strikes into the immediacy of musical self contact. The nearness of this musical landscape is in turn charged with significances of an extremely humanized distant world. Music thus has that paradoxical perspective that its objects appear ever greater, and therefore nearer, the more they move towards the horizon on which music lies and forms hope. Even the rest announced by Palestrina has become insufficient in face of the much further ranging wishful and volitional phenomenon of Beethoven. But it too remains in turn a corrective for an andante finale, however rarely possible, whose arrival causes the music to sound both silent and great. Contact of the interior and the boundless in the spirit of music, Kleist's ideal landscape. Sistine Madonna. Even portrayed happiness is reluctant to be known and agreed beforehand. It thus points in an unfamiliar direction, not just into the narrowness which we know or into the expanse which belongs to greatness. But in both of these a third destination also rises, one which is pointed out not least in musical terms, the unfathomable. This category unites cave and expanse, interior and perspective, containing and surpassing both. The interior is paradoxical, it does of course contract seductively into the narrow, near, and secret, but at the same time it contains significant horizon in this narrowness. Images of spatial contraction, of the formation of houses and interior space as a whole ultimately share in an intensive element which, when added to it, first makes the expanse incapable of losing itself and substantial. Thus no interior remains simply this, and no significant idol resigns itself as happiness to confinement. In both there is also the opposite of, or the switch into, the universe. In other words, into an amalgamated universe, with golden space and golden time, into small infinity. And the great image of expanse on the other hand, the perspective of. In finity, this conversely does not merely proceed to expanse. The content of longing in distance and the oceanic element in perspective do not remain simply. 835. Whom every gaze has perished of nearness thus exchange faces. As such Caspar David Friedrich's manner of painting is not like this, on the contrary, it's constant. Longing for expanse tears nearness and distance roughly apart, without a painted intermediate world between the two. But by this very means Kleist's creative consternation in front of the picture can describe such a tremendous arc between nearness and distance, center and circle. Kleist's soundless apocalypse contains the spark of life anew, in an unfathomable abyss in which man and nature both are, and both no longer are. The eye disappears by looking at the picture, the viewer disappears together with his distance, the picture injures the man standing outside it, as if one's eyelids had been cut away, but it also injures the sea, for that on which I was supposed to look out with longing, the sea, was completely missing. Something it is hard to name appears, going out from the viewer to the Capucin, going back from the sea to the dunes. Both, Capucin and dunes, become one, the lonely center in the lonely circle, the unfathomable abyss of the inconspicuous with truly oceanic effect. There is happiness in this, that of Thule, but again no agreed, arranged happiness at all, with a locality that can be catalogued, particularly not this. A central wishful landscape arises all the more strangely, to the howling of foxes and wolves, at the edge of an ending world, in this laconicism, a subject house, with its 2 or 3 mysterious objects, as the only ones which remain in the lonely circle with the lonely center, and furthermore certainly as objects, but as those about which there is nothing alien any more. So that we can equally, indeed more accurately speak of an object house, and all the more so because of the depth extension of its natural objects, of a house concentrating subject and object. Of all descriptions of pictures this one has most penetrated into the painted hiatus between subject and object, has filled it with destruction and with an unusual night or mist peace of Jerusalem. Only we cannot see or breathe here, in this so very nearest remote region. Kleist's description is one of the most profound, but the familiar sun no longer rises, and another one does not yet become visible. And Friedrich's sea landscape can give only in such central impressions, such description powerfully experiencing things. Through that which great painting communicates in its own horizon, the unity of man and distance, the return of perspective into the manifold Mona Lisa and of the latter into the perspective of the manifold edges of the world. Nevertheless, all humane transcendental painted spaces become almost conventional compared with that described by Kleist, with a single exception, the space of the Sistine Madonna. 837. It is different from the space which is usually painted, and thus the Sistine Madonna is the boldest picture and the landscape in it the most mysterious. There is no so-called southern space here, the firmly constructed stage, nor so-called northern space, with the varying structure determined by the events within it. There is geometrically clear unity, in the spirit of southern space, in Raphael's picture, but it determines no place at all for the figure within it, neither in nearness nor distance. Neither in this world nor the other world. The Madonna hovers equally before and between and behind the peculiar curtain which frames her aura in the picture. She rises while she descends, and descends while she ascends, her space is that of abduction and of homecoming. The relation of the Madonna Gloriosa in Faust to this hovering one is obvious, in the gentleness of an outspread mystery, in the receptive inner world of immensity. Franz Marc has said that pictures are our own surfacing in another place, and here, in the placelessness in which interior and perspective mutually merge and permeate themselves with a dissolved other world, a whole existence surfaces in the other place. Here there is nothing more than the wishful landscape of this everywhere, of this permeatedness with homeland. A limit of art is also reached. Here of course, if not ventured beyond. For religious art is none at all in so far as it is always on the point of doing away with the appearance which exists for the senses. Without which appearance nothing can be portrayed aesthetically. Wishful landscape of beauty, of sublimity as a whole remains in aesthetic pre-appearance and as such. The attempt to complete world without it perishing. Such virtual perfection, the object of every iconoclasm and of course itself perforated in religious art, this rises, sua genera geographically, in the wishful landscapes, placed far ahead, from painting, opera, and literature. They are often mythologically cloaked and disguised, but never remain settled and sealed in this. For they intend human happiness, a sense of its space having been well placed and having turned out well, from the idyllic to the still mystical space. Pre-appearance gives this aesthetic significance of happiness at a distance, concentrated into a frame. For the happiness imagined in Kleist, powerful enough to make foxes and wolves howl, deep enough to satisfy the demand made by the heart and to dispel the injury done to us by nature, in an unalienated world. For this utopia in the utopian element itself, the situationless landscape is certainly one of the most exact spatial symbols, in the pre-appearance of the picture. But everywhere the wishful landscape is such that everything which happiness needs is present. No less and equally no more than that. It will be incumbent upon socialist art to see that this auroral feature in the picture 838 of the real is also always communicated, corrected and correctly placed, nocturnal day, as the cheerful Greeks themselves called the reddening dawn. The wishful landscape in art has this colorful foreglow up its sleeve, indeed has it as an object after it is planted in the world and may grow, but has not yet ripened. 41 Wishful landscape and wisdom subspecie eternitatis and of process. What do I have? If I do not have all, the young boy said. Is there here a case of less and more? And is your truth just like the senses' bliss? A simple sum we can possess in greater or smaller form and always still possess? Or is it not alone and undivided? Schiller, The Veiled Image at Sais. If a single truth prevails like the sun, that is day. Hamann, Aesthetica in Nous. The concept is the fence, physics the garden, ethics the fruit. Chrysippos the Stoic. The search for proportion. There is no thinking for its own sake and never has been. Thinking began with wanting to recognize a situation in order to know one's way around in it. Behind this thinking stood fears and above all wishing needs which are to be satisfied, and moreover by means of a short-cut, deliberately. There is no path here which has not been made into one, so that people may walk on it and arrive where they wish to go in accordance with their interests, for which they have set out with light above their work in a world half mediated with them. This results in wishful lands even in cognition, above all where life is surveyed as a whole, and hence philosophically, and is to be brought to what is to be fled, what is to be sought. For the first really free thinking, which was Greek, began 839. Precisely with what is to be fled, what is to be sought as a whole. It tried to sketch its world clearly according to the proportions of this right wish, of the wish for what is right. Thus if we take the so-called 7 sages, all of them already distinguished in their rules and main points the thinking to which they could adhere. It was the middle course in life and in the circumstances of things. It was not yet the authentic in general, but this very middle course was now decisive and stressed, that in which things really run in accordance with bon sens. In so far as, in the opinion of these sages, things are ideally as they should be, in the extract offered to them by the world. Thus Bias, Solon, and other men of epigrams above all praised contentment and no remorse, a nothing too much which may portray the Greek way of the Tao, of the rhythm of life. On the plane of everyday life of course, and in a retracted way, the sense of these epigrams portrays as it were a still life in the form of thought and of Calmness as a protective house. And the ground of anxiety onto which and towards which all this was drawn even subsequently is the transitoriness and frailness of life. The uncertainty of all its conditions. Through the whole of early Greek thinking there runs the lament of Simonides that human beings drop like leaves in the forest. But equally the assumption runs throughout that everything is preserved most calmly and for the longest time in the middle. Thus the seven sages were called such because their thinking sought in disorderly life proportion and harmony, in which there was a blessing. Indeed, with new ability it furnished the key to something durable, to presumably the oldest sense of what was called O sigma final sigma to be unaging, to hold together. Fools give themselves a lot of futile trouble over that which has lost all proportion, in which there is no blessing, but the aforementioned sages, usually sceptical in everything, backed what was well balanced. It was in fact to be human and material bone sense at one and the same time, in the most desirable way. It was to be the equilibrium of the pointer in the scales of circumstances, the orderly way of life where things are all right as they are. Through this world goes that which has been designated again and again, from the Stoics to Goethe, as recovery pour se and its support. It coincides here attractively with true being itself, as the land of the simplicity which always composes itself between extremes. Where the true is confined to that which constantly thinks itself into what is right and is so as good world. Even though the latter does not lie there as calmly as house, home, and garden make it seem. Vacant iota. 840. The authentic in primary matter and law. Great thinking went out to things more sharply as soon as it occurred. Enlightening, against antiquated custom, otherworldly mist, but also against mere sensory appearance. And trust was put in the fact that essence could be found and that, even as water, it could be walked on. In other words, something existed to which, as friendly matter, as sustaining physis, man was related in the authentic. The antithesis that like can only be perceived and especially recognized by like runs even in purely epistemological terms trustingly through so-called pre-Socratic thinking. It tacitly underlies that of Thales and clearly underlies that of Heraclitus, though it only became conscious in Empedocles. So that we can only grasp the cold through the cold, and the hot through the hot, hatred only through hatred, love through love and so on in corresponding areas of man and world. Which then led, in Plotinus and in Goethe, to the great expansion into bilateral perfection. If the eye was not sun-like, it could never see the sun. The information about this elective affinity can be as different as the restless fire of life in Heraclitus and the motionless sphere of being of the Eleatics. A common feature, however, is the equation of this authentic element or original matter with that in which an authentic element in man has its motion, its true essence. Thus Heraclitus says that the more dry and fiery the soul is, the better it shares in the rational primary fire, Die Fragmenter Vorsakritiker, Diels, Fr 118. Thus Parmenides says that Themis and Dike, i.e. the goddesses of unwavering justice, lifted the veil where the unchanging Henkaipan sits enthroned, the unshakable heart of well-rounded truth, Fr 1. These value-tinged sketches of the essential are contradicted least of all by the amazingly economic reflection in Heraclitus, all things are an exchange for fire and fire for all things, as are commodities for gold and gold for commodities, Fr 90. For in this statement an early commodity thinking in the Ionian trading cities comes together with gold as an allegorical permanent value precisely by making itself cosmic. Like gold itself, the always precious fire now shines, made by no god and no man, proportionately going out again and again, and igniting again and again, Fr 30, but conversely the static Henkaipan is also removed from every change. Empedocles was of course the first to formulate consciously the elective proposition that only like could perceive and recognize like. And Even here it is by no means confined to hot or cold, but poses as the key to nothing less than something volitional in the turnover of things. 841. Themselves. Thus Empedocles not only goes sympathetically to the elements but also to a kind of life of value between them. With our earth matter we perceive the earth, with our water the water, with our air the divine air, with our fire the destructive fire, with our love finally the love of the world, and its hatred with our sad hatred, Fr 109. Thus for the first time basic emotions like love and hate are here found in the motions, separations, and connections of four elements. Nothing less in fact than the volitional intensive element, interest itself was thereby designated for the first time as an objectively motive factor in the world of fermenting landscape. Full of destruction, but ultimately full of construction. For however much epsilon, hatred, disturbs and destroys the universe, and separates again and again that which is beautifully taking shape, unrest is likewise still the strongest seeker of rest in the Empedoclean emotional matter. Ultimately O lambda alpha, love, brings the elements together again into a true wishful land, until they are all united in complete harmony. This harmony constitutes in its most perfect form the spheros, as the last, victorious counterpart to the whirlpool of hate. With all this Empedocles approaches the basic Heraclitean idea of struggle as the father of all things. And he diffuses this idea again of course, since for him struggle is not only no father but more a Moloch, so that precisely the productive dialectics of Heraclitus is lost. But it is lost simply in the premature anticipation of total harmony with the lull, prophesied utterly in the manner of a wishful image, in the restored essence solely moved by love. O iris bow, above rushing waters, when the wave in silver cloud flies up, as you are, so is my joy. This free rendering by Hölderlin in his Empedocles does in fact renew the rainbow light in this elevated landscape. Like is recognized by like, i.e. not just the earth by what is earthy, but also the ether by the highest element, by the airy matter of the soul. This is a powerful wish, together with the outside world that is supposed to correspond to it. On solid, consciously materialist soil, however, stands the most sober and most important so-called pre-Socratic philosopher, Democritus. The physis is disenchanted of all mythical features, but it is also thereby illuminated in the ad valorem sense, namely in a wholly uniform friendly way. The darkest element of the demonic, Moira, the old goddess of fate, is intentionally recollected, but victoriously recollected. Fate becomes totally understandable causal necessity. This gives the sole explanatory reason for everything that happens in the world, and the Anank, the necessity illuminated as such, is now without specters and clouds, a new wholly cooled ether as it were and one in all motions, manifestations. V tend iota tilde. Iota. 842. Of matter, even now. This recognition causes according to Democritus what is most worth striving for and happiest in man, the gamma alpha lambda eta, the calm. At sea, Diog. 9. But equally the wishful image of calm is that of the lawfully ruled landscape itself. The fine and gentle motion of the fire atoms which form the human soul not only gives calm happiness but also opens up again recognizing like with like the world. So this world itself is one of the even course, the inevitable yet transparent constraint of causes. Epicurus and Lucretius later stressed the fearless element in this landscape, and the Stoics with an even stronger praise of necessity. Trust in the world. The eternal essence in Democritus is the totality of the atoms moving through their heaviness and forming the world. But there is no doubt that there lies in this natural necessity an interpretation of it at the same time which satisfies the wish for happiness. It lies in the prospect, cheerful fate. Kant and the intelligible kingdom. Plato, Eros, and the pyramid of value. It was only fairly late that thinking focused on man, indeed began with him. The Sophists brought this inner glance, so to speak, though one which originally was not at all inward in the later and above all German sense, but a sceptical one. It belongs to the Athenian Enlightenment, which is different from the preceding one in the colonies in that it brings the sought-after authentic element into the subjective factor, and crushes that element within it either more or less individualistically, as in the case of the Sophists, or instead seeks to investigate it within it afresh by means of philosophical craft. Sigma Omicron, the wise man, originally means craftsman, as in the case of Socrates. But he too remains subjective or anthropological. I can learn nothing from the trees, but I can learn from people in the city. The physis therefore ceases to be the first consideration. In its place the soul, the mind, and the spirit are now to be primary. Idealistic consciousness begins and now covers, in however many forms, in a more or less reactionary way, also letting in mythical consciousness again the world. Of course, the idealism thus exposed, despite its irredeemable biases and exaggerations in the spirit, has become one of the most important antithetical enzymes of philosophical development, precisely for materialism itself. It became important both because of the subjective approach, and hence the epistemological spur, which since sophistical scepticism can no longer be stopped. Nita acute v. Tend. 843. And because of the abundance of definitions which the constant consideration precisely of what is logical in the world was able to reveal. However much this logical element was stood on its head, i.e. was turned from a material predicate into an all-sustaining subject. And it naturally follows that a new perspective of wishful contents, i.e. here, of ideals, also belongs to the authentically experimenting abundance of idealisms pouring from the subject, but possibly also from the tendencies of the object. And it must be further emphasized here that the struggle between materialism and idealism in the history of philosophy cannot be divided as simply as a struggle between two sports teams. Here Dessau against Schwerin, here Dynamo against Turbine, here materialists against idealists, the latter with a capital I, and the others with a capital M on their shirts. But the struggle frequently takes place within significant philosophies themselves, not in the case of Socrates, not in the case of the so sharply distinct grand idealist Plato, who characteristically does not even mention Democritus, but rather in the Stoics, in Aristotle, Leibniz, and Hegel. As also in the case of the greatest man in the series of the subjective factor running on from Socrates, in Kant. For his theory of the heavens of 1755 was almost purely mechanical and materialistic. His critique of pure reason is totally idealistic in its approach, a transcendental one, yet its object is exclusively Newton's mechanics. And the idealistic ideas, God, freedom, and immortality are expelled from science. Instead, as ideas of the unconditional which simply do not occur in the existing world of unbroken conditional connections, they are to preserve an unreal place in faith, together with all still unreal images of perfection in the ideal, and ultimately in the highest good. So Kant does admittedly want to do away with knowledge in order to make way for faith, but what is to be done away with is by no means knowledge, least of all the highly recognized one of mechanics, but above all the false, dogmatic knowledge which deals with the ideas of the unconditional, as if they were more than mere transcendental appearance, as if they were existing, empirical reality. And through this reduction of the authentic to an absolute, which can ultimately only be aspired to, in the world, a particularly accentuated wishful landscape, which here means a landscape of perfection, in fact appeared in philosophy with retained materialism in being, and abstract postulative idealism in obligation. There thus arises of course in the midst of the materialistic idealistic coalition a new realm of two worlds, an all too mechanistic and a really all too detached, intelligible one. Significantly, however, the tenor of his faith is stated precisely by the precritical end. 844. Thus not yet so dualistic Kant as one which is by no means merely unworldly. I do not find that any attachment or any other inclination which has crept in before inspection robs my mind of tractability towards all kinds of reasons for or against, with one single exception. The scales of reason are not completely impartial after all. And one arm of those scales which bears the inscription, hope for the future, has a mechanical advantage which means that even light reasons which fall into the pen belonging to it raise speculations on the other side which are inherently heavier. This is the only error which I probably cannot correct and which in fact I also never want to correct. Tr. Geistesgehers, Werke, Hartenstein, 2, p. 357. This kind of thing refers of course there and then apparently only to departed souls. And the future world of this sort, yet in reality an intelligible realm is implied in this significant statement, to which the access is not death but history in cosmopolitan intention. Just as precisely the later Kant expressed the hope for the future to the effect that the human race has always been progressing towards something better, and will continue to progress in this way, Streit der Fakultaten, Werke 7, p. 402. In the sense of the beautiful ideal of a realization of the moral law, which we do not foresee as an empirical completion, but onto which we look out only in the continuous progression and approach towards the highest good possible on earth, i.e., we are able to make preparations for it. Religion innerhalb der Grenzen, Werke 6, p. 234f. Ultimately this perspective of hope in Kant aims at a moral kingdom of God on earth, elucidated by the citoyen. German misery admittedly tore this wishful image again and again off the historically varying reality, and thus it remained in Kant particularly strongly within inwardness and eternally distant abstractness. However, this abstractness and distance outlined no other world in Kant himself, but exclusively a heaven in the humaneness which was working its way up and was to be promoted. This humaneness is served by the postulates which apply the ideas of the unconditional, God, freedom, immortality, purely to morality. It is served by ideals as the regulative concepts of what is wholly complete and perfect in the field of human reason. Postulates, ideas of the unconditional and ideals thus represent a wholly unique starry landscape, a star-studded sky of pure practical reason. And the analogy of the image even extends to the fact that all these stern lights, like the stars, radiate their sublimity only in a purely normative way, without empirically illuminating the gaps in the night sky. This is the situation with the ideal of reason, which must always be based on definite concepts and serve as a rule and a prototype. Whether 845 of compliance or assessment, Work E3, p. 392. Kant definitely protests against belonging to those who kindled their light from Plato, but his own idealism means of course that he transferred Platonic prototypes or ideas partly from metaphysical being into moral obligation. They now shine ahead within it in pure, all too pure future. In the unmediated sky of goodwill and ultimate moral purpose. The purity which is not to be found here was sought forwards, but was first sought upwards. The latter is the mythical way, it had been abandoned in the Ionian and Sicilian trading cities. The Athenian Enlightenment in particular, when it declared in the case of the Sophists even the earthly authorities to be bogus, had certainly announced that there was no celestial above, and there were no gods. Plato, however, is the aristocratic and mythical setback to this, but as goes without saying. Precisely regarding the height, indeed particular luminosity of the most dangerous and greatest idealist, he is not this alone. It was easier for Plato, as a wishful thinker, like none before him, to believe in the invisible than in the visible, and the upwards became for him a longing, an eros, a competitive striving, and finally of course a so-called vision of the invisible. As if the world lay in twilight and only the conceptual prototypes within it were the true, the solely real, that which fulfills in non-sensory purity. A wishful land through and through, with much reactionary relation to Spartan order, much sentimental relation to Egyptian repose, and a wishful land which as the realm of figures and types covered the world, conceptually doubled it, hierarchically divided it, and idealistically concealed it? Precisely because of the strong wishful character here, however, a great deal of very emotional material is also involved, until the apparently so purely spiritual vision is reached. Hence the longing which does not believe at all that it will meet the like thing that it seeks to grasp in something available to the senses. Hence the eros which is by no means merely to consist of like things but also of the spur of unlike things, of the existing deficiency, and thus, driven dialectically again and again, neither has nor does not have the treasure of the right thing, but seeks it. Not least the image of the agon is also of such an emotional nature, the image of the contest in which the nevertheless still amiable, indeed playful eros, as Plato portrays it in the Symposium, becomes in the Phaedrus the all-beginner, all-creator. If the eros of the Symposium, 203 CE, stands in the transition from not having to having and vice versa, as the son of wealth and poverty, with the characteristics of both, in the Phaedrus, 247 B.C., it is a wing and a team of horses, as the agent driving on to perfection, very steeply. 846. Up the path to the vaults of the heavens, and the vaults themselves now circle with the gods themselves around the great being, colorless and without form and intangible. The love of wisdom looks up there, a dialectical vision in so far as it embraces, above all in the Parmenids, certain opposites like the many and the one, the unlike and the like, and is not also, as in Heraclitus, an objective dialectics through the totality of the world. Instead the whole world remains in a dualism of two spheres, of which the upper one merely shines into the dark space of the lower one, though also associates with all its geometrical figures and quantitative qualitative types within it, offering that beauty which still goes into the Neoplatonism of Faust's monologue, how heavenly powers rise and then descend / to each their golden pails extend, / with fragrant blessings winging / from heaven through the earth all swinging / through universe harmonious ringing. This kind of thing remains monistic in Goethe despite all transparency, with an embracing or rather vanquishing of every echo of an image of two worlds by Spinoza's spacious Naturus of Deus. In Plato, however, the Jacob's ladder landscape and later church window landscape of the world is clearly one from light to night, from night to light. In Plato the world is totally inexplicable in terms of itself, indeed does not exist at all in itself, as empty space, only mu theta epsilon xi iota, accepting participation in the ideas, and pi alpha nu sigma alpha. Communicating currency of the ideas, give things their characteristics, their types, their palm-like, leonine quality, beauty, and goodness high up. And in a cloudy form, in mere imitation, compared with the pure Jacob's ladder, of the pyramid of ideas rising with ever truer being to ever higher perfection. After all, its apex is supposed to be the idea of goodness, as the sole and final definition projecting into the mystically indefinite element of the highest being. At the same time this idea is supposed to be the purposive cause of the whole metahexis and parousia, herewith reverting to the strong wishful character which, as we have seen, accompanied Plato's apparently so contemplative vision from the start, with longing, eros, and agon. From this standpoint, from the standpoint of the supreme idea of goodness, Plato calls it, not without purposive cause itself, tau mu gamma sigma tau mu theta eta mu alpha, his most important piece of instruction. Plato's reforming activity seeks to justify itself together with the hierarchical utopia, as does his momentous equation of ever higher perfection with ever more existing being and vice versa. The latter equation is even supposed to make the wishful landscape of Platonism into an ever more real one, the higher it rises into the ether of Asterisk Faust, Part I, 449-53. Oncom. Iota v tend alpha acute. 847. The ideas. An idealistic hypostasis, the more perfect, the more real, which ultimately has a continuing influence right down to Anselm's proof of the existence of God, ens perfectissimum ens realissimum, and in fact into the being for itself, ever more impervious to reality, of the absolute spirit in Hegel. And this provides at the same time the most decisive foil, e contrario, for the ideal but not real definition of the Kantian final moral purpose, which of course, like all Kant's normative prototypes, presupposes Platonism, together with its theory of two worlds, yet leaves out precisely the being real, especially that rising with the ideals. The ideal land in view of the last idea, that of goodness, is the same, but such that in Kant it stands in hope and in unfortunately only an endless approach towards its realization, whereas in Plato it stands in the strongest reality, removed from all becoming. Above all in the work of his old age, the Philebos, Plato developed the idea of goodness as such a teleologically real central sun, with the double entrances, pleasure and insight together, simply as what is desirable for all and, really, perfect per se, 61a. And the centripetal pull towards it ultimately itself provided the heliotrope for the eros and agon Platonism, which continued to have an effect in otherwise so little dualistic but really teleological philosophies like those of Aristotle, Leibniz, and Hegel. Eros in Aristotle is the impulse, mu, of matter to form, at its highest point to pure form equals God. Thus the world shines here as self-embodying form. Eros in Leibniz is the inquietud posante or tendency of the monads towards ever more alert, more copious reflection, representatio, of the universe. Thus the world shines here as a self-brightening phenomenon of light. Eros in Hegel is the penetrating power of the dialectical shaping, reshaping, out of the Hades of the abstract in itself through the jungle of the physical beside itself to the being for itself of culture. Thus the world shines here as process of its self-emptying, self-amalgamating spiritual substance. All these are idealisms in the ethereal direction of their wish and their aim, yet idealisms which would not only not have become objective ones without the hierarchical Platonic realm, but which have enriched the knowledge precisely of the world from within itself far beyond Democritus and Democritism. Namely through transforming incorporation of the originally so static pyramid of ideas into an emerging succession, whereby in fact a new, by no means exhausted perspective appeared, that of immanent teleology. Bruno and the infinite work of art. Spinoza and the world as crystal. And now thinking turns outward again, so that it looks at matter once. O com nita acute. 848. More. This occurred in the newer, bourgeois attitudes in so far as they were given over to this world and nothing else any more. In so far as they wanted to go into the garden of this world and not just to work in it but also take pleasure in it. Thus Thales had caused the fertilizing water, and Anaximenes the invigorating air to flow around everything, and both already did this with religious devotion to the world. Matter was enhanced and animated, there was even room in it for the ethereal and for this in particular. But this never occurred more beautifully, and above all more broadly than in the vision of Giordano Bruno, which finally again seeks to be a materially immanent one like that of the first Ionian thinkers. Bruno deliberately praises them, but is a distant vision here. The appearance of the habitual becomes too narrow in the age of discoveries and the Copernican revolution. It is obviously foolish, says Bruno, to think there are no other creatures, no other senses and no other intellect than those familiar to us. A wish, itself vast, into the boundless now begins, il eroico furor, an oceanic feeling, a cosmic consciousness, as if on a great mountain top, with the clouds beneath one and only the sun and the stars above one, around one. Thus Bruno steps forward, a philosophical mincing of infinity, in the spirit of Copernicus, but far beyond and above him, for even the ceiling of the heavens cracks, to which the latter had left the fixed stars attached. The perspective into this worldly infinity began earlier in pictures, in the large horizon in Jan van Eyck, than in thought. Despite large preparations in Alain de Lille, and especially in Nicholas of CUSA. This new space, a centrifugal space, is now completely broken all around the Earth, not just on the horizon but also into the zenith. The Earth disappears, but also the Sun as the center, and there remains only the infinite sphere whose center is everywhere. In addition, M in IMUM and MAX IMUM are now to harmonize in comprehensive infinity, the minimum as a point, atom, monad, the maximum as the universe in which this individual profusion is framed. Not numerically framed as in a dead space, but so that the inexhaustible activity of the principle inherent in the world posits an equally rich and varied profusion of formations. At the same time, however, the entirety of the universe is again celebrated as the balancing out of all these differences, so that intoxication with the world, which has climbed so high, really does see and would like to see all the clouds of existence beneath it. Hence also the differences between light and shadow, and above all the shadows themselves. This is now to balance itself out in harmony, sub specie toti, in just the same way as like and unlike, motion and rest, and ultimately 849. Possibility and reality. The latter above all, the denial of a separate, still existing possibility in the entirety of the world, maintaining as it were the finished emptedness of the universe as one which is closed, denotes a strange interruption in the perspective of infinity in Bruno himself. And this precisely in accordance with the wishful image of a cosmically existing perfection. For only finite things are, according to Bruno, not everything they can be. Indeed, for him the formative power inherent in things never wearies of creating new forms, but in the entirety of the universe the possible and the real are supposed to coincide perfectly, because it is itself perfection. For if it still contained an unrealized possibility, if all the possibilities had not been realized in it, then so Bruno argues it would lack something, and thus would not be perfect. But Bruno thereby applied not only the classical concept of harmony and that of the Renaissance to the universe, with art which has supposedly everywhere achieved its goal, but also the ens perfectissimum of scholastic theology. And in addition, against all prospects of open unrealized elements in the world, the divine Pausiast can be of God in Nicholas Cusanus, as the absolute reality in which ipso facto all possibilities are realized. Thus Bruno once again introduced a finiteness into his infinity, namely that of being statically enclosed in the extent and entirety of the universe itself. At this point therefore, towards the future, the ceiling of the heavens is not yet broken. The temptation to this is of course, as goes without saying in the great antitheist, not theology, but ultimately the great wishful landscape of the world as a completed work of art. And the work of art points to the artist, to something divine as artist in world immanent and work masterly terms precisely in the heart of nature itself. But Bruno has thereby again employed possibility, if not in the totem of the world, then at least for every individually shaping element within this totem, and above all for the work masterly element within it, the natura naturans. This is the fire of life which formatively runs through things, the pi tau epsilon chi of Heraclitus, but inseparably linked with matter. Matter is the birth-giving womb, it contains all its forms and designs potentially, and brings them to light at the same time with its own potentiality. Thus we attain a more worthy view of the Godhead and this Mother Nature who produces, preserves, and incorporates us again in her womb, and we will henceforth no longer believe that any body is without a soul, or even, as many lie, that matter is nothing other than a cesspit of chemical substances. Werke, 1909, 6, p. 120f. Matter has other dimensions in the form of man, others in that of the horse, others in the form of the myrtle, others in that of the eye, but v tilde. Oncom v tend iota v tend. 850. It has the potential for all this equally and at the same time the potentiality to shape it thoroughly and to mold it. It is the same material principle which is formative in metals, plants, and animals, and which thinks and organizes in human beings, except that it manifests itself in an infinitely various way. Logically, Bruno calls the distinction, formless matter, immaterial form a pure abstraction and abolishes it. Instead, he celebrates matter itself as the datur formarum, as Mother Nature, natura naturans, and nature of forms, natura naturata, in one. He thus completes the naturalization of Aristotle, which had been driven towards more and more emphatic materialism by his follower Strato, by his commentator Alexander of Aphrodisias, by Avicenna and Averroes, by Avicebron and the Amalricans. Towards a qualitative materialism, though, one in which matter largely appeared in man's image, in the life image and creator image of Renaissance man, with the Renaissance dimension. The world matter in Paracelsus was also so full of forging Vulcanus, so full of water spirits in Jacob Boehme. Among the properties innate in matter, motion is the first and most excellent, not just as mechanical and mathematical motion, but even more as the drive, vital spirit, vigor, as the agony, to use Jacob Boehme's term, of matter. This sentence from Marx's Holy Family is equally true of Bruno, together with the statement, matter smiles on the whole man in poetically sensuous luster. In fact, this statement is particularly true of Bruno, of the world as a work of art, of the wishful image of man as a child in Mother Nature, of the enthusiasm which wants to know it is in agreement with the this world of infinity, where the universe stands for the all and nature already seems to belong completely in the place it occupies. Even the thinking which does not guard against being edifying purifies itself as bright thinking beforehand. The mirror of cognition is checked for stains or uneven patches before it is worked with. First came the check for sensory delusion, later and more importantly there followed that for impure logical components, and in addition for those of an emotional kind. Bruno believed there was no reason to clarify thinking other than by smashing windows and expanding in all directions. But Spinoza, when he likewise took the mysterious path outwards, wrote his moral essay on the improvement of the intellect. This essay is moral and not merely, as goes without saying in the most unequivocal of all rationalists, epistemological. But he seeks all the more eagerly to purge the intellect itself of the turmoil of the emotions which cloud and weaken it. And to them belongs everything which lures towards transitory possessions. 851. Sensual pleasure, riches, external honor, unlike the lasting possession and object of a true life. To them belongs everything which is clear only as such a lure, unlike the genuine clarity that is gained in certainty through unerring intellect and that solely provides constant joy. So no wishes whatsoever seem to have any place in it either. Since wishing, above all as hoping, involves that uncertain element which is detrimental to joy and to the pride of cognition. Spinoza tried to remove all such inadequate emotions as vehicles of inadequate ideas even more clearly in his Ethics, and consequently not just remorse and the like, as something depressing, but also hope and the like, as something uncertain, ETH 3, Table of Emotions 12. In fact, inadequate ideas without any real reference are also supposed to lie in all qualitative and value judgments, like good, evil, order, confusion, hot, cold, beauty and ugliness, appendix. And yet the same philosopher outlined in his system one of the most cheerful landscapes of order in the world precisely on the basis of what he calls rational clarity. Not without inconsistency, it is often particularly noticeable in Spinoza, since he develops different chains of thought so consistently that they cannot be harmonized any more, there is now after all a knowledge of good and evil. Indeed, one linked with emotions, the knowledge of good and evil is nothing other than the emotion of joy or sorrow in so far as we are aware of it, ETH4, PROP 8. And even more than this, the judgments about perfection and imperfection are admittedly supposed to be purely subjective, modes of thinking with false, purely anthropomorphic measurement, ETH4, intro, but perfection itself is characterized as so objective that Spinoza can say, by reality and perfection I understand the same thing, ETH2, DEF6. That is, there are supposed to be no value judgments about perfection because there is no measurable more or less of perfection at all in the sense of opinions, but only a more or less in the sense of reality, ETHV, PROP 40, and no objective real imperfection at all. So one looks here, against the grain, into the most perfect desideratum and non-desiderando, into a so perfect wishful landscape of philosophy that it leaves nothing to be desired any more. All this results, for Spinoza, from the sole kind of knowledge which he allows, from that subspecie aeternitatis and its perspective, as an absolute greatness of contemplation, cursing nothing, ridiculing nothing, but knowing everything in the form of eternity, which is also the form of the comprehended necessity of everything. Things could be produced in no other way and in no other order by God than that in which they have been produced, eth. I. Prop 33. It is therefore not a part, as in Bruno, of the infinite creative power of the natura naturans to form precisely the imperfect as well alongside the perfect, but, from what has 852 gone before, it clearly follows that things are produced in their highest perfection by God, since they have necessarily followed from the given most perfect nature, eth. I. Prop 33, note. Necessarily followed, which means here, just as mathematics is regarded as an exemplary kind of knowledge of necessity, so things have followed. More geometrico, with the same apodictic consistency, from the God nature. Accordingly even human actions and drives, however much they may be denounced for the most part as inadequate emotions or neo-stoically as perturbations animi, are also regarded as if investigation had to do with lines, areas, and bodies, eth. 3. Intro. Spinozism is from here in fact the novum, mathematical pantheism, which distinguishes it particularly clearly from the enthusiastic pantheism of Bruno. But it does not distinguish it from the powerful immanence of Bruno, with Avicenna and Averroes behind him, which in Spinoza rather becomes only world figure. Likewise, concerning and containing natura naturans, natura naturata, namely that by natura naturans we have to understand that which is in itself and is comprehended through itself, or such attributes of substance which express eternal and infinite essentiality. But by natura naturata I understand everything which follows from the necessity of the nature of God or of each of God's attributes, i.e. all the modes of the attributes of God in so far as they are regarded as things, eth. I. Theorem 29, note. Deus sub natura is, as naturing, therefore just as much the ground or the implied perfect world as it is, as natured, the same sequence in terms of content or the explicated perfect world. I work at the buzzing loom of time / and weave vivid clothes for the Godhead sublime *. This statement by Goethe's earth spirit does of course separate his terrestrial essence from the universal Godhead, but it definitely contains as a whole the jubilant identity of natura naturans and natura naturata. And in the depths of Spinoza's world, to which the unity of amor fati and amor dei intellectualist turns, that silence reigns in which the tide of life and the storm of action die down, into harmony. The vast wish fulfillment reigns of above all summits there is peace, and Goethe's other seraphic statement is conceived, for all urging, all struggle is Eternal rest in the Lord God. So the thinker who sought to purify the intellect totally of everything which does not belong to the intellect finally noted down the most solemnly beautiful landscape of wishful feeling in his universe. The world stands here as crystal, with the sun in the zenith, so that nothing casts a shadow. No God thrusts here from outside. Spinoza in his theological political treatise protests brilliantly against the view that knowledge can be learned from religion, that Deus of natura should be confused with the image of gods in any religion. Thus he is not only a mathematical pantheist, but a pantheistic materialist, with nothing but world which has made itself, appendix, with worldliness of the highest consciousness, and consciousness of the highest worldliness. Time is missing, history is missing, development is missing, and especially every concrete multiplicity in the one ocean of substance. But Spinozism gives, and this constitutes its unique altitude, a picture of the world which seems to have no subjectivity because it is wholly filled with perfect object substance, and no purpose because the perfect does not need one. Spinozism stands there as if there was eternal noon in the necessity of the world, in the determinism of its geometry and of its both carefree and situationless crystal subspecie eternitatis. Augustine and goal history. Leibniz and the world as process of illumination. The thinking that looks outward skirts along the edge of things. If this movement is essentially a temporal, forward-directed one, it entrusts itself to a flux, not to rest. The prospect is then one of progress, and rest itself is not in the rounded whole but only in an outflowing, late on, probably even right at the end. It is characteristic that Heraclitus, the philosopher of flux, called time the first body, and in fact he was preceded in this line even earlier by Orphic mythical thinking. Pherecydes, one such Orphic, had thus placed Chronos at the beginning of things and caused fire, the breath of air and water to spring from him, in other words nothing but things that have been moved. Zeus, the heavens, and Thonia, the depths of the earth, here stand only in the second rank. He was followed by Heraclitus with his strange yet trend-setting propositions. The gods disappeared, the in every sense original Chronos remained. But at the same time a second feature of the perspective beginning with time and running within it was laid down here, namely the vision of becoming as a value-stressed becoming light. As we have seen, Empedocles had in any case declared something as thoroughly interested and therefore value-stressed as hate and love to be the agent of motion, of the separation and combination of substances. And from this standpoint a view was now possible which emphasized actual historical time in the world, with rest only in the initial and final state of the world. In between lies the intervention 854 of separating hate, and furthermore in three periods, that of the emerging separation of substances, that of their total severance by a complete preponderance of love. After which the whirlpool of process, evenly freed of hate and love, of the motion of separation and combination, again flows into the spheros of harmony. But flows into it again as a temporal sphere. For even the spheros is transitory, because severing hate invades it again and sets the life of nature in motion, together with recombining love. The peculiar contribution of Empedocles is therefore that he not only introduced concepts of value into the contemplation of nature, but that he tried, above all, to divide up the motion of nature into periods through the alternating proportional shares of hate and love, with the ultimate extinction of both in a kind of worldlessness in general. Mythical definitions also undoubtedly lay behind this as well, as in Heraclitus' theory of time as the first body and especially in the Chronos, who began everything for Pherecydes. In fact, the mythical definitions of the Heraclitean body of time even have the same mythical origin as the powers of hate and love in Empedocles, namely a Persian one. Boundless time is at the head of the genesis of the world in the Zendavesta too, and in Persian myth the counter movements of hate and love act more than ever as those of the destructive Ahriman, of the bright Ormuzd. and this Persian dualism, renewed many centuries later by Mani and his sect, in turn stirred so many centuries after Empedocles, a late classical thinker who was a Manichaean, before he became a church father, Augustine. It is therefore no leap over historical abysses at all if now at this point, almost over the heads of all the Greek philosophers who lie between them, Empedocles and Augustine move closer together, linked by Persian myths, as thinkers of a struggle of process, of a perspective of the triumph of love, the triumph of light. And Augustine's clear mission, to make room in society for Christ as against Caesar, naturally particularly sharpened the duality of hate and love, darkness and light. And furthermore, the total insertion of Ahriman, or the devilish element, into the pole of hate, and Ormuzd, or the divine element, into the pole of love, vastly dramatized the world process. From an alternating process relationship of hate and love, it is turned into a battlefield between Satan and Christ. This new perspective appears, world historically harnessed between the fall and the Last Judgment, in the 22 books of Augustine's De Civitate Dei, a single preparatory activation of feudal, clerical society, and much more besides. So that this book displays yet another context and content than that of social utopia, which has already been dealt with, a content which fires, excites and aims at the whole of history. The repose posited as given of a Henkai Pan, as a sphere, or later as 855. A mathematical crystal nature, is now over. But the eternal recurrence of a cycle is also over, with no other result at all in its dynamics than a spherose which shatters over and over again through the power of hate. On the contrary, world history is unique, together with its climax Christ. It becomes the spherose, here the Sabbath rest of the world, and is portrayed as a no longer disturbable triumph of the lux aeterna. The path of history is now to proceed to this end, according to Augustine, in 6 epochs, articuli temporis, through night to light, through a journey of war and pilgrimage by the chosen few and their kingdom of God, right through the civitas terrena of sinful creation, and fallen nature. The goal itself, of course, is ready given here, and already existent high above. Indeed, for an omniscient God, history conversely does not exist as process. All happenings have already happened in predestinatione Dei, ideo nihil res in sub sol asterisk, de civ Dei 12:14. And with a further, purely spatial coloring, if not elimination of the category of time, the civitas Dei is as far removed from the civitas terrena as the sky is from the earth, lc. v. 17. So that, therefore, the historical process of light may finally stand as a merely pedagogical one, as one of mere progressive lightfinding instead of progressive light kindling itself occurring in the matter. But it is precisely this which, for all the rejection of human hubris, is intended in Augustine's perspective, and has influenced not ecclesiastical history, of course, certainly not, but rather heretical history. Most of all with the directedness of time, as time which is irreversible in terms of salvation history, but also which cannot be arrested in any previous civitas Dei mode. After which this directedness came back to life precisely in the work of the man who took Augustine's kingdom of God most seriously of all, in Joachim of Fiore, the Isaiah of the 13th century, for whom the status of light, even from the point of view of its existence, is one which is only coming up, so that it is not now found by means of the formation of historical stages, but is itself coming to birth. And at work in this directedness is Augustine's proposition of the restoration of the human likeness at the end of history, which decisively fired heretical history. Namely because of the sharply eschatological emphasis it possesses despite the restoration, the mere restitutio in inte grum, and despite the rejection cited above of all historical production, regarding the kingdom of God. This vast proposition, clearly containing something new, of a wishful land, was effective above all, we human beings ourselves will be the seventh day, die septimus entium nos ipsi erimus, quando eis fuerimus benedictione et sanctificatione pleni. LC, XXII, 30. But on the path towards this Augustine remains the greatest discoverer right up until Leibniz of the objective function of time, furthermore as a function of the world itself, despite the mythologically fixed connections. For Augustine ultimately stressed, in a distant vision of process which was unavoidable again and again, nothing less than the mutability of the world which makes this process possible. And this in the literal, both negative and ultimately complex positive sense of the concept of changeability as a fall into the transitory, corruptio, defectus, but above all also as a progression, augmentatio, perfectus, of deliverance. Though here, Augustine's concept of time, and this first philosopher of history was accordingly also the first to think deeply about time, is strangely shackled both to mere reality, based on experience, and to the image of the hourglass simply trickling down. Time trickles as it were out of the retort of the future through the narrow crack of the present incessantly, inexorably into the retort of the past, whereby an image of gravity, an image of anti-flight simultaneously gets underway. In this respect the depraving element, indeed the character of death in the lapse of time now also predominates, seen from this standpoint, the transport out of vague future through the so narrow actuality of the moment down into an increasingly accumulating no longer being of the past. Changeability, conceived along these lines predominantly as corruptio and defectus, therefore signifies in its time merely an imperfection in being, a defect, indeed a downright evil. Augustine thinks he is able to devour this kind of changeability with the nothingness out of which the world was created and into which all things can also pass away, qui ex nihilo facta sunt asterisk, LC, 12, 8. But Augustine advances from the falling of this hourglass time thoroughly dialectically to time as a pilgrimage, to movement out of the defectus into nothingness towards the perfectus into expectant fullness. If the temporal being of creatures and the world sinks into the past again and again because of their share of nothingness, temporal being as unfolding proceeds into the future again and again, from which its existence and ultimately an ever truer one accrues. According to Augustine's mythology, of course, only the Creator Mundi himself, i.e. God, keeps us above the abyss and ultimately saves us from the abyss. Otherwise there would not be any process upwards. But this is also the way in which events, instead of merely flowing away into the specific nothingness of the past, move into the unfolding of the future, into the realization of its possibilities, especially of the possibilities of salvation prearranged for it. Though their content lies for Augustine once again totally asterisk which are made from nothingness. 857. Outside temporality, it is being without any time. Observe the changes of things, and you will find erit et foot think of God and you will find est, in which foot et erit. Cannot be, in Joev Tractatus 38, 10. The crystal of repose thereby even rises out of all dissonances of time, but as a crystal of the end of history. Thus it is the one most alien to pantheism, it is not one of a cosmic curve, but of the thoroughly transcendental depths, not one of space but of eternity. Nunc stans eternitas, this is for Augustine the original light which only breaks through after a totally ended historical cosmic illumination. A thinking which is charged with time mostly also proves to be humanly charged. For passing away and arising are not only looked at but at first experienced in a particularly close and involved way in one's own body and being. Even if time is by no means the form of the inner mind, but a material mode of existence through and through, its consciousness still unlocks more than that of space a striving and whereto in being. In all thinkers who look outward and are nevertheless full of subjective movement we therefore find the motion of things as an equally aroused motion. A tangle of emotional and world events takes place which had first been indicated in Empedocles by hate and love. But which also arose in the great progressive thinker of development Aristotle as homu, i.e. as the stated urge of matter towards form, and then as a self realization of form in matter. And which finally in antiquity fulfilled Augustine's world perspective of a struggling pilgrimage. With farewell to the old society and with the formation of signals for the new society. All this now intensifies with the incipient bourgeois self confident and so subject. Rich, ultimately dynamic consciousness of the modern age. In so far as it appears precisely as tendency to light, as light in tendency and not already as spatial completion of light. An essential feature from Eckhart to Hegel in this predominant temporal landscape of philosophy, in other words non or not yet Spinozism, is the co-operation of self-illumination and world illumination, such that the fiat lux assists itself and echoes on in both. There is Eckhart, the ground of everything that is declares itself, man is its highest word, and in him it returns as a recognized ground back into itself. If non-thinking creatures are the footprints of the ground which has turned out, well, then the thinking soul is its likeness released from all unclear darkness. Paracelsus follows, or the doctrine of the ground as the creative force of nature. Itself, inside and outside, in the fever and in the storm, in man and in the world. But man is the highest undertaking of this natura naturans, and it is up to him to reinforce and to purify ever further the becoming of things. God wants everything he has laid out. On Comnita acute. 858. And left imperfect to be brought to completion, the doctor as philosopher, the philosopher as doctor thus stands wholly in this process of purification. The purification occurs in a very broad sense alchemically, both as a removal of impure elements and as a heightening of virtues, efficiency, fullness of life. All this is to occur through truth to nature, that is, the imagination true to the natura naturans, which knows all about quintessence. This means in turn, about the extraction of the vital essence from everything, about the continuation of the maze of the great world. Even the last judgment is thus understood in chemical moral terms. Jacob Boehme follows precisely related in such processing out or the doctrine of the manifestation of the dark original ground through quaking, kraken, quality on towards the kingdom of light. If one wants to talk of God, what God is, one must diligently consider the forces in nature. But these, and this kind of thing had no longer been heard since Heraclitus, are themselves a struggle between opposites. Thus to begin with, nature has two qualities in it, a lovely, heavenly and holy one, and a fierce, hellish and thirsty one, aurora, Preface 9. This is still reminiscent of the old Manichaean duality. But then comes the continuation, all creatures are made from these two sources, and everything which grows out of the earth, which lives and wells out of the force of these qualities, for through its double source everything has its great mobility, running, racing, welling, sprouting and growing, LC, Chap 2, 1. This consequently passes from the Manichaean to objective dialectics. With 7 welling spirits or natural forms, from the dry and bitter through the fire of lightning to warm light, to the peal of joy right up to the whole corpus naturae and to Christ in man, 1,000 times greater than the Father, i.e. than the undeveloped beginning or original ground. Thus the self-explication of the ground here is not only its self knowledge, as in Eckhart, but apart from this its self correction. As a theme which, minus the chemical nights and days with which it was colored in Paracelsus and Bohm, became everlasting from here on in the philosophy of process. But now of course, although all this definitely intended thinking of light becoming, it had not escaped from the fermentation of the latter. Its powerful internal and external weather therefore still formed no separate strict counterpart to the Spinozism of the crystal. This counterpart is first given in that landscape, illuminating itself so vigorously and extensively, which is described by Leibniz. Consequently by the thinker of genetic enlightenment, by the perception and explication of the world content. Developing in ever clearer, ever more distinct reflection. Nevertheless. 859. Leibniz definitely stands in the landscape of process entered by Paracelsus and Bohm. Among so many riches he has this specifically German Renaissance dimension. Even to a considerable degree. Leibniz's enlightenment, in keeping with its rationalistic spirit, abandoned the fermenting system of retorts, and a foaming gold cooking is replaced by a continuous intensity sequence of light increasing, but in fact, this light increasing forms precisely in Leibniz the world as process of illumination, the landscape of its perfectibility. 5 main points particularly stand out in the present connection here. They all show man, time, and world once again as intertwined and related to the process of growing light. Firstly, all being is supposed to consist here of mental power points, each of them a totally internal life which has no windows, but finding in itself, namely reflecting, everything outside. Secondly, these monads are characterized in this reflection by an aptitus, a tendency, for they are conceived as cosmopolitans of the Enlightenment. They are all of the race which strives out of darkness into light, and for Leibniz there is nothing but this aptitus of light. Thirdly, the tendency, as inquietude possente, runs explosively, particularly when constricted, and Leibniz here uses the arch-processive, long unheard equation of open space and future, just as, in the elastic body which is constricted, its greater dimension lies as striving, so in the monad does its own future state, and further, in a reply to Bell in 1702, one can say that in the soul, as everywhere else, the present is big with the future. In such definitions, objective dialectics above all attained more clearly than ever before the closest connection with process, indeed as a process essentially mediated with the future, not only with the past, cf. Ernst Bloch. Subject-Object, 1951, p. 123f. Despite the block against the genuine future, against what is in reality new, which even Leibniz displays. Fourthly, the tendency, precisely as an immanent one peculiar to the monads themselves, possesses its whereto as what for. It cannot even be conceived without such a purposive relation. Leibniz differs above all even in this point from Spinoza and no less from Bacon and Hobbes, who all rejected the category of purpose. Spinoza called it the refuge of ignorance. However, this rejection was directed chiefly against the equation of teleology and theology, i.e. against transcendental purpose setting by a divine will, by divine providence and the like. But Spinoza himself by no means avoided the category of purpose when he saw it at work in naturalistic zero terms, i.e. in the work of man. Not in a so-called work of God, as for instance in the definition of the state as a machine built by men for the purpose of their welfare. And however much Leibniz ultimately seeks to found his concept of purpose. 860. i.e. with a metaphysical limiting concept, in a divine purpose setting of the best of all things possible, just as little does he cancel out the causal determinism in it which has no exception. Instead this prevails in order to fulfill the purpose, as in a machine. And the concept of purpose is in fact applied to immanent tendency, as a where-to connection between the natural and the moral world. It guarantees the perfectibility of the world, and therefore not just the harmony of all the activities of the monads but the ever brighter representation of the universe in the monads, right down to the transformation of the world into the highest brightness of its content. Fifthly, for the first time since Aristotle, Leibniz opened up with genuine ideas of process the concept of possibility again, conceived both as disposition, dispositio to unfolding in every monad, and as a realm of infinite possibilities, of which the existing world is a partial realization. The disposition is the virtual containment of the predicates within the subject, again with sharp reference to the tendency, possibile exigit exister * the realm of infinite possibilities on the other hand, from among which the existing world constitutes a partial realization, signifies despite the purely theological location given to this realm by Leibniz an enormous horizon of possibility, which also in fact extends into the existing world itself, by virtue of the dispositions within it. So much in this connection, that of the landscape of process. For the 5 main points of a theory of world development sub specie perfectionis instead of a theory of world perfection sub specie eternitatis. Since Leibniz portrays an organically humane graduated structure of the universe as the climax of illumination, he also posits the process of this climax, the pluralistically dynamic process, as just as much a formation of tiers towards perfection. Every substance is like a world by itself and like a mirror of God or rather of the whole universe, which it, each in its own way, expresses, Philos Schriften, Gerhardt, 4, p. 434, namely in an ever clearer and more distinct way. Thus the independence of forces and the self-development of things continuously rise and intensify, with the ultimate purpose of a clarity which represents both the machine of God and the state of God, that is, of the highest perfection. By virtue of this harmony the paths of nature lead to grace of their own accord. Monadology, 88. This is Leibniz's utopia of world process in place of Spinoza's unity of nature and grace and as against Augustine's transcendental influence of grace. The dark ground of course, the gloomy non-ground of Jacob Boehme has likewise been omitted in this rationalism, as one of ovo usque finem. Only the later Schelling referred to it. Again, not without a very differently obscure, namely reactionary brief, but apart from this not without the strength of the memory that precisely in the striving, volitional, dynamic element of Leibniz's tendency there lies something other than the mere logos of the ratio. Hence Schelling's distinction between the positing, volitional that element and the rational what element in process, indicated in Aristotelian terms as the difference between the tau and the delta tau. Expressed in scholastic terms as the difference between the quaditas and the quidditas. The first being, this primum existens, is therefore at the same time the first contingent element, original contingency. This whole construction therefore begins with the genesis of the first contingent element what is unlike itself, it begins with a dissonance and probably must begin in this way. Schelling, Werke X, p. 101. If we leave aside the falling away mythology, added to this by Schelling, of this first being, an incalculable process element is certainly considered along with the intensity factor of process conceived as Boehme's non-ground. For if the growth of cosmic brightness as such only had rational elements, then there would be nothing at all which hastened growth with an intensive agency. Furthermore, if the process did not have to produce and to manifest something which is by no means already of ovo quidditas, there would be no process at all either, in fact there would not even be Leibniz's category of relation in it. Instead of this, and especially instead of the differences in brightness within a purely logical quidditas, there would be no differences and connections at all, but the collapse of all relations into processless identity. As is also wholly consistently the case in Spinoza's total rationalism in accordance with its radical elimination of process. But how significantly even the concept of process in Boehme ultimately stems from a darkly intensive upward struggle and its aurora. How conspicuously both a healing process and a judicial process are encompassed in the whole category of process, how both are referred to something negative, which is to be healed and corrected by means of process. And the process in each of these forms must be gained. For it refers back to something unfinished. Something which ought not to be, which forms the foundation of this process without this process being founded on it. Which is why Hegel in particular, as remote as he was from Schelling's Oratio, and however much the latter criticized him in particular certainly adopted and recognized the old Boehmean resistance from the standpoint of a non-ground. And which is moreover why Leibniz's intentions towards dialectics were so dynamically sharpened by Hegel, namely by transferring the process-driving agent into negation. Because the latter, as a nocturnal and turning iota. 862. Point of existence, both tautens and breaks each time, an element of the non-ground is constantly sent into Leibniz's continuum, though also logicized by it again. But a sourdough, an element of blackness is thereby added to Leibniz's perfectionism, indeed to the idea of process as a simply self-interpreting self-love, self-knowledge of God out of perfection. This idea descends into edification and even into insipidity if the seriousness, the pain, the patience, and work of the negative element is lacking in it. Hegel, Werke 2, p. 15. The negative element, this enormous driving power, is in Hegel's perspective of process for this very reason the inequality of substance with itself, because the positive element is only the essence completing itself through its development. The essence as that which is in reality, this authentic element. Or in Hegelian language, absolute therefore moves entirely to the peak of genetic world preservation, that is, to its end. Temporality thus triumphs as a true production center, at least in the world of historical becoming for itself. Thus essence lives in its being for itself only as a goal. The world of process as a dominant to this tonic now becomes a total blossom fruit archetype in contrast to that of crystal. It must be said of the absolute that it is essentially result, that it is what it is in reality only at the end. LC, p. 16. Here, of course, the renewed utmost logicization causes Hegel's philosophy of process to adjust its world purely to the idea, so much so that even ever-intensive material element together with difference and negation is supposed to consist of spirit and nothing but spirit. Likewise, as in Leibniz, indeed more than in him, all predicates of the result are far from being actually arising nova, on the contrary they are already fixedly contained in every stage and simply not yet clear and distinct. This is the old barrier of contemplation and anamnesis even in philosophies of process, which has been preserved right up to the gates of Marxism. Anamnesis always remains conservative and thus prevents the real depiction of real processes, i.e. those working into the new. Nevertheless the line from Eckhart to Hegel, even the previously so transcendentally harnessed philosophy of history of Augustine, opens up a single dispersal from juxtaposition and even superimposition to succession. From space to time and calmly back to final form as result. It is the line of Gothic instead of Egypt in philosophy. The watchful concept or the authentic as a task. If there is no thinking for its own sake, it must be clean for this very reason. Precisely because it has a need and volition behind it, this volition. 863. And its being thought is only possible as a progressive one in each case, not as a cheerless one. The thinkers cited above thus stood on the heights of their age, though with a different status of themselves and their age and above all with a differently unerring glance into the core of the apparent world spirit. But all sought, idealistically, and especially materialistically, in concrete aiming, the that which really is, to which man can cling. So that he did not stumble 5 steps from his house into darkness and thickets, but paths were made, the path was recognized as a real connection, and the sought-after essence became a tangible concept. It is characteristic of the great feature in philosophizing here that the essence which was thus displayed as presence, namely as house and hold, was to be an all in which each human concern and all external manifestations are comprised. The information about this totem, we only have to think of Heraclitus' fire and then of the fixed sphere of being of the Eleatics, is so different that foolish confusers of substantial research with withered catechism thought they could call the history of philosophy the strongest refutation of philosophy. In reality the various great concepts, as those which portray non-transitory ideology of transitory conditions or even higher championings of social retrogression and decline, by no means depressed to the point of relativism. Instead, these great world concepts, often in transitory guise, with so much idealistic but also with mechanistic wetness behind the ears, represent sectors in succession or in juxtaposition and, expressed less statically, respective frontal areas of reality, complementing one another. Thus the sweeping Leibniz says he has never found a totally false idea anywhere, and if something like this is also far too sweeping, Hegel is still free of such objectivistic secondary stress of the universal, when he firstly only permits significant step-forming ideas as such and secondly treats these as progressive revelations of the world content. His mistake is to portray these revelations as concrete reproductions of his abstract logical categories. His merit is to have finally liberated the history of philosophy from a kind of intellectual collection of anecdotes, whereupon it becomes recognizable as a progressive unfolding of scientific world consciousness. In addition, there is a further peculiarity of great philosophies, which has hardly been sufficiently taken into account up till now, the driving to an end of their basic ideas, with the volitional, social biased basic impetus in and behind it. This driving to an end in fact constitutes the specific wishful landscape in philosophies, i.e. the perfection to which a promising motif of knowledge, a suggestive side of the world devoted to it, has been boosted. This was partly alleviated and partly concealed in its utopian 864 character by the formal driving to an end of logical consistency and the architectonic total kind in the system. Alleviated because the logical consistency incorporates the volitional emotional kind, like the steam of the locomotive which carries off the hot gases and thus promotes the draft in the boiler. The perspective of a utopian completed kind is concealed by the rounding off interrupted almost only in Kant of a closed system in the fabric of doctrines of philosophy elaborated along pre-Marxist lines. Which is why that which is distinguished as the authentic appeared both as ready existing and as factually closed, and therefore without front and novum. The old spell of Platonic anamnesis is again at work throughout here, the theory that all learning is only a re-remembering of what was seen long ago and that which timelessly is. This antiquarian spell also conceals in the shape of the closed system the by no means antiquarian element in each perspective onto the authentic or essence. Yet this perspective as such exists everywhere, and in fact, it is, sub specie toto, sub specie eternitatis, one in which one of the great archetypes of the world as a whole, motion, rest, ocean of matter, light, crystal, is boosted into an image of the end, an image of perfection. Thus Heraclitus, Parmenides, Democritus came close, as did Bruno and Spinoza, and Leibniz in a different way, nothing but putting the world, in various sectors or even fronts, to the test of essence. And above all in the already always sorrowless and daybright materialism, in Bruno's world tree, in Spinoza's midday crystal there rises the self-perfecting consciousness. There rises the critical optative, if only it were so. If only the world were as full of enthusiasm as in Bruno, as full of shadowless crystallization as in Spinoza. If only this intensification, indeed over-intensification of something which exists only in fragmentary form signified a solution of the world mystery. Such an optative holds good. Despite the total lack of history in Spinoza, which alone would cause the fragmentary almost not in the projected midday crystal to be comprehended and pursued in a not yet. The optative holds good despite the rationalistic dogmatism of the system, despite the pantheism which posits the denied God of heaven as the affirmed one of nature and which, as Feuerbach rightly says, represents the negation of theology from the standpoint of theology. But Spinoza's substance in its radiant repose, cum grano solace similar to Giotto's and Dante's repose in art, will appear as a corrective of Leibniz's goal of unrest and process. How remote, therefore, the thus conceived notation and distinction of philosophical images of perfection is from relativism and especially from the subjectivist abjurations of truth which are called pragmatism or fictionalism. But how remote? 865. 2. The notation cited above is from the non-dialectics which already regards the authentic element and essence of things or even simply the totem as a static completion with the perspective only as an intending glance at or towards it and not also as an object tendency itself. The decision here runs, the optative, which strikes with more or less consternation according to the philosophical approximations to this essential element, has to become a task in order increasingly to recognize and increasingly to manifest the authentic in the same feature. To put it another way, the essential element needs people for its ever more identical presentation. And this most thorough theory practice is the moral of the corrected wishful landscape in philosophy. From this point of view nothing is more false than the unexamined proposition that something is too beautiful to be true. It must be examined, which is a duty and without which certainly nothing can be affirmed about this beautiful thing from the start, but cannot be denied about it in this way either. Which means that more than anywhere else the watchful concept belongs here with a value substance, even the highest, with which that which THIRD-WORLDISM has been provided. This concept is by no means the destructive one in terms of value, in the manner of a miserable and ultimately all the more subjectivist positivism, but it is more sharply than anywhere else, for corruptio optimi pessima, the correcting one. That is why Aristotle described the scientific statement as a proposition which precisely in contrast to the wishful proposition appears as true or false. Which only means of course that wishful propositions of a negative or positive kind, even if they refer to something objectively possible, refer to something which has not or not totally occurred and does not or not totally exist, so that they are not or not fully affirmable or deniable with regard to this. But rather all wishful propositions in so far as they can be treated scientifically move in the sphere of more or less great probability towards falsehood or truth. And furthermore, this probability is determined according to the degree of more or less great objective possibility in the content of the wishful proposition. Possibility, therefore, that is, partial existence of conditions which is still by no means already sufficient for their realization. This constitutes the sphere in which nothing whatsoever can be too beautiful not to be true in the future at least, according to the conditions. Indeed in which truth, precisely as one of essence, with the full and very old golden sound of being I and truth, possibly does not even have to beware of being edifying. Possibly of course, and this means in fact, after correction by detailed knowledge of the really occurring process, of the objective real possibility in which the whole process reality is substantiated as one. 866. Of process capacity itself. This correction came through Marx, and here least of all it extinguished the task of the world being changed into wished-for and humane recognition and of essence becoming that of an embracing at home. Without haste, not skipping pages in order to get to the end more quickly. Without inflation of individual factors and sectors in order to impoverish the world in an idealistic but also vulgar materialist way. Without idealistic reification of abstractions as a whole, which turn the world on its head, make the predicate into the subject and seek the primacy in the mind instead of in the interests and material conditions. But finally also, without any above-mentioned after-effect of anamnesis in cosmic style, just as if the authentic had already been produced and was stationed not just as ens perfectissimum but already as ens realissimum. Precisely because this is not the case, is fundamentally not yet the case, the watchful concept and its practice operates during the correction and after it just as tirelessly as mindfulness of the verum bonum, with truly highly organized matter in view. Thus the world then stands of course with the crystal light of Spinozism in philosophical pre-appearance, which sees the world without anything unessential, more than this, without truly real unessential mischief. In the horizon of the task which proceeds from the amor fati to the control of comprehended destiny, and from the amor dei intellectualis to world devotion. But to the right kind and to that of a right world. Two wishful propositions, teachable virtue, the categorical imperative. Sober thinking is particularly splendid if it is not narrow as well. Bold thinking is particularly precious if it also knows the frontiers it is extending. And yet there are cases where it is necessary to shoot not just beyond the barriers but even beyond the goal in order to hit it. Just as conversely it can be a formula of total baseness to take things as they are, with a view to leaving them like that. There are therefore not only great conceptions of the world but also individual philosophical propositions which are false purely with regard to the facts, and which yet, because even more about them leaves something to be desired, are not totally finished with regard to the truth. Whether it is that even concerning them, in them the wish arises, if only it were so. Or even whether it is that these propositions, at least partly, are false with regard to the facts, because they have asserted something that is not yet due, in a hasty way, because they 867 came too early. Here too the wish is then father to the thought, but not, as so often in other cases, to a foolish, extravagant, probably even lying thought, but to a thought rushing on ahead, even though in an exaggerated way. Such a thought can later also seem much more sober than many poor imitations and pieces of advice. From what happens to exist at the time, which in their day thought they were ever so effective. Of course, the dry assessment of how things are and stand at present is indispensable and cannot be dry enough. But it is one thing to note the state of things is bad, and another to affirm it or even simply to consider it to be irremediable. Thus even one of the 7 sages says, most people are bad, which is not far from Hobbes' opinion, which until recently was almost overwhelmingly correct, that man is a wolf to man. But it is all a question of not agreeing with such opinions, of recognizing the causes from which they will not spring nor need to spring forever. Knowing how bad so many things still are, but knowing more deeply how good they could be. The latter is in fact to be found, in a hasty way, also often in an abstract, wholesale fashion, in some otherwise not at all very comprehensible philosophical propositions. As for example in Socrates' proposition that nobody voluntarily does wrong. Such propositions share their, shall we say, cheerful haste with many wishful propositions of a much lesser kind. And they still have the defect that they do not seem to be conscious of their wish at all. But these propositions are so designed that they simply ironically conceal the wish, together with the well-known distance from the assertion and the land in which they are indigenous. This makes their seriousness related to the so particularly invisible and unobtrusive one of humor, which again is not at all hasty but rather stretches a point, because it takes misfortune even less, much less seriously than itself. Though the propositions of the kind intended and cited above by no means have a smile in common with humor, but rather an empirically often so incomprehensible yet never precipitate, thoroughly well housed elapsion. So that in them not just thoughts but also things sit easily side by side, in well accentuated pre-appearance. Which therefore does not hover in the air or would not have to if things were already on the right track everywhere. Let us take the proposition that no man voluntarily does wrong. By saying this, Socrates is asserting much more than just this: virtue is teachable and learnable. He is also asserting more than the uniformity of virtue and insight, in the sense that true virtue consists in knowledge, or, somewhat restrictively, that ultimately all virtues are only one, knowledge. And this knowledge for Socrates is only allowed to be one of goodness anyway. 868. Since nothing can be learned from the trees, but rather from people in the town, and a knowledge of trees and things even more remote from the right style of living, which is all that matters, is of no use at all. For all its narrowness, This leads Socrates in his Apologia even to the sublime remark that he does not know whether death is an evil. But he does know that wrongdoing is one. And since this is totally knowable, teachable, and learnable, Socrates now goes on to the very much more extreme assertion, which sounds almost absurd at that time and place, that a man is totally incapable of doing what is wrong if he knows what is right. The knowledge of goodness as such is always the stronger, and cannot be overcome by any desire any more. So in order to arouse moral efficiency and epsilon pi alpha xi alpha, happily general usefulness of behavior, it is not the will but solely the understanding which has to be improved. Socrates, of course, as a genuine enlightener, thereby acquitted man of a mere dull and often brute origin. The Kantian cry is his own: enlightenment is the emergence of man from his self-inflicted minority. But like the desire, the defiance not to want and not to do precisely what is good is not seen or admitted either. I am determined to prove a villain, says Richard III, so, wholly contrary to the high doctrine of Socrates, he still certainly has the psychological freedom of choice to do evil even though he has recognized it, and evil is in fact only a changing concept of good. The circumstances in particular are wholly omitted in which people live and by which their will is far more strongly determined than by the ABC, however illuminating, of moral knowledge. No more needs to be said here about what sounds nonsensical and is in fact actual nonsense in Socrates' proposition on virtue and knowledge, and it was only said in order to set off its relevant sense here, despite everything. Undoubtedly the wish is father to the thought in this proposition, yet in fact a wish which is not nonsensical itself, one which is not erroneous forever, but merely one which was pronounced too early. If the circumstances are put in order which keep human beings from doing what is good, indeed from unfalsified ideology-free understanding of it, then the determining influence of understanding on action is certainly no longer difficult. It is not even necessary to wait until the circumstances, they are fundamentally those of property, have all changed, for their changing itself, if it is concrete, is dominantly determined by the understanding of what is right. Sheer misery only becomes a revolutionary force through the notion which it gains of its situation and of true eupraxia, and the moral duty to change here springs of course inevitably from a knowledge which precisely in this decisive case is not least a vicama oncom. 869. Knowledge of virtue. So the proposition of Socrates cited above is of course not yet true at that time and place, but it has the advantage as it were of becoming and being able to become ever more true. Socrates did not say without further ado that man is good, but he said virtue was the only true human being. And in order to do what is true voluntarily, firstly nobody must be compelled any more to suffer or carry out evil involuntarily, namely on pain of destruction, and secondly the good must certainly have been both recognized and admitted. In a finally friendly relation, one possible as friendly, of human beings to human beings, in this eupraxia so prematurely accepted by Socrates what is known to be good can first and foremost make itself inevitable. Thus no man will in fact voluntarily do wrong if in accordance with the wishful image of this proposition the circumstances are changed which made it nonsensical because they prevented it. Now let us take the much more desirable proposition that man is never merely a means but is an end. Kant teaches this, and the fact that for the time being this is only the statement of a demand is unfortunately obvious. Given an individual turn this should be runs, man is unholy enough, but humanity in his person must be holy too. Him. Given a social extension this should be runs, act in such a way that the maxim of your will can simultaneously count as the principle of a general legislation, i.e. that in the attempt to conceive the maxim of this action as a generally obeyed law no contradiction emerges. This kind of thing then becomes a downright command. The categorical imperative, as is well known, the allegedly inherent autonomous law of pure practical reason a priori. and once again mutatis mutandis as in Socrates' proposition about knowledge and virtue. Embarrassment, indeed rejection, and consternation all arise together. Depending on whether the landscape of this moral proposition is considered directly, at that time and place, or in utopian terms, in its intended and legitimately intendable future substance. In Kant's moral proposition, what first leap to the eye as both strange and untenable are its all too inward quality, its coldly formal quality, its Prussian citoyen-like amalgam. But with so much distance from the old atom and residue of earth that Jean-Paul, precisely with regard to this moral proposition, could say that Kant was a complete radiant system of fixed stars all of a sudden. Undoubtedly the categorical imperative is strongly inward, crucial to it is the frame of mind in which people act, as goodwill in itself. In addition, this frame of mind is portrayed in a very Prussian fashion as one in which not even any warmth, any inclination to do right is allowed. 870. To occur, on pain of not being pure. The only feeling it is allowed is the very bitter one called respect, for the moral law which simply commands something pure has rarely been frankly masked out of sheer purity in such an unfriendly and indeed sour way, such a gloomy reaction to something so good. Undoubtedly the categorical imperative is also strongly formal, i.e. its dutiful frame of mind is supposed to prove itself in the form, not in the content of wanting. Nor is its criterion, any more than its impetus and its motive, supposed to be an ingratiating one which does not characterize the moral command for its own sake and thus distinguishes it from all mere advice of cleverness, all squinting at secondary purposes and also consequences. The latter gave only impure imperatives, which changed depending on the situation, and were therefore hypothetical, whereas the true moral commandment, commanding unconditionally, is and must be simply a categorical one. And for this very reason, a criterion according to Kant must be a purely formal one, i.e. one absolutely free from situational fluctuations and historical changes of its empirical content, indeed such a very formal one at that time and place that Kant cannot name any ethical criterion at all anymore, but solely one from formal logic. It is simply that of non-contradiction, whereby the capacity of a maxim to be conceived as a generally obeyed law has its morality measured and decided solely by the permanent unity of what is thus conceived. Accordingly, man can only not want people to lie in general because it contradicts the concept of the statement for it to be a lie. Or man can only not want a deposit to be embezzled because it contradicts the concept of the deposit, as a sum destined to be given back, for it to be embezzled. In fact, hardly any ethics has ever started out more formally, not even the most laborious ethics of reflection. Again, out of sheer purity, the virtue of the pure frame of mind always needs a collegium logicum, as the testing laboratory of its metal. And finally, the categorical imperative is undoubtedly also strongly ideological, namely a Prussian walking stick, plus the idealized realm of the bourgeoisie. The Prussian walking stick, incorporated into his own frame of mind, was even often felt to be the more powerful element in Kant's moral proposition, and thus either rejected by the victims of bounden duty, or praised by the provost marshals and indeed those driving people to the slaughter. As if in fact the absolute moral law, simply commanding towards the natural impulses of the human creature, did not look wholly unlike the will of the absolute monarch, simply commanding towards the underling human creature. Be that as it may, far more clearly than the walking stick at any rate, Kant's moral proposition, ideologically 871. Conceived, contains the idealized realm of the bourgeoisie developing out of the middle citizen. It contains no monarch, but the formal equality of all before the law, against class privileges, and all the more against privileged masters' morality. All this reflected with German, non-revolutionary abstraction. The citoyen who had raised himself in the ideology of the French Revolution in an unmediated ideal way above the real businessman of the bourgeois class, was now spiritualized or cerebralized more than ever into a humanity in the sublimely general sense. And here again, amazingly brief cross-connections consist of such great normative height with precisely this real businessman. As in the above-mentioned example of criteria for the general conceivability of a maxim, in the example of the deposit. In this respect, of course, Kant's moral proposition is then not at all merely formal either, not at all merely pure practical reason without any regard to empirical motives, to a heteronymous sanction, i.e. one lying outside its self-legislation. Instead, this sanction decides the question as to which maxims are suitable for the principle of a general legislation. Ultimately, by no means unempirically nor in an unconditionally autonomous way. In other words, it decides according to the consequences which would result from the general validity within bourgeois society. This is then so much the bourgeois dimension of Kant's moral criteria that, precisely as far as the deposit and its contradiction to being embezzled is concerned, the question does not occur to Kant at all which Hegel, who certainly was not unbourgeois, saw very early on in terms of radical content, but what contradictions would lie in the fact that no deposit existed at all. Werke I, p. 352. So much therefore for a transitoriness in a so deeply relevant moral proposition, in one which admittedly shows the character to call to a gathering, to an inwardly general, formally concurring gathering, like a new peal of bells. Despite all ephemerality, as laconically as bells and yet without any formless singing in the ears, but celebrates a duty which predominantly seems to affect rather Königsberg in Prussia than the Marseillaise, or contains it at that time and place. But what if even Kant's so rigid-seeming proposition was precisely ahead of its time? If in its direction it contained a boldness and a happiness which are only waiting to be able finally to appear? If its questionable element was again at the same time a background from which something extremely worth questioning and more than that, with near future stood out? After all, Kant's above-mentioned demand, which underlies everything else, never to regard man merely as a means but always as an end at the same time, is not exactly bourgeois. It cannot be fulfilled at all in any class society. 872. For each of these societies was based, though in different forms of association, on the master-servant relationship, on the use of people and their work for ends which are by no means their own. Man as the only end, however general this humane element and especially the abstract notion humanity in man may be in Kant, and incidentally continue to be up to and including Feuerbach, exploitation is absolutely denied by it. Only morally denied, of course. Kant's practical reason lacks all real practice because of the German misery, but it rings the judgment bell for exploitation from the standpoint of principle. And it does so both for the over-exploitation of man and the predatory war which is inseparably connected with it, all this with projection from the standpoint of the moral principle, but also from the standpoint of a future which is approaching it. The categorical imperative does not remain rigid either, any more than it remains or may ultimately remain confined to the idealistic realm of the bourgeoisie. Illuminating in this respect is a real thunder and lightning proposition from the Dispute of the Faculties, 1798, a very late work in other words. Without mercy for bourgeoisie and feudalism together, since, for the omnipotence of nature or rather its supreme cause unattainable to us, man is only a trifle. But the fact that the rulers of his own kind also take him for one and treat him as one, partly by burdening him like an animal, as the mere instrument of their purposes, and partly by lining him up in their quarrels with one another in order to have him slaughtered, that is not a trifle but a reversal of the final purpose of creation itself. Werke, Hartenstein, 7, p. 402f. The final purpose of creation. With this concept Kant does not mean any empirical reality, but no theological sham reality either. he means the should-be of the moral law and its realization by the historical and above all future development of the human race. But here and this founds precisely the thundering ethics of the proposition cited above, but here a stratum is touched on which is most particularly charged with utopian pathos in Kant, whereby the mere idealization of an ideological kind, that of the realm of the bourgeoisie, as certainly as it exists at that time and place, is pervaded with a very different signature. It is, logically speaking, the signature of value concepts, in this case of a should-be that by no means unconditionally surrenders to what is only once given, and does not do so precisely because the value concepts in question, and only those of a real value, hence progressive humane ones, are concerned here, bear the wishful, volitional and tendency contents of a rising class which has not yet attained full power and thereby at the same time imply, given sufficient thoroughness, the radical content of the 873 whole human struggle for liberation. Such a value concept is then not merely abstracted from finished facts, but from tendencies. Consequently it cannot readily be corrected, refuted, or confirmed by an existing latitude of experience either, but so to speak only by its tendential longitudinal extension, i.e. by the reality, situated in events, of what is coming up and capable of victory. But not only the already mature socialist value concepts are of this kind, in an eminent fashion, but the radically bourgeois revolutionary ones were also of this kind, with obvious distance, beyond their addition of ideologically transitory or even merely illusionary components. Thus, the contents of bourgeois revolutionary natural right, for instance, in so far as they refer to inalienable human dignity, were refuted by no given fact of right and state at the time. On the contrary, Rousseau refuted this given fact. That something can be all the worse for the facts if a theory does not agree with them, this proposition, so untenable in all non-normative concepts, is thoroughly tenable and not even grotesque in the area of a progressive concrete should-be. In fact, it constituted the glory of Rousseau's natural right, in contrast to the merely draped one of a Christian Wolff or even a Pufendorf, that it by no means sought a touchstone of its rightness in the existing empiricism, as one of feudalism for the bourgeois revolutionary. This touchstone would rather have been an attestation of its mistakenness, indeed betrayal. And now let us consider the proposition of the categorical imperative, since it definitely belongs to those of the should-be, of the humane final purpose of creation, in a correspondingly right way sub specie aeternitatis vel substantia humani, in Kant's own approximative sense. Then it follows precisely for the Kantian moral proposition, it sketches a should-be which, against the grain at that time and place, is not even approachable in any class society. Kant cited the freedom from contradiction as a criterion in order to be able to conceive a maxim of behavior as a generally followed law. Of course, this is terribly formal. But if the contradiction is not covered in the concept and especially in concepts of mere business ethics, as in the example of the deposit that cannot be embezzled, if it appears instead in the volitional maxim itself, then it actually does become a criterion which can decide the moral enforceability or non-enforceability of an action as a generally valid one. And this decision then makes it impossible to obey the categorical imperative as a whole, and hence not just its individual trial problems, in the class society. For no proletarian can want the maxim of his behavior to be able to be conceived as the principle of a general legislation, which also includes the capitalists. That would not be morality but betrayal of his brothers. 874. The craziest contradiction in the moral way of thinking would be caused by this very means, indeed the radical prevention of the categorical imperative by itself. But it prevents itself according to Kant's so unambiguously judging testimony solely in a society whose rulers treat man partly by burdening him like an animal, as the mere instrument of their purposes, and partly by lining him up in their quarrels with one another in order to have him slaughtered. It prevents itself no less in the purely capitalist world that arose after Kant, in the world of deception which Hegel called the spiritual animal kingdom. Thus the categorical imperative contains within it a humanum which is so little merely abstractly general and so clearly also anticipatorily general that it is not accommodated with its human landscape in any class society. On the contrary, this axiom, with the unmistakable optative behind it, seems almost like an anticipatory formula directed towards a non-antagonistic society, that is, to a classless one, in which real generality of moral legislation is possible for the very first time. Only here, with the individual maxim as an equally general principle, is that transformation of forces propres into social ones to be found, as prophesied by Marx in accordance with the solidarity that has become possible in a total way. The categorical imperative thus becomes, beneath stars which it calculated so to speak but could not yet see, the element of a formula for classless solidarity. Its apparently grey field is in fact full of distant enthusiasm. The proposition of Anaximander or world which turns into likeness. No thinking without deprivation, but constant surprise at something takes it further. Surprise and astonishment not just at particularly abruptly emerging things, but also at familiar things. It can thus become precisely conspicuous, apart from the how of a being, that anything is at all. So the world is encountered as alien, and this alien element itself gives the impetus to think further and further about it. That is why the so richly variable assertion by Empedocles cited above, that only like can understand like, has not remained uncontradicted. At least not for the thinking of the question, of the transformation of the familiar into something conspicuous and by no means self evident. In fact, this kind of thing is then already supposed to begin with grasping as perceiving. That is why Anaxagoras claimed the contrary to Empedocles, the properties of objects were only graspable by means of the opposite element in us. Like could therefore only be experienced and comprehended through unlike. This is followed by 875. The uncommonly fine remark with a good knowledge of disturbance, because of the opposite element in it every perception proceeds mu epsilon tau lambda. Pieta, i.e. connected with reluctance also of course, from the same contrast, only the visible reveals the invisible, deals, fr 26a. Certainly only the cold perceives the hot, the bitter the sweet and vice versa, just as only the sick man notices, e contrario, what the health imperceptible to the healthy man is. In fact, astonishment itself presupposes an inconsistent relationship to the world, though not one which has and seeks to remain inconsistent. To the world in which the unat home, the unhomely element admittedly no longer predominates, as in the primitive, but has remained as a spur to questions, as a perceptibility of something not wholly evident, not wholly crystalline in the world which now exists or has existed up to now. Thus Anaxagoras significantly supplemented the Empedoclean dictum of likeness with the dictum of relative unlikeness between cognizing subject and object. And moreover with a momentous regard to what the world leaves to be desired, so to speak, in the way of logical but also metaphysical evidence. After all, the logical crux has always been the individual and particular in relation to the general, the many in relation to the embracing one. Precisely the individual and particular, the factual many of phenomena has always been a stumbling block for the epistemological equation of thinking being and, as must be added, in a way which fruitfully disturbs idealism. This disturbance became totally apparent in late medieval nominalism. When the factually individual and many exploded the universals, in other words the generic concepts which appeared so homogeneous to logical thinking. The rift, wholly irrevocable for idealism, between logical general evidence and fact-based individual datum was then stated more precisely in Leibniz's distinction of veritas. eternalities of a mathematical moral metaphysical kind and the aerites de fate underivable from them, i.e. the not logically obvious but empirically obtrusive truths of experience. Only Hegel noted the dialectical unity in the contrasts of the individual and general which had become abstract, and Marx grasped them in material terms. Whereby everything effectively particular is that of something general and everything concretely general is that of something particular. But the other spur of the question of unlikeness, that of the non-evidence of the many individual, above all that of world being itself as a by no means panlogical, by no means crystalline completed one. This spur did not disappear even in materialistic terms and least of all in revolutionary materialistic terms. There is after all, as was to be seen, precisely in revolutionary ideals a should be with evidence, and by no means just a logical evidence, but a humane one in mediated terms and in terms of content, which does not lower the flag or surrender the sword to the mere factum if it is inadequate to the ideal. Instead, the revolutionary reason is admittedly an anticipation corrected by damage but never destroyed by it or even merely refuted au fond. The real unity of thinking, in this case of a revolutionary total kind, and world being must rather first be found. It is least of all dialectically already a given fact, but in the most eminent sense a dialectical task. Up to the frontier landscape of the fulfillment of this task the historical process holds good, whose continuance would not exist if something did not exist which ought not to exist. The true thought, still uncompleted for this very reason, is the art of the right way home in this on the way. But the astonishment remains effective, interferes for so long in the trend. It sells itself only dearly, namely at the price of a being prematurely passed off as authentic, which now has to appear all the more precious, although in view of the bad way in which so much of the world still finds itself this being can only be deeply tentative. Pre-appearance. Like it is significant now that precisely the first surviving proposition of one of the earliest European thinkers contains painful astonishment of the unlike and afterwards harmony. Namely the proposition of Anaximander, it is as capable and in need of the indication of its darkness and its sought at home as not many later ones are. The proposition, for all the darkness in it, is that of a materialist who sought to explain the world in its own terms, an earthy but by no means simple materialist. His thesis runs in the translation given by Diels, Die Fragment der Vorsakritiker, 1912, p. 15, as follows: Fr 9 The beginning of things is the infinite, pi epsilon, the misshapen, inexhaustible primal matter. But that which gave them birth, gamma epsilon sigma final sigma, is also the direction of their death in accordance with necessity, chi epsilon. For they pay one another, lambda lambda lambda. Final sigma, a penalty and forfeit, delta eta alpha tau sigma, for their wickedness, delta alpha, according to the order, tau psi of time. The problem of this proposition is obviously first the multiplicity of individual things, tau tau omega, of that which is in the plural, and then, in accordance with necessity, chi epsilon, perhaps also, custom, their passing, hence the very unilluminating aspect of transitoriness, particularly including man. The solution to the problem is first characterized by penalty and forfeit, hence by a kind of reparation for the emergence of things in their multiplicity. And then in the passing of things their return into the apeiron is probably also implied. Even though the important word lambda lambda final sigma, i.e., paying a penalty and forfeit mutually to one another and alpha dash iota oncom v10 iota oncom omega acute v10 alpha dash neta acute iota v10 alpha acute iota v10 omega tilde v10 alpha dash v10 oncom omega acute v10 alpha grave neta acute iota. 877. Not to the apeiron itself, is certainly not interpolated, although it is missing in the doxograph Simplicios, the apeiron as final place of return, as later Heraclitus primal. Fire, which again becomes undivided, is nevertheless the background of this going under, going to the bottom of things. The separate things emerging from their measure but also having emerged from the apeiron must therefore pay delta, forfeit, probably in a more general sense, justice, for their delta alpha. Wickedness, in a more literal and more general sense, injustice, according to the tau xi iota, order, probably rather, respective penalty norm, of time, cf. in the sense which appears amazingly related, world history is the last judgment. Dike itself, which thus prevails according to the order of time, was regarded in myth, according to the record of Herodotus, as one of the three hori, together with eunomia, well-orderedness, and Irene, peace. But more instructive is the fact that the hori, one of which Dike became, were originally goddesses of the air and wind, and then changed into those of the seasons, after which Dike, who was also cited by name as the daughter of Kronos and no longer of Zeus, could then easily take over even in allegorical terms the justice of chronological order, the last judgment as world history. The counterpart to Dike, the Adikia who is persecuted by her, is particularly very closely associated with Anaximander's world of unlikeness, and world of evidence which is only just establishing itself. Adikia, injustice, is, as stated above, firstly the multiplicity of individual things and secondly, precisely connected with this separation and its inflation which follows from it, their transitoriness. This therefore leads in Anaximander to the amazing fact of a very early objective dialectics, but before we go into this an assurance is in order, concerning the landscape of perspective. Nothing may be detected in a philosopher, especially in an early one, which is not inherent in his own work, in a verifiable way. There is no hermeneutics, apart from a cheeky and decadent kind, hence apart from its opposite, without the sound art of reading, which is called philology in the narrow sense. But in a philosopher, in so far as he is significant, i.e. capable of cultural heritage, there is this element inherent precisely within himself, not just to have thought at that time and place, and hence to have formulated in philosophy not just his own time but also a permanent concern of the times, and to have put it in philosophical perspective. On the other hand, great thinkers, and indeed everything great that has been created would merely be sleep of the past, a quite superfluously woken sleep, or rather, a sleep resorted to by those asleep themselves to increase their own drunkenness, defeatist drunken drowsiness. Instead of past. Alf-iota. Alpha acute. 878. Philosophers being quoted as those who are not past, namely from the point of view of their undis-charged element, which extends its influence into the future space of such thoughts which continue to operate. Thus the same also goes for the early, already identified dialectics of Anaximander, the witness of light, a dialectics which is thoroughly verifiable and collected precisely in the astonishment over the Adikia. Decisive here is his doctrine as to how the various things materialized in such a transitory way. Just as hot and cold, density and thinness emerged from the apeiron, which is itself featureless, but these opposites combine further into the elements, into water, earth, air, and fire. But this also gives rise to the state of a lasting imbalance of these elements in relation to one another, in fact an encroachment, a preponderance, delta alpha, of one over the other, so that the hot seeks to displace the cold and vice versa, so that water or earth threatens to suppress the air or fire threatens to suppress everything else, and to take its place. Or, as the Physics of Aristotle says wholly in the spirit of Anaximander against the association of air and infinity in Anaximenes, if a single element were infinite, the others would have ceased to exist. But in fact the world consists of nothing but a changing preponderance of elements and also the separate things formed from them, so that it operates in nothing but such intensified differences, and always newly heightened contrasts. So an objective dialectics is quite unmistakably evident here, obviously also. One which interpreted the relationship of the cosmic elements out of the ever-changing preponderance of demos and urban nobility in the Ionian trading cities. The dialectic thus appeared as an adikia repeatedly corrected and directed in the destructibility of separate things, in the frailty of living things, and in the cycle of matter. But it is also evident in the extinction of the adikia, namely in the ultimate relationship of separate things to the apeiron. These justly destroy one another, because the intensified difference of their separate being wears itself down until it annihilates itself. But things are also destroyed because their separate being as a whole turns into likeness at one end of the world, and cancels itself out in the contrastlessness of the apeiron. That is then where the unison is, attained by the dike which with time brings everything to light, and more than this, which brings it into light, into the harmony of the infinite. And at the same time a very unusual oriental note is sounded here. Unusual because for the Greeks the infinite, as something misshapen, unplastic, was otherwise always something negative. Only in late Hellenism, and hence precisely in the unrestrained invasion of the Orient, did the revaluation of the infinite reach alpha grave iota. 879. The very highest, at least very highest theological category. Only in fact Anaximander's perspective into an apeiron did not first need the false, late Hellenistic patriarchal air. The character of the theta epsilon, of the divine, which he gave precisely to his primal matter as the infinite, was still based very directly on the mysticism of the Orient. Though in Anaximander, the materialist, the infinite is never the infinite of a god or even of a nirvana, but always that of a primal matter, of one that is undefined. And that is why Aristotle's observation about this apeiron is both well informed and particularly important here, in the undefined primal matter of Anaximander as in the Aristotelian definition of matter everything consists of that which is potentially, delta nu mu epsilon, but not that which is actually, Medif 12, 2. But beyond this the earliest surviving dictum of European philosophy gives later, indeed final perspectives in a very varied way, and this vastly premature, even as far as harvest and peace. The dictum is charged with loneliness and far-reaching thoughts. In a first concept of matter as potentiality, it simultaneously displays the first philosophical wishful and intentional image of identity against the differentness of human beings from the world and of the world from itself. Lightness in the depths, joyfulness of the phenomenon of light. No thinking without deprivation, yet occasionally everything around it becomes cheerful all at once. This already occurs as soon as people are capable of taking even an inconvenient thing lightly. And this taking lightly possibly points to a by no means self-evident capacity for being light in things themselves. Its place is not wit, which is often merely subjective, the unexpected lightning comparison of seemingly incompatible facts and objects. Its place is rather humor, the readiness of facts and objects themselves no longer to hold their gravity as so important, or at least not as so exclusive and final, in human beings who are themselves ready for and above all capable of this. Both of course, wit and humor, have the fact in common that they widely thrive precisely in cheap and cheapest versions. Or rather, they grow rife and grimace in accordance with the stock of laughter which is undoubtedly greater in the foolishness of the subject than in the objective world. Berlioz even observed that there is more laughter in the madhouse than anywhere else. He could have added the shrieks and bursts of laughter of Dionysian bourgeois female and male conformists. Not just brutal seriousness has all livestock on its side, but also the petit bourgeois urge for amusement and that which satisfies it. Iota tilde v tend. V tend alpha acute. 880. W. Benjamin remarked aptly and conclusively on this strange case that humor was a plant which could be found in very large and very worthless numbers in the lowlands, but which became all the rarer and especially all the more precious the higher the site on which it occurred. Humor, in such noble and in less noble form, is in turn noted in several regions, alongside its higher or lower situation, but alongside those regions of stylistic attitude usually only or almost only in works of art, not of philosophy. This is all the more striking as the phenomenon of the wise man, but also wisdom as such contain a re-emphasis, and precisely a smiling one, of what is important, a re-emphasis which has always appeared as the wishful landscape of a deep taking lightly, and hence is associated with humor, of a particularly precious kind. Lao Tzu, the wise man, admittedly warns against taking things lightly under certain circumstances. The weighty is the root of lightness / by taking things lightly we lose the root, Tao Te Ching, saying 26, but he warns only against lightness in the sense of levity, indeed of giddy frivolity, which causes a ruler to take the world htly. Whereas in the Tao Te Ching itself the advice of the tender, effortless, and unassuming man shines out concerning all that the element of being truly light in the course of things means, in the true playful rotation around the true center. And this advice shines out full of unassuming modesty against everything dressed up, against heavily armed and thus not merely brutal seriousness. Likewise, even on this side of Lao Tzu's quietist Tao, the fact that humor is possible does not mean smiling amidst tears in the sense that, always locked in dreams anew, we could lead a happy and refined existence, while the basis of the world is unchanged, really sad. But its making light and accentuation means precisely and here a fine mysterious ray of light, a knowledge nourished only from within, inexplicable, supported by nothing, and mystical, flashes into life that something is not right in it, that the tears are not to be taken wholly seriously compared with our immortal soul, however horribly real they may appear together with the world basis from which they stem. That Goethe's statement, verse that's good, like rainbow's arc, is drawn against a ground that's dark, is probably true of deep utterances but not of the most essential ones. That therefore dreaming, the apparently so illusory ability to hope, the significant lightness of being, which is admittedly answered but by no means guaranteed, and incomprehensible delight as such, is closer to the truth and reality which does not need to be the world basis than all the oppressive, verifiable, and indubitable features of factual circumstances with their entire sensorily most real brutality. Ernst. Bloch, Geist der Utopie, 1918, p. 75f. The 881. Important connection of humor with joyful, indeed most joyful contents, which do not exist only as if they do not yet exist, is beyond doubt at any rate, even if these contents are so distant that they can be hoped for almost solely against hope itself. Biting humor even behaves as if the contents of its strangely significant joyfulness were secret and not yet there, but like the final state ringing through. This is so even when the daughter from Elysium did not come striding up the steps for a very long time, and all the more so when humor does not need any message at all from Elysium. For above all in fact, humor, it is not for nothing that one of its most droll and thoughtful borderline cases is so-called gallows humor, has no guaranteed confidence being or even a fixed otherworldly being whatever in the space of its just so. The total just so does not of course go so far that it could say for example, I would not know that the existing world existed if it did not exist, that is, if it did not force itself upon me empirically. But I know that what was formerly meant and designated by the divine exists, although nothing of the kind actually exists, indeed because nothing of the kind actually exists. For such a statement would not only be pure idealism, but a reified utopianism kept permanent as well, with alienation not only towards an inadequately existing world, but towards every realization and its reality in general. Just as if the just so had to remain a King John Lackland on principle, so to speak, on its honor. Or as if every realization of perfect evidence, of the perfect caused a blemish. Even far beyond the well-known melancholy of fulfillment, even beyond the romantic reification of dreams. But humor, which is in fact the most unassuming of all utopias, and at least has them in it, does not reify itself, and its cheerful just so does not aim at something outside reality, but stresses precisely within it its possible final state, ringing through, full of lightness, full of liquor, of the ability to be different, being different in essence, without becoming fixed, without escape, and also without any superworld of a noisy or solemn jubilation. In a word, humor is characterized exclusively by transparency of that lightness and peacefulness of being which gives the lie to gravity. And this without lightness already having empirical confirmation on a sufficient scale, or even needing a super-empirical guarantee, trust in God. All brightening up follows from the light, but at the same time precedes it. It accompanies the rising even in a double fashion, first as particularly carefree dissolving of the outmoded, and then as a greeting of what is coming up. The dissolving element is busy in the old, and with it only merrily, as with the land which occasionally itself begins to disappear easily, indeed. 882. Comically. So that mankind cheerfully departs from its past, Marx says of this is true, since even bloody despots, in whom a declining society abounds, cast a comic shadow. And the cheerful farewell is all the more true where really great material of what is past and outmoded dissolves unceremonially in the face of the new. As material for laughter. History is thorough and goes through many phases when it buries an old form. The last phase of a world historical form is its comedy. The gods of Greece, who were already once fatally wounded in tragic terms in the bound Prometheus of Aeschylus, had to die once more in comic terms in the dialogues of Lucian, Marx, Introduction to the Critique of Hegel's Philosophy of Right. This means therefore that the cheerfulness of the farewell occasionally needs some assistance, and this is then called satire. Hegel himself, in idealistic dialectics, had given the cue for the disappearance of each antiquated landscape of pre-appearance, and for the emergence of each new aesthetic one, in triple form, as dissolving of symbolic art in the epigram, of classical art in satire, of romantic art in a totally erupted farewell through humor. The spirit only works around in objects as long as there is still something secret and unrevealed in them, but once art has revealed on all sides the essential worldviews which lie within its conception as well as the sphere of the content which belongs to these worldviews, it has shaken off this substance destined on each occasion for a particular nation and a particular time, and the true need to incorporate it again only wakes with the need to turn against the substance which has been solely valid up to now. Just as in Greece, for example, Aristophanes rebelled against his own times and Lucian rebelled against the whole Greek past, and in Italy and Spain, in the departing Middle Ages, Ariosto and Cervantes began to turn against chivalry, Huerca x2, p. 231f. This sort of thing, therefore, characterizes humor of the first, critical kind, and both the epigram and satire are then only its pointed or sharply ribbed manifestations. It actually creates farewell space, and it also posits the ridiculousness which effortlessly finishes off and kills. But humor remains and becomes much more important, namely, in the second, positive kind, belonging to the rising of light, as a land in what is coming up, and therein still secret and unrevealed itself. It is the thoroughly surprising fact here that Hegel himself, who erected a wholly closed system after all and left open nothing at all within it that was still secret and unrevealed, nevertheless grants to humor, apart from a critical character, one which frankly points beyond everything, at least in art and beyond it, apparently beyond and over to religion, more specifically, to the retreat of man into himself. But for him humor as 883. Humanism is unavowedly always something unclosed. It is the dissolving of circumstances sung to an end precisely as that which is itself not sung to an end, as the circulation of an absolutely future lightness in the effort and gravity of process. This although the thinker of memory and circles in circles seeks to keep future things absolutely unconceptual and without light, the past is the preservation of the present, as reality, but the future is the opposite of this, or rather the formless, so no form whatsoever can be viewed in the future, Werke 14, p. 105. But humor displays in its fluidity, even in Hegel, transparency of form which has not become manifest. This precisely explains Hegel's aversion to merely arbitrary humor, to saucy and brilliant wryness, the cometary world of smells and sounds, without a core. The game in unrealistic tones of the hollow spirit. This explains the classification of true humor with depths which lie very far out. Hegel notes this trend towards the latter, a trend which has never been wholly indicated by any existing path, and never been wholly authenticated by any existing significant object, as an unaffected light, inconspicuous strolling on, which in its insignificance gives precisely the highest concept of depth, and since it is in fact details which swirl up in disorder, the inner connection must lie all the deeper and drive out the light spot of the spirit in what is isolated as such, Werke X2, p. 228. Hegel posits here, with the function of strolling on, merely a certain and not the highest humorous literature for the utopian phenomenon of lightness that is humor per se, yet not only the classification with a highest concept of depth is described but also which explodes the mere aesthetics of humor with light spots everywhere. In fact it is the joyfulness of light which is everywhere contrasted with gravity here too, and which in this whole system so alien to the future, malgré lui, again and again with further pointing, further signifying. Transparency allows a glimpse of formations of lightness, far beyond aesthetics. Brightness breaks forth everywhere where the inward turning nocturnal point of negative unity veers round in a positive direction. As in the philosophy of nature, when light is the first to cheer the gravity of being beside oneself and consciousness finally bursts the crust. As in the philosophy of history when, after the wild splendor of the oriental rising of the light, Greece emerges in its more beautiful naturalness. Freedom, depth, and cheerfulness, like the bride from the chamber. As in the philosophy of religion where Hegel apparently seeks to make the phenomenon of light culminate in an elapsed way, all sorrow, all care, this sandbank of temporality, hovers in this ether, whether in the present feeling of devotion or of hope. In this region of the spirit stream. 884. The waters of Lethe, from which Psyche drinks, in which she sinks all pain, forms all hardnesses and darknesses of time into a dream image and transfigures them into the brilliant light of the eternal, Werke 11, p. 4. The narrower relation to the spirit of humor, namely to an unassuming cheerfulness, is here abandoned of course. The fine flashing and shining of humor, although it cannot be world-shattering by any means, also comes from a very different piece from that made by Hegel's philosophy. With an imperfect world. But precisely the element which has not been sung to an end itself, and hence the still objectively utopian element is at work around all these successive light spots, contra-gravity, together with the positive element of the final state, without the misuse of which Hegel's philosophy could not have been so poorly apologetic, and without the use of which it could not have been so finely optimistic. So much here for the second, positive kind of philosophically shining transparency, thoroughly belonging to the greeting of something that is coming up, although the past-bound thinker buried it in a closed system. But even in the light spot of optimism, it is only since Marx that the past has not only been brought into the present and the latter again into the contemplated past, but both have been brought on to the horizon of the future. And what is conceived in the optative, lightness, cheerfulness, peacefulness, is not only set on its feet by Marxism but referred to its hands. For more than a promise that all that is claimed to be full of light could be so is not to be found, alongside the wish that it may be so, in the closed systems of light even. From the point of view of cheerfulness, we must here recall Spinozism once more. The world claimed to be crystal, and the vast philosophical utopia must be considered, which would like to form and does form the final conclusion of such wisdom. There is nothing in nature which is contrary to intellectual love or can eliminate it, ETHV. Prop 37. Such a proposition of light is in its very extremeness without empirical meaning, but in fact a promise is implied in it, and with it the extremeness no longer alien to meaning, though remaining vast, of the task of keeping the promise thus implied approximative. So that the at home in this world, the this world of every at home, which is lit in the utopian dimension of such propositions, does not remain unproven even empirically by changing the nature of history and the world. There is certainly no lack, in the empirical process, of inward turning or even less inward turning nocturnal points of negative unity, but even less of light spots, despite and by means of these negativa, and of light in latency. The landscape of the truly essential, with positive resoluteness of its content. 885. Is a wholly dawning borderline content. But this lies in the material process, and the process goes with brightening up of its co-entant. And this is precisely why the philosophical overall views in the wish for penetrating knowledge also involve the will for the truly essential. It is not the evening to end all these days yet, nor the day to end all these mornings. Philosophies are their age, expressed in ideas, but their great themes, because they can never be exhausted and cannot even be wholly formulated in a single epoch, lie far beyond each respective age and even society. They lie in the concern of the age, the concern of the process in general, and the most central of these themes of process is verum bonum. Man as a question about it, a world as an answer to it. This is, again sua genera geographically, the wishful landscape in philosophies. Only the truth of essence in breakthrough is its path and goal, as the pleasant truth without illusion. 42 8-hour day, world in peace, free time, and leisure. Look up, the chimney is smoking. Brecht. I have convinced myself by experience of the truth of the quotation in the Bible and made it into my lodestar, but seek ye first the kingdom of God, and his righteousness. And all these things shall be added unto you. Hegel, Letter to Major Nebel, August 30, 1807. Even in northern regions, if we at least consider the example of the oldest and greatest nations, it seems man should not allow himself to be degraded into a beast of burden by deprivation, but be content with the little that nature can give him there, or emigrate. And if anywhere work is required from one church bell to the other if one wants to live, then only faulty state constitutions and state administrations are to blame for this, a consequent disproportionate distribution of what nature amply gave for all, and feigned needs which nature is not obliged to satisfy. And the strange fancy can only be influential in the sermons and catechisms of the precious Christian North that even in eternal the English of the authorized version seems to be the exact inversion of the biblical quotation Hegel cites, which could be translated, seek first for food and clothing, and the kingdom of God will come to you of its own accord, which is perhaps more in keeping with the spirit of Bloch's epigraph. We have given the authorized version here. Matthew 6, 33. 886. Life there is no rest, but rather our energies are still to be exercised on higher objects in further spheres of activity. The paradises of the Orientals have nothing of this, and someone who must know better than we do what things are like there does not place the blessed at a loom again, for example, but Rather at the table with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Johann Peter Hebel, The Jews. The realm of freedom begins in fact only where working which is determined by deprivation and external expediency ceases. It therefore lies in accordance with the nature of the matter beyond the sphere of actual material production. Marx, Das Kapital, 3:2. The whip of hunger. Let us return to a simpler spot again. To the ground at our feet, which is mostly hard. In previous social life lives the suffering which longs most powerfully for a remedy, and dreams it most exactly. Hunger forces us to work, but this work wears us out in its own way exactly like hunger. The entrepreneur who is eager for his profit does not know what this sort of work is, that of the servant. Artists and scientists do not know any more about it either, though for different reasons. For it is drudgery. Imposed for alien purposes. Only the proletarian and the employee know the whole dreary extent of this drudgery. Work has furthermore become more monotonous than before, where at least a whole piece was still to be made with love. A piece which gave the craftsman the pleasure of being created and skillfully completed. Whereas the worker who, through the division of labor, increasingly lost sight of the whole piece, makes only a part, day in, day out the same part of the same screw, without love, with hatred, mitigated only by desolation, and with the same flick of the wrist. The wish has always existed to shake off imposed work, or at least to reduce the time which is spent on it. But dependent people never succeed in this, or not for long. From the casemates of the bourgeoisie, the poor man always has to earn every mouthful the hard way first. The master is won by squeezing the servant dry, by living off his work. With the goods which the worker produces beyond his own requirements, kept. 887. Extremely low, the master finances his leisure. From the beginning of the ownership of a plough and a field, this exploitation divided people into two kinds, two classes. And it has become broader and stricter than ever. If progress in goodness and happiness is often dubious in historical terms, that of squeezing people dry is not. It occurred by and large more and more aridly and blatantly. The Greek slave was looked after better than the serf, and the latter better than the modern laborer. 4. The slave was at least the livestock of his master, and so he was fed and had his stable. Whereas the serf had to look after himself, in so far as he was left with any time to do so, and the owner of the village left him a bowl. In 1525 the German serf who had taken for himself the freedom of a Christian man hung on the rope. Or he stumbled with his eyes gouged out and his tongue torn out through the Holy Roman Empire until he perished in a ditch. Even the situation of the journeyman approached that of the peasants towards the end of the Middle Ages, to the same extent that the master turned from a patriarchal foreman into an early capitalist exploiter. In Danzig in around 1550, striking journeymen had their ears cut off, and in Florence they were branded by the hangman and flogged out of the city. Individuality was underway only in the higher strata, coming from the capital of merchants and princes, but at the bottom the wholesome bonds prevailed. The conqueror certainly did not admit to all children of the earth that the highest happiness was personality. The dream of it was punishable by torture and death. Until at last even freedom of movement began, man as the free owner of his labor, as a partner with equal rights of the contract of employment which he concludes with the capitalist. Eye to eye, tooth for tooth. The blessings, described by Engels, of the early industrial age arrived. After the slave, the serf, and the gradually swallowed up journeyman, the proletarian appeared. If the situation of the working class was miserable up till then, it now became hellish. The proletariat around 1800 began on the level of the galley slave. Often even 4-year-old children were forced to work, in dark mine tunnels or in the muggy stinking cotton factories. The usual age for beginning work was 8 or 9 years old. Working hours for children lasted 6 to 10 hours, from the age of 13 to 18 they increased to 12 hours, women and men over 18 stood at their machines for their profiteers from 5 o'clock in the morning until 8 o'clock in the evening, and often longer. The women suckled their children while they operated the machine. There were no breaks for eating, the pitiful wage mostly disappeared on rent anyway. Capital opposed any change of this hell, more conservatively than any feudal lord ever did. 888. Profit remains relentless. When people wanted to take children under 9 years of age out of cotton mills because the iron foundries which could not use any children became philanthropic, the pious English textile manufacturers proved that cotton spinning would have to perish if it could not use the little workers who crawl around with ease beneath the machines and on the one hand can do the cleaning and on the other can tie on the threads. It was irrelevant for churchgoers that many of the little workers died in accidents. Uninteresting for the classical land of democracy that only a fraction of the consumptive or scurvy-mouthed workforce reached the age of 40 and none of them the age of 50. Jonathan Swift, who knew his England, was already making the differently bitter proposal 100 years before this, when no industry was as yet devouring everything around it, that in order to control the misery of children one might fatten the fruits of the womb of poverty for the tables of the rich. It would increase the care and tenderness of mothers towards their children, when they were sure of a settlement for life, to the poor babes, provided in some sort by the public, to their annual profit instead of expense. We should soon see an honest emulation among the married women, which of them could bring the fattest child to the market. This proposal, stylized as a petition to Parliament and adorned with many quotes from the Bible, was prophetic. Industry even devoured children under 6 years old, and by no means well-fed ones. The parents of these children were still not provided for, of course. Although, something which Swift could not foresee, they also shared in the blessings of British trade. The worker namely had to spend his 6 hours of free time in having to earn all over again the wages that had been paid out to him, in other words, in the initial stages of this capitalism, he very often received his wages not in cash but in goods in kind, in products of his own factory, in umbrellas and the like, which he first laboriously had to turn into money on the market. What a sublime form of making out of the wage slave an unpaid salesman as well. Even the wages still served profit in the so-called truck system. The only means of forgetting this unprecedented misery was spirits. Occasionally wild despair broke out, machines were wrecked, factories set on fire. With little other effect than the death penalty, which was imposed for such convulsions from 1811. In his work, The Condition of the Working Class in England, Engels allowed this condition to speak for itself, with the result, rising. Bloch's text does not appear to be a direct quotation from Swift here, unless he is using a very free translation. We have included the closest example from a modest proposal. 889. Capitalism did not achieve, as it had promised, the greatest possible happiness, but the greatest possible misery of the greatest possible number. A demonic world arose, that anti-Kochen, exact down to the last detail, which capitalists need in order to prepare for themselves their own relative Kochen. Or as Marx sums it up, in capitalist society free time is produced for one class by transforming all the lifetime of the masses into working time. Misery and big business are inextricably connected, slums and hunger with the capitalist unleashing of the forces of production. The profit drive has made itself absolute in capitalist society. Formerly a scourge, it now became a cannibal. Formerly a means in the service of feudal consumer needs, it now became an absolutely unlimited end in itself. And if the greatest possible misery of the greatest possible number changed here and there in the epoch of high capitalism and then imperialism, it did so only during a respective boom. The crises which went ever deeper, and especially the rising mass murder in the business of wars showed that the cold heart of the capitalist economy did not change its temperature, nor can change it objectively. Thus through war everything is made up for again which was previously lost in terms of misery, for example, and more. According to the law of maximum profit. Even around the middle of the 18th century, hence shortly before the Industrial Revolution, the 10-hour working day was regarded as normal in England. Whereas, after the victory of the bourgeoisie, it needed enormous struggles before even this older standard finally returned in 1847, 100 years later, fought for step by step. And the 10-hour bill of 1847, with a working day that had become considerably more intensive, certainly was not accepted on humanitarian grounds. But even where these appeared, in the sentimental sheen which so becomes a rich biblical nation, it was for the most part only the clever product of a particular interest and an observation which obtruded itself precisely on the manufacturing class. For it turned out that the quality of the products steadily sank as a result of the degeneration of the factory population, and therefore became uncompetitive in comparison with countries which had begun their overexploitation only recently. This was joined by the deterioration of the sailor material for the merchant navy and the navy. Even the whip which ruled for so long on English ships could not cure consumption and scurvy. The English Family Magazine novel had blushingly called the slums the dwellings of vice and poverty, but now they had also become dangers to profit. Thus philanthropy became almost inevitable. After all its Christian industrial oblivion, interest made philanthropy inevitable. The 10-hour day became normal again. It also formed 890. The limit to concessions, of course, one which was repeatedly susceptible and only reluctantly recognized. Especially something as subversive as the 8-hour day stood outside human civilization. It flowed from laziness and lechery. It testified only to the awful growth of selfishness among the mass of the people. Even in 1887, at the end of the so-called Haymarket Revolt in Chicago, 4 workers were hanged whose sin had been to proclaim the 8-hour day. The American general public regarded them as common criminals. Until the labor movement, which was gaining strength, finally gave a new impetus to love of mankind, an even more unpleasant one than sinking competitiveness and deteriorated soldier material. Germany was regarded as the center of the labor movement at that time. Its social democracy at least successfully gave this impression. The law against the activities of the Social Democratic Party * had not been any use. Instead, the ancient Roman remedy of throwing panem et circenses to the plebs now recommended itself to the upper classes, so that they hoped to prevent revolutionary acts by part payments. There thus arose the widespread social welfare legislation under Wilhelm II. England, undaunted by its Labour Party, and especially America, followed very slowly, and finally 1918 was to be swaddled and duped before it was suffocated. The 8-hour day was the minimum demand of the class-conscious proletariat. There was nothing for it but to consider this demand with a wink. But then the crisis came and brought a lot more capitalist free time, namely unemployment. Then came ultimately the legacy of crisis. And no revolution, fascism, and it again brought the 12-hour day to light. Such is the circle. This is how it finally had to turn out: slave driving to war production, with mass graves for relaxation. Unemployment in peace, with famine for wages. All kinds of alleviation through benefaction. At least the poor man has the advantage of looking dirty. He is not a pretty sight, he seems reproachful even when he is silent. The poor man may tug at the heartstrings, but not of course at the purse strings. The master does the latter in order to alleviate the misery off which he lives. Especially when, as noted above, sentimental feeling accompanies and embellishes economic interests. Also the ruling class, with this feeling, often describes very exactly the ugly existence of poverty, it denounces from time to time the brutality of its own representatives, namely as a stupid one. The clever man gives charitable gifts and certainly charitable opinions which are open to the idea of an 8 or even 2-hour day, and of happiness for all, as a beautiful dream. The liberal bourgeoisie emotionally takes note of neediness, partly for the sake of something to talk about, partly in order to reform it. The latter with household remedies which by no means undermine the fund of wealth from which the beneficent gift comes after all. Big business was never short of kind-hearted writers with an aesthetically troubled glance at misery, least of all in England. Galsworthy, himself a capitalist frigate, thus describes, in a novel which as Lucas anon Lucendu is called Beyond, a piece of contemporary London almost as Engels had described it, at least. A London which has remained as it was in Engels' time. The usual route from the station to Bury Street was up, and the cab went by narrow by-streets, town lanes. Where the misery of the world is on show, where ill-looking men, draggled and overdriven women, and the jaunty ghosts of little children in gutters and on doorsteps, proclaim, by every feature of their clay-colored faces and every movement of their underfed bodies, the post-statement of the millennium. Where the lean and smutted houses have a look of dissolution indefinitely put off, and there is no more trace of beauty than in a sewer. But this awareness of missing beauty causes the heroine of the novel, the moved heroine, incidentally also a huntress and a friend of Polyhymnia, to do nothing more than found a kindergarten. This is simply reformism or the liberation of the proletariat by the writers who are sitting on it. Enough of this. Enough about a philanthropy which moans and indeed accuses while at the same time producing the stuff of the accusation. How nimbly, with how much rhetorical cant the patriotic English historian Macaulay speaks about the horrors of the East India Company, about beastly exploiters like Warren Hastings and his successors, about the wretchedness of the Indian masses. They had been accustomed to live under tyranny, but never under tyranny like this. They found the little finger of the company thicker than the loins of Surajah-Dowlah. The English government resembled the government of evil genii, rather than the government of human tyrants. And the palanquin of the English traveller was often carried through silent villages and towns, which the report of his approach had made desolate. But the intellect which drives forth such truthful descriptions is always as sharp as a chisel of soap, and it gets to the bottom of the matter as imperturbably as the patroness of a charity soirée. But it developed that awe-inspiring cunning which proposes to relieve the crimes against 892 colonial slaves by the export of spirits, and those against the proletariat at home by means of chloroform. This is that level-headed technology of the millennium which a stirred bourgeoisie bequeathed to the social democracy of all countries. Without the millennium having come noticeably closer, which Galsworthy rightly misses in the London slums. The wolf assumes grandmother's voice, the crocodile sheds tears, the Gestapo practices winter aid * Wall Street fights for the free nations. And an untold number of petits bourgeois, who have not learned anything from experience, and also living intellectually from hand to mouth, still believe, almost more than ever, in the lies, clichés, and distortions which were not only invented by the old fascism but which a new fascism, with the same goal, is increasing by its so-called Atlantic freedom. And what is liberally stale has now become totally perverted and poisonous, so that here the difference between West and East is falsely changed from that between capital and work into one between alleged freedom and alleged constraint. This kind of thing sees itself supported by a social democracy of soft Henrys who are not at all so soft when it comes to shooting at those for whom freedom is no cliché and revolution is no snail. All these alleviations of misery stifle the awareness of misery and of that which will change it, especially in its urban morass. A proven contribution to this is also the inner life, the wholly unpolitical one, which the sons and daughters of the educated classes, above all in Germany, have cultivated for so long and have so abruptly paid for. The leisure which they had to some extent in advance of the workers, and the bit of light which the habit of education could have bestowed, thus itself turned into a fund to increase their own ignorance and to support the general ignorance. These average educated people were very often and very gladly familiar with a Galsworthy or his other European relatives, but they had hardly heard the name of an Engels, and in the case of Marx they could only think of the line, "A political song is a nasty song," or the maxim that nobody is perfect. This kind of thing did not even belong to the momentary shooting stars, let alone to the fateful starry hours of humanity in which educated people, who like fools are always with us, took delight. Thus all the social workers and other organizations had a clear conscience about begging from door to door and in the street. They developed it themselves and had it developed for them, until the greatest alleviation of misery was called Hitler and spoke more than ever of spiritual values. It goes to show that a den of robbers cannot be reformed, it can only be cleaned out and radically destroyed. Together with cheap sympathy and philanthropy towards Christian robbery with murder. Action alone makes what is feigned in sentimental books come true, revolutionary power alone makes room for educated, fully educated kindness. Bourgeois pacifism and peace. Even the noblest dream nursed by the bourgeois has to pay for its half-heartedness. It is the ancient dream of eternal peace, a genuine maternal utopian goal. But the means of attaining it have always been of the most unsuitable kind, and the soil in which the matter was to prosper was an unchanged field of blood. A society which is in itself geared for battle and intrinsically antagonistic cannot found any eternal peace. Despite all inclinations to it in the populace and occasionally even at the top, at least as long as the bourgeois is earning smoothly. But the wish for peace, an unconditional one, is only natural to the peasant, worker, and petit bourgeois, as the born and not unavailable candidates for the grave of the unknown soldier. The wish becomes all the more natural the more exactly it is associated with the insight into the obligation to die for alien interests, which only scantily masquerade as the cause of the fatherland, which meant here, the imperialist aims of a minority. The fight for free time is then automatically associated with the fight against the most dangerous and most inhuman slave driving, against that of organized murder. The ruling bourgeoisie, however, only irregularly had epochs when it seemed to become alienated from war. Or rather, when it applied war solely to colonial soil, against Filipinos, Indian, mountain tribes, Negroes from the Congo and the like. Whereas above all the Anglo-Saxon lands of capital, as the most well-worn capitalisms used to the technique of tough deceitful negotiations or treaty instruments, sought reconciliation with great powers for a long time, politics of the open door. Thus it is no accident that England, the home of compromise, had apparently defeated the feudal pathos of arms by a civilian spirit or eliminated it from the constitution. There thus arose that deceitful and temporary variety which can be called stock market pacifism. War in or with Europe appeared too risky, and even in the case of a victory too full of heavy losses in business terms to be able to be seriously ventured upon. Thus, typically enough, Anglo-Saxon sociology, far beyond the Victorian age, almost equated war and feudality, war and 894. The Junker, war, and the samurai. Spencer's asterisk sociology calls on the full armor of its so-called theory of evolution to prove that war solely belongs to the primitive and feudal state of society, to constraint, tutelage, and strangely also to otherwise scarcely feudal centralization. Whereas it is in keeping with the most special interests of the industrial period to eliminate superannuated militarism like a foreign body. War is the ultima ratio of kings, not of the bourgeois. Therefore the deportment of Spencer's sociology released the white dove from debit and credit, or at least from credit. Peaceful competition, as they used to say, unites the business offices. It was Thus on this basis, under the direction of England and an earlier North America, that bourgeois pacifism spread. Well-meaning and vague, short-winded and composed of misunderstandings of itself, and also having been useful as a quasi-peace in our time, for the purpose of tolerating and indeed promoting Hitler. For capitalism is certainly not the sort of lamb it was made out to be by the Spencer sociologists, and risks do not frighten the entrepreneur when the destruction of competition is the goal. Even alleged militarism as such, which had survived in Germany and Japan from a pre-capitalist feudal past, would have declined long ago to a showpiece if it had not had the freshest imperialist mandate behind it precisely in these two countries. So war and peace are no opposites anymore in the age of monopoly capitalism. They both stem from the same business. Precisely from this, modern war itself comes from capitalist peace and bears its ghastly features. The fight for marketing areas, and competition fighting by every possible means, are written into capital, hence it cannot keep any eternal peace, hence imperialisms necessarily form the explosive atmosphere of a permanent pre-war period, and the declaration of war itself, recently it can be lacking too, becomes mere release. Only a sentimental, then a slovenly, then a roguish idealism can therefore water the plant of peace on bourgeois master heights. It conceals here only the preparations for attack, si vis bellum, para pacem. If you want fascism, speak about freedom. Indeed, the very civilian spirit has become so identical with big bombers in late capitalism that only imperialism, as the last capitalist phase, has brought war to the perfection that is called total. The diverse Wall Street wars are total not merely because they by no means occur only between armies anymore, but because they choose, with particular heroism, what is defenseless as a sacrifice. The full churches and women and children had not been terrified of the armies of knights, but they find no mercy from the fury of the imperialist bourgeoisie, particularly from the latter. Likewise, what remains of pacifism in the womb of the upper bourgeoisie and condemns aggression, aggression itself, fabricated in the White House and in the Vatican by nothing but stockbrokers, Tartuffes, and Franco priests, has become not just roguish idealism but pure swindling. Thus peace prospers in capitalist soil like a lamb in the slaughterhouse. The dream of peace can no more be fulfilled in capitalist terms than that of love of man in general. Of course, wars are not inevitable if a unified and sufficiently powerful action on the part of their prospective victims intervenes, but even then they remain a constant threat, at best a mere non-war, by the skin of its teeth, the preservation of which requires constant vigilance. Only socialism radically removes war and the seeds of new wars contained in every capitalist peace agreement. Peace is no party matter. In the age where it is constantly under threat, it is a matter for mankind par excellence, but a mankind without Nimrods. The will for free time from war, and hence for pacifist leisure, will only wholly get a chance together with that taming of imperialist maximum profit which ultimately means its abolition. Otherwise the absence, even impossibility of wars of aggression will never turn from a highly desirable state of affairs into a normal one. So this is what emerges here as soon as a fox is set to watch the geese. At the same time the foxes themselves had to admit that peace is an ancient dream, though not a beautiful one for them. The cry of Berta von Suttner, "Lay down your arms," moved in such an ancient and above all often pictured longing that pacifism almost possesses the tradition of a separate utopia. A utopia which, though it is also occasionally contained in the social ones, still by no means coincides with them. For the dream of peace is found to be particularly elaborated in those very writers who have left behind no elaborated sketches for the best state at all. As in the ancient Israelite prophets, as in Kant. Equally it belongs to revolutionary natural right. Grotius, the founder of international law, pictures peace simply as the normal state of things. And Before it amounted to stock market pacifism and its illusion, the dream of peace was close to the young bourgeois enlightenment and its alliance against princes, against masters' wars and wars of religion. The whole irony of capitalist destiny was involved in making precisely the French Revolution, with the popular army which it had to form for its defense, into the origin of universal conscription. Pacifist utopia appeared most forcibly of all in Kant, and not in fact in a social utopian connection, but its light was kindled from morality. The sketch on perpetual peace, 1795, does not allow politics to take a single step without first having paid homage to ethics, in its absolutely commanding form. Politics says, be as wily as serpents. Ethics adds, as a qualifying condition and as guileless as doves. Werke, Hartenstein, 6, p. 437. The combination of both is difficult, but a requirement about which, according to Kant, no dispute is possible. Ethical politics. Political ethics would then secure eternal peace, as soon as the state is formed in all great nations as if it had come about through a voluntary agreement of its subjects. The constitution which thus arises is the republican one. It alone has, apart from the integrity of its origin, having sprung from the pure source of the concept of justice, the prospect of the desired result as well, namely eternal peace, lc. p. 417. But Kant, even when he now aims at a single world republic, despite all rigor of morality, has hard-bitten bone sense enough to content himself with a substitute among the existing piratical states, the League of Nations. For states, in relation with one another, there can be no other way, in accordance with reason, of getting out of the lawless condition that contains sheer war than by giving up their wild, lawless, freedom, just like individual human beings, complying with public compulsory laws and thus forming an, admittedly always growing, international state, which would finally comprise all the nations of the earth. But since they certainly do not want this, in accordance with their idea of international law, in place of the positive idea of a world republic, if everything is not to be lost, only the negative surrogate of a league averting war, persisting and always spreading, can check the flood of the law-shunning hostile inclination, but with the constant danger that it will erupt, lc. p. 423f. This pessimism differs at least from the trustfulness of those pacifists who saw peace and not the armaments industry promoted in an American world republic. Kant's pessimism, in view of his dream of peace, stems of course not only from the true assessment of the law-shunning states but just as much from the Decalogue and the Prophets. Both address themselves without illusion to the man who has become a wolf to man. The Decalogue with the sharp commandment, "Thou shalt not kill." The prophet Isaiah with the extremely distant promise, "And they shall beat their swords into plowshares, and their spears into pruning hooks." This is messianic, and it did not entrust or confuse the king of the Assyrians, and certainly not the modern priests of Baal either, with the realm of peace. This kind of thing in fact can only befall the defense community of wolves, the pacifism of deception, the same deception which lyingly changes the victim of aggression into the aggressor and manufactures atom bombs for the salvation of civilization. To sum up, the ancient dream of peace presupposes almost even more cogently than any other element of social utopia clear supports and correction. Even in the First World War, simply from looking at the Prussian Junkers, it became clear that pacifism does not consist in ending existing wars at any price but in radically preventing future ones. In the Second World War, which has not finished and has merely shifted the aggressor from Berlin to Washington, it becomes obvious that militarism, however much it was able to count on the preserved brutality of Junkers, as in Prussia or Japan, does not come from feudal barbarism but from the most modern property relations, and the radical prevention of future wars will not succeed in the long run without a permanent removal of monopolistic interests. The swords will only certainly become plowshares when the soil over which the plow passes belongs to all. Not an hour earlier, nor an hour later. Capitalist peace is a paradox which spreads fear more than ever and which enjoins the nations to defend the cause of peace to the utmost, most strenuously. Whereas socialist peace is a tautology. Technological maturity, state capitalism, and state socialism. October Revolution. How hesitantly word gets around among those in the center that things could be better managed. The small trader, after all, under the illusion of being independent, still largely exists with this illusion. And the happiness of free competition, although neither the former nor the latter exists anymore, has still by no means ceased to mean something here. The man with his own little business, the vast amount of senseless middlemen, the employee who cannot help being industrious although it does not get him anywhere anymore, they all still believe in the cause which has become partly watery and partly bloody, private industry. In their precarious situation, of course, they believe in it more stubbornly than firmly, at least they are inwardly still private, drag this remnant around with them. They are therefore just as much a hindrance to themselves as to the consciousness of the other overdue and no longer private mode of production and exchange. Now, however, even the Babbitt begins to feel something rather new as soon as he admires the technological enterprise which seems as bright as day, instead of the economic machinery that he cannot see. 898. And perhaps in machines themselves. Artificial fertilizers and artificial irradiation are on the way, or could be, which stimulate the soil into thousand-fold fruit, in a hubris and anti-Demeter movement beyond compare, with the synthetic borderline concept of a cornfield growing on the flat of the hand. In short, technology as such would be ready, almost already able, to make us independent of the slow and regionally limited work of nature on raw materials, independent even of wide transportation, cf. A. Low, The Trend in World Economics, The American Journal of Economics and Sociology, 1944. A new supernaturation of given nature would be due, even though with the familiar dangers of technological artificiality handed down by the bourgeoisie and abstractly intensified. But and this remains sociologically decisive. For all reddening dawns of synthetic chemistry, the thus facilitated omnipotence of production is the most impossible one in the capitalist system of appropriation and distribution. It would bring the overproduction which exists anyway to a level for which neither existing monopoly capitalism nor its state capitalist form latent within it, with nothing but robots under centralized exploitation, would be a match. This kind of thing is at the same time a final sign that technological maturity on its own still has no socialist significance at all. However much it has overhauled its mother, private capitalist society, and however visibly the private form of exploitation proves to be superannuated compared with the long since collectivized forces of production even in purely technological terms, in the means of production. But the means of production alone do not make people happy, the proletariat must rather have them first, must have seized possession of them. Without this socialization precisely the most highly developed means of production bring crisis after crisis, or they arm imperialist war, or they promote total, state capitalist enslavement. Progress A category which has been reduced in existing society exclusively to technology is never linear as one which occurs in a uniform and hence real way. It proceeds instead in a leap which posits a change of direction. This leap is merely suggested by the ever more highly developed means of production that is the machine. The proletariat draws the collectivist conclusion, and against this the bourgeoisie cultivates even more latent plans apart from terrorism and war, monopolistic state capitalism. It would not be the first time that the falsifying enemy seeks to cure itself by what is growing against it. But even in purely human terms it is different in a number of ways whether a mine is nationalized from below or from above, so to speak. Everywhere a controlled economy becomes inevitable, but the difference is the most enormous precisely here. 900. Whether monopoly capitalists or producers will be the subject doing the organizing. In the first case, state capitalism arises or the mere functional change of private ownership of the means of production. In the second case, socialism arrives or the transfer of this private property to the real, namely producing collective. Both structures have the common element, so to speak, that they rise on the ruins of free competition, of the liberal market mechanism. But both structures display beyond this all too formal similarity the vast difference, hushed up by social democracy, that socialism presupposes that revolution whose very absence alone makes state capitalism possible. The latter received its form through the two world wars, in which output was regulated from above for the first time since the manufacturing period. It receives its content through the growing state development of monopoly capital, through the transition of the previously subjective firm into the state as the now quite officially and totally executive committee of the ruling class. State capitalism here combines full, indeed sharpened exploitation with the most drastic changes in previous private industry. All this with an illusion of collectivism. This illusion can even mean that the capitalist economy controlled from above claims to be socialist. It did this in the various fascist coups d'état, but it also does so, often well-meaning but always wrong, in reformist terms. As in the old short-sighted delusion of the peaceful growing of capitalism into socialism, this Bernsteinism which has already been dreadfully refuted twice, in 1914 and 1933. In a period of prosperity and a laboriously maintained peace, capitalism, which constantly has within it the opposite of prosperity and peace, may pose as liberal again, after it has nevertheless shown its grotesque fascist face. But an intensification of the state is always imminent in the controlled profit economy of monopolism. And in the socialist economy this intensification, contrary to all popular opinion, does not appear because this economy is controlled in socialist terms but because it touches on state capitalism or, with a view to a supposed shortcut, makes instrumental use of it and incorporates it. It is of detective utopian importance to sketch on the horizon the changes of which state capitalism could be capable if it is allowed time and space. And in fact everything stays as it was in the main point, in exploitation, and the crises imminent in capitalism are simply wrapped up in gun cotton. The first change would concern the market, which would cease to be a free, open one. Human beings no longer face one another as agents of barter, but the total state contains exclusively those who give the orders and those who are dominated. Into its hands passes the control over price fixing and the quality of goods which had 901 been exercised up to then by the free market to some extent. The second change would concern production itself, after the freedom of the market is at an end together with its competition. There is a prospect of full employment, though with a necessarily lower standard of living for the masses. There is a prospect of relative economic security, as a result of the adjustment of production to consumption, as a result of a regulated profit economy. However, security is bought by the army of workers and employees being totally transformed into slaves instead of into co-owning comrades. Even the residual capitalists are restricted in their freedom, public need before private greed, which only means however that the monopolists restrict Manchesterist private greed so that their own public need itself remains all the more formidably preserved. A capitalist collective arises, composed of the greatest robbers in industry and distribution, from the high civil and above all military bureaucracy. All other people, in the whole world, in the vast complex of state capitalism, whose center would be America, would become objects of a control which the world has never seen before on such a large scale and with such thoroughly rationalized strategy. The total prison, with undernourished robots insured for life, the prospect therefore which Manchester capital always lyingly portrayed as that which threatened in socialism, is precisely its own. And there is the additional piquancy that the attempt is made to introduce the economic system to which fascism corresponds, and the fascism which corresponds to this economic system, from America, where even the word capitalism is still an honorary title and the state is not, under the trademark of freedom. These therefore are among other things the horizons of state capitalism, ultimately of the same state capitalism which is in the habit of calling socialism red fascism because it is on its guard against the murderous intentions of imperialism. So that therefore the liberals of the expired epoch of free competition romanticize out a third path which would liberate them from the mildly unloved fascist alternative and the genuinely hated socialist alternative. The alternative seems to them to be an equal one between totalitarian regimes, which is not even formally true in view of the dictatorship of the proletariat, let alone in respect of the goal of freedom of this dictatorship, the solely and really total goal. The difference between the two controlled economies is therefore obvious despite the malice or also the great foolishness which mix it up. It marks the utmost contrast of social content, of abolished exploitation on the one hand, and of totally rammed-in exploitation on the other. And state capitalism threatens as a possibility, indeed as an already begun reality only as long 902 as people put up with it and stand for it. The profoundly low level of wages which seems inseparable from state capitalism, and the lasting incapacitation would be unbearable in the long run, even if fascism does not enter the land of no return in a final world war which it provokes and, in accordance with the law with which it fell in, must continue to provoke. In all respects, however, something results from the evil latency of state capitalism which helps fascism and makes it almost concrete. The tendency towards the capitalist collective in the vacuum of disappeared free competition. Thus state capitalism is the long-sought element of reality in otherwise so insubstantial fascism. The latter uses anachronism and the dull rage of its protest in the seduced masses, but it is eminently up-to-date in its leadership. It is not merely spookish here, it is also the real ape of a real tendency, that towards socialization of the forces of production. Fascism made state capitalism formidable as a real alternative. And this is joined by the most central danger of the delusion of order, and indeed socialism, with which the capitalist collective has draped itself and may drape itself again state capitalism beneath the mask of state socialism. Hence above all the forgery of security, indeed liberation from the struggle for life which has become horrifying. What is lost in the way of free time and freedom seems to come in again through a guarantee, through guaranteed employment, through subsidized leisure. If there is anything in which the average American citizen in particular, the former risk-taker par excellence, is even more interested than he is in profit-making, it is life insurance. Even the former capitalist pioneer will unhesitatingly take security in exchange for vanished advancement, and fascism seemed and seems to guarantee this security at least for the Babbitts of all zones as if it were the future state. It was a grave flaw that the existing possibilities of state capitalism have been so little worked out in socialist literature itself. An even graver one that the mountainous contrasts to socialism have not found any sufficient analysis. Through the first flaw, fascism came as a complete surprise. Through the second, social democracy was reassured about its inactivity and about the allegedly dialectical optimism it showed for the big companies. Capitalism seemed, as is well known, to change into socialism of its own accord as soon as it was further synthesized. Indeed, even the Prussian militarizations of economic life, which began in 1914, the so-called ideas of 1914, appeared as socialism here. Through the second flaw, the insufficient distinction between state capitalism and temporary state socialism, it was made particularly easy anyway for social democracy and the rest of the bourgeoisie to overlook its own state capitalism, by 903. Nevertheless, the end of force in this kind of force is inescapably imminent. Whereas in bourgeois liberalism, which once so highly conspired and so deeply revealed itself, it was always only the capitalist apparatus of force that was hidden and present. From the first, the worker in the capitalist class state only had the freedom to starve if he did not bow to the dictatorship of profit, and he would not have achieved either the right to strike or even the 8-hour day, the same rights which state capitalism will take from him again, if he had not bloodily wrested them from the so-called Statue of Liberty through organization. Whereas the land of socialist construction employed all its vast power to this end and must unerringly use it so that power over people comes to an end. So that instead of freedom of trade, with which liberalism has lured and deceived, freedom from acquisition may arise. So that instead of the so-called state under the rule of law, which because of its rotten class content has become wholly a state under the rule of illegality, no state at all is necessary any more. The order which is still possible in late capitalism, that of state capitalism or fascism, consists solely of atrocities of order, and the freedom, with self-alienation that has become total, persists solely as a suppressed, if not missing, freedom. Again, it is evident, more sharply than in the case of beneficence and pacifism, more terribly perverted, in the late bourgeoisie peace becomes war, order, barbarism, leisure, emasculation, and desolation. The high drama of fascism thus still hardly proves to be exhausted in its state capitalist possibilities, although restricted in them. The Soviet Union was the very troublesome contemporary of fascism at Stalingrad. A Soviet Union in inviting maturity will put an end to the state capitalism. Everywhere. Delusions of free time, toughening up for business. In the evening the oppressed man finally relaxes, becomes free as it were. He is allowed to recuperate, and he is allowed to do so because even a worker gets tired. He receives free time after the trials and tribulations of the day, to feed and oil himself as a machine. The hours after work and Sunday mean recuperation of working power. Man is never an end in the acquisitive society, always a means. Whatever is done with the hours after work, privately or in accordance with ancient custom, merely embellishes the bourgeois end, reproduction of working power. All the more varied of course are the dreams which now settle in the hours after work of the oppressed man. They would like to be fulfilled there, as in 905. A place where at least a hollow space arises. Fresh air is taken in, alcohol washes down the dust, card playing kills time, and is moreover the desire not just to succumb to chance but to be able to play with it and even to win something off somebody else. This has the double effect here that the working day, the business day is abandoned and at the same time its forms continue in a lightened way. Sociability as a whole largely repeats the relations between people and things which predominate in society and constitute it in each case. These relations prevail even in the downtrodden class that has come off badly, although it has or could have particular interest in distinguishing the hours after work from the working day in terms of form and especially of content. But this kind of thing is not simple, not even where a contrasting will exists. Sociability as the form of play in a society confirms this society even in escaping it. And sociability keeps people up to scratch all the more, the less those who have come off badly lament existing social conditions themselves but only the singular place they occupy in them. Indeed, as we have seen, pleasure then serves as a substitute for what has not been attained in the capitalist struggle for life and its approved forms. The drive to win in card playing and the poker face imperative for it, together with its straight and crooked paths, is in sport the assiduity, transferred there, of competition that appeared free. To the same extent that this competition is made economically impossible, the contest in sport beckons. It beckons not only its practicing enthusiasts but much more, by means of empathy with the sides, the thousands upon thousands of Sunday spectators at the professional match. It is true that even Greek wrestling matches and medieval tournaments had displayed competition, but it was not a busy one as yet. This contest reflected, in the upper class of the time, no economic struggle. Its participants rather resembled that high-minded man whom Aristotle praises for going hesitantly and idly through life except where an honor or a work require him. The emotion was the desire of distinction, not of friction. It was eros for the goal, with the loser as the second winner, not as a rival who goes bankrupt from the stock exchange. Mutatis mutandis. This kind of contest is also possible in a post-capitalist society. The Soviet Union is already using it today. Whereas the pleasure taken in sport by capitalist employees necessarily displays all the features of competing in its contest, in other words, of the substitute in the form of play for the socially disappeared free competition. It is not admitted by capital that this competition, make way for efficiency, the marshal's baton in every knapsack, is economically outmoded. It was, after all, the strongest seductive charm of capitalism, above all in the land of unlimited possibilities. Thus, in so far as it still works with the illusion of free competition, capital promotes sport, which mobilizes this illusion in free time. As if in this way at least the body was accorded its rights, as if in this way at least man were still worth something in this field, even as if a bit of Greece appeared, called the Olympic Games, a festival of free people, not of slaves. And the promoted sociability of sport dopo lavoro does not remain confined to forged freedom. It has other merits as well in capitalist terms. Even where capital is no longer capable of feigning free competition to its employees, even in the confessed state of new serfdom, sport is made useful for delusion. In this case not for the individualist kind but for the collective kind, though it must be noted, for the collective kind in the service of the firm, and ultimately of monopoly and state capitalism. This is the spirit of pre-fascist and fascist organization of free time. Concerning gymnastics, big businesses have long used the love of sport in their employees to form a particularly faithful following for themselves. This now no longer returns in free time to the individual illusion of competition. On the contrary, the following has to lead the colors of its capitalist business to victory itself. Thus sportsmen are transformed into industrial relays. Here too only the Soviet Union and the people's democracies have produced the genuine spirit of a collective contest, namely because the businesses themselves have become collective property. The fascist state finally even annexed to itself the return to nature. It is now called military sports. This saw the end of the evening walk, of the longing for fresh air, of the art of moving paralyzed limbs. But the initial reasons for this end already lie in the fact that free time has always been regarded by the bourgeoisie only as hidden service and permitted as such. Strength through joy, taken to its logical conclusion, this simply means repair of the worn-out commodity of working power by means of cunning dopo lavoro. And everything is done to see that the commodity does not have any harmful ideas in the joyfully filled free time. To see that the wistful consideration of possibilities is canalized and remains as subordinate as the little position of the person doing the considering himself. Free time therefore ultimately serves stupefaction. Here, whether with an apparent laissez-faire, laissez-aller, on capitalist strings, or with forms which fascism imposes, with garlands for oxen to be slaughtered. It must be noted that it is not the fact that a form is also sought for free time which is lamentable and detestable, but that, with such content, it comes from the enemies of the people. Sunday and even 907. The contact with nature thereby remain closer than ever within the capitalist workday and its interested parties. So that the commodity of working power does not shake off its commodity character even during recuperation. The long arm of capital embraces the man at the machine and at the supper table, in the sports stadium and in the holiday hospital of nature. Nevertheless, the rebellious desire for something different, does not fail to appear in the long run, nor even in the hours after work. 4. Human beings are not a commodity. Nor is their laziness, this sole residual fragment of paradise, as Schlegel said, truly a backward-looking prophet in this respect. But, above all, their vigor, and not just their laziness, seeks without exception a state where even the clock, as the hand of duty, lives for the moment. Residual older forms of free time, spoiled, but not hopeless, hobby, public festival, amphitheater. There is still a part of man which is not wholly sold. I enjoy myself, idleness is at least nicely put into words in English. Dolce far niente, a being, not just a word, already gives life without work as such an inner charm. Provided that we also have the external means for it, or even without them know how to have as many holidays as possible. Further, provided that we can bear nothing more easily than a series of beautiful days, and are therefore not spoiled for pleasure. Because work has burnt us out and we have time and example neither for the grace nor the peace of happiness. You are like a flower. This is admittedly difficult in a society which even in its leisure class, precisely in it, displays few flowers, except carnivorous ones. But it is evident that even in the holiday ruined by capitalism there are still half-sheltered spots. There still lives a not wholly saleable patch or patchwork of man which is not wholly suitable for the business of reproduction. And in him certain traces of more fulfilled leisure have survived from older times, from pre-capitalist ones, worthy of being considered and indeed possibly refunctioned under changed circumstances. Because of its pre-capitalist features, this kind of thing is also far less incorporated into capitalism, although obviously usable and falsifiable. What are meant here are such various entertainments after work as the private hobby, the public festival, mostly grouped around former church festivals, and then the whole complex of culture, which is becoming communal, the amphitheater for all. Man is therefore not wholly betrayed wherever. 908. A part of him is still not wholly sold and enjoys itself. The hobby brings the quietest of these idle pleasures. There is a rather lonely but always easy ride on this hobby. Horse. Do-it-yourself enthusiasts, allotment holders, along with so many other varieties of play, act out in their favorite pursuit the profession which they have missed or which does not exist at all in the seriousness of life. This kind of thing often merely turns out stunted, but from a distance work without constraint opens up with it, a private appearance of what activity with pleasure and love could mean. Where the almost chance profession, the job, satisfies the fewest people, as in America, there are therefore the most hobbies. And the favorite pursuit will only disappear when it constitutes the correct profession itself one day. Until then we can learn from the hobby how fulfilled leisure is privately dreamed, as work which appears like leisure. But when the most private of idle pleasures turns into the most public and throws the whole activity away which does not belong to the hobby, there then appears from ancient times the most effortless favorite pursuit, the public festival in boisterous folklore. It still thrives more or less in rustic regions, and also in cities, where traditional customs, encapsulated or immigrated, have continued to be preserved. Parades, carnivals, and church festivals then fill up no empty space of Sundays and holidays but make these really into such. Countries with a Roman pagan base are richer in such festivals than northern ones, and Catholic ones are more talented at them than the Protestant ones of the work ethic. America, with 3 million Italians in New York, displays through them the difference between living and dead joy even in one and the same spot. Living joy is that which in the case of numerous church festivals has migrated over from Palermo or Rome, from Bari or Naples. Dead joy is the fun of the Yankee world, From the jukebox to the cocktail party. Italy, France, Austria, Bavaria, and the Rhineland have still preserved enclaves in the general capitalist mechanical response by virtue of the classical subsoil and the Catholic tradition, i.e. intervals of a feeling for life for which time is not yet money and merriment as yet no whitewashed grave. Public festivals have perhaps wholly survived only in Russia, so that the Soviet Union was not only able to take them over but first allowed the popular life and the popular joy in them to arrive and return home in the new society. Yet even in France the bourgeois mechanics has deformed, it brought about a harsh contrast between the conventional and the naive gaieté parisienne. The domestic Sunday of the petit bourgeois is almost never more than furnished despair. And the publicly manifested Sunday, even in the land of the devout Epicurus? 1. Only. 909. Needs, writes Jean-Richard Bloch about a kind of civilization which has even spread its veneer over Paris, one only needs to stroll through our parks and gardens and over the boulevards of our cities on holidays to encounter these pitiful bourgeois families in thousands of examples, who, dusty and bored, drive a few idle, sullen, hypocritical children before them. The memory of the Sunday misery which Seurat painted in his promenade piece La Grande Jatte, cf. Volume 2, p. 814, also belongs here, and the comparison of these incurable groups of strollers, indeed of the whole watery desperate promenading with God in France ** how juicily even the old Kermis pictures of the Dutch emerge in this contrast, and all the wishful dreams attached to church festivals and carnivals as well, in which Sunday afternoon, instead of being the best time for suicide, could give room for collective enjoyment of life, after all the workday misery. The workday was even more arduous than today, but an unoppressed capacity for joy gained shape on feast days, that which can be won and filled only communally. We only have to read the description of the St. Roch Festival in Bingen, in Goethe's Journey on the Rhine, Main, and Neckar in 1814 and 1815, this splendid health and contentment, to see masterly joy in the most faithful mirror. The public festival here certainly released wishful dreams of festivity, but they lacked the play-acting and also melancholy sentimental element which characterized the festive utopias of the leisure class, despite the greatest radiance and pre-appearance. This means that public festivals stand in contrast to deprivation, but feasts of our lords to boredom. And the latter cannot be combated with relaxation but again only with effort. Hence Heine's paradox of the brave comrade in arms, of a dolce far niente. Conversely, public festivals display no artificiality, not even when, as is often and particularly the case in Italy, they have modified the forms of the governing Baroque. While pastorality and the post-Arcadian element are clearly lacking here, and an element of naivete and antiquity, a bit of the final procession of Dionysus is added instead. Dionysus is a releasing god, thus his public festival has now proved to be fit for a refunctioning, for one which is by no means clerical any more. This holiday world celebrates joys for which in fact there becomes real occasion only later, i.e. liberation of the people is anticipated. Hence the easy transition from the dance around the linden tree to that around the liberty tree of the French Revolution, hence the always latent element from the end. Bloch has in mind the idiom to live like God in France, which is equivalent to the English to live like a king. 910. Of Fidelio, hallowed be the day, hallowed be the hour. It is not inconsequential that the Saturnalia of all peoples are based on the memory of a golden age, and hence of the freedom, equality, and fraternity of the early communist gentes. The refunctioning of the public festival into a real dopo lavoro therefore revives in its programmatic newness very old tendencies, on the soil of the carnival, of this St. Roch's Day, this St. John's Day, united in the representing of a thoroughly transparent occasion, of something free from pain. Is not the festival of the storming of the Bastille at home on the old soil? And hence the festival of the October Revolution and the Political Spring Festival of the 1st of May. The holiday has certainly refreshed itself here with relics of the parade, the procession, indeed refunctioned church banners. There thus remains in the public festival a certain hope for the dopo lavoro that has become fundamental and is becoming ever more fundamental. All the more so as the ground onto which the festivity was and is applied, alongside the traditional cheerful content in whose memory the festival is observed, was and is still unobserved. Hope. That which presses for more cultivated joy does not seem quite so inviting. And which is fed or fobbed off there, with cultural presentation for everyone. With the so-called cultural treat which the bourgeois world provides on Sundays and holidays. The treat seeks to occur beyond sporting contests and the cinema. Thus it ranges from concerts, in which there is pale ale, to plays and books which are free of all alcohol. Needs, life and forms from older times are also present in the cultural Sunday. Of course. But incomparably more than in the case of the surviving public festival, they are crossed by orders from above, by interested diversion. If the sports business still feigns free competition, and if the whole of free time regulated by capitalism is so arranged that the commodity of working power does not become conscious of itself even during its recuperation, then this endeavor naturally continues in bourgeois presentation, but also in an administering of cultural assets which still occurs in a bourgeois and especially petit bourgeois way. Though there is no doubt here about a continuing pre-capitalist existence of these ways of filling free time as well. This traditional element is far sounder than in sport, where the Greek democratic pleasure can be redirected to very different toughening up, and ultimately stupefaction. Beethoven, even if he is packaged into the so-called cultural treat, with reduced price and content, refuses to be mocked. The fire of Prometheus and the milk of the bourgeois pious way of thinking remain, even when administered in social democratic popular education, incompatible with one another. The old places where the people had no cultural 911 treat but was involved in the work, stirred by the subject itself, indeed revolutionized and wholly absorbed in it, were called amphitheaters in antiquity, and mystery stages in the Middle Ages. But the very form of modern higher holiday activity reveals the character, or rather, the non-character which lies even in the phrase popular education evening itself. This is clearance sale, this is dross and staple commodity, this is an endeavor to turn Mozart into a stick of rock, Goethe into a Philistine, and the Ninth Symphony into a non-denominational Sunday sermon. Valuable information was and is served up to a so-called general public from all areas, without problems, without centers, at best with the effect of staunchly orthodox boredom. Such cultural transmission resembles a promenade concert in small spas, and the Sunday supplement in the great bourgeois conformist press. The initiator into this educational Philistinism was David Friedrich Strauss in those days, and thousands of even more cheerful people of his type have been at work in Sunday culture since then. The wild and the sublime son of the originals has said, or is at least veiled, even in those presentations which connect the popular with the cheaply saleable instead of with popular energy and ancient popular imagination to be invoked, and long active in dance, fairytale, and brooding reflection. The still current danger of the bourgeois social democratic cultural park is indicated when its David Friedrich Strauss speaks. Like a chorus of 100,000 senior primary school teachers, alongside our profession we seek to keep as open as possible our appreciation of all higher interests of mankind. We aid our understanding of these things through historical studies which are now made easy even for the non-scholar by means of a series of attractively and popularly written historical works. In addition, we seek to extend our knowledge of nature, for which generally comprehensible aids are not lacking either. Finally, we find in the works of our great writers, in the performances of the works of our great musicians a stimulus for mind and soul, for imagination and sense of humor, which leaves nothing to be desired. The plush age of the 19th century, which regarded itself as a purple age, is past, but with undeniable offshoots. Into the contradictionary in adjecto of a petit bourgeois communism, educational philistinism is not out of circulation. The background remains the museum world of the previous century, with art as illusion, illusion as ideal. And it is ultimately the same background which in its fully elaborated development, as purely epigonic, purely contemplative space of consciousness, is still called historicism. Precisely the latter is the principle of the parasitic cultural treat or the servability of dead education. With history as repeatedly 912 considered past, with culture as something to fill an evening. Historicism elegantly delivers what capital demands in its interest and disseminates in culturally pedagogical terms. It delivers into the educated leisure time of the petit bourgeois masses the parleyist muse, the no longer far-striking Apollo. Historicism thought it had a Hegel as a forerunner, but Hegel in particular opposed eliminate this museum of alienation, with those who are alienated themselves as guides. The living spirit demands, in order to reveal itself, to be born by a related spirit. It brushes past the historical behavior that sets out from any interest in knowledge of opinions as an alien phenomenon and does not reveal its inner self. It can be a matter of indifference to it that it has to serve to enlarge the remaining collection of mummies and the general pile of contingencies, Werke p. 168. Thus only the epigonism of the 19th century turned history into a warehouse and a museum, a place for all tastes. Or, not much better, a canon designed to stifle. Apart from hideous copies, the subjectless diligence of this age certainly also produced monumental works of historical erudition, so that a material collection of fidelity on a small scale and dubiousness on a large scale could hardly be accomplished any more like that built up by the historicism of the 19th century. But instead of the living legacy there arose a lull in knowledge and contemplation, which paralysed or dangerously diverted even existing productivity. Historicism is in all fields the wisdom of those who are unfruitful. Really experienced history, namely that experienced in terms of forming history oneself, provides no legacy for its own family vault or for the contemplative Sunday room. It is rather, to use Ludwig Born's splendid metaphor, a house which has more staircases than rooms. It resembles rather an unfinished suburb than a numbered field of debris. It only approaches at all from a communal future, not from the past. Made into a grave, namely concluded. Thus in fact the example of the future in the past is the only one that pleases, inspires, and teaches. Like this of course and only like this, but absolutely like this, there can and must be a linking up, beyond corruption, with the evening cultural consciousness, without lies, without illusions, beneath other stars. A society which as such will itself stand beyond work will of course, for this very reason, no longer have any separate Sundays and holidays, but just as it will have the hobby as a profession and the public festival as the finest manifestation of its community, so it will also be able, in a happy marriage with the mind, to experience with it its festive weekday. So that no classless educational Philistin emerges. So that precisely education remains on the front, instead of in epigonism. The care of existence remains enough. 913. Even if the shabbiest, that of acquisition, is abolished. Neediness remains enough which presses for information and for the 5,000 years of the history of civilization, as a single, unfinished, continuing day. But the more society is economically in accord, and the slighter its antagonisms stemming from this source are, the more exactly the genuine discordances of existence then emerge, those worthy of human beings, for the illumination of which culture in fact has its plan of campaign, and will have it more than ever. It was often rounded but never closed, never a sum of finished products. Precisely the great educational works prove their continuing surplus over the submerged ideology within which they arose. The art of hearing singing in the air then no longer appears as an escape or even as an interested deification of something poorly available. It no longer appears as a hasty solution of social contradictions in a shining game, but the pre-appearance of what is right. Emerges with a continuing effect, alone with a continuing effect. This is the after-ripening of every great work after it has been plucked from the tree of its age, and this tree itself has long disappeared. Kingdoms pass away, a good verse remains and says what lies ahead. This pre-appearance, so little suited to be a staple commodity, will therefore operate all the more when the inauthentic other reflection, that of mere class ideology, is taken from it. As far as this very pre-appearance is concerned, as joy and doctrine of a true dopo lavoro, it was said above, on the problem of the encounter of the utopian function with ideology, with itself pre-appearing significance. Thus it is always only the shaping dream force towards a better world which is culture creative, or the utopian function as one which ventures beyond. This function posits in ideology for the first time what can be named without cliché and hypocrisy, and without property, illusion, and superstition, and it alone forms the substratum for the cultural legacy and the parasitic enjoyment of culture reaches an end through insight into the more and more adequate trend towards our becoming identical. And through commitment to this, cultural works open up strategically. They are now, from the point of view of the philosophical concept of utopia, not an ideological prank of a higher kind, but the attempted path and content of known hope, cf. Volume I, p. 153 ff. And if there is still a part of man which is not or not wholly sold, this is also the same one which has not yet become free for itself. It therefore seeks its absolution not least in leisure. Culture thus forms, in the leisure that is its work, instead of illusions of the hours after work, substances of real free time. For nothing is more threatened and more hopeful than this, nothing needs more cultivation than this human, still all too little human field. The surroundings of free time, utopian buon retiro and pastoral. We sense still or again how we wish to spend our free life. But apart from the how of free time, it is a question of its where, of the more beautiful free space. Even in the case of the festival and the educational evening, the usual surroundings are changed and embellished. Especially a longer period of leisure requires a decided change of space, what is called striking tents. The distance from business which is called holidays must literally be one, a change of air, of paths, of things themselves. And the space around this free time, without work, is longed for and regarded as the protective space of the simple unrestrained life. Free time space is then nature devoid of human beings but not hostile to human beings, in short that utopianized into an idol. This is particularly true of those evening hours after work called the evening of life. And hence of dopo lavoro as consummate holidays, of buon retiro. And the nature around it which is itself contented so to speak appears as the Arcadian content, which positively fills, automatically as it were, the absence of business and perhaps even of pleasures. It does not need to be stressed that nature. Heinrich, we forget. Paul, but something is missing. Jacob, Heinrich, Joe, wonderful is the approach of evening and fine are the discussions of men by themselves. Paul, but something is missing. Jacob, Heinrich, Joe, fine is the calm and the peace and pleasant is the harmony. Paul, but something is missing. Jacob, Heinrich, Joe, marvelous is the simple life and matchless is the grandeur of nature. Paul, but something is missing. Brecht, Rise and Fall of the City of Mahogany. 915. In this sense of simplicity and at the same time fulfillment is a social utopian category. That it belongs to society precisely because it contrasts with the latter and its artificiality, even emptiness. As this category it had been varyingly in the older wishes for free space played off by Diogenes against the polis, by Rousseau. Against the Fortress of Feudalism, by Ruskin. Against Mechanical Capitalism. With ever-varying content, simply according to the character of each society and its civilization from which the Robinsonade pushed off. And yet it must be emphasized, simply to understand the peculiar unquestionableness of all dreams of free space, in contrast to the so often embarrassed elaborations of dreams of free time, there is a common matter-of fact element in the Arcadian contrasting wishes which almost has as much staying power as the nature sought by them. And despite the vast preponderance of the merely social utopian element, of the social assurances and the contrast in the pastoral picture, the landscape before the gates, this objective factor, nevertheless constantly presented itself for such a picture. Arcadia was located from the first beneath trees, beside springs and other elements of paradise, not in the city, however shimmering. A trace of this very old utopia of free space still shines in every harmony with nature and that which the city dweller expects and receives from it. Like the public festival in Romance and Slavonic countries, the joy in nature may well have been most ardently developed and preserved in Germany. But dopo lavoro demands everywhere, in its dreams of space, a portion of the great pen. And he certainly provides a hall for leisure. Live hidden away, this piece of advice is just as dangerously isolating as it is harmlessly quiet. It refers first to the settler's small holding for which the lonely countryside gives room, but then also to rural repose. Freud's theory of sleep makes a certain contribution to the particular dopo lavoro of this quietness, as that of the country. 4. According to this, the wish for sleep aims at turning away from the outside world, the libido occupation of objects, the object occupation of the libido decreases, libido and ego interest are again united, in full narcissism. This produces the strongest possible recuperation, namely that of the psychological return to the womb, to objectless isolation. And in fact this sheds light on the peculiar security which the person who has escaped from the city may find in nature. He does not feel disturbed by existing objects. There thus arises in the quietness founded by this a particular protective space, in fact a maternal space of leisure. Similarly, riding at night and riding in the country also have this seclusion in their favor, quietness and darkness, the two grave sisters, or rather, narcissism coats even natural objects themselves, so that they 916 not only fail to disturb but seem like a part of the ego. Then, in the illusion of total fusion, the tensions between ego and non-ego completely fall away. Then the object ceases to be one to be overcome by work, as is particularly the case in capitalist enterprise and in its relation to materials. Then there is even a hint, in the face of nature, of that prelogically happy animaism which Byron expresses as follows: I live not in myself, but I become / portion of that around me, and to me / high mountains are a feeling. The holiday feeling in nature is thus not necessarily the lonely soul and its mother, despite the narcissism, and possibly solipsism underlying it. The being alone with oneself, indeed, being alone without oneself in nature can rather have total object occupation, only not one in fact so very much alienated from the self. The free space beyond work then itself becomes one beyond hardship. In its repose, above all the inorganic kind, and the blue overhead it gives material for this. And precisely this feeling of non-alienation in quietness, in the landscape which absorbs, has also always bestowed on nature its very particular character of refuge, the character of peace. It joins again at first only as a social category the protest against artificiality, which the nature lover believes he leaves behind him. Often with self deception, as when the ruling class administers the enjoyment of nature wholly asleep. Often with defeatism, as when the bustle on the human plane is declared to be incurably bleak and the great pen is to resolve social contradictions. But often the repose of nature arrives on the scene as a real call for what is right, as a corrective to everything tormented in which there is no health, and to everything artificial in which there is no blessing. Leisure, on its heights, would like to look as set apart as this. Quiet working, as devoid of all trivialities. Together with the muses who possibly inhabit these heights, the murmuring of the mountain spring on Parnassus and Helicon is in Greek mythology, with more than mythological significance, the natural basis of the muses. And the quietness of nature, that which belongs to Olympus, was still stressed as a basis of the immense, the elevated, and the sublime itself, even when no animaism whatsoever was preserved any more. The Neoplatonist Iamblichos remarks that we can recognize the gods by their silence and human beings by their talk, and so the noise, the futile unrest, grows ever louder the further we withdraw from the light of heaven. This is an experience of nature which has remained as it were naively alive even beyond mythology, precisely with regard to the heights, the isolation of the heights. Up there, since the aesthetic discovery of the Alps, the great mountains hold their elaption upright, surrounded by sun and silence. Above all the upward looking 917 stars stand up there, above an earth that has become invisible, indeed reduced to one single lowland. Sublimity and silence per se are associated through them with the peaceful character of a thus crowned nature. Omnia sub luna caduca, this means in this connection, despite a star worship that can hardly be re-experienced any more, that the vast depths above the moon impress us as total situationlessness, as total other world beyond hardship. The broad heaven which spreads above the ignominious baseness of the earth, what Tolstoy seriously wounded Andrei Bolkonsky thus sees and experiences on the battlefield of Austerlitz, concentrates a symbolic experience of millions in the evening hours after work that have become a night of celebration for them, even if later, with the eyes of the city, only that firmament remains which conceals a void. The starry sky ultimately gives the male component to the maternal feeling in nature, it gives the component of sublimity to that peaceful character with which precisely astonishment at nature on a grand scale communicates. And the experience of the starry sky gives even more to the pastoral, it indicates that the demonic in nature, only apparently alien to the pastoral or only in its idyllically choice manifestations, precisely Beethoven's Pastoral Symphony, contains the thunderstorm, that this great warning against narrowness and abstractness of civilization may also belong to an unfathomable abyss of the heights, not just to darkness in nature. Felt natural sublimity as a whole gives a significant contact with such elements which are still sealed or unincorporated, and not a contact which only lies in the mind of man instead of also in the mountain, ocean, or sky object of this specific astonishment. The pastoral maintains as a whole, above its individualism of escape, its ideology of contrast, its utopia of longing, this contact with objective material, with that which in fact only presents itself in rural nature, never in the city. This kind of contact is certainly not yet the same as a depiction valid even if only in iridescent reflection, but circulating within it, even where it is still densely furnished with mythology, are elements of an objective latent free space, indeed of one in nature itself. Precisely also Judeo-Christian hope, this death of the great pen, was not able and did not wish to renounce the pastoral completely. Easter stands holy in the spring, Christmas takes the rising sun, if no longer as its content, then certainly as its accompaniment. The growing world hatred in the Bible from Deutero-Isaiah on does not stand in the way of this, a world hatred which extended from the will of political upheaval to that for a radical upheaval in nature. For although Natura Naturata is here only a blocking crust, although earth and heaven here occupy a place which does not befit them but only the new heaven and the new earth, although in the new heaven no moon and no sun shine any more and the heavenly Jerusalem is no Arcadia or even Elysium any more, but an eternal city, nature still remains even in this both non-pagan and select pastoral, in that of Christian myth, full of significances, full of ciphers which as high mountain, as living water, as tree of life, as precious stones are delivered to the apocalyptic city. A different world now stands in the place which the existing one occupied and for whose new spatial premises pure water, high mountain, and crystal light are transparent. The Baroque period constantly sang the praises of this holy non-pagan pastoral in the existing one of delight in nature. As in Angelus Suze, so Blossom, frozen Christian, May is at the door / you'll stay forever dead, if now you don't bloom here, Cherubinical Wanderer 3, rhyme 90. As in Jacob Boehme, the powers of heaven always work in images, plants, colors, to reveal holy God, so that he may be recognized in all things, Theosophical Missives I, 5. Thus even the Christian intended explosion of nature cannot avoid transposing categories like May, images, plants, colors into its Sabbath, so that it is not only an outwardness like sheer inwardness, but equally an inwardness like sheer outwardness. How much more than this a relation to nature which has become less or differently transparent may prove leisure in the indelible pastoral. In fact, if it wants to encounter its pastoral above all in depictability and not just in iridescent reflection, this probation ultimately still has a particular problem in its way. Namely that of the double consciousness of our age with regard to nature, the mechanical on the one hand, the qualitative aesthetic on the other. It is the problem of dualism which has opened up between the modern, purely calculatory and therefore totally quality-free content of physics on the one hand and the nature in landscape experience, as a totally qualitative one. Images, plants, colors, and especially beauty, sublimity, repose, and peace are just as unreal in the mechanical aspect which appears as urban physics so to speak, as they characterize in landscape painting, and also the older qualitative philosophy of nature, a content of the relation to nature of leisure. Only once in the history of reflected Arcadia has a bridge emerged between the two positions, we can say, between the mechanical standpoint and the qualitative vantage point. This occurred in Schiller's essay on naive and sentimental poetry, where nature can be celebrated in Galileo's 919 sense, but also in Shaftesbury's sense as the calm working from within itself, the existence according to its own laws, the inner necessity, the eternal unity with itself. The miracle approaches that even contrasts like that between Newton's and Goethe's nature appear reconciled here, but of course, the equation does not combine mechanical calculation and qualitative feeling for nature, but it occurs on the basis of a conformity with laws in both cases. But this conformity with laws only forms an apparent bridge, in factual terms it has itself a double, mutually divided sense. In calculation it is that of merely external necessity, which proceeds on the chain of causality. In Schiller's image of nature it is that of the formative inner necessity, which proceeds in the organism of naivete, in the qualifications of substantiality. Thus, there is of course no synthesis between mechanical and landscape nature. A nature without qualities is far more alien to that of forests, mountains, and luminous stars than the Christian negated one was. And precisely Schiller's non-synthesis between the mechanical and the qualitative particularly indicates the problem, the truth, not worked up as it were, of the pastoral view on bourgeois soil. It concerns a different sector of nature than that appertaining to mathematical natural science, but it relates to it in a pre-capitalist, in a not yet post-capitalist way. The pastoral view, the view into forests, mountains, and oceans, has like the public festivals kept alive a great, wonderful element of non-mechanical response which one day can and will enter into concrete leisure. However, the access to it is, as a pre-capitalist one in a capitalist age, still largely archaic romantic. There is in it just as much conjuration of a submerged objectivity as astonishment and meeting of one coming up. undischarged, i.e. of a truth of the pastoral on which precisely leisure has to prove itself and can prove itself. But only a no longer abstract economic system will bring, even in matters of nature experience, that elimination of the differences between city and country which among its other consequences also contains the elimination of the dualism between urban and landscape physics. The pastoral itself, with the whole inheritance of a not exploited but loved nature, here keeps in view, in its archaic, romantic cloak, a utopian kind of restful land without the battlefield of Austerlitz. A restful land in which something is missing, of course, because man is not yet at rest in it himself, and the humanization of nature still in fact lies mostly in mere pastoral. Only active leisure in all areas will bring us closer to a receptive nature, one not just depicted subspecies of business. Human freedom and nature as its concrete surroundings, homeland, are mutually dependent. 920. Leisure as imperative, only half-explored goal. The path there is an economic one, masters and servants have to go. Social order eliminates both, in the same accomplishment, and much more as well. Previous economic contradictions disappear, discordance that remains produces no external and filthy misery anymore. The differences between manual and brain work, between country and city disappear, but above all, as far as possible, those between work and leisure. They only acquired this harshness through capitalism anyway. Pre-capitalist production knew work with more share in works made by hand and joy with less dreariness. Socialism, by removing from work the drudgery for others, has already largely taken the alienation from it. But only a classless society contains the basis to liberate work, that reduced to a minimum, from the curse of alienation completely, and leisure from the devil's blessings of the Grand Jot. It eliminates the expropriation of work from man, that in which the worker feels himself to be expropriated, alienated, a reified commodity, and is therefore unhappy in his work. The classless society removes from leisure, by means of the same re-expropriation, the unlived emptiness, the Sunday thoroughly corresponding, and not contrasting, to the dreariness of work. It removes from leisure above all the false kind, nurtured by that type of ideology which belongs to illusion and consequently ends in cliché and total fraud. This ideology began only with the appearance of master and slave, is solely posited with the class society based on the division of labor, and disappears with it, as separation of social being and consciousness. The origin of this ideology, as Marx presents it, explains precisely its end without resurrection. The division of labor only really becomes division from the moment when a division of material and intellectual labor occurs. From this moment on, consciousness can really imagine it is something other than the consciousness of prevailing practice, that it really represents something without representing something real. From this moment on, consciousness is capable of emancipating itself from the world and giving itself over to the formation of pure theory, theology, philosophy, and morality. But even if this theory, theology, philosophy, morality etc. enter into contradiction with prevailing conditions, this can only occur through the prevailing social conditions having entered into contradiction with the prevailing force of production, Deutsche Ideologie. Dietz, 1953, p. 28. With these sentences Marx unequivocally cites class division as the origin, and class society as the support of ideology. 921. Though of course, and this motif now becomes crucially important, theology, philosophy, morality etc., hence ideology, could also enter into contradiction with prevailing conditions. There thus remains ideology, which is not mere illusion, mere lies. It is the latter as false, particularly as exploited false consciousness of prevailing practice, but not as the contradiction, finally cited by Marx, of theory with prevailing conditions. That is, as the expression of a contradiction into which the Prevailing social conditions have entered with the prevailing force of production, and above all vice versa. So possibly this is the place for that ideology in a very different sense, not for an obscuring justifying one, but for a revolutionary contrasting one. It surfaces precisely in the change between class societies and all the more so in the elimination of class society as a whole. This kind of ideology, with regard to its militant intention and for the most part its contents, is solely related as a contrasting one to the social basis on which, i.e. against which it has arisen. It does not reflect and justify this basis, it conversely brings to consciousness the not yet fully developed elements of the new society which have not yet achieved political breakthrough, and which have ripened in the womb of the old one. It accomplished this in the past, because of the then still unrecognized driving forces of history, with various illusions, but never with any purposeful intention of obscuring. On the contrary, this kind of ideology was produced on the basis of a thoroughly honest, revolutionary progressive mandate, and even its illusion bears heroic utopian features. And its positive function is to activate the still by no means properly existing basis of the new society, freed from the ice, with the power of theory. Otherwise the appearance of this basis would be much more difficult, much more untidy. And therefore, this kind of ideology, that of the formerly revolutionary contradiction with prevailing conditions, continues to remain alive with the fire and the goal images of its contradiction, namely an anticipatory humane one. Thus the ideology of the French Revolution, minus illusions, minus the realm of the bourgeoisie idealized in them, carries on working in the space of progressive consciousness. Thus especially the ideology of the German Peasant War, minus its mythological components, has a goal fire in it which non-obsoletely strikes into the revolutionary conscience, and particularly also into the imagination of this conscience. And going on to leisure, the thus characterized, not easily satisfied ideology is not only the startling pike in a possible fishpond of leisure, but it prevents the latter from being a fishpond at all, in other words, a happiness as bed of ease instead of as expedition and fullness of life. The contradictions in socialist society. 922. And especially in the future classless one, are no longer antagonistic ones, but just as they do not cease as non-antagonistic ones, nor does the function of ideology to take care of discordances within the leisure generally made possible and to make anticipatory provisions for their solution. Even if these discordances have finally become purely human ones, ones worthy of human beings, and hence concern the only true existential cares. No activation of a new basis is then necessary any more. This task was solved by the socialization of the means of production, but rather the ideology that has become communist has the function of activating the ever richer and deeper fashioning of human relations. For there is precisely in leisure still a powerful career of solidarity, indeed it is only starting to begin. Thus the ideology of illusion completely passes away, but not however, in any way, that of the social moral shaping of political consciousness. In all its main features, even in the areas of art and the more distant superstructure not predominantly related to nature, this kind of ideology will be an ethics. The new neediness of leisure itself thus produces a new superstructure above a new planned non-economy. It produces an ever more essential ideology of interhuman illumination, and this precisely in the purified service of leisure, for the promotion of its humane contents. But all that is discordant and is to be considered goes far beyond the social range. Even where the relation to the economic substructure and its upheavals is either not a direct one, or where no superstructure at all exists. As in language, in logic, general dialectics, as well as because of the outside world here visibly independent of human beings in natural science, minus its philosophical theories. Now there are of course precisely in the physically organic character of human beings extremely Powerful elements by virtue of which nature is admittedly independent of man but not man of nature. The most powerful of these elements is to be found in death, and likewise it forms the distinct field of a contradiction, even of a particularly harsh one, which is by no means merely a social one. In fact, death illustrates nothing short of a double contradiction, which is admittedly indicated by such intensity and quality in social pressure and the reaction to it, but does not occur at all in such a pronounced form. That contradiction is meant here in which the negation lies both as a protesting one in the subject which denies what opposes it, and in the opposing objectivity, a hindering and even destroying one. And both in fact operate most harshly in death as the natural phenomenon of discordance per se, in view of the normal will to life, work, and light. And the double contradiction operates, even if less sharply, by no means in death alone. For socially, 923. Inexhaustible conflicts are also gathered around the position of man in the universe as a whole. That is, around the lasting disparateness of the universe, of its size in space, of its emergence and passing in time, to so many human ranks of purpose, particularly to those on this earth which are radically and totally, regnum hominis, aimed. But the thus characterized discrepancies definitely do not belong to any superstructure either, because they are not socially produced. But does their consciousness therefore not belong to an ideology either? Undoubtedly these discrepancies do not belong to one in the usual sense, do not belong to it with regard to their objective natural component. However, these kinds of discrepancies have produced in fact a very special structure of ideology formation in the consciousness that is startled by them. A structure which does not react to social contradictions, nor to the incorporated and domesticated relation, as it were, of human beings to nature, but precisely to nature from the side of its negation or even disparateness to human beings, to their creatural and culturally developed, indeed particularly culturally sharpened purposive concerns. In any case, the philosophical inquiries which have been issued about the position of man in the cosmos belong to ideology, in keeping with the philosophical theories within natural science. But beyond this the notations of contradictions with by no means interhuman conditions and the various formations of thought or wishful thinking for their resolution again form an ideology of a separate kind, one which is socially only partly co-determined, as in mythology. This different quality holds good despite the obvious tangle which permits no isolation whatever of the connection with nature in the relation of human beings to human beings and to nature. Nevertheless, a nature not only independent of man but also far less mediated with human beings than in the social metabolism necessarily works towards the stated distinction. A significant unity with the social ideology of illumination exists though, namely anticipation. So that both kinds of ideology also predominantly contain utopia, both as anticipatory formulation of a new society in conformity with the forces of production and above all also as consideration of the radical total human ranks of purpose and their position in a mediated universe. Only thus can the as such useless, anarchic, and all too literary element of intellectual creations be brought into a framework and into relief at all, by means of a historical teleological background which assigns to everything that human beings create above themselves in the way of works of flux, current, direction, salvational value and a metaphysical place, the place of genuine socialist ideology, the place of the great plan of campaign of civilization. 924. And Culture, Geist der Utopie, 1918, p. 433. What is meant here, that which could therefore be called the ideology of the absolute, now leads immediately towards leisure again, in accordance with its final contents, which are nevertheless incessantly distributed in it. The spur of the overpowering and probably even painful astonishment at a world which contains so much death and such vast disparateness, the motor of the knowledgeable hope of the character in process of the equal world, as one of the heliotropic matter which human beings are and by which they are surrounded, both, astonishment and hope occupy and substantiate leisure all the more purely and exactly, the freer from acquisition and ultimately from work it has become such a leisure in order. Cultural production, despite all its lands of significance, has so far addressed itself only sporadically to the problem of the outlines of a better world. But this problem and its content will immediately become systematic as soon as the beautiful and great work not only finds social living ground again but as soon as, in a living ground finally undivided in social terms, the contribution of the ideology of deception and diversion, together with the flat enjoyment of free time corresponding to it, indeed culture as mere beautiful illusion, is finished. Once the state and all government over human beings have disappeared, the government and guidance by teachers will also find enough freedom and leisure to make people eager for the total contents of freedom. To give a human answer to the extremely naked question of leisure, to the problem and essence, thus appearing clear at last, of its ever more concrete contents. Striking out in the right direction leads into the terra incognita of leisure as into a terra utopica. But this striking out becomes the same as a striking impact, namely on the outstanding consideration of what human beings want in general and how the world as answer is related to this. Towards this, after the expiry of its previous prehistory, runs the interest of active leisure and of its incipient main history, as humanized history itself. Real leisure lives solely off the content of being oneself or of freedom, presently expected at any time and made present in good time, in a likewise unalienated world. Only then comes land. G1.